In a bustling urban landscape, a multifaceted delivery rider named Mu Chongqing stood before a door, donning his delivery uniform. He gently knocked, announcing, "Ding ding, MS. Tang, your delivery has arrived. Please leave it at the door," came a melodious voice from within. Mu Chongqing complied, placing the order on the ground. Just as he turned to depart, the door swung open unexpectedly, revealing Ms. Tang clad in her pajamas. "Hey, young man, wait a moment." Taken aback, Mu Chongqing slowly turned around. Ms. Tang, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment, continued, "It seems there's a problem with my bathroom's drainage. Could you take a look?" Beep, binding gold medal delivery system. Chapter 1. Refusal to unclog the drain. "Hello, your delivery is here." Okay, just a moment." As Mu Chongqing prepared to set down the delivery, he heard the anxious voice from inside, causing him to pause in surprise. Wasn't he supposed to leave it at the door? Such a rare encounter. In the next moment, the door opened wide, and he was momentarily entranced by the sight before him. The woman appeared in a rather revealing outfit, her shoulder straps slipping, exposing a hint of her fair skin, while a delicate jasmine fragrance lingered in the air. Her damp hair suggested she had just emerged from a shower. Mu Chongqing swallowed hard, a naive young man unaccustomed to such fiery encounters. "Handsome, where's my delivery?" she purred, her voice dripping with charm, capable of stirring one's heartstrings. The woman was quite captivating. The sound of her voice sent a tremor through Mu Chongqing's heart, momentarily causing him to lose focus. Noticing her gaze, he quickly regained his composure, blushing as he stood upright. "I'm sorry, I'm not." Unperturbed, the woman chuckled softly, extending her hand to take the delivery from him. She leaned lazily against the door, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Young handsome, my drain is clogged. Would you care to come inside and lend a hand?" At her words, Mu Chongqing's demeanor shifted, his excitement dissipating. Unclog a drain? The images of diseases like AIDS and HPV flashed through his mind. What woman would invite a stranger into her home without reason? His expression turned serious as he waved his hand. "Never mind, I have other deliveries to attend to." Surprised, the woman stepped closer, her body almost brushing against his, the alluring scent overwhelming him, though it only filled him with trepidation. Indeed, fear. "Are you really not coming in to help your sister?" she asked, her hand resting on his clothing, her gaze sultry. Mu Chongqing hastily stepped back, awkwardly stammering, "I'm sorry, I can't unclog drains. Perhaps you should consult a professional." With that, he swiftly made his exit. The woman stood momentarily stunned, watching him flee, then glanced at her own figure, contemplating, has it shrunk? Outside, beneath the towering building, Mu Chongqing gasped for breath, feeling a surge of unease within him. Thank goodness I held back. Otherwise, what if I caught something? That would be the end. After all, he had a family to support, a hardworking mother, a struggling sister, a broken household, and a father worn down by toil. He turned to glance at the luxurious complex, pondering how such a splendid place could harbor someone like her, who might also have issues. The vivid images of their earlier encounter lingered in his thoughts, compelling him to reflect further. Damn, he spat, frustration evident in his voice. "A game that keeps you youthful the more you play, just like mobile games and Peacekeeper Elite." His Oppo A5 buzzed, and he fished out his phone, realizing it was the alarm he had set. Quickly silencing the alarm, he opened his browser to check the lottery results, retrieving a ticket from his pocket. 1, 4, 6, 7, 115, 8. As he scrutinized the results, his mouth twitched in disbelief. Who could win with such numbers? Glancing at his own ticket, 2, 5, 16, 17, 227, 9. It was utterly disconnected. Damn, my luck is abysmal. In frustration, he crumpled the ticket and tossed it aside. When will I ever reside in such a prestigious community? He sighed, shaking his head as he prepared to leave, only for a peculiar sound to echo in his mind. Ding, you have received a 5-star review. Startled, he questioned his senses. Did I mishear that? Have I started hearing the voice of a system like in novels? Ding, the host did not mishear. The silence hung in the air as Mu Chongqing pinched his cheek, feeling the sting. There's truly a voice. Host, allow me to introduce myself. This system grants rewards as long as you persist in delivering food. With diligent deliveries, you may seize power and indulge in beauty. Ding, 5-star review, reward dispensing. Ding, delivery stockings. Ding, congratulations, host, you have earned 800 in cash. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability on falling marksman. As the system's voice faded, Mu Chongqing felt warmth enveloping him, his fatigue evaporating and the lethargy from his previous habits significantly diminished. His previously heavy eyelids now opened wide. And most remarkably, he sensed a second wave of vitality surging within him. 800 has been deposited into the host's pocket. He reached into his pocket, feeling the crisp bills, pulling out several 100 yuan notes. Staring at the money, he swallowed hard. It's really 800 yuan. Ding, host, Mu Changsheng. Ability, unfalling marksman. Physique, 9 normal, 10. Appearance, 80 normal, 60. Positive reviews, 5-star 1. Negative reviews, none. Wealth, 2455 yuan. Mu Changsheng gazed at the azure interface before him, a grin spreading across his face. Finally, happiness has come my way. System, is this reward only issued for 5-star reviews? Curiously, he inquired while tucking the 800 yuan away. The system replied, the 5-star review rewards are based on the random doubling of the delivery item's price, and abilities are also granted at random. Mu Changsheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Doubling the price? How much could a pair of stockings possibly be? It seems luck is on my side. Ding, the stockings are priced at 800 yuan, no doubling, host. His mouth twitched in disbelief. 800 for a single pair of stockings? He glanced up at the upscale community. Goodness, poverty truly limits imagination. Just as he was about to drive away, his phone buzzed again. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he frowned but answered nonetheless. Hello? Who is this? It's me, dear brother. The sultry voice on the other end caused Mu Changsheng's body to tense up. Chapter 2. The wealthy woman with a gentle knock. Mu Changsheng's Adam's apple bobbed as he rapped on the door. In the next moment, a woman slowly opened it, holding takeout and smiling brightly. Handsome, could you please return this? Mu Changsheng's lips twitched, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards her as he raised his hand to accept the food. Suddenly, he felt a weightlessness, followed by a loud thud. He was pinned against the wall. Startled, Mu Changsheng blinked at the woman who had him pressed down. Sister, what are you doing? Is it that I'm not beautiful enough, little handsome? She purred, her hand slipping into his pocket. Upon finding several 100 yuan notes, she paused. Brother, do you need money? Mu Changsheng averted his gaze. I don't need money. Who delivers takeout? The woman smiled seductively, pressing against him. Little handsome, spend the night with me, and I'll pay you. As he scrutinized her closely under the soft lighting, Mu Changsheng found her breathtaking. Her deep, bright eyes sparkled, framed by long, fluttering lashes. Her straight nose and slightly upturned, rosy lips formed a perfect arc that stirred his heart. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth and delicate. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her figure was elegant and well-proportioned, embodying grace. Such beauty would undoubtedly reign as the school bell. Mu Changsheng felt that if he didn't act soon, he would truly miss an opportunity. Ding. Host, this woman is healthy. Proceed without concern. The system seemed to intervene. Offering a prompt. Encouraged by the system's assurance, Mu Changsheng could no longer hold back and decisively responded. Then I shall willingly comply. A night of passion is worth a fortune. Tonight is destined to be extraordinary. The following morning, outside the Moon Laurel Garden, Mu Changsheng leaned against his electric scooter, massaging his waist, his lips twitching. Damn, the invincible gun indeed packs a punch, but my body can hardly endure it. At that moment, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Looking down, he was astonished to see a transfer of 10,000 yuan. What? 10,000? He glanced back at the Moon Laurel Garden, and before he could process it, his phone vibrated again. Brother, I'm very pleased. This 10,000 is a reward for you to buy a new phone. Mulkungskingis lips gervid upward. 10,000 yuan was a windfall, especially considering his toil the previous night. Without hesitation, he clicked to accept the amount. Staring at his balance, now swollen with 10,000, he felt an unexpected surge of happiness. Finally, I'm living life on my own terms. My fate is not yet sealed. After a brief reply, he hopped onto his scooter, ready to return to school, for he still had academic pursuits to fulfill. Meanwhile, inside the Moon Laurel Garden, the woman lounged on her bed, watching Mu Changsheng depart with a subtle smile playing on her lips. I knew I wasn't mistaken. He is indeed superior to the average man. Madam, it's time for you to go to work, a voice called from outside, causing her smile to vanish instantly. At the south gate of Tian'an Normal University, Mu Changsheng parked his scooter and rushed into the school without a moment's delay. Having performed admirably in high school, he had gained admission to Tian'an Normal University, a prestigious institution. In the village, he is quite renowned, yet in society, he seems somewhat inadequate. It is the height of summer, and the senior girls on the street are dressed in refreshing attire, given that this is a teacher's college with a male-to-female ratio of 3:7. At a glance, Mu Changxing sees countless fair, delicate legs. However, after having engaged in a fierce battle the previous night, he now finds himself devoid of interest. Swiftly, Mu Changxing makes his way to the Ziqiang building and enters classroom 1. As he steps inside, he hears someone call his name. Changxing this. He looks up to see a tall figure, over 1.7 meters, with a few freckles adorning a fair complexion, yet remarkably thin, resembling a mere skeleton. The individual, dressed reasonably cleanly, is his good friend, Shi Chunpeng. They have known each other for 8 years, having both gained admission to Tiananmen Normal University. Old Peng, has attendance been taken? Mu Changxing approaches and sits beside Shi Chunpeng. Not yet. By the way, where did you run off to last night? Did you not return home? Mu Changxing massages his neck, responding helplessly, I was delivering takeout. What else could I do? You truly are relentless, pulling an all-nighter delivering food, Shi Chunpeng remarks. Pursing his lips, you know the circumstances at my home. Mu Changxing shrugs, indicating that she is well aware. With a sigh, Shi Chunpeng says, it's all right. Let's study hard. One day, we can both be teachers and change our destinies. Mu Changxing's gaze flickers in the past. He indeed aspired to be a teacher and live out his life contentedly. But now, with a system at his disposal, why would he settle for being merely a teacher? Perhaps a charming educator would be more fitting. Indeed, becoming a rural teacher would not be so bad. At least it would provide for a family and spare him from nightly deliveries, avoiding the risk of an accident, he muses. At that moment, a stout individual in the front row turns around, mockingly taunting them. Mu Changxing furrows his brow, scrutinizing the rotund figure, who stands over 1.7 meters and weighs around 190 pounds, wearing glasses and exuding an air of superiority. What do you mean, Song Haoning? Shi Chunpeng retorts, visibly displeased. Mu Changxing's expression turns cold as he regards Song Haoning, the wealthy brat from the dormitory who constantly seeks to undermine him, always looking down with disdain. I'm not referring to you. Why are you interjecting? Song Haoning smirks, turning to the burly man next to him. And Lao Jiang, do you think I'm in the wrong? Song Haoning pats the muscular figure beside him, who is Jiang Ruizhao, also over 1.7 meters tall, sharing a dorm with Mu Changxing. A fitness enthusiast, he possesses a physique of solid muscle, often opposing Song Haoning. Jiang Ruizhao glances at Mu Changxing, forcing a smile that fails to reach his eyes. Songgo is right. Delivering takeout is indeed a high-risk occupation. Changxing, being a rural teacher and teaching kindergarten would be quite suitable for you. You all. Shi Chunpeng is about to erupt in anger when Mu Changxing restrains him. Before he can speak, a woman strides over, bringing with her a fragrant breeze. So, you are all seated here. Mu Changxing looks up to see a woman of pleasing appearance, carrying a white bag. The young woman's skin was as pure as freshly fallen snow, delicate and smooth, with a pair of bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Her long eyelashes gracefully curled upward, adding a touch of allure to her beauty. Dressed entirely in white and adorned with black leather shoes, she appeared to stand at around 165 centimeters tall, her figure undeniably graceful. This was Su Wen, the girlfriend of Song Haoning. Upon seeing Su Wen, Song Haoning beamed with confidence. She was indeed a striking beauty and a sophomore at university, making him feel proud to be her partner. Jiang Ruizhao quickly rose to his feet, making way for Su Wen to sit down. Meanwhile, the sight of Su Wen caused a flush to creep onto Qian Chunpeng's face. He had always been shy around girls, particularly when it came to beautiful ones. Su Wen turned to glance at Mu Changxing, a smile gracing her lips as she said, Changxing, it's been a while. Mu Changxing merely smiled faintly and nodded in response. However, Song Haoning was somewhat displeased. Mu Changxing, Su Wen greeted you, and you respond like this? Su Wen quickly interjected, playfully grasping Song Haoning's arm. It's all right, Haoning. Song Haoning shot a disgruntled look at Mu Changxing and remarked, what gives you the right to act aloof? With your background, do you truly believe you are worthy of Kongyan? Mu Changxing chuckled softly, retorting, whether I am worthy or not, at least I've been with Kongyan. Song Haoning's expression darkened immediately upon hearing the name Kongyun, Mu Changxing's ex-girlfriend and the belle of the music department. Not to mention, Su Wen was a friend of Kongyun. What connection do you have with Kongyun? Why do you defend her so fiercely? Do you have feelings for her? Mu Changxing teased, his expression one of playful curiosity. Song Haoning's face soured at this, sensing the shift in Su Wen's demeanor. He quickly turned to refute, don't speak nonsense. I only have eyes for Suwen. Suwen had yet to indulge in any treats, and such a stunning beauty should not be wasted. Song Haoning had pursued Suwen for quite some time. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Mu Changxing's gaze as he observed Su Wen's figure, noting her fine physique and slender calves, inadvertently licking his lips. It was evident that Su Wen was with Song Haoning due to the latter's financial influence. As for money, Mu Changxing had it as well. Bored during the latter part of the class, he noticed the teacher hadn't taken attendance and decided to inform Shi Chunpeng before planning to skip. Watching Mu Changxing's departing figure, Song Haoning scoffed, "Loser." Su Wen sat there, her legs crossed, her expression indifferent. Noticing that Su Wen had not spoken to him throughout the class, Song Haoning felt a pang of anxiety. Was she upset? He quickly leaned closer, grinning mischievously. "Wen, are you unhappy? Why are you so quiet?" Su Wen pursed her lips. "You already like someone else. So what is there to discuss?" Song Haoning's heart raced, and he hurriedly replied, "How could I possibly like anyone else? You are the one I cherish." Su Wen let out a light snort. "Then how will you prove it?" Song Haoning paused, his mind racing before he suggested, "Gucci has released a new lipstick that I believe would suit you perfectly." Su Wen's eyes brightened for a moment, but then she sighed. "But it's almost the end of the month, and I have little pocket money left." "Oh, that's trivial. I will buy it for you," Song Haoning assured, thumping his chest confidently. Beside him, Jiang Ruizhao twitched his lips, perplexed by the affluent world around him. How could anyone willingly become an ATM? At Tianjin Normal University, Mu Changxing wasted no time and hopped onto his electric scooter, embarking on today's delivery journey. He swiftly scrolled through the orders on his phone, each one pathetically low in price, all around 5 or 6 yuan. Even for such meager amounts, the competition to claim them was fierce. It was truly a cutthroat environment. However, armed with a system, Mu Changxing was not picky and began his day of deliveries. Ding! A 5-star review received. Ding! A serving of pig's trotter noodles for 25 yuan, with a doubled reward. Congratulations, host, you've earned 100 yuan. Ding! A bottle of white liquor for 35 yuan, reward doubled. Congratulations, host. You've earned 150 yuan. Ding! 2 boxes of clam noodles for 32 yuan, reward doubled. Congratulations, host, you've earned 64 yuan. Mu Changxing became a legend in the delivery realm, quickly grabbing a few bites for lunch before resuming his work. By evening, Mu Changxing arrived at a rather remote residential building, hauling a massive box. What on earth did he purchase that was so large? He stared at the box, nearly taller than himself, his lips twitching uncontrollably. However, the price for this order was undeniably high. "Hey, your delivery is here." "Oh, just leave it at the door." "Brother, I've brought your order up. Remember to leave a 5-star review." Setting the box down at the entrance, he stretched his shoulders, exclaiming, "What a tiring day." Gazing up at the dimming sky, he pulled out his phone to check his balance, unable to suppress a smile. Although he had not acquired any special abilities, today he had earned nearly 5,000 yuan. Ding! A 5-star review received. Ding! An inflatable doll for 378 yuan, reward doubled. Congratulations, host, you've earned 20,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've received a vial of physique enhancement potion. Mu Changxing paused, staring at the additional 20,000 yuan on his screen. He glanced back at the community, filled with gratitude. "Brother, you are truly a good person. Wow, a single order worth 20,000 yuan. What a thrill. And a physique enhancement potion, too." He looked at the vial in his system space, puzzled. Could it be akin to a marrow-cleansing liquid? "System, can I use the physique enhancement potion now?" "Yes. Use." In the next instant, the smile on Mu Changxing's face froze as his legs suddenly cramped, excruciating pain forcing him to lean over his scooter, howling in agony. The pain persisted for around 10 seconds, yet those mere seconds felt like his very soul was being torn apart. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Mu Changxing straightened up, only to find his vision significantly improved, and his somewhat nearsighted eyes were now clear. Lifting his shirt, he discovered he had developed 8-pack abs. Previously, he had only a hint of definition that required effort to reveal. The physique others worked for years to attain, he had acquired in mere seconds. What a delight it was to have such an advantage. Chapter 4. Time for a new phone. Ding! Host Mu Changxing. Ability, unyielding marksman. Constitution, 15, normal, 10. Attractiveness, handsome. Reviews, 5-star rating, 15. Negative reviews, none. Wealth, 36, 455 yuan. As he gazed at his status panel, particularly the attractiveness section, which now read handsome. Mu Changsheng smiled slightly. A little grooming would surely enhance his appeal. He then glanced at his phone, noting that the time was still early. Rubbing his chin, he smiled again. First, let us acquire a new phone. Tiananmen Square, the commercial street. Mu Changsheng parked his electric bike by the roadside and strolled into Tiananmen Square, his hands tucked into his pockets. A quick glance revealed that it was only a little past 8, and the nightlife had begun to flourish. The square was quite lively. Perhaps due to the enhancement from the constitution-boosting potion, his field of vision had noticeably widened. With a clear objective in mind, he headed straight for the mobile phone store. Having visited this area several times before, Mu Changsheng was well acquainted with the location of the phone shops. Spotting the global mobile store on the first floor, a smile crept onto his lips just as a familiar voice called out from behind. Mu Changsheng? His brow furrowed slightly. The voice sounded so familiar. Turning around, he saw Su-Wen standing there, holding a cup of milk tea. Beside her was a rather attractive young woman. Su-Wen? Mu Changsheng squinted. He and T expected to encounter her here. Wen, do you know him? The girl with black-framed glasses tugged at Su-Wen's sleeve. Her curiosity piqued. Su-Wen scrutinized Mu Changsheng, feeling that he appeared significantly more handsome than before, though she couldn't quite pinpoint the change. Tossing her hair back, Su-Wen replied with a smile, Shu-Yu, this is my friend. Shu-Yu's eyes were fixed on Mu Changsheng, sparkling with interest. Does he have a girlfriend? Su-Wen was taken aback, wondering if Shu-Yu had developed a crush on Mu Changsheng. Before she could respond, Mu Changsheng approached them. Su-Wen, what brings you here? As he stood before her, Su-Wen noticed that he was noticeably taller, leaving her puzzled. Had he always been this tall? Perhaps he was wearing height-increasing shoes? She looked down at his flat sandals. No, this was his true height. Shu-Yu, eyeing the sunny young man before her, waved and introduced herself. Hello. I'm Shu-Yu, a friend of 11S and a student at Tiananmen Normal University. Hello. Mu Changsheng nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Shu-Yu for a moment. While she did not possess Su-Wen's flair for fashion, her black flared pants accentuated her slender legs, and her simple black tee hinted at a modestly curvaceous figure. With a delicate nose, fair skin, and round, sparkling eyes beneath dark brows, she was undeniably attractive. Cascading waves of hair framed her face beautifully. However, compared to a sweeter girl, Mu Changsheng found himself more drawn to those with a bolder flair. For instance, Su-Wen is clad in a form-fitting black skirt that accentuates her figure, her slender, elongated legs exposed to view, while her upper body is adorned with a cropped t-shirt that reveals her smooth, flat abdomen. Her appearance speaks volumes. She is undeniably a beautiful woman of society. It is perhaps due to Su-Wen being Song Haoning's girlfriend that Mu Changsheng harbors a modicum of interest in her. With a cheerful demeanor, Mu Changsheng gazes at Su-Wen, inquiring, what's the matter? Didn't Song Haoning accompany you? Su-Wen, recovering from her thoughts, purses her lips and replies. He has something to attend to. Oh, Mu Changsheng responds, while Su-Wen takes a sip of her milk tea and swiftly diverts the conversation, curiously asking, Mu Changsheng, what brings you here? After using my phone for an extended period, I thought it time for a change, Mu Changsheng casually remarks, glancing towards the fruit specialty store nearby. Su-Wen casts a glance at the phone in Mu Changsheng's hand and then at her own device. Having previously heard of the less than favorable conditions of Mu Changsheng's home, she gestures towards the store, their and Android specialty shop over there. Mu Changsheng chuckles softly and nods. It's nothing serious. I'll just purchase a phone for myself. As Su-Wen watches Mu Changsheng's departing figure, her lips twitch slightly. But unexpectedly, Shu-Yu beside her speaks up. Are you looking to buy a fruit specialty? I have relatives here who might help you get a better deal. Shu-Yu's sudden interjection causes Mu Changsheng to pause momentarily. Su-Wen observes Shu-Yu's newfound assertiveness and feels a pang of concern. Could she be interested in Mu Changsheng? Rumor had it that this young lady was seeking romance, yet she had not found a suitable match until now. However, Mu Changsheng, undeniably handsome, seemed beyond her reach due to familial circumstances. Noticing Mu Changsheng's surprise, Shu-Yu quickly clarifies, I know quite a few people and can negotiate a good price. Mu Changsheng chuckles, realizing that this charming girl might indeed be a little affluent. Turning his attention back to Su-Wen, she initially intends to decline, but upon seeing Shu-Yu's hopeful gaze, she is reluctant to forego the opportunity of befriending someone wealthy. With a resigned tone, she concedes, well, since I have no plans right now, I might as well accompany you. Let us go, follow me. Shu-Yu smiles slightly and walks ahead, while Mu Changsheng trails behind, with Su-Wen following suit. Sipping her milk tea, she whispers, "Hey, Mu Changsheng, He Shiyu's family might not approve of you two being together. If you wish to avoid embarrassment in the future, don't entertain any notions." With a sidelong glance, Mu Changsheng retorts, "Did I ever claim to be with her? Don't play coy with me. Can't you see my best friend has her sights set on you?" Suwen replies, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Why would you be interested in me?" Mu Changsheng queries, perplexed. Suwen, in her frustration, exclaims without a second thought, "Are you really unaware that you're handsome?" Before she can finish the word handsome, Mu Changsheng grins, "Am I really handsome?" As he leans closer to Suwen, she finds herself captivated by his flawless skin, high-nose bridge, and striking features. He is even more appealing up close. Suwen's cheeks flush as she instinctively steps back, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Suwen, why is your heart racing so fast?" She hears He Shiyu call out, "What are you two doing over there? Hurry up and join us." He Shiyu had arrived at the entrance of the specialty store, noticing Mu Changsheng and Suwen standing still. She called out to them. Mu Changsheng responded with a slight smile and a wave of his hand, saying, "Coming, coming." In the 5th chapter, Suwen expressed her astonishment. Inside the Guo's specialty store, a young lady dressed in a white-collared blouse approached them gently, asking, "Hello, what would you like to see?" He Shiyu smiled and replied, "We'll take a look first." "Certainly, these are the latest models. If you find anything you like, feel free to ask me," the young lady said warmly. "Thank you," He Shiyu said, turning to Mu Changsheng. "Which model are you considering?" Mu Changsheng glanced at the phones displayed, noting that even the most affordable Guo 16 was priced over 5,000. However, he was not short of funds at the moment. Suwen, noticing his silence, assumed he found the prices steep and cheerfully suggested, "It's quite expensive. I SMT it. There's an Android store upstairs. Shall we go there instead?" Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, pointing to the white 16. "This one." Suwen's expression changed as she exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? This costs over 10,000. Mu Changsheng shot her a sidelong glance. What is wrong with that? Even He Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, having expected him to choose the standard version. Mu Changsheng smiled at the slightly stunned He Shiyu, asking, "Can it be arranged?" He Shiyu, captivated by his handsome smile, nodded affirmatively, "No problem." Suwen thought Mu Changsheng was being unreasonable for considering such an expensive purchase, particularly when she herself used a much cheaper model. Despite knowing that he delivered takeout, she doubted he could afford such a sum, having just started working a few days ago. He Shiyu approached him with a smile. "What storage capacity do you want?" "1. Mu Changsheng replied with a slight grin. "Ah, 1? He Shiyu was taken aback, realizing he was opting for the top configuration. Suwen, unable to hold back any longer, frowned and said, "Mu Changsheng, the top configuration costs 13,999. Do you really have that much money? Can't you stop pretending?" Before she could finish, Mu Changsheng retorted, "Am I buying a phone, or are you?" Suwen was left speechless, feeling a sense of frustration. She was merely looking out for him, yet felt as if she was in the wrong. With a scoff, she turned away, crossing her arms, determined to see if he could indeed afford such an expense. "I'd like one white 16, with one," He Shiyu called for the young lady, speaking slowly. The young lady was momentarily taken aback, but replied softly, "Sir, are you certain? The price for the top configuration is 13,999, but currently there's a promotion, bringing it down to 13,299. Mu Changsheng nodded slightly. "Please package it." The young lady ultimately nodded in agreement. "Please wait a moment, sir." He Shiyu blinked and moved closer to Mu Changsheng, saying, "I'll help you get a better deal." Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. "If it doesn't work out, that's fine too. Don't worry, it's on me," He Shiyu reassured him. They proceeded to the checkout counter, with Suwen following behind, visibly displeased. She remained skeptical that Mu Changsheng could produce such a large sum of money. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, holding the hand of a woman clad in a form-fitting black dress. The man's face glistened, while the woman wore heavy makeup that, combined with her cool attire, exuded a certain allure. As she caught sight of the tall and handsome Mu Changsheng, her gaze lingered momentarily. What a striking young man. He must possess considerable strength. After all, Mu Changsheng was undeniably a handsome figure, and the instinct to steal glances at attractive men was almost second nature for women. However, the middle-aged man, keenly aware of her distraction, tightened his grip, causing the woman to emit a sharp cry. Suddenly startled, Mu Changsheng and his companions paused briefly. Turning to look, Mu Changsheng noticed the man clinging tightly to his companion, casting him a disdainful glance as if to provoke him. The man was clearly irked, questioning the need for such good looks. With a forced smile, he turned to the woman, asking, "Am I handsome?" Fearing the man's displeasure. The woman quickly responded in a sweet tone, "Appa, he is merely a callow youth. How could he possibly compare to you?" Observing the man's lingering irritation, she spotted Su-won and he Shuyu nearby and quickly added, "Appa, I was not looking at him, but rather at those two beautiful girls beside him." The man's brow arched, realizing that Su-won and he Shuyu were indeed stunning beauties. Still skeptical, he scrutinized the woman and asked, "Really?" She nodded vigorously. "Appa, do you not know me? I only have eyes for mature men like you. Why would I ever gaze upon those young boys? Besides, I am completely devoted to you. I would follow your every whim. You cannot doubt my loyalty." Her arguments were compelling, and the man, reflecting on her words, decided to relent. "I'll let it go this time. Let us go." Relieved that he was no longer pursuing the matter, the woman sighed internally, thinking, "This foolish old man is easier to deceive than I expected. If it weren't for his slight wealth, I wouldn't even consider him. Comparing him to that handsome young man is absurd. He is nothing but a worm." Casting a subtle glance at Mu Changsheng, she mused, "When will I ever have the chance to spend a night with a man like him? Such loneliness weighs heavily upon me." Mu Changsheng, sensing the hostility from the man, found the situation baffling. He did not even know the man, yet he wore an expression as if Mu were attempting to steal his woman. Su-won glanced at the man and remarked, "It's clear that old woman was stealing glances at you. The man is jealous." She looked at Mu Changsheng, acknowledging his undeniable charm. Mu Changsheng turned to Su-won, a mischievous smile crossing his face. "Have I captivated her? Of course. You are leagues more attractive than that old man," Su-won replied, but her face flushed crimson as she shot him a glare, scolding, "Stop trying to play tricks on me." With a light-hearted shrug, Mu Changsheng replied, "You're the one speaking the truth." "You." Su-won was blushing deeply, taken aback by Mu Changsheng's teasing. When did he become so eloquent? It was infuriating. At that moment, the receptionist emerged carrying a bag and placed it on the table with a smile. "Sir, here is your phone, the white 16 gigabytes model. The price is $13,299. Will you be paying via QR code or card?" Standing nearby, Hishuyu produced a business card and handed it to the receptionist. Upon receiving it, the receptionist momentarily paused in surprise. After regaining her composure, she promptly returned the card to Hishuyu, wearing an awkward smile. "I apologize, sir, but there is a promotional price for this phone. The current price is $12,888. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow at the sudden change in the receptionist's tone as he glanced at Hishuyu. He was somewhat astonished. This girl had significant influence, managing to negotiate a reduction of several hundred yuan with just a business card. This was even cheaper than certain online platforms. This was a specialty store, where prices were generally high, yet the quality was assured. Noticing Mu Changsheng's gaze, Hishuyu smiled gently. "That's sufficient. Please proceed with the payment." At that point, Mu Changsheng took out his 5. Su-won, seeing the phone in Mu Changsheng's hand, felt a twinge of embarrassment and instinctively stepped back. Deep down, she doubted Mu Changsheng could possibly have that much money. With a chime, the receptionist smiled slightly. "Sir, all set. This top-tier white 16 gigabytes model is now yours. Should any quality issues arise, feel free to contact us. It comes with a 1-year warranty, so there are no worries regarding after-sale service." Chapter 6. Earning money is easy. Su-won was momentarily stunned. He had actually paid $12,888. Her expression stiffened slightly. Did he really possess that much wealth? Was he not blinking an eye? Su-won's mind raced. When had he become so affluent? Was delivering food that lucrative? Hadn't T-Song Houning mentioned that he needed to scrape together money for tuition? How could he possibly produce $12,888? Hishuyu, observing this, felt a sense of relief as she looked at the calm Mu Changsheng and smiled softly. "The phone is yours now." Mu Changsheng glanced at the stiff-faced Su-won and added, "I owe you my gratitude for helping me secure such a bargain." Hishuyu waved her hand with a smile. "It's nothing. We are friends, after all. Let us go." "What's wrong, Wen-wen?" Hishuyu noticed Su-won's rigid expression and furrowed her brow. Su-won gazed deeply at Mu Changsheng, offering an awkward smile. "It's nothing. I was just reflecting on some things." Mu Changsheng understood why Su-won felt that way, a light smile crossing his face. However, he chose not to elaborate. He then picked up the bag and walked out of the phone store with Hishuyu and the others. Outside Tiananmen Square, Mu Changsheng expressed his gratitude to Hishuyu. Although he now regarded the few hundred yuan as insignificant, he was acutely aware, as someone from a rural background, That earning that sum would have taken him several days in the past. It's nothing. We are friends, helping each other out. Ishiyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled softly. Suwon watched as Mu Changsheng and Hishuyu engaged in lively conversation, feeling an inexplicable unease stirring within her. With a hint of irritation, she reminded them, "It's getting late. The school gates close at 11, and we should head back." Upon hearing this, Mu Changsheng exchanged contact information with Hishuyu, exchanged a few pleasantries, and prepared to depart. "Are you riding an electric scooter back?" Hishuyu inquired curiously, pointing towards the scooters nearby. Mu Changsheng smiled and replied, "Yes." Hishuyu bit her lip and confessed, "I've always wanted to try riding one, but I haven't had the chance." Mu Changsheng was taken aback. She had never ridden an electric scooter? What a pampered little princess you are, he thought. "Well, we'll take our leave first. I'll share a cab with Wonwon. See you back at school. Be careful on your way," Hishuyu said with a smile, her delicate face radiating youthful vibrance. "All right." Mu Changsheng waved goodbye to Hishuyu, then mounted his scooter and departed from Tiananmen Square. However, he did not head straight back to school. Instead, he accepted a few more delivery orders. Ding! A bag of rice delivered, double bonus. Congratulations to the host for earning 500 yuan. Ding! A KFC order delivered, double bonus. Congratulations to the host for earning 200 yuan. Ding! 3 orders from Mishue Bingxing delivered. Double bonus. Congratulations to the host for earning 150 yuan. At midnight, he arrived at Shanting Hotel. Holding the takeout, he gazed at the opulent hotel before him and contemplated. "Perhaps I should rest here for the night. I've had a long day and haven't showered." Returning at this hour was impractical. Thus, he decided to take a brief respite. Upon entering the hotel, he was greeted by a stunning receptionist. Mu Changsheng approached her and asked, "Are there any rooms available?" The receptionist, somewhat puzzled by his delivery attire, initially thought, "Is he a delivery guy?" However, upon closer inspection of his striking features, height, and demeanor, she doubted he was impoverished. Could he possibly be a wealthy second generation who had come to experience life as a delivery worker? It seemed unlikely otherwise. Why would a delivery person seek accommodation in such a high-end hotel at this hour? Regardless, she thought it prudent to see how this handsome young man would proceed. The receptionist's demeanor brightened, and she subtly adjusted her neckline to reveal a hint of her fair skin. "Sir, we do have rooms available. Would you prefer a business suite, an executive suite, or a luxury suite?" "A luxury suite," Mu Changsheng replied, his gaze briefly lingering on her décolletage, where he noticed a name tag that read Dongjing, presumably her name. This further solidified her belief that he was indeed affluent. After all, what delivery person could afford a luxury suite? "Sir, the total comes to 544 yuan. Without hesitation, Mu Changsheng scanned the payment. "Xiaolong, please look after the store for a moment. I'll escort the gentleman to his room." Dongjing called out to a nearby, portly man. He raised his hand, signaling acknowledgement. Mu Changsheng glanced at his phone and noted, "Where is room 203? I still have 1 delivery left." With a smile, Dongjing replied, "Please follow me." Mu Changsheng smiled and followed Dongjing into the elevator. As soon as they stepped inside, Dongjing unexpectedly leaned against his shoulder with a soft gasp. Mu Changsheng felt as if he had encountered a block of tofu. Embarrassed, Dongjing brushed her hair aside and said, "I apologize, sir. I sprained my ankle." Mu Changsheng's eyes flickered. "Is this the joy that comes with wealth?" "It's nothing," he replied. Noticing Mu Changsheng's indifferent demeanor, Dongjing felt a twinge of disappointment. Was it possible that she was not attractive enough? She glanced down at herself and adjusted her attire slightly. Upon reaching room 203, Mu Changsheng pressed the doorbell. "Sir, your delivery has arrived." The door swung open, revealing a portly man with a shiny face, shirtless. "Hand it over." Mu Changsheng offered the delivery to the man. Ding! Super Viagra, special tools delivered, rewards doubled. "Congratulations, host. You have received 2,500 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, extraordinary fertility. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, fire-eyed insight. Fire-eyed insight allows the host to perceive the panel attributes of ordinary individuals, enabling the host to steer clear of individuals infected with HIV. The sudden influx of special rewards left Mu Changsheng momentarily stunned. The concept of extraordinary fertility bewildered him. At such a young age, he had no intention of having children. Ding! The host's understanding of extraordinary fertility is correct, but it is merely one aspect. Extraordinary fertility not only aids the host in achieving consummation, but also grants the host's offspring unique abilities, with the added control over whether or not to induce pregnancy. Mu Chongqing nodded. This ability was indeed advantageous. It would save him the expense of purchasing ultra-thin 001 condoms. Sir, your room is on the 6th floor. Please follow me. As Mu Chongqing trailed behind Dong Jing, he admired her graceful figure and did not hesitate to utilize his fire-eyed insight. Soon, a panel appeared before him. Ding. Character, Dong Jing. Appearance, 83. Ability, Advanced Service. Marital status, married. Illness, none. Chapter 7. An unexpected encounter with a struggling student. Shanting Hotel, 6th floor. Dong Jing walked alongside Mu Chongqing, striving to initiate conversation, but his responses were exceedingly brief. This left Dong Jing feeling somewhat frustrated. Why was this brother so disinterested in engaging with her? She considered herself quite attractive. Suddenly, a hesitant girl stood at the doorway of a nearby room, capturing Mu Chongqing's attention. As he recognized her, a sense of familiarity washed over him. After a moment's contemplation, he approached her and inquired, "Are you Lin Kenning?" The girl froze momentarily, then quickly turned around. Upon seeing the unfamiliar Mu Chongqing, her expression faltered. "I'm not." Mu Chongqing furrowed his brow, studying her closely. This was undoubtedly Lin Kenning from their major. Unlike the urban girls, Lin Kenning exuded a timid, yet sincere aura. In class, she always occupied one of the front rows, sitting alone with hardly any friends, which was why Mu Chongqing remembered her so well. Dong Jing furrowed her brows, recognizing the situation. Lin Kenning was evidently a pure and innocent university student. Though her attire was clean, it bore the marks of having been washed numerous times, resulting in a multitude of creases. It was evident that she was here for some purpose. Mu Chongqing, not one to be easily deceived, observed Lin Kenning, who kept her head lowered as if to deliberately conceal her appearance. Lin Kenning seemed somewhat fearful and was about to knock on the door, insisting that there had been a mistake. Mu Chongqing lifted his hand to grasp her wrist, causing Lin Kenning to pause momentarily, wishing to struggle but finding his grip firm around her arm. Desperation gnawed at Lin Kenning's heart. Encountering a classmate in such a place could spell disaster if word got out, turning her into a subject of ridicule. Yet, if she did not come, who would cover her brother's medical expenses? The overwhelming pressure caused Lin Kenning's eyes to redden, tears shimmering in her gaze. Mu Chongqing startled, thought he had gripped her too tightly and loosened his hold. "Let us go," he said, pulling Lin Kenning toward his room. Dong Jing watched Mu Chongqing's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. He appeared to be a decent young man. Inside the luxurious suite, Lin Kenning sat on the sofa, her head bowed. Mu Chongqing twisted open a bottle of water and offered it to her. "Why are you here?" Lin Kenning looked up, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The redness around her eyes evoked a sense of pity, while her lips trembled slightly, and her hair fell in disarray over her shoulders, mirroring her current emotional turmoil and losing the previous neatness and luster. When Mu Chongqing finally beheld Lin Kenning's features, he was momentarily taken aback. Her beauty was not strikingly exquisite, yet there was a certain poignant charm to her visage. Ding. Name, Lin Kenning. Appearance rating, 90. Identity, Tiannan Normal University. Department of Education. Recharge attempts, none. A score of 90 indicated she was indeed a potential prospect. Mu Chongqing pursed his lips. "Please don't look at me like that. If you're facing difficulties, feel free to share. I will assist you within my capabilities." Lin Kenning blinked, her large, watery eyes wide with surprise. "Really?" she asked, before hesitantly inquiring, "Do I need to take off my clothes?" Her earlier hesitation stemmed from this very concern. Mu Chongqing glanced at the frightened Lin Kenning. "I'm not like those others," he assured her. Despite her appealing appearance, he had no intention of taking advantage of her vulnerability. Having faced financial struggles himself, he understood the bitterness and helplessness that accompanied such hardships. Lin Kenning spoke softly. "I need 20,000 yuan. What is your bank card number?" Mu Chongqing asked, taking a sip of mineral water. Lin Kenning hesitated. "I don't have a bank card." Mu Chongqing was taken aback. "Then how did you pay your tuition?" Awkwardly, Lin Kenning admitted, "I paid in cash." "Do you have a mobile phone?" Mu Chongqing inquired, his brow furrowing. "Yes," Lin Kenning replied, retrieving her phone from her pocket. Mu Chongqing's lips twitched upon seeing her device. He had thought his own was peculiar, but hers was even more unusual. Mu Changsheng let out a sigh, retrieving his old mobile phone from his pocket. After deleting a few applications, he handed it to Lin Qin. Upon seeing the phone being offered, Lin Qin quickly waved her hands, insisting, "I already have a phone. You don't have a bank card. What use is your phone? This card has 20,000 yuan on it. Consider a loan for me." Lin Qin gazed at the phone in Mu Changsheng's hand, momentarily choked with emotion. "No matter how much this phone costs, I will repay you. It's not about the value of the phone. You should use it for urgent matters first." Mu Changsheng replied, shaking his head as Lin Qin accepted the device. "Thank you," Lin Qin murmured, her head bowed, gripping the phone tightly. After expressing her gratitude, she made to leave, which startled Mu Changsheng slightly. "Where are you going? It's late. The school is closed now. Are you planning to sneak back in?" Lin Qin paused, realizing the truth in his words. "Well, this place is spacious enough. Why don't you arrange the sofa and stay here for the night?" Mu Changsheng said casually. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Qin's cheeks flushed. "You can tidy up a bit. If it's really inconvenient, you can use the landline to call Dongjing up. I'll take a shower first." Meanwhile, in the executive suite of Shanting Hotel, Lu Tianhao, wrapped in a towel and wearing glasses, shot a cold glance at Lu Tianhao, who was lounging on the sofa. "Why isn't he the person you mentioned arrived yet?" Lu Tianhao, dressed in black, with his hair slicked back, looked puzzled. "I clearly instructed someone to inform her. How could she not show up? Who exactly is this surprise you keep mentioning?" "There aren't many attractive girls in the education department," Xia Yin asked, his impatience evident. "It's almost midnight, and we've prepared so many props, yet no one has arrived," Xia Yin remarked, casting an annoyed glance at the camera nearby. Lu Tianhao stood up. "Wait a moment. I'll make a call." Xia Yin, exasperated, rubbed his temples, urging, "Hurry up. This is driving me crazy. If all else fails, I think the receptionist downstairs is quite decent. Ask her to come up." In the bathroom, Mu Changsheng emerged wrapped in a towel. His tall, athletic physique caused Lin Qin, who was seated on the sofa, to blush. Upon catching sight of his well-defined muscles and handsome face, she quickly averted her gaze. Such an intense scene was unfamiliar to her. Mu Changsheng dried his hair and said to Lin Qin, "You should go take a shower." Lin Qin blinked in surprise. "Huh? Aren't you going to shower?" Mu Changsheng frowned slightly. Feeling bashful, Lin Qin clutched the sofa. "I didn't bring any change of clothes, and I just washed my hair a few days ago." Mu Changsheng shook his head. "You should still take a shower. I'll have the front desk send you a change of clothes." "Huh?" Lin Qin was about to refuse when she saw Mu Changsheng dialing the phone. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you? Could you send up a set of clothes?" "Certainly. May I have your size, please?" Mu Changsheng assessed Lin Qin and replied, "Approximately 168 centimeters tall and around 50 kilograms. "Thank you." Mu Changsheng hung up the phone and noticed Lin Qin still standing there, pointing towards the bathroom. "Rest assured, it's not visible from outside." "No, it's not that I mind you seeing. Wait, I'll go shower first." Lin Qin grew increasingly flustered and hurried into the bathroom. Her face flushed as she leaned against the glass, her heart racing. Mu Changsheng lay on the bed, idly tapping on his phone, responding to messages from Shi Chunprong when the doorbell rang. He slowly rose and opened the door to find Dongjing holding a delicately crafted white box. She smiled faintly at Mu Changsheng. "Sir, here are the clothes you requested." Mu Changsheng took the box from her hands and inquired, "How do I transfer the payment?" Dongjing pulled out her phone and replied, "Sir, just add me as a friend and transfer the money to me." Mu Changsheng glanced at Dongjing in surprise, noticing her unabashed gaze upon him as she winked. He pressed his lips together and said, "All right." He added her contact information and completed the transaction. "Should you require any other services, feel free to reach out." Dongjing waved as she departed. Mu Changsheng chuckled. Today is full of surprises. After closing the door, Dongjing was momentarily taken aback, pondering the meaning behind his words. As someone with experience, she surely understood the implication contained within. Meanwhile, in the executive suite, "What? No hospital? No dormitory?" Lu Tianhao grumbled, exhaling smoke from his cigarette. "Bro, I saw her enter the Shanting Hotel with my own eyes. How could she not be there?" The voice on the other end sounded puzzled. "Useless." Lu Tianhao irritably hung up the call, tossing his phone aside. Xia Yin rested his head on his hand and asked, "Where is she?" Lu Tianhao took a deep breath, extinguishing his cigarette. "Gone. That guy said he saw her enter and even send me a video, but I just don't know where she went." "That's not good. I need to check the surveillance footage," Xia Yin said, clearly uninterested in getting involved further. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's just one woman. Besides, his brother is in the hospital. There will be plenty of opportunities. You go down and call that receptionist. Lu Tianhao furrowed his brow. You've just arrived, and you're already eyeing the receptionist? Xia Yin smirked, dressed so provocatively. She must be a call girl. Lu Tianhao chuckled lightly. All right, let us try something new today. He made a phone call, and it was quickly answered. Hello, how may I assist you? The sultry voice sent a pleasant shiver through Lu Tianhao. Are you the receptionist? He inquired. Dong Jing frowned slightly. May I ask what you need, sir? Does your hotel offer any special services? Lu Tianhao asked with a grin. Dong Jing immediately understood. Yet Mu Changxing's earlier words sparked a flicker of anticipation within her. After all, who would want to sleep with those hefty pigs? What kind of services are you referring to, sir? Lu Tianhao chuckled. We're all adults here. Let us not pretend to be naive. Name your price. Dong Jing shook her head and said, Sir, the platform offers various services. If you require assistance, you may purchase them online, and we will arrange for someone to meet your needs. After saying this, Dong Jing promptly hung up the phone. Lu Tianhao's face darkened. What insufferable person. How dare she act so innocent? Xia Yin, with a grim expression, inquired. Not coming? Lu Tianhao, visibly displeased, took a seat, grumbling, damn it. This woman is infuriating. In a luxurious suite, Lin Qining emerged from the bathroom after a shower. Mu Changsheng, engrossed in a video game, glanced up and was taken aback by her appearance. Why are you dressed in a nurse's uniform? He asked, bewildered. Lin Qining, clad in a form-fitting nurse outfit with white stockings, showcased her flawless figure. Blushing, she replied, This is what was in the box you gave me. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Mu Changsheng rubbed his nose. Perhaps there was a mix-up with the clothing, and you received the nurse's outfit by mistake. I forgot. This is a hotel. One should specify the attire needed. Nonetheless, Lin Qining, adorned in the nurse's uniform, possessed an alluring charm. Standing at approximately 168 meters, she appeared particularly graceful and statuesque. Her long legs, accentuated by the straight lines of the uniform. The contours of her legs were smooth and slender, devoid of any excess flesh, with the subtle definition of her muscles barely visible. A few loose strands of hair framed her face, playfully curling at the sides. Suddenly, Mu Changsheng realized that Lin Qining's attractiveness had seemingly increased by 2 points, from 90 to 92. Can one's beauty truly fluctuate? He pondered for a moment, recalling that Lin Qining previously lacked an eye for fashion. Although her clothes were clean, they were excessively wrinkled, obscuring her looks. Now, with her hair neatly tied up, she presented a refreshing allure. Chapter 9. Delivering Meals. Lin Qining found herself unable to sleep, as it was her first time sharing a room with a boy. Her heart racing incessantly. In contrast, Mu Changsheng slept soundly and comfortably, waking up only at 11 in the morning. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he glanced at the time. It's only a little past 11. As a university student, he considered it entirely normal to sleep in until that hour, except, of course, for the dreaded early 8 o'clock classes. Upon rising, Mu Changxing noticed that Lin Qining had already left. Not particularly concerned, he freshened up and exited the room. He had a main class in the afternoon and could not afford to skip it. There is indeed a distinction between elective courses and core subjects. Riding his electric scooter, he sped towards Tiannan Normal University. After charging his vehicle, he made his way to the classroom. Shi Chunpeng had already reserved a spot for him, and Mu Changsheng smiled as he sat beside him. What is up, Lao Mu? Did you pull another all-nighter delivering food? As soon as he sat down, Shi Chunpeng wore a worried expression. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Used to it? Come on. How many people have died from staying up late these days? You're my only friend. If you were to die, who would be my best man at my wedding? Shi Chunpeng lamented, his face contorted in despair. Do not curse me. Fine, fine. I shall treat you to a meal on Sunday. Mu Changsheng replied with a resigned shake of his head and a smile. Shi Chunpeng shot a glance at Mu Changsheng, retorting, forget it. With your meager funds, it would be wiser for you to keep them for yourself. Mu Changsheng was taken aback, opening his mouth in surprise before letting out a bitter laugh. Such good friends were indeed rare. Wait, hold on. Old Mu, aren't those girls looking at you? Shi Chunpeng pointed towards a group of girls in the center, his brow furrowing. Mu Changxing paused, failing to notice anything amiss. You must be mistaken. Impossible. They are definitely looking at you, Shi Chunpeng insisted, shaking his head. He scrutinized Mu Changsheng closely, and even he had to concede that Mu Changsheng was strikingly handsome up close. Seriously, old Mu, did you get a facelift in Korea last night? In response to Shi Chunpeng's exaggeration, Mu Changsheng rolled his eyes. "You're the one who must have had some work done. Why do I feel like you've suddenly become so much more attractive overnight?" Mu Changsheng stroked his chin, pondering, perhaps it's due to my extensive gameplay on the battlefield of Honor of Kings. My physique may have matured. Just then, a low rumble emanated from Mu Changsheng's stomach. Having skipped breakfast and lunch, hunger gnawed at him. Glancing at the time, he realized class would commence in mere minutes, leaving him no time to eat. "I'll just have to endure until after class to grab a bite." At that moment, Shi Chunpong exclaimed, "Old Mu, a girl is coming over to you." Startled, Mu Changsheng instinctively looked up to see Lin Kenning approaching. She appeared somewhat bashful, holding a plastic bag containing a pink cartoon lunchbox, which she placed in front of Mu Changsheng amidst Shi Chunpeng's astonished gaze. "It's still warm. You can eat it now," Lin Kenning spoke shyly, her voice barely audible unless one was close. Mu Changsheng was momentarily stunned, gazing at the lunchbox. His lips twitched before he broke into a smile. "Thank you. By the way, there is still space inside. Would you like to sit here?" Mu Changsheng offered, patting the seat beside him with a smile. Lin Kenning immediately blushed, shaking her head. "No need." With that, she swiftly darted to the corner of the second row. Why did our class's invisible girl bring him lunch? Who knows? Perhaps her heart is fluttering, came the reply. "Indeed, I heard from Jiang Ruizhao that this fellow has a tough family situation." "Huh, it truly seems like birds of feather flock together. Hey, what are you two discussing?" At that moment, Mu Changsheng rose, placing his hand on the shoulder of a man in the front row, someone he recognized as Zhang Haixing, who was close with Jiang Ruizhao. Zhang Haixing's expression darkened as he stiffly turned to face the towering Mu Changsheng, feeling a wave of intimidation wash over him. Speaking so vehemently, "Why not share your thoughts with me directly?" A smile graced Mu Changsheng's face, warm as spring sunshine. Noticing Zhang Haixing's silence, Mu Changsheng tightened his grip, causing a pained expression to surface on Zhang Haixing's face. Zhang Haixing felt increasingly apprehensive, standing at a mere 1.60 meters. He found himself confronted by Mu Changsheng and that piercing gaze, leaving him devoid of any rebellious thoughts. "I apologize. You may have misunderstood. We were not speaking of you," he stammered. Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the pale-faced man beside him. "And what about you?" The man, struck by fear, hastily shook his head. "What we said earlier did not pertain to you." "Oh, that's acceptable then. If it's not us, that's fine. You should have mentioned it sooner. Misunderstandings arise," Mu Changsheng said, patting Zhang Haixing on the shoulder with a friendly smile. As he took a seat, Zhang Haixing and the man exchanged glances and swiftly changed places. Mu Changsheng let out a cold laugh. Such creatures fear the strong and bully the weak. Shi Chunpong opened his mouth. "I senti this a bit overbearing, old Mu." Mu Changsheng opened his lunchbox, revealing braised pork and vegetables, casting a sidelong glance at Shi Chunpong. "Overbearing? Starving." Shi Chunpong shook his head in envy. "If only I could be as tall as you, then we could take on those fools together." Mu Changsheng took a bite, chuckling, "You could always hit the gym. After all, you have nothing else to do but read novels. Why not invest in some protein powder and spend time in the school gym?" Shi Chunpong paused. Then his eyes lit up. "That is a solid idea. But wait, don't change the subject. What is your relationship with Lin Kenning? I don't recall you being so close with her. She even brought you lunch?" Under Shi Chunpong's relentless questioning, Mu Changsheng continued to eat, replying, "I merely assisted her with a small favor yesterday. I didn't expect her to bring me lunch." "A favor? Wait, how did she know you hadn't eaten?" Shi Chunpong asked, a hint of suspicion creeping into his voice. Mu Changsheng's heart raced as he straightened up. "The teacher is here. Attendance has been marked." Chapter 10. Yishuyu is going to deliver takeout for me. Throughout the class, Shi Chunpong relentlessly grilled him, and after the bell rang, Mu Changsheng hastily sought an excuse to slip away. However, it was somewhat embarrassing that he had forgotten to deliver the lunchbox. Shaking his head, Mu Changsheng lifted the lunchbox and placed it in his electric scooter, preparing to commence his deliveries for the day. With a new phone, the speed of claiming orders had significantly improved. It was just past 3 in the afternoon, perfect timing for a solid 4-hour shift. As Mu Changsheng revved the throttle and secured an order, he sped toward the destination. Along the way, he encountered many fellow couriers. The weather was still bearable, but the oppressive heat of summer would soon become unbearable. Ding! A fruit platter delivered, valued at 20 yuan, reward doubled. "Congratulations, host, you've earned 100 yuan. Ding! 3 cups of milk tea delivered, valued at 18 yuan, reward doubled. "Congratulations, Host, you've earned 180 yuan. Ding. A birthday cake delivered, valued at 168 yuan, reward doubled. Congratulations, host, you've earned 352 yuan. The time spent working diligently was fleeting. Summer days were long, with nightfall arriving slowly. Is it already 7? Mu Changsheng glanced at the clock in surprise. He previously thought delivering takeout was a torturous endeavor, yet now it felt as if time flew by. Throughout the afternoon, Mu Changsheng had delivered numerous orders, focusing more on distance than price, opting not to accept those that were too far away. To be precise, 3,000 yuan was earned in just 4 hours. Let's go have a meal first. Just as Mu Changsheng was about to put away his phone, it suddenly chimed. Initially thinking it was a message from Shi Chunpeng, he opened the page only to find it was from He Shuyu, which left him momentarily stunned. He Shuyu? The one from school? A cute emoji. Are you about to have dinner? Upon receiving the reply, He Shuyu's face brightened. Since adding Mu Changsheng that day, she had not seen a message her, which had left her somewhat disheartened. Thus, today, she mustered the courage to reach out to him. Ah, you haven't eaten either? However, upon reading the message, He Shuyu felt uncertain about how to respond. She was rather inexperienced in matters of the heart. Was her response going to hinder further conversation? After sending the message, a wave of regret washed over her. Oh dear, He Shuyu, you really are clumsy with words. Yet in the next moment she froze. For Mu Changsheng had suggested, would you like to join me for a meal? He Shuyu's cheeks flushed. Wasn't dining together something reserved for couples? In truth, Mu Changsheng merely intended to express his gratitude towards her, but also presented an opportunity for him. Not wishing to decline, she replied, sure. All right, where are you now? I will come pick you up. I know a place nearby that serves exceptionally delicious beef noodles. I'm in the dormitory. Which building is your dormitory in? I'll ride my electric bike to get you. Okay, shyly. He Shuyu set down her phone, her face slightly flushed, and hurriedly grabbed a mirror from her bedside to check her appearance, then pulled out her makeup bag to touch up her look. She, where are you off to? Looking so happy? Her curious roommate from the adjacent bunk inquired. He Shuyu lowered the mirror, her cheeks tinged with red as she stepped down from her bed, saying, I plan to go to the supermarket to buy some food. Shuyu, what do you want to eat? I can bring it for you, tonight. Song Houning invited me to stroll around Tiananmen Square. Suwen put down her lipstick, smiling. He Shuyu shook her head, tousling her hair near her ears. No. Suwen, I can manage it myself. Suwen was slightly taken aback, but didn't dwell on it. She slung her white bag over her shoulder and said, then I'll be off. Mu Changsheng arrived at the foot of He Shuyu's dormitory on his electric bike, but he did not see her figure. Is she still not ready? Rather than rush her with a message, he decided to wait. Approximately 3 minutes later, a soft, breathy voice came from behind. I'm so sorry. Mu Changsheng glanced at He Shuyu as she approached him, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, He Shuyu's fair complexion was tinged with a rosy hue, reminiscent of clouds painted by the evening glow, the blush radiating from her cheeks to the base of her ears. Her lips parted slightly, breathing heavily, with a fine sheen of sweat adorning her nose. A few strands of hair playfully escaped from her locks, cascading down either side of her face, exuding a faint yet enchanting fragrance. Dressed in a light blue athletic short-sleeve shirt, she accentuated her slender and graceful figure. Have you been waiting long? I took a bit longer to get ready. He Shuyu spoke with a hint of apology. Mu Changsheng shook his head with a smile and said, it's fine, get in the car. He Shuyu glanced at the electric scooter before her and shyly took a seat. Aren't you going to hold on to my shirt? Mu Changsheng suddenly turned his head to ask. He Shuyu's cheeks flushed, huh? The speed is fast and the road is bumpy. It's easy to fall off, Mu Changsheng replied with a grin. He Shuyu, feeling a bit nervous, grasped the white shirt of Mu Changsheng tightly. Let's go. Mu Changsheng started the electric scooter, heading towards the east gate with He Shuyu. The cool breeze blew, alleviating the earlier heat, and He Shuyu's mood brightened considerably. Gazing at the broad back before her, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. By the way, why didn't you send me a message to urge me down? If I urged you to come down, wouldn't that be somewhat ungentlemanly? Besides, would you truly make me wait here all night? Mu Changsheng countered. He Shuyu's face turned crimson at the question, feeling a tad anxious yet resolutely replied, I definitely wouldn't. By the way, do you enjoy noodles? If not, I can take you for something else. The lamb soup over there is quite good. He Shuyu pursed her lips, appreciating his thoughtfulness. Chapter 11. He Shuyu also delivers takeout. Mu Changsheng brought He Shuyu to a renowned beef noodle shop, which was notably clean and, for Mu Changsheng, rather upscale. They settled into a corner by the window. As soon as they sat down, a young waitress wearing a mask approached them. The waitress, seemingly a student, was quite youthful. She came to Mu Changxing's table, pulled out a menu, and smiled warmly. "Sir, what noodles would you like?" Noticing her gaze fixed on him, Mu Changxing mused to himself, "Is my face truly that handsome?" He brushed aside the thought, ordering 2 servings of beef noodles, with cilantro and green onions added. Turning to Hishuyu, he inquired, "Do you eat green onions and cilantro?" She nodded, "Yes, I do." "All right. Do you two have membership?" "The member price is 23 per serving. Without membership, it's 26, the waitress softly asked. "No membership. Just scan the code," Mu Changxing replied, pulling out his phone. Hishuyu, feeling a bit shy, said, "Let me pay for mine. This serving is rather expensive." Mu Changxing chuckled softly, "You helped me a great deal a few days ago. It's just a meal, I'll treat you." Without hesitation, he scanned 68 for the order. "Please wait a moment." "Oh, and 2 cups of strawberry fresh tea, with ice, thank you," he added, sending the total payment. Hishuyu glanced at the price of the strawberry tea, feeling even more embarrassed. This meal has already cost you 68. The phone costs much more than just this 68. Mu Changxing remarked, which endeared him to Hishuyu even more. The strawberry fresh tea arrived swiftly. "Give it a try." Mu Changxing took a sip. The strawberry flavor was sweet and tangy, refreshing. "Delicious." Hishuyu's eyes lit up as she took a sip. "I was worried you might not like the strawberry flavor." After a long day of work, Mu Changxing was quite thirsty and continued to enjoy the drink. "How could that be? Strawberries are my favorite." Hishuyu shook her head firmly. "Did you spend the entire afternoon delivering takeout?" she asked curiously, resting her chin on her hand. Mu Changxing nodded. "Yes, with fewer classes. I had nothing else to occupy my time." "Ah, do you still have to deliver takeout after dinner?" Hishuyu hesitated for a moment before inquiring. "Yes," he replied. "What time do you usually finish at night?" "Sometimes I deliver all night, other times until around 10:30. Mu Changxing reflected honestly. "Really? That sounds exhausting," Hishuyu remarked, realizing how demanding it must be. "But what can I do? The family situation is as it is. If I don't work hard, I might never get married." Mu Changxing said with a wry smile. Hishuyu shook her head, insisting, "I don't think you'll have trouble finding a partner." Mu Changxing paused, and Hishuyu continued, "Just now, when you were ordering, that waitress was staring at you." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mu Changxing rubbed his nose. "Perhaps it was because I was speaking." "No, if I weren't sitting across from you, she would have likely asked for your contact information." "It's a woman's intuition," she asserted. Just as Mu Changxing was at a loss for words, their noodles were served. "Your noodles are ready. Let us eat," he said, placing the bowl in front of Hishuyu. "Thank you," she replied, taking out her chopsticks and smiling gently at him. Mu Changxing took the chopsticks she handed him and gazed at the steaming bowl of beef noodles, which featured 5 pieces of beef the size of a fingernail. "Try it. This beef noodle is delicious, especially the sauce. It's fragrant and the meat is particularly tender," Hishuyu encouraged. She nodded, taking a bite of the beef. "So tasty." Mu Changxing, famished, devoured the beef noodles voraciously. Observing his rapid eating, Hishuyu's eyes flickered. He must be very hungry after a day of deliveries. Feeling a sudden impulse, she picked up a piece of beef and placed it in Mu Changxing's bowl. He was taken aback and looked up at her. Hishuyu's face flushed, and she quickly turned her gaze to the window. "Eating too much meat can lead to weight gain. I shouldn't indulge." Mu Changxing understood that excessive beef consumption wouldn't necessarily cause weight gain, but he refrained from pointing it out, smiling helplessly. "Thank you." Hishuyu, feeling somewhat hungry herself, quickened her pace in eating, no longer concerned about her manners. In less than 8 minutes, Mu Changxing finished his bowl. Although it was large, the portion was quite small. Hishuyu also neared the end of her meal, wiping her mouth with a napkin and smiling. "I'm full too. Let us go." Mu Changxing stood up, and Hishuyu picked up her strawberry tea, following him outside. He glanced at her and asked, "Are you heading back to your dorm soon?" Hishuyu lowered her gaze to her toes, her heart telling her she didn't want to return. "Can I join you in delivering takeout?" She looked up, her big, watery eyes sparkling. Mu Changxing was momentarily stunned, glancing at the nearby electric bike, his lips twitching slightly. Hishuyu initially thought that Mu Changxing was unwilling, so she quickly whispered, "Although I haven't delivered before, I won't be a hindrance. I can help carry the takeout." As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished. Mu Changxing rubbed his nose and asked, "Delivering takeout is quite exhausting. Are you certain about this?" "Absolutely." Hishuyu, seeing no indication of rejection from Mu Changxing, nodded emphatically. Mu Changxing gazed at the gentle girl before him and smiled warmly, as if basking in the spring breeze. All right, I won't let you work for free. Let us split tonight's orders. He Shuyu was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved her hands. No need, no need. If you take me along, the electric bike will slow down significantly, which will delay your delivery speed. Besides, I have nothing to do and just want to experience it. Mu Changsheng hesitated for a moment. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and if he didn't hurry, he usually delivered until 10:30, leaving just over 2 hours, likely earning less than 100. Moreover, given He Shuyu's family circumstances, she wouldn't be lacking that small amount of money. All right. Chapter 12. Contact information. They set off promptly. Mu Changsheng smiled slightly, leading He Shuyu to commence their first order of the evening. He Shuyu, holding Mu Changsheng's phone, appeared quite excited and suddenly exclaimed, I just snagged a 12 yuan order. Mu Changsheng was taken aback. 12 yuan was a significant order. Where is it? Follow my instructions. Turn around ahead. Okay, my navigation. Upon arriving at the destination, Mu Changsheng went into the supermarket to carry 2 bags of rice. If it weren't for his exceptional physique, he would have struggled considerably. 2 bags of rice? He Shuyu quickly got off the bike to assist, but Mu Changsheng effortlessly placed them on the footrest. He Shuyu was momentarily stunned. You're so strong. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. I occasionally exercise. Oh, I see. Let us go. He Shuyu directed them expertly. And soon they arrived at Longye Community on the 3rd floor. Mu Changsheng took the elevator, bringing the order to the door, and knocked, saying the delivery is here. Leave at the door. Quickly, Mu Changsheng received the system's reward. Ding. Delivery completed. Worth 200 yuan. Reward doubled. Congratulations, host. You have earned 2,000 yuan. Ding. Special reward triggered. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the physique of Xiangyu. In the next moment, Mu Changsheng felt his muscles becoming more robust, his figure growing somewhat more imposing, yet exceedingly well-proportioned and aesthetically pleasing. He felt an inexhaustible surge of strength. The special reward was indeed worthwhile. This delivery was not in vain. With He Shuyu's company, Mu Changsheng found delivering takeout considerably easier and far less tedious. He Shuyu appeared quite happy, seemingly not averse to the task. Ding! Delivery completed. Value. 32 yuan. Reward doubled. Congratulations, host. You have earned 320 yuan. Ding. Delivery completed. Value. 28 yuan. Reward doubled. Congratulations, host. You have earned 280 yuan. At Guangyang Road, at the traffic lights, Mu Changsheng was somewhat surprised. Nearly all the rewards tonight had multiplied tenfold. Could it be that the system was rewarding him? Or perhaps it was due to He Shuyu's influence? The traffic light turned green. He Shuyu reminded Mu Changsheng, who quickly activated his electric vehicle. After Mu Changsheng departed, in the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz, a man watched his retreating figure and took a disgruntled puff of his cigarette, muttering, damn, what makes me any less than this delivery guy? That woman is exactly my type. His friend in the passenger seat chuckled lightly. Old Zhang, that guy is quite handsome. What? Old Li, are you implying that I am not handsome? Old Zhang retorted, clearly annoyed. His companion glanced at him. Crew cut, standing at 5'7", weighing 180 pounds, but, considering he was driving a Mercedes, he reluctantly said, sure, handsome. Old Zhang scoffed. I refuse to believe there are still women in this era who would want to sit behind a bicycle and laugh. Let us follow him. Old Li hesitated. Isn't it wrong to steal someone else's girlfriend? Missed opportunities can last a lifetime. I don't want to miss out. What if they're not actually dating? Old Zhang reasoned clearly. Old Li opened his mouth, but found himself unable to refute. Thus, unbeknownst to Mu Changsheng, a Mercedes-Benz trailed closely behind him. Upon reaching their destination, when Mu Changsheng halted his vehicle, the Mercedes came to a stop beside him, as if at the starting line of a race. Mu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback by the sudden arrival of the Mercedes. The window slowly rolled down, revealing old Zhang's chubby face, which first glanced at He Shuyu, his eyes flickering with delight, before settling on Mu Changsheng. Brother, this must be your sister. He Shuyu was particularly displeased by old Zhang's gaze and had an aversion to plump men. Mu Changsheng squinted, realizing that old Zhang was after contact information. Before he could speak, old Zhang patted the steering wheel, exuding confidence. Beautiful lady, would you like to come in for a chat? He Shuyu frowned and pursed her lips. I want tea. Old Zhang, still not comprehending, instinctively replied, no worries, if you don't fancy the Mercedes for you, I could switch to a BMW 5 Series. Yours is far too mediocre. He Shuyu shook her head, stating matter-of-factly. This remark left everyone momentarily stunned. Old Li, incredulous, remarked, "Lady, this is a Mercedes. Isn't it more comfortable than your electric vehicle?" Upon hearing this, Hishuyu became irked, pulled out her phone, and held it up before Old Zhang and Old Li. The two squinted at the screen, which displayed a white McLaren 720. A McLaren? Old Li stammered. "What is wrong with my electric vehicle? If I want to ride, I can. One that hasn't even been established. Can you?" Hishuyu retorted, displeased as she put her phone away. Meanwhile, Mu Changsheng stood in shock, astonished that Hishuyu owned a McLaren. What a wealthy woman. "What are you standing there for? Let us go," Old Li remarked. "You think you can woo a McLaren owner?" He punched Old Zhang, who, regaining his composure, said with irritation, "Why is someone so rich delivering food? Rich young man living life. Let us get out of here, quickly," Old Li urged, fearing Hishuyu's displeasure. Old Zhang, with a darkened expression, rolled up the window and sped away. Mu Changsheng gazed at the departing Mercedes, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. In this day and age, even a Mercedes falls short? Truly, it seems everyone is present now, unable to stand tall, yet still yearning to charm the ladies. Hishuyu remarked with a hint of disdain. Mu Changsheng's lips twitched. If one cannot stand upright, it appears the least they could aspire to is a Maybach. Oomph. I detest those who look down on others. What is wrong with electric vehicles? They offer a more comfortable ride, Hishuyu retorted angrily. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Hishuyu caught Mu Changsheng's silent gaze. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a blink. Hishuyu recognized she had perhaps spoken too much, and, feeling a tad embarrassed, murmured, "That McLaren was a birthday gift from my father. Could you please refrain from mentioning it to anyone else?" Mu Changsheng looked at her and chuckled softly, rest assured. Hishuyu's expression brightened. "That's wonderful. To be honest, I didn't mean to keep it a secret. I just didn't want to struggle to make friends in university." Chapter 13. A meal prepared. "Hello. The delivery has arrived." Mu Changsheng knocked on the door. Upon opening it, a girl with a facial mask peeked out, frowning. "Delivery? I didn't order anything." Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow, slightly perplexed. Didn't you order? 5378, Ms. Liu. Is that not you?" He glanced at the last digits on his phone and inquired again. "It's mine, but I didn't order it." The girl confirmed with a nod. Mu Changsheng's lips twitched. He checked his phone again, certain he was at the right address. The girl then noticed the delivery in his hands and froze, gazing at him in surprise. Such a handsome delivery man. Her voice took on a higher pitch. Let me see." Mu Changsheng nodded and handed her the meal. "Isn't it?" After a glance, she affirmed, "It is mine, but I didn't order it." "Could it be that someone else ordered it for you? Perhaps a family member or a friend? Why not give him a call?" Mu Changsheng suggested helplessly. The girl bit her lip, contemplating the meal. "I recall now. It might have been him. Just remembering is sufficient." Mu Changsheng smiled, about to take his leave, when she unexpectedly halted him. "You take it. I don't want it." Mu Changsheng nearly stumbled in shock. "What? You don't want it?" "Yes. I always order from that place. Who would want it?" she said with a look of distaste. Observing her expression, Mu Changsheng couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Are you certain you don't want it?" She nodded. "Handsome guy, you take it. Eat more. It'll give you the strength to deliver." Feeling awkward as he looked at the meal in his hands, Mu Changsheng noted it was indeed from the same place, priced at 125 yuan. He chuckled bitterly and shook his head, carrying the meal downstairs. Hishuyu, spotting the delivery in Mu Changsheng's hands, seemed taken aback. "Why didn't you deliver it?" Mu Changsheng shared the earlier incident with a wry smile. "What?" Hishuyu expressed concern. "That delivery might not be clean. I want to eat it. Just hold on to it." Mu Changya hung the neatly prepared meal on the front of his electric scooter, smiling as he spoke. "Ding! Delivery completed. Valued at 125. Your reward has doubled. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,250 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned a chance for an ability lottery." Upon hearing the reward, Mu Changsheng paused for a moment, intrigued. "System, what is an ability lottery?" For instance, a smaller ability could be learning skills, culinary arts, martial arts, piano, or singing, while a larger one may include immortality. The corners of Mu Changsheng's mouth twitched. The odds of gaining immortality are likely lower than winning the lottery. The system fell silent. "Lottery." Mu Changsheng scoffed lightly before continuing. "Ding! Lottery in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine driving skills." In the next instant, Mu Changsheng felt a multitude of driving techniques fill his mind. Divine driving skills were quite impressive. Mu Changsheng already possessed a driver's license. so he would no longer need to familiarize himself when driving in the future. Accompanied by Hishuyu, Mu Changsheng delivered 2 more orders. As they reached the school, just before closing time, Mu Changsheng escorted Hishuyu back. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Mu Changsheng waved goodbye with a smile. "Thank you for today." Hishuyu beamed back. "No, I should thank you. I had a wonderful time today." Noticing Hishuyu lingering, looking somewhat conflicted, Mu Changsheng curiously asked, "Is there anything else?" Hishuyu, looking down, softly remarked, "Will there be opportunities for us to go out together again?" Mu Changsheng was taken aback, but then chuckled in response, "Yes." Upon hearing his reply, Hishuyu's face lit up with a sweet smile. "Great. You should head back now." She waved goodbye to Mu Changsheng, and as she watched his retreating figure, she joyfully dashed back to her dormitory. So this is what it feels like to be in love. In dormitory 312, Hishuyu cheerfully pushed the door open and stepped inside, instantly drawing the attention of her roommates. "Shuyu, where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Suwon inquired curiously. Hishuyu, holding snacks she had purchased earlier, explained, "The supermarket nearby didn't have what I wanted, so I thought I'd take a stroll, but I ended up wandering a bit far." Suwon furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. "Something feels off. Shuyu, you look too happy. It doesn't seem like you went out just for snacks. Have you secretly been dating someone?" Ma Xiao, applying her skincare, teased. Hishuyu's face immediately flushed bright red. "Please stop joking." Suwon noticed Hishuyu's embarrassment, and her feeling of unease intensified. At Tian'an Normal University, East District, in the boys' dormitory, Mu Changsheng parked his electric scooter and carried the prepared meal along with a fried chicken leg and a cola upstairs. Standing before room 405, he slightly twitched his lips and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Shi Chumpeng cheerfully exclaimed, "Changsheng, you're back." Before Mu Changsheng could respond, Jiang Ruizhao sarcastically chimed in, "If you hadn't come back, you might have collapsed out there." Shi Chumpeng's expression soured. "Jiang Ruizhao, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Ruizhao snickered and turned back to his phone, dismissively saying, "Just making a joke." Mu Changsheng, uninterested in engaging with Jiang Ruizhao, glanced at Shi Chumpeng, who was still engrossed in playing the game Eternal Return, and chuckled. "What rank are you at?" "Not high, just crash landing," replied Shi Chumpeng with a grin. At that moment, Shi Chumpeng noticed the food in Mu Changsheng's hand and remarked, "You haven't eaten?" Mu Changsheng shook his head and smiled. "I brought you a large chicken leg and a cola." Shi Chumpeng, taken aback, asked, "For me?" Mu Changsheng nodded and placed a meal on Shi Chumpeng's table. Shi Chumpeng gazed at the sumptuous meal, licking his lips. "Changsheng, you're truly my brother. You even knew I hadn't eaten." "I was just thinking of grabbing a bag of fries from the vending machine downstairs." "Then hurry up and eat," urged Mu Changsheng. Shi Chumpeng took a bite of the fried chicken leg and offered it to Mu Changsheng. "Would you like some?" "I've already eaten, no need." Mu Changsheng chuckled as he observed Shi Chumpeng's greasy mouth. "If you buy your girlfriend a nice meal, she might mock you for treating her poorly. But if you buy for your brother, he might just call you dad." Jiang Ruizhao, lounging on the bed, scoffed. "You were bought off by a piece of fried chicken? Old Peng, aren't you afraid this pauper scavenged it from trash can? Don't eat it. It might upset your stomach." Chapter 14, Dormitory Conflicts. Mu Changsheng's expression darkened immediately as he slowly approached Jiang Ruizhao's bedside. Standing at a height of 1.9 meters, he could directly confront Jiang Ruizhao, who lay on the bed. Grasping the edge of the bed, Mu Changsheng exerted force, causing the entire bed to shake violently, startling Shi Chumpeng and the other 2 roommates. Jiang Ruizhao was equally taken aback, and Mu Changsheng chuckled, "What he chooses to eat is none of your concern." Jiang Ruizhao's face turned sour, and upon realizing Mu Changsheng's intimidating demeanor, he felt a twinge of fear, but stubbornly retorted, "I was merely showing concern for old Peng, worried about certain individuals." Suddenly, Shi Chumpeng interjected, "I can't afford your concern. Even if this truly was scavenged from a trash can, I would still eat it." Jiang Ruizhao's expression immediately soured further. Mu Changsheng fixed his gaze on Jiang Ruizhao, "The master ISNT here, so keep your voice down, dog." Jiang Ruizhao's countenance darkened. "Who are you calling a dog? Did I say anything about you?" Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. Shi Chumpeng burst into laughter. "Exactly, old Jiang, don't take it personally. Changsheng never called you a dog. You all." Mu Changsheng shrugged, looking at Wang Xing and Du Yamming with a smile. "Did you hear me say old Jiang is a pig?" Wang Xing and Du Yamming exchanged awkward glances, not wanting to stir trouble in the dormitory. They often indulged song hounding, maintaining a good relationship. Wang Xing broke the silence. "Old Jiang, Changsheng, it's just a trivial matter. We're all in the same dorm." "Indeed, Just a trivial matter, Du Yaming echoed. Jiang Ruizhao, seeking an escape, coldly snorted, I can't be bothered to argue with you country bumpkins. Mu Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Song Haoning came from a wealthy family, often staying out, rarely seen in the dormitory, while Jiang Ruizhao was undoubtedly a sycophant. After being bullied tonight, he would likely rush to complain to his master tomorrow. In the past, Mu Changsheng had indeed been too indifferent to engage with Jiang Ruizhao, but now he no longer indulged him. At that moment, Shi Chumping caught sight of the latest model of the iPhone 16 in Mu Changsheng's hand, and was instantly taken aback. Old Mu, is that the newest 16? He exclaimed. Wang Xing and Du Yaming, who were nearby, turned their heads to look as well. Wang Xing, of short stature and bespectacled, with a few blemishes on his face, adjusted his glasses and remarked, Isn't that? Huh? No way, Old Mu. Have you struck it rich? That phone's top configuration must cost at least 10,000, right? Shi Chunpong gazed in astonishment at the device in Mu Changsheng's hand. Continuing to fiddle with the phone, Shi Chunpong furrowed his brow and said, It's too large. The feel isn't quite right. Old Mu, for the price. You could have chosen something else. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. I've used my previous phone for many years, having earned some money. It's only natural to upgrade to a more sophisticated model. I'm not particularly fond of the standard version. Shi Chunpong laughed softly. So you just look down on it then? On the bed, Jiang Ruizhao's face turned pale as he gazed at his standard version 15, still the 128 gigabytes model, feeling as though they were speaking directly about him. Furious, Jiang Ruizhao tossed his phone onto the bedside. Well, your phone is already sluggish. It's good that you're changing it. Life is short, and youth lasts but a few years. If you don't experience it now, when will you? Shi Chunpong returned the phone to Mu Changsheng in support. Mu Changsheng washed his feet briefly and then lay down on the bed. Just as he settled in, a message came through from Hishuyu. Hishuyu, are you asleep? Mu Changsheng, I've just laid down. Before I could even drift into dreams, a beautiful lady messages me. Hishuyu, shy. By the way, what is your major? Mu Changsheng, elementary education. Hishuyu, elementary education? You're quite the academic achiever. Mu Changsheng, I can't claim that title. I merely performed exceptionally. Hishuyu, then what was your score on the college entrance exam? Mu Changsheng, not high, 582. Hishuyu, wow, 582? That's almost 600. And you say that S not high? You're being too modest. Hishuyu, by the way, how did you meet Suwen? Mu Changsheng, her boyfriend is in the same dorm as me. Hishuyu, blinks. Oh, you mean Song Haoning? I'm not fond of him. He has such an arrogant fatso. I really don't understand what Suwen sees in him. Noticing Hishuyu's question, Mu Changsheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It was obvious she was attracted to his wealth. It seemed this young princess had been raised far too well at home. After chatting a bit more with Hishuyu, Mu Changsheng prepared to sleep, feeling quite weary after a long day. At that moment, Jiang Ruizhao was messaging Song Haoning, embellishing his misfortunes as he typed out his grievances. Soon after, he received a reply from Song Haoning. What is the big deal about a 16? You've drained your parents dry just to show off. Truly a devoted son. Don't worry, this Saturday, I'm hosting a social gathering with Sue in S dormitory. There will be plenty of opportunities to humiliate him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruizhao's face brightened, and he typed back, No problem. Make sure to bring Xiaolan along. Absolutely, Brother Song. Meanwhile, in an apartment near Tian'an Normal University, Song Haoning casually tossed his phone onto the bed. Brother Song, who sent you that message? Inquired a woman adorned with heavy makeup, her beauty merely average, as she nestled against his chest alluringly. Glancing at the woman in his arms, Song Haoning smiled faintly. Xiaolan, it's better not to meddle in men's affairs. The woman shot him a playful glare, pouting slightly. Brother Song, you promised to buy me that lipstick, yet it's been several days. Are you just stringing me along? Song Haoning chuckled lightly. How could I possibly lead you on? Once you make me comfortable, I'll transfer the money immediately. Chapter 15. The Invitation to Gather. The following morning, a Saturday, was perfect for a long slumber. Just as he was sinking into a deep sleep, the door was flung open with a loud bang. And in strode Song Haoning. Shi Chunpong, who was lying on the bed engrossed in his phone, frowned. You are making such a racket. They are still asleep. What time is it? How can you still be sleeping? Song Haoning pointed at the sun outside. It's already past 11. Who isn't he woken up yet? Jiang Ruizhao scoffed. Wang Xing and Du Yashuan rubbed their eyes, but remained silent, sitting up. However, Mu Changsheng expressed his displeasure. Your father is still asleep. Jiang Ruizhao's expression darkened. Mu Changsheng, Who do you think you're calling father? Song Haoning regarded Mu Changsheng coldly. Mu Changsheng, is this your personal dormitory? Old Jiang hasn't scolded you. What are you implying? Literally, what is it to you? Mu Changsheng retorted, sitting up with a cold gaze directed at Song Haoning. Unhurriedly, Mu Changsheng dressed and stepped down from the bed. He adjusted his pants and looked down at Song Haoning. Are you unhappy? Song Haoning, taken aback by Mu Changsheng's towering height and muscular build, instinctively took a step back. When did this guy grow so tall? Mu Changsheng turned to Jiang Ruizhao. Do you have a problem? Jiang Ruizhao felt a jolt at Mu Changsheng's indifferent stare, realizing that if a fight broke out, he would be at a disadvantage. With a stern expression, Jiang Ruizhao was about to speak when Mu Changsheng shut the door and leaned against it. If you have an issue, let us discuss it. Seeing Mu Changsheng's fierce demeanor, Shi Chunpeng hastily donned his clothes and stood beside him, fearing intimidation. Jiang Ruizhao felt a twinge of apprehension. With Mu Changsheng's strength, he could easily overpower them. At that moment, Wang Xing awkwardly chuckled. Let us not argue. We all share this dormitory. No need for hostility so early in the morning. A chill flickered in Song Haoning's eyes as he coldly remarked, some individuals simply do not understand the importance of harmonious dormitory relations. Today, I intend to host a gathering with Su Wen's dormitory at the restaurant on the street next door. I'm treating. Who among you wishes to join? Upon hearing about the gathering, Wang Xing and Du Yashuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The two of them are single and naturally desire to change their status. They are well aware of Su Wen's beauty, which is undeniable. Wang Xing, holding his phone, exclaimed in surprise, Old Song, you're quite generous. Du Yexuan Ishuid. I'm in too. Upon witnessing this, Song Haoning smiled slightly, saying, if you both go, I shall certainly arrange for Su Wen to introduce you to suitable partners. Wang Xing and Du Yashuan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Jiang Ruizhao descended from the bed and remarked, Song Ge remains as generous as ever. Unlike some people who are rather petty. Song Haoning turned to Mu Changsheng and Shi Chunpeng, asking, are you two planning to join us? Shi Chunpeng glanced at Mu Changsheng, believing that if Mu Changsheng were to attend, he would as well. Mu Changsheng picked up a basin and replied, not interested. Song Haoning's expression cooled. This gathering was specifically organized for him, and he could not allow Mu Changsheng to decline. Casting a glance at Wang Xing, who immediately grasped the implication, he awkwardly smiled. Old Mu, such a rare opportunity for a gathering. Your relationship with Old Jiang has been somewhat strained. This is the perfect chance for you to converse and clear up any misunderstandings. Du Yashuan chimed in, indeed, Old Mu, don't be a party pooper. We all share the same dormitory. Seated on a chair, Song Haoning nodded, we may have had some misunderstandings in the past. I organized this gathering with the genuine intention of easing our relations. After all, we are all in the same dormitory, and maintaining distance is not beneficial. Mu Changsheng's eyes flickered. He perceived this as a potential trap. He was curious to see what schemes this young man was concocting. Raising his hand, he patted Song Haoning's shoulder, smiling, very well, we do indeed have some matters to resolve. Song Haoning felt a weight on his shoulder as he gazed at Mu Changsheng, whose smile seemed cheerful, yet concealed shadows in his eyes. Let's see if I don't outplay you tonight. All right then, this evening at 8 o'clock, in room 7 on the second floor of Tianhomen. No one shall leave until we meet. Turning to Old Jiang, he added, let us go. We'll grab some lunch first. Song Haoning glanced at Jiang Ruizhao, who nodded, casting a sidelong look at Mu Changsheng, smirking internally, and then followed Song Haoning out. Shi Chunpeng observed their departing figures and hesitantly asked, are you truly going? Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. Those two are practically yearning for my presence. They might as well be begging on their knees. Since they wish for my attendance so fervently, I shall see what unfolds. Upon hearing this, Shi Chunpeng noted Mu Changsheng's confidence. I fear that attending might lead to a humiliating experience. When did those two become so amiable? They must be trying to play us. Mu Changsheng merely smiled, remaining silent. In the afternoon, Mu Changsheng continued his food delivery service, for earning money was paramount. However, today's deliveries left him feeling slightly uneasy. At the east gate of Tian'an Normal University, Mu Changsheng arrived with 2 cups of iced sweet tea. Observing the name on the delivery order, he involuntarily grimaced, Miss Kong. Could this world be so small? Hello, is this our delivery? A familiar voice called from behind, causing Mu Changsheng to stiffen in surprise. Mu Changsheng slowly turned around, only to behold a stunning beauty standing beneath the shade of a grand tree. The woman stood approximately 168 meters tall, her figure impeccably proportioned. Her flowing hair cascaded down her back, framing a fair visage adorned with exquisite features, a quintessential beauty. This was his ex-girlfriend. If she no longer held affection, she could easily move on. Mu Changsheng would not mistake her. It was indeed his former lover, Kong Yun. Upon catching sight of Mu Changsheng's face, Kong Yun paused momentarily, taken aback by the handsome delivery man. Yet, why did he seem so familiar? Mu Changsheng, with a subtle smile, inquired, Miss Kong, is that you? Kong Yun responded with a soft smile, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Indeed, it is I. As she accepted the delivery, she added, I apologize for my earlier distraction. You bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine. Oh, Mu Changsheng was taken aback. She did not recognize him. Kong Yun continued with a light smile. He isn't as tall as you, but he does share a resemblance. Nodding, Mu Changsheng mounted his electric bike and departed. Kong Yun watched his receding figure, murmuring to herself, it couldn't possibly be him. Although there were differences in height, demeanor, and facial structure, the possibilities seemed implausible. Yin Yun, over here. Chapter 16, Tianhong Gate. Kong Yun and Mu Changsheng hailed from the same county and had met during their sophomore year of high school. Due to school regulations prohibiting romantic relationships, their mutual affection blossomed discreetly, culminating in a commitment after graduation. Just when Mu Changsheng believed their relationship was destined for a positive trajectory, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As time progressed, people's perspectives inevitably shifted. Kong Yun, having experienced the allure of the bustling metropolis during her sophomore year in college, expressed her desire to part ways with Mu Changsheng. He, understanding the circumstances, did not press the matter, fully aware of his humble origins. How could one, clad in poverty, dare to venture into the realm of opulence? Ding! The delivery has arrived. Valued at 18 yuan, the rewards have doubled. Congratulations to the host for earning 18,000 yuan. Ding! A special reward has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring top-tier combat skills. Mu Changsheng was taken aback. Not only had the rewards multiplied by 1,000, but he had also unlocked superior combat abilities. This cup of milk tea had proven to be fortuitous. Ding! Host, Mu Changsheng. Physique, 50, normal, 10. Attractiveness, handsome. Negative reviews, none. Abilities, god-level driving, unwavering marksmanship, top-tier combat skills, keen eyesight, physique of Xiangyu. Wealth, 76, 350 yuan. Mu Changsheng gazed at his physique, which was 5 times that of an average person. He had become a veritable human tank. Furthermore, his wealth exceeded 70,000. If he continued delivering in the afternoon, he aimed to reach 80,000 and upgrade to a superior electric bike by tomorrow. After all, this rented bike incurred significant monthly costs, and its appearance left much to be desired. Throughout the afternoon, Mu Changsheng tirelessly delivered orders, becoming increasingly proficient, often accepting 2 orders at once if they were along the same route. At 6 in the evening, he could hardly contain his excitement and decided to switch to a white Yachty electric bike. After a brief adjustment period, he found the new bike to be quite satisfactory. Upon completing his final delivery, ding, the delivery has been made, valued at 60 yuan. The rewards have doubled. Congratulations to the host for earning 120 yuan. In the grand establishment of Tianhongmen, Songhouning, I am curious to see what you intend to do. Mu Changsheng turned his scooter around, shed his delivery attire, and sought out a suitable outfit in a nearby clothing store, spending over 200. After a brief grooming, he rode his electric bike towards Tianhongmen. As Mu Changsheng arrived, he gradually halted his vehicle, gazing upon the resplendent Tianhongmen, which appeared opulent yet, to a student like him, was merely an object of admiration. Dismounting from his scooter, he smirked slightly, pondering the absurdity of pretentiousness. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he strode into Tianhongmen, where a soft-spoken server greeted him. Welcome. Is it just you, sir? Shaking his head, Mu Changsheng replied, There's a private room. The server paused momentarily before smiling. Ah, sir, you must be a friend of young Master Song. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that this fellow had ascended to the status of young master with merely a BMW 5 Series to his name. Following the server, Mu Changsheng soon reached the private room reserved by Song Houning. As he entered, he found the space already filled with guests. Young Master Song, your friend has arrived, announced a voice. The jovial Song Houning, upon spotting Mu Changsheng at the entrance, experienced a fleeting shadow in his eyes, but quickly stood up, exclaiming, Changsheng, you're here. The others noticed Mu Changsheng as well. Su Wen frowned upon seeing him. He is quite handsome, remarked one of Su Wen's roommates, Yang Ming, her eyes suddenly sparkling. This comment darkened Song Haoning's expression. He was irked by Mu Changsheng's appearance. Why should a country bumpkin possess such good looks? Is this the person you intend to target? Gui Xiaolan inquired, furrowing her brow. Jiang Rui Zhao, with a sullen face, nodded. Xiaolan, this guy is truly infuriating. Ignoring Jiang Rui Zhao, Gui Xiaolan rubbed her legs and encouraged, come. Gome, seat. Song Haoning beckoned, smiling. At this juncture, Shi Chumpong frowned, realizing there were no available seats at the table. Changsheng, why aren't you sitting? Song Haoning asked, puzzled. Suddenly, Song Haoning's expression shifted. He slapped his forehead and feigned embarrassment, saying, oh dear, my memory fails me. I forgot that old Jiang was also bringing his girlfriend. So I arranged for 12 seats. Changsheng, my apologies. My memory is quite poor. Mu Changsheng regarded the smile on Song Haoning's face with a cold gaze. But no matter. I'll have the server arrange another seat for you. Song Haoning continued, patting his chest confidently. Look how well Song Ge treats you, even arranging a special seat. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Jiang Rui Zhao chimed in cheerfully. At that moment, he Shu Yu, who had been quietly looking down, suddenly spoke. Wenwen, what does this mean? She directed her attention towards Su Wen. Su Wen's face turned awkward, for he Shu Yu harbored feelings for Mu Changsheng, and Su Wen was well aware of this. Shu Yu, perhaps it's Haoning's doing. However, he Shu Yu disregarded Su Wen's explanation and continued. Since this is a dormitory gathering, how many people did you invite? Are you not aware? Is it amusing to deliberately impose pressure on others? If today it were the case that each of you present was the last to arrive, would the situation remain unchanged? He Shu Yu's eyes were filled with discontent directed at Song Haoning. The moment He Shu Yu voiced her thoughts, several of Su Wen's roommates subtly nodded in agreement. Witnessing this scene, Song Haoning's expression darkened. Her gaze fixed upon Su Wen as if to say, what is happening here? Soon, Song Haoning instructed the waiter to bring in an additional seat. Come, sit here, she said to Mu Changsheng. Mu Changsheng glanced at Shi Chumpong, giving him a nod. Subsequently, Mu Changsheng sat down next to He Shu Yu, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Wasn't Song Haoning merely digging her own grave? With a sullen expression, Song Haoning typed a message to Su Wen. Did you not inform them of my relationship with Mu Changsheng? Su Wen picked up her phone and replied, I did. Then what was that all about? Su Wen's expression shifted slightly as she typed back. She is different from others. Her family possesses some wealth. Upon hearing this, Song Haoning gritted her teeth. Then why didn't your roommate speak up for me? Su Wen furrowed her brow. Did you not say that as long as they remained silent, it would suffice? Song Haoning's lips twitched in frustration. Chapter 17. If you make way, I shall proceed. After the brief interlude, Mu Changsheng settled next to He Shu Yu and Su Wen. Although Song Haoning felt displeased, she realized she must temper her words. Continuing would only lead her to further self-sabotage. Wang Xing, perceptive as ever, cheerfully remarked, just now old Song was a bit careless. Changsheng, don't take it to heart. We are all from the same dorm. Old Song certainly meant no harm. Come, let us drink a toast. Seeing Wang Xing's tact, Song Haoning silently approved, raising her glass and taking a sip. This action eased Song Haoning's spirits considerably, and she pulled out the menu, saying, everyone, feel free to order whatever you desire. Su Wen chimed in, today Haoning is treating, so don't hold back. Then we shall not be polite, remarked a bespectacled woman with a smile. Song Haoning replied grandly, order whatever you wish. Unlike some, I need not ponder over a simple cup of milk tea. He Shu Yu frowned, ready to speak, but Mu Changsheng gently pressed down on her small hand, giving her a look that seemed to convey, leave the rest to me. He Shu Yu felt her heart flutter at Mu Changsheng's confident gaze. I would like a portion of bell pepper stir-fried beef, she stated. Then I shall have a coconut chicken, came another response. Song Haoning slightly nodded. These dishes were not expensive, and a meal would at most cost her 1,000 or 2,000, a mere trifle for her. Before long, the menu was placed before Song Haoning, who without a glance said, bring me a serving of braised abalone and another of braised lion's head. Du Yeming, upon seeing the price of these two dishes, was momentarily taken aback. Old Song, these two are rather costly, aren't they? They amount to over 500. It's just a trifling sum. I'm treating today, so order freely. The braised lion's head is a signature dish of this establishment. I've had it over a dozen times. Song Haoning chuckled lightly. Du Yaming opened his mouth. Over a dozen times at 268 each. That would total several thousand, wouldn't it? Jiang Ruizhao smiled gently and remarked, Brother Song often comes here to dine. Song Haoqing leaned back in his chair, chuckling, I have yet to taste the braised abalone at Tianhomen. Though I have dined at Zuanyu restaurant, the flavors were quite delightful. Zuanyu restaurant, renowned as one of the premier establishments in Tianjin City, surely commands a hefty price for a meal, does it not? Wang Xing inquired, slightly taken aback. Not really. Song Haoqing waved his hand dismissively. I went with a few friends, and we spent several tens of thousands. Several tens of thousands. The group momentarily stood in astonishment. The thought of spending such an amount on a single meal was beyond their imagination. At that moment, Song Haoqing felt a pang of bittersweetness and tossed the menu in front of Mu Changsheng, smiling lightly. Changsheng, do choose a few dishes as well. I understand you may not have dined at such an upscale restaurant before, but no worries. We are all from the same dormitory. Today, I am treating, so feel free to order whatever you like. Mu Changsheng gazed at the menu, picked up a pen, and pretended to be surprised as his eyes landed on the extravagant dishes priced in the thousands. Is it really that expensive? He feigned. Jiang Ruizhao scoffed lightly. Brother Song has asked you to order, so do so. Song Haoqing looked at Mu Changsheng with a hint of disdain, chuckling, Oh Changsheng, try not to tremble. Such restaurants may only come your way once in a lifetime. But fret not. If you wish to return in the future, just let me know, and I will certainly take you again. With a slight smile, Mu Changsheng propped his head on his hand and replied, Since Haoqing is so enthusiastic, I shall order a few. Without hesitation, he marked off garlic sot, edged Shanghai greens, ice cream beef sandwiches, and iron plate crab, among others. After placing his order, Mu Changsheng handed the menu to a nearby waiter. That will be all. The waiter glanced at the menu, slightly taken aback, and approached Song Haoqing, saying, Sir, are you certain about these choices? Song Haoqing, uninterested in the details, replied coolly, Just order what they have chosen. The waiter nodded and said, Please wait a moment. Mu Changsheng smiled subtly. Resting his chin in his hands, he looked at Song Haoqing. Old Song, I never imagined you could be so extravagant. I must have been blind before. Song Haoqing was momentarily surprised by Mu Changsheng's unexpected compliance, feeling a sense of satisfaction within, thinking to himself, Ah, so you are finally listening. Shi Chumpeng also appeared puzzled, wondering what had come over old Mu. Changsheng, from now on, stay closely behind me. Perhaps after graduation, I can secure you a position to support your family. Jiang Ruizhao laughed. Indeed, being in Brother Song's company will surely bring you some benefits. Mu Changxing chuckled, hoping that when the time for payment arrived, they would still be as jovial. Wang Xing and Du Yaming, being social butterflies, quickly engaged in lively conversations with Su Wen's roommates. Meanwhile, Shi Chunpeng, feeling socially anxious, remained relatively quiet. Tomukhang's surprise, a demure. Unassuming girl from Su Wen's dormitory proactively struck up a conversation with Shi Chunpeng. Meanwhile, Mu Changsheng exchanged pleasantries with Yishuyu. Seeing Yishuyu and Mu Changsheng conversing merrily, Song Haoqing felt a surge of displeasure. He had not anticipated such a striking beauty to be among Su Wen's dormitory. With a slight lick of his lips, he contemplated how to obtain her contact information. As she spoke, Song Haoqing placed her hand on Guo Xiaolan's thigh. Guo Xiaolan's face flushed crimson, casting an embarrassed glance at Song Haoqing. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruizhao remained completely oblivious to the exchange. Mu Changsheng, with his extraordinary senses, perceptively noted Guo Xiaolan's subtle shift in demeanor. Frowning slightly, he pondered whether the relationship between the two was indeed unusual. Employing his extraordinary vision, he scrutinized Guo Xiaolan's profile. Name, Guo Xiaolan. Appearance, 73. Age, 21. Character, pure-hearted. Guo Netin, Su Shan, Wan Ming, Lin Yiu, Sheng Haoning. Additional notes. Accompanied for sleep, but not for her boyfriend. Mu Changxing nearly choked on his red wine upon reading Guo Xiaolan's information. Jiang Ruizhao, observing Mu Changxing, teased. Such an expensive wine. I know you haven't had the chance to taste it, but there's no need to treat it so delicately. Mu Changsheng regarded Jiang Ruizhao with an odd expression, incredulous that after such a lengthy conversation, this woman had not yet succumbed to Jiang Ruizhao's charms. Was she truly a complete fool? His own girlfriend was nearly being swept away by another, and he remained utterly unaware. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. Old Jiang, I genuinely hadn't realized you had a penchant for hats. Chapter 18, Bankruptcy. Jiang Ruizhao found himself somewhat perplexed by Mu Changsheng's words, but at that moment, the waiter approached with platters of food. Wang Xing gazed upon the dishes, having never seen such a feast. Wow, this grand dining hall is truly exceptional. Just look at how appetizing this looks. Du Yaming exclaimed in delight at the sight of ice cream, served alongside fatty beef. Observing their naivety, Song Haoning felt a surge of disdain and declared, "Everyone, feel free to indulge today. All expenses are on Song Ge. You may eat to your heart's content." Jiang Ruizhao grandiosely commented, leaving one to wonder if he was the one footing the bill. Song Haoning shot a glance at Mu Changsheng, saying, "You should eat heartily today. Changsheng, with your habit of ordering takeout, a proper meal is essential to avoid malnutrition." Mu Changsheng smiled at Song Haoning. "Thank you for your concern." Without hesitation, he seized his chopsticks and began to devour the delectable dishes before him. Witnessing this, Song Haoning's eyes glinted with a cold smirk. A country bumpkin was still a country bumpkin. The others swiftly joined in, and soon, Mu Changsheng and Shi Chunpeng were engrossed in their meal, silent as they feasted. Song Haoning, elegantly sipping her red wine, mocked, "Changsheng, I realize you hail from the countryside and Haven Tea had the pleasure of such fine dining. No need to rush. No one is competing with you. If it's not enough, I can ask the waiter to bring you more." Jiang Ruizhao chimed in, "Indeed, Changsheng, this meal could cover your living expenses for 2 or 3 months. With such a rare opportunity, you should savor every bite. After all, delivering takeout is quite a laborious task." Beside them, Su Wen felt a twinge of discomfort as she observed Mu Changsheng, who seemed entirely unfazed. What was it that allowed him to remain so composed? In less than half an hour, Mu Changsheng wiped the corners of his mouth, glanced at his phone, and stood up with a smile, stating, "I have a delivery to make, so I shall not continue eating." Song Haoning immediately expressed interest. "Delivering at such an hour? Changsheng, you truly are dedicated." Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. "After such a hearty meal, one must also digest." Jiang Ruizhao teased, "Do be cautious. Many delivery couriers have met unfortunate fates recently. A few coins for a delivery, but life is precious." A fleeting shadow crossed Mu Changsheng's eyes before he smiled softly. "Heh." Song Haoning straightened up, cheerfully saying, "Since you wish to deliver, go ahead. After all, it is your job, and earning money is no easy task." "Indeed, Changsheng, isn't your newly acquired phone still on installment? If so, you must work harder to pay it off. Otherwise, that would be problematic," Jiang Ruizhao interjected sarcastically. "Olhat, Lao Ziang. That is not fair. We share a dormitory. If Changsheng asks, borrowing a little should be manageable," Song Haoning chided Jiang Ruizhao. Their banter continued, while Wang Xing and Du Yaming remained silent, feeling the weight of the ridicule. Shi Chunpeng expressed some concern. After all, He Shuyu was quite agitated. Yet Mu Changsheng remained composed and unperturbed. "Yes, since we're in the same dorm, borrowing is possible," he laughed. "I must take my leave now." With a wave, Mu Changsheng exited the private room. Upon seeing him leave, Song Haoning chuckled. "Changsheng is truly dedicated, staying out all night to earn a few coins." Jiang Ruizhao sighed. Indeed, after finally earning some money, he immediately splurged on a phone. "Lao Jiang, that's not quite right. Changsheng's old phone was sluggish, so what's wrong with upgrading?" Song Haoning asserted. "A phone can last over 20 years. Can yours?" Seemingly struck by a thought, Song Haoning shouted, "Changsheng, could you order me a bottle of red wine? Make sure it's not something undrinkable." Outside the private room, Mu Changsheng smiled at the waiter, saying, "Please bring us a bottle of Ch. Margot." The waiter paused momentarily before responding, "Please hold on." Mu Changsheng glanced back at the private room with a cold smile. "I hope you can cover the bill for this meal." After Mu Changsheng left, the waiter promptly entered with a bottle of wine, uncorking it and pouring a glass for each person. Wang Xing took a sip and his eyes lit up. What a fine wine. He immediately praised Song Haoning. "Song Ge, you are truly generous." Song Haoning was momentarily taken aback, observing the wine brand in the waiter's hands, which he had never seen before. Likely a low-tier wine costing 200 to 300. Naturally, for someone like Mu Changsheng, that amount would be considered substantial. The female student from Su Wen's dormitory began to giggle. "Su Wen, you truly have found yourself a good boyfriend." Su Wen smiled. "Haoning is like this on a daily basis." "You have indeed encountered a wonderful partner," they responded. Jiang Ruizhao echoed. "Brother Song has always been generous. It was merely that some individuals were overly petty before. Fortunately, Brother Song possesses a broad mind and organized this gathering." Song Haoning's face instantly radiated with joy as he replied, "You flatter me, truly." Amidst the flurry of compliments, Song Haoning noticed Su Wenye standing tall and resolute. and he decided to maintain the pretense, calling out loudly, "Waiter, the bill, please." The waiter approached Song Haoning with a smile and softly stated, "Young Master Song, your total expenditure today amounts to 67,432. If you round down, you may settle with 67,400 yuan." Upon hearing this amount, Song Haoning was momentarily taken aback. 67,400 yuan. Wang Xing and Du Yaming were equally shocked. Over 60,000 for a single meal? The other ladies also gasped slightly. What an extravagant sum for a meal. Jiang Ruizhao had not anticipated Song Haoning's generosity either and laughed. "See, Brother Song treated us to over 60,000 for this meal. To him, this is but a trifling expense." The waiter cheerfully inquired, "Young Master Song, will you be paying by scan or card?" At that moment, Song Haoning's back was drenched in sweat. Over 60,000? How could he possibly afford such an amount when he only had a little over 30,000 to his name? He swallowed hard, glancing at the empty plates strewn across the table, furrowing his brow in disbelief. How could this meal be worth over 60,000? He looked up, frowning, and questioned, how could these dishes possibly cost over 60,000? Chapter 19, Financial Ruin. The waiter maintained a professional smile and replied, "Young Master Song, the dishes you ordered are all signature items from our establishment. Here is the receipt. Please take a look." As Song Haoning took the receipt from the waiter, his complexion drained of color. The first dish alone cost 3,888 yuan. To his astonishment, he had ordered 5 portions of these several thousand yuan dishes. What left him even more flabbergasted was that he had ordered a bottle of red wine worth 30,000 yuan. When he added up the other various expenses, the total truly reached over 60,000. Looking at the waiter, Song Haoning said gravely, "I did not order this red wine." The waiter continued to smile. "Wasn't he this red wine, ordered by your friend on your behalf?" Song Haoning's face froze as he recalled that when Mu Chongqing was leaving, he had called out. However, he had never imagined that this rustic fellow would order a 30,000 yuan bottle of wine. The most crucial point was that he had barely sipped it. Moreover, he hadn't even tasted the dishes spread across the table. Su Wen looked at Song Haoning with a hint of confusion and asked, "Why aren't you paying?" At this moment, Song Haoning's face was pale. Where could he possibly find 70,000 yuan? He pulled out his phone, checking the balances on his 2 cards, which together amounted to just over 30,000. He was far from the 67,000 required. "Young Master Song, please settle the bill," the waiter reminded him with a smile. Song Haoning, now drenched in sweat, awkwardly stood up. "Please wait a moment while I make a phone call." Su Wen looked at him in confusion, while Jiang Ruizhao felt a jolt in his heart, realizing that a meal costing over 70,000 yuan was indeed staggering, even though Song Haoning's family was affluent. After all, when Song Haoning was accepted into university, his father gifted him a BMW 5 Series. However, Jiang Ruizhao was acutely aware that Song Haoning's monthly allowance barely exceeded 5,000. Furthermore, Song's expenditures were quite extravagant. Even with a living expense of around 10,000, he could hardly keep any money in his hands. It was dire. If Song Haoning could not secure a loan, the cost would have to be divided among 12 individuals, leaving each with a burden of several thousand. The very thought rendered Jiang Ruizhao's complexion pale. Their monthly living allowance was only 1,500, with some barely scraping by. This level of expenditure was simply untenable for them. Fortunately, Song Haoning quickly concluded his phone call and, with a hint of hesitation, handed over the money. The server, witnessing this, smiled slightly and declared, "All done." Song Haoning's lips turned pale as he realized he had borrowed over 30,000 from a friend, totaling 67,000 for the meal. Although this amount was not substantial for him, he genuinely struggled to save money. The crux of the matter lay in his exorbitant spending habits. Every outing with Gui Xiaolan necessitated purchasing fine items, not to mention the presence of Su Wen. Today's dinner had truly left him financially devastated. "Brother Song, what a lavish treat. 70,000 for a meal." Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Ruizhao immediately began to extol him. Wang Xing and Du Yaming exchanged glances, noting Song Haoning's unusual pallor, prompting Wang Xing to inquire, "Brother Song, what's the matter? You look quite pale." Song Haoning, feeling out of sorts, clenched his fists tightly, forcing a strained smile. "Nothing at all." At that moment, Song Haoning's mind seethed with thoughts of torturing Mu Chongqing 1,000 times over. That damned scoundrel dared to swindle me. After the gathering concluded, everyone hailed cabs to leave the Tiananmen parking lot. Inside a sleek black BMW 5 Series, Su Wen, touching up her makeup, casually remarked, "You are quite generous, treating us to a 70,000 meal while I've been waiting for that Gucci bag you promised. Song Haoning gripped the steering wheel tightly, his tone dark. Can't you see I've been fleeced? Suwen frowned. Fleeced? Wasn't it you who allowed them to order for themselves? Song Haoning faltered, his expression darkening. That scoundrel Mu Changsheng ordered a $3,000 bottle of wine. Suwen raised an eyebrow. Oh, that wine? It's quite nice, isn't it? Didn't you tell him to order something good? Song Haoning's mouth twitched in frustration. I did tell him to order something good, but I never specified the best. A country bumpkin. How dare he order a wine worth over 30,000? By the way, when will you buy me that Gucci bag? I've been waiting for several weeks. Suwen cast a discontented glance at Song Haoning. His expression turned icy, and in a moment of pent-up frustration, he snapped, bye. All you think about is buying. Do you really need that bag? Suwen, startled by Song Haoning's outburst, quickly regained her composure, her expression icy as frost. Well, it was you who mentioned it initially. Now it's become my problem. It seems you're no different from other men, merely spinning grand tales. She unbuckled her seatbelt, gathered her things, and with a resounding thud, exited the BMW. The thunderous sound of the car door jolted Song Haoning back to consciousness. Frustrated, he slammed his hands on the steering wheel and muttered a curse. After a brief moment, he hurriedly grabbed his phone to message Suwen. Meanwhile, Mu Changsheng was leisurely delivering takeout, oblivious to the dismal expression on Song Haoning's face, which, without a doubt, must have been quite the spectacle. Suddenly, Mu Changsheng spotted a woman ahead, elegantly clad in high heels. The familiar attire prompted a frown of recognition. Isn't that Suwen? What a small world this is. At that moment, Suwen stood by the roadside, her lovely face clouded with displeasure as she viewed the barrage of messages from Song Haoning, too indifferent to respond. What irked her further was the prolonged wait for a taxi, which she found utterly exasperating. Isn't that our stunning beauty? Mu Changsheng remarked as he came to a stop before Suwen, offering a slight smile. Upon noticing him, Suwen's expression momentarily froze before her gaze fell on the sleek, white electric scooter he rode, which she found quite appealing. Curiously, she inquired, Have you gotten a new scooter? Mu Changsheng nodded. I earned a little extra money and decided to upgrade. By the way, what brings you here? Shouldn't you have returned to school by now? Suwen's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I had a little matter to attend to, so I came back alone. Oh, Mu Changsheng replied, glancing at his phone. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Well, I should be on my way. The school is about to close. Suwen's face fell as she checked her phone and realized the time. Naturally, she had no intention of searching for Song Haoning at that moment, yet she found herself frustrated by the inability to hail a cab. Feeling a bit awkward, she stepped forward, her cheeks tinged with pink. Wait. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What for? Then he noticed a phone in her hand, and a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. It's no surprise you can't get a cab. That road is severely congested. Do you want me to give you a ride home? Suwen felt a surge of embarrassment at Mu Changsheng's candid offer. My scooter isn't like a four-wheeler. It offers no shelter from the wind. Perhaps you should wait a bit longer. Chapter 20. A Room for Two. Suwen bit her lip. Contemplating the implications of waiting any longer, she would undoubtedly miss her opportunity to return. Observing her flustered demeanor, Mu Changsheng's eyes twinkled with amusement. I don't mind, Suwen replied, her cheeks still flushed. Feigning surprise, Mu Changsheng teased. What if Haoning misunderstands? He might think we are conspiring behind his back. Oh, that is not possible. He won't see us, Suwen insisted, her urgency evident as she blushed. Just don't mention it to him, and he won't know. Mu Changsheng smiled gently. All right then, hop on. Feeling bashful, Suwen climbed aboard, and Mu Changsheng suddenly warned, the speed is quite brisk, so hold on tight. Embarrassed, Suwen grasped the hem of Mu Changsheng's shirt. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he accelerated away. Upon encountering a speed bump, Mu Changsheng abruptly engaged the handbrake, causing Suwen to lean forward and press against his back. In her fluster, Suwen clung tightly to Mu Changsheng's waist. My apologies, there was a speed bump, and it was too dark to see, Mu Changsheng said with an apologetic tone. Suwen blushed, and on this sweltering summer day, both of them were dressed quite lightly, particularly Mu Changsheng, who wore only a t-shirt. As Suwen wrapped her arms around Mu Changsheng's waist, she could distinctly feel the contours of his physique. Such a prominent bulge must be his abdominal muscles. They felt incredibly firm. How could this fellow possess such an impressive physique? Before long, they arrived at the eastern gate of Tian'an Normal University, only to find it regrettably closed. Mu Changxing glanced at the locked gates and remarked, "What now?" "It's locked." Xu checked her phone and noticed it was already past 11. "Oh dear, what should we do?" she said, her urgency evident. Mu Changxing looked at the gate and cheerfully replied, "You can get down." Xu was taken aback. "What are you planning to do?" Mu Changxing shrugged nonchalantly. "Climb over the wall, of course." "Climb over the wall?" Xu was momentarily stunned. "But what about me?" she asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Mu Changxing wore a look of indifference. "How should I know? If you're not going to sleep, I still need to." With that, he dismounted the vehicle, preparing to park. Panic surged within Xu. How could she, as a girl, possibly climb over a wall? In her desperation, she grasped Mu Changxing's sleeve. "What are you doing?" he asked, frowning. Xu turned her head slightly, speaking softly. "You need to think of a way to get me in as well." Mu Changxing raised an eyebrow. "We are not particularly close. We barely know each other. Besides, I'm not the principal. How can I get you in? Climbing over the wall is my only option." "Let go." Xu shook her head. "I won't let go. You must take me with you." Almost incredulous, Mu Changxing stared at her. "You're not my girlfriend. Don't you have a boyfriend? Go find him." Xu frowned. At this hour, he would surely be at a hotel. Once at a hotel, wouldn't that imply? She hadn't bought her new bag yet, and couldn't afford that. She shook her head in refusal. Mu Changxing, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. "So what do you propose? I drag you while you climb in?" Xu glanced down at her fitted skirt. "How can you drag me like that?" Mu Changxing looked down at her exposed thighs. His lips twitching. "This won't work, and that won't work either. What on earth should we do?" "I'm utterly bewildered." Xu gazed at him with a hint of grievance. "Is it such a burden to help a stunning beauty like me?" Mu Changxing unhesitatingly nodded. "In the dead of night, while I could be sleeping, I am helping you return home without charging you for the ride, saving you some expenses, and now I must also assist you in climbing over a wall. If I'm not the one feeling aggrieved, who is?" Xu was momentarily at a loss for words. With a huff, she insisted, "Regardless, it's not happening." Mu Changxing's eyes flickered as he turned the electric bike around. "Get on." Xu was puzzled. "What now?" "We're going to get a room," Mu Changxing stated abruptly. Xu was taken aback. "Get a room?" Mu Changxing nodded. "You don't want to climb in, do you? Now, this is the only option left." Su Wen hesitita, realizing that he might be right. Nervously, she climbed onto the electric bike, and Mu Changxing took her to the Shanting Hotel once more. As he parked the bike, Xu looked at the towering building before them, her expression shifting. "What are you planning to do now?" Mu Changxing furrowed his brow and remarked, "You wish to book a room here?" Su Wen, pointing at the Shanting Hotel, responded uncertainly. Ignoring her, Mu Changxing strode inside, frustrated by his indifference. Su Wen stamped her feet in anger, exclaiming, "Just wait and see how you embarrass yourself." "Hey, Mu Changxing, the cost here is over 1,000 for one night. We could still back out." Su Wen spoke ugenti. Mu Changxing paid her no mind and, upon entering, spotted Dong Jing at the front desk. He paused, surprised by this serendipitous encounter. Dong Jing, upon seeing him, was momentarily taken aback, thinking he appeared even more handsome than before. Her gaze then shifted to Su Wen, and a hint of melancholy crossed her eyes. Dong Jing smiled gently at Mu Changxing. "Mr. Mu, it has been a while." Su Wen blinked in astonishment. "You two actually know each other?" "A luxurious suite," Mu Changxing replied nonchalantly. Dong Jing chuckled softly. "Mr. Mu, it's the same room as last time." She handed him a room card with a smile. Mu Changxing accepted the card, retrieved Dong Jing's contact information, and transferred the payment. "The money has been sent." He glanced back at Su Wen and said, "Let us go." Su Wen, somewhat dazed, thought, he is really staying in a luxurious suite. As Dong Jing watched Mu Changxing's retreating figure, she prepared to process the payment, but was momentarily stunned by the notification on her phone. "Come to my room later," it read, causing her cheeks to flush. Two women? This was rather unexpected. Su Wen, still grappling with the surrealism of the situation, reflected on Mu Changxing's recent acquisitions, a newly purchased top-tier car, an electric vehicle, and now a luxurious suite. Was this truly the impoverished Mu Changxing she once knew? She gazed at his profile, noting how he had grown even more handsome over time. Chapter 21. Su Wen in shock. Mu Changxing expertly led Su Wen into the lavish suite. As she surveyed the opulence surrounding her, words momentarily eluded her. Settling comfortably, Mu Changxing observed Su Wen's astonished expression with a hint of amusement. "Close the door," he instructed. Su Wen hesitated, then complied, still in disbelief, as she surveyed the luxurious room. "How much does it cost for a night here?" She inquired. Just a few thousand, Mu Changxing replied casually. A few thousand? Su Wen gazed at him, incredulous, struggling to reconcile this with the image of the impoverished Mu Changxing she once knew. Have you struck it rich? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she pressed on. Mu Changxing narrowed his eyes slightly, just experiencing life. Su Wen's lips twitched, pondering whether he might be a hidden wealthy heir. Could it be that his relationship with Kong Yun was merely a test? Disinterested in Su Wen's speculations, Mu Changxing rose. I'm going to take a shower. You'll sleep on the sofa tonight. I'll take the bed. Su Wen's dissatisfaction was palpable. Noticing the shift in her expression, Mu Changxing raised an eyebrow. We are not related. My willingness to accommodate you is already quite generous. Alternatively, you could transfer the money to me, and I'll take the sofa while you enjoy the bed. At this, Su Wen's face flushed with embarrassment. She certainly did not possess such funds. Mu Changxing chuckled lightly. Oh, come now, you think I can't outsmart you? Su Wen gazed at the figure of Mu Changxing bathing, her expression shifting constantly. This was utterly unbelievable. A destitute youth transformed into a scion of a wealthy family? Moreover, in terms of looks, Mu Changxing was undeniably a handsome man. Now, with wealth to boot, he epitomized the archetype of a tall, rich, and handsome individual. Su Wen instinctively began to compare him with Song Haoning, whose family was somewhat affluent. Yet Mu Changxing was certainly no less, effortlessly residing in a luxurious apartment. Not only that, but in terms of appearance, the disparity was indeed monumental. It seemed he was still single. As Su Wen observed Mu Changxing, her gaze became entangled in complexity. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Startled, Su Wen paused for a moment, but upon discerning that it was the service, she rose to open the door. Upon seeing Dong Jing outside, Su Wen was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? Dong Jing appraised Su Wen, noting her decent looks, albeit with a slight deficiency in bosom. With a soft smile, she replied, Mr. Mu sent for me. Su Wen furrowed her brow, questioning if Mu Changxing had indeed called for her. Watching as Dong Jing entered uninvited, her expression shifted to one of unease. Could it be that these two had some sort of connection? In a brief moment, Mu Changxing emerged draped in a towel, his chest exposed, presenting a perfect physique to the eyes of Su Wen and Dong Jing. Dong Jing's face flushed instantly. His form was simply too exquisite. Even Su Wen couldn't help but feel a stirring within her. She was aware of Mu Changxing's impressive physique, yet she had not anticipated it to be this remarkable. The definition was striking, the contours evident. Mu Changxing stood there quietly, the upper garment fitting his body just right, perfectly outlining his striking 8-pack abs. Each abdominal muscle resembled meticulously placed bricks, organized in a harmonious array across his abdomen. The edges of each muscle were, as if sculpted by a knife, sharply defined. When Mu Changxing gently rotated his body, the muscles rippled in response, their lines becoming even more pronounced under the light. Noticing the smile on Dong Jing's face, he requested, could you give me a massage? Dong Jing was momentarily taken aback, hesitating. A massage? Mu Changxing nodded. Is that a problem? Feeling a bit flustered, she had anticipated something more thrilling, only to find it was merely a request for a massage. Of course I can do that. Mu Changxing narrowed his eyes slightly and lay down on the bed as Dong Jing approached. Su Wen stood awkwardly in place, feeling increasingly out of sync with him. At Tiannan Normal University, in the dormitory, Song Haoning wore a sullen expression as he awaited Mu Changxing's return. Yet, as midnight approached, there was still no sign of him. With a frown, he turned to Shi Chunpeng, who was engrossed in his phone. Why hasn't that guy returned yet? Shi Chunpeng frowned. How would I know? Perhaps he is still delivering food. Why are you waiting for Changxing? Shi Chunpeng squinted, inquiring. Song Haoning's expression darkened. What business did he have with him? The guy owed him thousands. If not him, then who else would he confront? I just have a minor matter to discuss with him. Song Haoning replied stiffly. Growing frustrated, he pulled out his phone, lit a cigarette, and noticed Su Wen had yet to respond to him, which only heightened his irritation. Damn, not even a reply. Jiang Ruizhao perceived Song Haoning's predicament and chuckled, Brother Song. Fret not. Some women, if you leave them to their own devices for a couple of days, will soon realize they cannot do without you. Song Haoning raised an eyebrow, finding merit in Jiang Ruizhao's words, for he typically bore the expenses for Su Wen. Unbeknownst to him, Su Wen was currently absent from the dormitory. At the Shanting Hotel, Dong Jing's touch was rather soothing. After the massage, Mu Changxing transferred 1,000 yuan to Dong Jing as remuneration for her services. However, Dong Jing appeared somewhat disappointed. While 1,000 yuan was a considerable sum, she evidently sought more. Mu Changsheng was not averse to Dong Jing, but with Su Wen present. Inviting Dong Jing for a massage was merely a means to provoke Su Wen's jealousy. After all, compared to Dong Jing, Mu Changsheng's interest in Su Wen was far greater, considering she was Song Haoning's girlfriend. Su Wen sat motionless on the sofa, while Mu Changsheng reclined on the bed, smiling and saying, "You had a quarrel with Song Haoning, didn't you?" Su Wen frowned and turned her head, replying no. Propping his head with one hand, Mu Changsheng looked at Su Wen with a grin and inquired, "By the way, Su Wen, we've known each other for quite some time. Why do you like wearing hats?" Su Wen found herself perplexed by Mu Changsheng's question, responding, "What do you mean?" Mu Changsheng laughed and said, "Are you not aware of the relationship between Guxiaolan and Song Haoning?" Su Wen's expression shifted abruptly. "What are you implying?" Mu Changsheng shrugged. "I thought you already knew." Chapter 22. One Must Eat. Su Wen's face darkened. "What exactly do you want to say?" Mu Changsheng stood up, opened a bottle of red wine, poured himself a glass, and then offered one to Su Wen, saying, "Miss Su, do you trust my one-sided words?" Su Wen's expression grew strange as she pushed away the glass of red wine in Mu Changsheng's hand, stating, "I don't drink. Don't think you can get me drunk." Mu Changsheng was indifferent, setting the wine aside and taking a small sip. "Your boyfriend's relationship with Guxiaolan is rather unusual." Su Wen's face paled. "How do you know that?" Mu Changsheng chuckled. "Song Haoning never stays in the dormitory. How would I know who he sleeps with every night?" Su Wen was taken aback. "He doesn't stay in the dormitory?" Noticing Su Wen's reaction, Mu Changsheng smirked. "Does he tell you every day that he sleeps in the dormitory?" "Miss Su, it seems that hat of yours has been worn for quite some time." Su Wen's expression darkened. Indeed, Song Haoning had always claimed he stayed in the dormitory. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Su Wen asked in a low voice, "How do you know?" Mu Changsheng chuckled softly. "Just a guess. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Furthermore, your relationship with Song Haoning is merely a transaction." Su Wen furrowed her brow. "What are you trying to say?" Mu Changsheng slowly approached Su Wen, looking down at her, and gently grasped her delicate chin. Su Wen trembled at the contact, gazing into Mu Changsheng's handsome face as her heart began to race. "What are you doing? Open your mouth." Mu Changsheng's fingertips grazed Su Wen's red lips, and to her own surprise, she obediently parted her lips. Mu Changsheng then began to pour the red wine from his glass into Su Wen's mouth. Su Wen's complexion paled, discomfort washing over her. Yet Mu Changsheng gently released her chin. "Collaborate with me. What he can offer you, I can match, perhaps even surpass." Su Wen trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "What do you take me for?" Mu Changsheng silently poured a glass, stating 3,000. Su Wen's expression darkened. 5,000, 8,000, 100,000. Su Wen's heart fluttered. 100,000 was sufficient to acquire 3 such handbags. Moreover, in terms of attractiveness, Mu Changsheng far surpassed Song Haoning by a significant margin. He handed Su Wen a glass of red wine with a light chuckle. 100,000 can procure something even finer. You need not feign affection for a face so unappealing. Gazing at the wine before her and into Mu Changsheng's profound eyes, Su Wen slowly raised her hand. "Surely, I am worth more than 100,000. Be obedient. It could multiply tenfold, or even 100, he murmured, leaning closer and breathing softly against her. Su Wen's cheeks flushed as she accepted the wine, lowering her gaze. "That's what you said." Mu Changsheng smiled faintly, downing the wine in one gulp before abruptly lifting Su Wen into his arms. "Ah!" she exclaimed, startled, and then a hint of fear creeping into her voice. "But I haven't finished my drink. I'll feed you later." Hearing his magnetic voice, Su Wen's face turned crimson. "Be gentle." The following day, at 11:26 a.m., Su Wen's phone rang incessantly, disturbing Mu Changsheng's slumber. Irritated, he seized her phone and commanded, "Answer it." Su Wen, equally unable to sleep, glanced at the screen to see a call from Song Haoning and contemplated shutting it off. She was utterly exhausted from the previous night. Her body felt as if it might fall apart. He was too powerful. Yet Mu Changsheng halted her, insisting, "Answer." Taken aback by his commanding gaze, Su Wen reluctantly accepted the call. As soon as she connected, Song Haoning's furious voice erupted. "Su Wen, what are you doing? Skipping class and ignoring my messages?" Before she could respond, Su Wen gasped. On the other end, Song Haoning's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Su Wen, what are you up to?" "I just twisted my ankle," she replied. Song Haoning hesitated. "Where are you? I'll come pick you up and take you to eat." "No need. My roommate brought me food." "What is wrong?" Your voice sounds strange. Song Haoning sensed something was off. Before Su Wen could speak, Song Haoning began to apologize. Wen, I was also caught off guard by that guy, Mu Changsheng, last night. I lost my temper out of frustration, but I truly care for you. How about we go out for dinner tonight? I am short on cash at the moment, but in a few days, I will take you shopping for that handbag. What do you think? All right, I have something to attend to. I'll hang up now. Beep, beep. Song Haoning's face darkened as the call ended. Meanwhile, Su Wen cast a resentful glance at Mu Changsheng. What are you doing? Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. Aren't you mine? Su Wen's face flushed crimson, shooting him glare. It hurts, and our time in this room has expired. I extended it for an extra day last night. Su Wen's face flushed slightly. That won't do. I have classes in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Mu Changsheng's lips curled into a hint of melancholy. Ah, you have classes in the afternoon? I was planning to take you shopping for a handbag. Su Wen's expression momentarily froze at his words, and she quickly replied, I can have my roommate sign in for me. A faint smile graced Mu Changsheng's lips. Never mind. Let us rise and attend our classes. Su Wen promptly embraced Mu Changsheng. Looking at him with a pitiful expression, Please, I just want to be with you. Don't you care? Su Wen paused. Her eyes filled with a sense of grievance as she added, This is my first time. As she spoke, Su Wen pointed to the faint stains on the bedsheet. You don't even feel sorry for me. Observing this, Mu Changsheng stretched lazily. You should go take a shower first. We will have a meal together afterward. Su Wen's expression brightened. Okay. Just as she intended to rise, her brows furrowed. Mu Changsheng chuckled heartily upon noticing. Let's wash up together. Su Wen's cheeks flushed as she shot him a glare. This is all your fault. Chapter 23. The big order. Mu Changsheng took Su Wen for a simple meal of durian pizza and then transferred 10,000 yuan to her. To Mu Changsheng, this amount was not particularly significant, nor was it an extravagant expenditure. Bestowing a hat upon Song Haoning was indeed worthwhile. After all, he had treated him so well, and Mu Changsheng could not bear to see him catch a cold. A hat would provide him warmth. The afternoon consisted of public classes that were not mandatory, and after notifying Shi Chunpeng, Mu Changsheng embarked on his delivery journey for the day. What he did not anticipate was that the first order of the afternoon would be a substantial one. Exiting the Apple store with an iPhone in hand, Mu Changsheng rubbed his nose. What luck today to encounter such a rare order. However, it needed to be delivered within a fixed time frame, and with only 30 minutes remaining, he had to hasten his pace. The destination he was quite familiar with was Tianjin Normal University. A few minutes later, Mu Changsheng arrived at the East Gate and pulled out his phone to make a call. Hello, is this user 5034? Yes. The rather frosty voice caught Mu Changsheng off guard, but he did not dwell on it. Your phone has arrived. I am at the East Gate. Will you come to collect it? Okay, I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Mu Changsheng glanced at the phone in his hand and chuckled softly. This order guarantees at least 6,000 yuan. Waiting a bit longer is no issue. In the summer, the university students at the entrance were dressed quite lightly, their fair thighs swaying alluringly. Soon, a stunning beauty caught Mu Changsheng's eye. The woman's chestnut curls were elegantly pinned up, with a few playful strands cascading down her cheeks, enhancing her allure. Her forehead was smooth and rounded, resembling a flawless gemstone. Her eyebrows were long and thick, with slightly arched tips that conveyed a sharpness yet retained elegance. Her lips were adorned with a subtle shade of lipstick, vibrant yet understated. Mu Changsheng felt a peculiar sensation. When did Tianjin Normal University come to possess such an exquisite beauty? Her look surpassed even Su Wen and He Shuyu. What left Mu Changsheng in a daze was the fact that this enchanting woman was walking towards him. Upon noticing Mu Changsheng's visage, Su Junia's elongated phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Seemingly taken aback by his appearance, she smiled and said, This is mine. Realizing it was the beauty's delivery, Mu Changsheng still guided her through the process. For the phone was far from an ordinary delivery. After confirming the details, he added, If any issues arise later, feel free to contact me. Su Junya glanced at the pristine phone box, nodded, and without further ado, turned to leave. Mu Changsheng observed her departing figure, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This woman had inexplicably stirred a warmth in his lower abdomen. Ding! Delivery completed. Value: 12,999 yuan. Reward doubled. Congratulations to the host for receiving 129,990 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a special reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly voice. Ding! Host: Mu Changsheng. Constitution: 50, normal, 10. Attractiveness, handsome, abilities, godlike driving, unerring marksmanship, top-tier martial arts, discerning vision, heavenly voice. Wealth, approximately 200,000. Gunfin, Su Wen, tenfold. Mu Changsheng immediately cast aside thoughts of the beauty, realizing he had just earned 130,000 yuan from this order, and even triggered a special reward. The heavenly voice. He murmured, distinctly aware that his voice had become considerably more melodious. Well, this was essential for charming the ladies. Shrugging, Mu Changsheng prepared to continue with his next delivery. Meanwhile, Suwen was returning from Tianshan Square, carrying a brand-new Gucci bag worth 10,000 yuan. Upon stepping out of the taxi, she recalled what Mu Changsheng had mentioned. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Opening her phone, she discovered a flurry of messages from Song Haoning. Having already spent over 10,000 yuan that day, she decided to find someone for dinner. Ignoring the barrage of messages from Song Haoning, she sent a simple text. "I'm at the South Gate, come pick me up." At that moment, Song Haoning had just finished a call with Guo Xiaolan, preparing to spend a romantic evening with her. Upon receiving Su Wen's message, his face brightened, and he immediately forgot about Guo Xiaolan, turning his car around towards the South Gate. At the South Gate, Song Haoning's BMW 5 Series was quite a sight. Su Wen settled into the passenger seat. Noticing her indifferent expression, Song Haoning quickly leaned in with a smile. "Wen, are you no longer upset?" Su Wen shot a glance at Song Haoning, then noticed his phone beside him. With a cold snort, she replied, "Humph, I have a delivery over there. If you fetch it for me, perhaps I'll be in a better mood." Song Haoning was taken aback. "Just a delivery? And so close by?" He promptly responded, "Send me the delivery code, and I'll go get it for you." "No need, it's 4322. Hurry there and back." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Haoning exited the car to retrieve the package. Su Wen observed Song Haoning alight from the vehicle and promptly seized the phone beside her. Having previously witnessed Song Haoning inputting the password, Su Wen swiftly unlocked the device. She immediately accessed the messages and was greeted by a series of texts from Guo Xiaolan. "Brother Song, are you still not here?" Accompanying the messages were several provocative images. A cold smile crept across Su Wen's lips, her eyes glinting with derision. Without hesitation, she captured a few photographs with the phone. Just as she was about to close the device, she inadvertently opened the album and by instinct swiped, revealing a hidden album. To her astonishment, she stumbled upon a video featuring Song Haoning and Guo Xiaolan. Su Wen glanced at it, only to be overcome with nausea. She recorded the brief yet captivating segment, relieved that it lasted merely a few seconds. The disparity between men was astounding. Su Wen set the phone down, propping her head on her hand, reflecting on Mu Changsheng, both starting their journeys that very night. How could this be completed in under a minute? Chapter 24, Yin and Yang. Mu Changsheng had now developed a fondness for delivering takeout. With each order, he reaped considerable rewards. In just one afternoon, he earned over 10,000. At 8:19 p.m., Mu Changsheng decided to refrain from further deliveries that evening, opting instead for a well-deserved rest. At the east gate of Tiannan Normal University, he parked his vehicle and prepared to head back. After responding to a series of messages from He Shu Yu, he noticed a video sent by Su Wen. Curiosity piqued, he opened it and was met with riveting moments featuring Guo Xiaolan and Song Haoning. The corners of Mu Changsheng's mouth twitched. "What a sensational piece," he mused. "Jiang Rui Zhao, you have certainly chosen a remarkable girlfriend." Raising his gaze, he spotted a girl in black stockings standing nearby, her appearance fairly pleasing. He recognized her as the protagonist of the video. Guo Xiaolan, sensing his gaze, turned her head, her expression tinged with embarrassment, yet she waved and smiled. "Hello." Mu Changsheng pressed his lips together and approached her. "You must be Xiaolan, right? What brings you here at this hour? Are you waiting for Jiang Rui Zhao?" Guo Xiaolan's eyes flickered evasively. Yes. Oh, Mu Changsheng elongated his tone, chuckling. "Jiang Rui Zhao is truly fortunate to have found such a wonderful girlfriend." Guo Xiaolan's expression shifted slightly, but fortunately, Mu Changsheng did not linger. Waving as he said, "I must be on my way. You continue waiting." "All right." Guo Xiaolan watched as he departed, finally exhaling in relief. Soon, a BMW 5 Series halted in front of her, and Song Haoning lowered the window. "Get in." Guo Xiaolan cast a somewhat resentful glance at him. "Do you know how long I've been waiting?" Song Haoning shrugged helplessly. "Su Wen suddenly messaged me. There was nothing I could do. I just dropped her off and came to get you." Upon hearing Su Wen's name, a flicker of jealousy crossed Guo Xiaolan's eyes. and she huffed. You must take me to eat something delicious. Song Hao Ning chuckled inwardly, thinking it was merely a meal. No problem. Guo Xiaolan opened the car door and settled inside, adjusting her makeup. I just saw Mu Changsheng, she remarked. Song Hao Ning paused slightly, his expression darkening. Did you speak with him? Guo Xiaolan nodded. After all, he's your roommate. I merely exchanged a greeting. Such a handsome man, but unfortunately, he's a pauper. Before Guo Xiaolan could finish her thought, she caught the cold glint in Song Hao Ning's eyes and quickly revised her words. Of course, in terms of handsomeness, he cannot compare to our Song Ge. Upon hearing this, Song Hao Ning's demeanor improved slightly. As the BMW 5 Series slowly drove away, Mu Changsheng emerged from behind a wall, smiling at the video on his phone. How amusing, he mused. In the boys' dormitory, room 405, Mu Changsheng pushed the door open. Upon entering, Shi Chumpeng looked up in surprise. Olmu, why are you back so early today? Mu Changsheng smiled. Just taking a break today. After all, there are main classes tomorrow. At that moment, Jiang Ruizhao unexpectedly interjected. I think you might have overindulged. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly, leaning against the edge of the bed. Jiang Ruizhao, I was just about to mention that I saw your girlfriend outside. Jiang Ruizhao's expression immediately stiffened as he sat up. Mu Changsheng, what do you mean by that? I mean, I simply saw your girlfriend. Mu Changsheng shrugged. Jiang Ruizhao glared at his phone, where a message read, I'm in the dorm. Frowning, he chose to trust his girlfriend and coldly remarked, Mu Changsheng, I advise you to mind your own business and keep your distance from my girlfriend. She is not someone you can covet. Mu Changsheng twitched his lips at Jiang Ruizhao's protective attitude, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Guo Xiaolan's looks were hardly worth a second glance for him. Yet he feigned ignorance, saying, I have no ulterior motives. Your girlfriend simply greeted me. Impossible. A loser like you could never warrant her attention. Don't try to sow discord between me and Xiaolan. She is currently in the dorm. How could she possibly encounter you outside? Jiang Ruizhao warned icily. Wang Xing, Du Yaxuan, and Shi Chunpeng seemed to have caught wind of the gossip, each absorbed in their phones, listening more intently than anyone else. Perhaps I misread the situation. I even took a picture just now. Mu Changsheng feigned helplessness. Shaking his head, Jiang Ruizhao, though skeptical, picked up his phone to message his girlfriend, Baby, where are you? The reply came swiftly. I'm in the dorm. Applying a facial mask. Accompanying the message was a photo that appeared to have been pre-prepared. At that moment, Guo Xiaolan was enjoying a candlelit dinner with Song Hao Ning. Having long forgotten about Mu Changsheng, Jiang Ruizhao furrowed his brow, grappling with doubt. Lately, he sensed that Xiaolan's affections for him had waned. He turned to Mu Changsheng, his voice low. Let me see. Mu Changsheng, with a fleeting smile, produced his phone for Jiang Ruizhao to view. Upon seeing the image, Jiang Ruizhao was momentarily taken aback, as the video captured on Mu Changsheng's phone was remarkably clear. The woman in the video, though her face is somewhat obscured, bears a striking resemblance to Guo Xiaolan. Furthermore, the car appears remarkably familiar, resembling Song Hao Ning's BMW 5 Series. At this moment, Jiang Ruizhao gazes at Mu Changsheng with a weighty expression. Did you truly see her face clearly? Mu Changsheng chuckles inwardly and shrugs helplessly. Perhaps I mistook her. It was merely a fleeting encounter. Jiang Ruizhao's countenance darkens, yet in the dormitory, he cannot possibly acknowledge the video. Gritting his teeth, he states, Mu Changsheng, you are mistaken. This is not Xiaolan. Mu Changsheng nods. I believe I may have erred. After all, this is a BMW 5 Series. Shi Chunpeng, witnessing this, offers a wry smile. Old Mu, you can misidentify a person. Mu Changsheng sends the video to Shi Chunpeng, accompanied by the text. Do you think I could be mistaken? Upon hearing his phone ring, Shi Chunpeng glances at the screen, and his expression instantly turns peculiar. This must be Guo Xiaolan. How is this car so similar to Song Hao Ning's? Chapter 25, Doubt. For some, this night is naturally one of insomnia. Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, they tend to proliferate endlessly. Jiang Ruizhao spends the entire night messaging Guo Xiaolan. At first, she responds a few times, but eventually, the conversation ends with a simple good night. No matter how Jiang Ruizhao attempts to engage, Guo Xiaolan seems to have vanished. This only intensifies Jiang Ruizhao's suspicions. For Mu Changsheng, however, this is a source of amusement. He sleeps soundly that night. The following morning, around 9 o'clock, Mu Changsheng rises from his bed, only to find that Jiang Ruizhao has long since left the dormitory. A faint smile crosses his lips, quite astute. Jiang Ruizhao, indeed clever. heads directly to Guo Xiaolan's dormitory to wait. But instead of Guo Xiaolan, he encounters her roommate. This, however, proves beneficial for Jiang Ruizhao. He merely seeks to ascertain whether Guo Xiaolan had indeed spent the night in the dormitory. Jiang Ruizhao promptly intercepts Guo Xiaolan's roommate, whom he recognizes, a petite girl, around 5 feet tall, wearing glasses and sporting short hair. Jia Yi wait. Zhang Jiayi, upon hearing her name called, turns slightly startled, and upon seeing Jiang Ruizhao, her brow furrows. You are Xiaolan's boyfriend? Jiang Ruizhao offers a slight smile, though his expression conveys urgency. Jia Yi, is Xiaolan in the dormitory? I've been trying to call her, but I can't get through. Zhang Jiayi appears momentarily taken aback, responding with uncertainty. She isn't here. She wasn't in the dormitory at all last night. At this, Jiang Ruizhao's body stiffens. She wasn't in the dormitory? Does that mean Guo Xiaolan has been deceiving him? Is what Mu Changxing said true? Guo Xiaolan got into a BMW? Jiang Ruizhao can scarcely bear to contemplate further. Zhang Jiayi, curious, inquires. Didn't she mention going home? Huh, going home? Jiang Ruizhao is momentarily bewildered. Yes, she told us she was going home, saying her aunt was coming to pick her up. Zhang Jiayi explains. Jiang Ruizhao's brow furrows even deeper. Going home? Why didn't she inform him? Have you had a quarrel with Xiaolan? I noticed that she seems quite fond of you. Allow me to share a secret. She is even knitting a scarf for you in the dormitory. Zhang Jiayi offered a slight smile. Jiang Ruizhao was taken aback. Knitting a scarf for herself? The memory of Guo Xiaolan mentioning a gift for her not long ago resurfaced. Realizing this, Jiang Ruizhao felt a pang of remorse. Perhaps Xiaolan was dealing with something urgent at home, and here she was unjustly doubting her. Jiang Ruizhao, you're truly unkind. Yet, why has Xiaolan not responded to her messages? It would be courteous for her to inform her of any matters at hand. At that moment, Zhang Jiayi suddenly paused. Isn't that Xiaolan? Jiang Ruizhao's body tensed, and upon looking up, she saw Guo Xiaolan approaching. Xiaolan was equally startled. She had not anticipated encountering Jiang Ruizhao at the dormitory entrance. The memory of last night, when Jiang Ruizhao had inquired about her whereabouts, flooded back. Seeing her roommate Zhang Jiayi nearby made Guo Xiaolan extremely anxious. Did Jiang Ruizhao now know that she had not been in the dormitory the previous night? This was a disaster. Zhang Jiayi curiously asked Xiaolan, have you returned from your aunt's house? Guo Xiaolan froze. Her aunt? She had no aunt. This was merely an excuse for her late return. Fortunately, she had concocted a story before leaving. Quickly, Guo Xiaolan tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. Yes, my aunt just brought me back. I have classes today, so I couldn't afford to miss them. Right? Ruizhao, what brings you here? She feigned surprise as she gazed at Jiang Ruizhao. With curiosity, Jiang Ruizhao stepped closer and noticed the red mark on Xiaolan's neck. What is that red mark on your neck? She inquired, frowning. Guo Xiaolan's eyes widened in shock as she touched her nose. It was a strawberry mark from song hounding. Damn it. Guo Xiaolan awkwardly laughed. There were mosquitoes in my aunt's house last night. It must have been a mosquito bite. Then why didn't you reply to my messages last night? If you were at your aunt's, why deceive me about being in the dormitory? Guo Xiaolan furrowed her brow, glancing at Zhang Jiayi before feigning innocence. I didn't want to worry you. I thought that I could avoid creating any distance between us because of my aunt's matters. Jiang Ruizhao frowned. What exactly happened? Zhang Jiayi, being astute, decided to excuse herself. You two continue your conversation. I'll head off to eat. Guo Xiaolan smiled and then stepped forward, taking Jiang Ruizhao's hand and leaning in closer, causing Jiang Ruizhao to feel a surge of vulnerability. After all, Guo Xiaolan had a captivating figure and was dressed quite alluringly. However, Jiang Ruizhao was puzzled. The girl in that video had been wearing black stockings, but Xiaolan was not wearing any today. Could it be that the girl in the video was not Xiaolan? But before she could ponder further, Guo Xiaolan sweetly implored Ruizhao, please don't be upset. Last night, my aunt had a quarrel with my uncle, and I was asked to help take care of the children. I didn't intend to distract you by not replying to your messages. I swear, I will never lie to you again. Guo Xiaolan pouted, her expression feigning distress. Jiang Ruizhao furrowed his brow and inquired, so, did you wear this outfit to your aunt's house last night? Guo Xiaolan glanced down at her attire, realizing it was indeed not suitable for a visit to relatives. She shot Jiang Ruizhao a glare and scoffed, isn't it all for you? Jiang Ruizhao paused in surprise. For me? Yes, I dressed like this with the intention of going out with you. So I thought we'd try it on last night. It felt quite good. Gui Xiaolan replied shyly. Jiang Ruizhao, upon learning it was for him, snorted, if you do that again next time. Oh, I promise to inform you in advance about anything next time, all right? Don't be angry. Come here, she said, playfully leaning in for a kiss. Chapter 26. A Chance Encounter. Mu Changsheng finished his morning routine, picked up his books, and prepared to attend class. The two had agreed that Shi Chunpeng would secure a spot while Mu Changsheng would fetch breakfast. After purchasing 2 meat sandwiches, Mu Changsheng headed towards Ziqiang building. The classroom was in room 305, and Mu Changsheng hurried upstairs, aware that the English teacher was particularly diligent about taking attendance. Generally, one wouldn't dare skip class. As he reached a corner, he collided with a girl, resulting in a loud crash. Mu Changsheng, possessing a robust physique, inadvertently knocked the girl to the ground. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he quickly helped her gather her scattered notebooks. Once he had collected them, he awkwardly asked, "Are you all right?" However, upon seeing the girl's face clearly, he was momentarily taken aback. It was the beautiful girl from the phone store. Su Junya, feeling somewhat helpless, was startled by the sound of Mu Changsheng's voice, which she found surprisingly pleasant. When she looked up and saw Mu Changsheng, she was momentarily stunned. "It's you?" Mu Changsheng chuckled awkwardly. What a coincidence to meet again. Su Junya straightened her skirt as she stood up and took the notebooks from him. With a frown, she asked, "Are you also a student at Tiannan Normal University?" Mu Changsheng nodded. Delivering food is just a side job. Su Junya pressed her lips together, slightly taken aback. Checking the time, Mu Changsheng smiled. "I'm sorry, but I have a class to attend, so I must be off." With that, he entered room 305. Seeing him walk into the classroom, Su Junya couldn't help but smile faintly. Inside, Mu Changsheng noticed Shi Chunpeng waving at him, only to feel exasperated as he saw Shi Chunpeng sitting beside Lin Qinning. Mu Changsheng greeted Lin Qinning with a smile. "Hello." Lin Qinning's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, "Hi. Come, Changsheng, sit here," she invited. Shi Chunpeng, showing good awareness, stood up to allow Mu Changsheng to sit next to Lin Qinning. Feeling somewhat resigned, Mu Changsheng handed one of his meat sandwiches to Shi Chunpeng. "Did you skip breakfast?" Lin Qinning quietly asked. "I just woke up and haven't eaten yet." Mu Changsheng replied with a smile. "Oh, right, your lunchbox is still with me. I forgot to bring it today," he added. Mu Changsheng paused before continuing. "No worries, you can return it to me whenever." Lin Qinning, blushing, responded, "That's fine." Song Haoning observed Mu Changsheng seated alongside Lin Qinning and coldly remarked, "What a bunch of unsophisticated country bumpkins." Jiang Ruizhao cast a glance at Mu Changsheng, his expression flickering with unspoken thoughts. Curiously, he inquired, "Song, did you dine with Sister Su last night?" Without a moment's hesitation, Song Haoning replied, "Yes. She called me to invite me for dinner." Jiang Ruizhao nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further questioning. At that moment, the sound of heels echoed as a striking woman entered and ascended the podium. Upon her arrival, nearly all eyes in the room were drawn to her extraordinary beauty. Mu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, for this was the very woman he had collided with moments earlier. In the sunlight streaming through the windows, Su Junya, clad in a black dress, perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. As she stepped onto the stage, the crisp sounds of her high heels resonated against the floor. Su Junya's hair, as dark as ink, was elegantly styled into an updo, revealing her long, fair neck, reminiscent of a graceful swan. A few stray strands of hair softly framed her face, adding a touch of casual, languid beauty. Standing on the podium, she slightly lifted her chin, her gaze akin to deep, cold stars, scanning every corner of the classroom. The calm and aloofness reflected in her eyes, her lips pressed together with a slight upward curve. She greeted, "Hello, everyone. Due to Teacher Huang's illness, I will be your English instructor this semester. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Junya, but you may call me Teacher Su." As soon as Su Junya finished speaking, a few eager students shouted, "Teacher, do you have a boyfriend?" The question echoed the curiosity of the entire class. Su Junya smiled, pressing her lips together, and replied, "Which student posed that question?" "Teacher, it was him," came the chorus of voices, pointing out the brave soul responsible. Su Junya's beautiful eyes landed on a confident young man, over 1.7 meters tall, with a middle parting in his hair. "What is your name?" she inquired. The young man, clearly pleased, responded, "Teacher, my name is Du Kaifeng." Su Junya glanced at the attendance sheet, locating Du Kaifeng's student number. "From today onward, you will be responsible for the attendance activities in class. Absences do not count. But if anyone falsely reports their attendance, I will hold you accountable. What do you think? She said with a smile. Du Kaifeng was momentarily stund. Accountable to me? He thought. You have already missed 3 classes. If you miss 2 more, you will have to retake this semester, Su Junya stated nonchalantly. Du Kaifeng's face darkened, realizing this meant he could no longer skip classes. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he said, Teacher, isn't that a bit unfair? Su Junya replied with a smile. I am the teacher, and you are the student. There is no inherent fairness between us. Moreover, I am looking out for your best interests. We are all children of ordinary families. I noticed you wear a ring. If you do not strive for success, what will happen when you enter society and your girlfriend runs off with a wealthy heir? Song Hao gazed intently at Su Junya's visage, feeling an overwhelming heat surge through him. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, truly the embodiment of a dream lover. Even Su when paled in comparison to Su Junya's allure. Old Mu, this new teacher is extraordinarily stunning, Shi Chumpeng remarked, swallowing hard. Mu Changxing nodded in agreement, acknowledging Su Junya's beauty. Lin Qinink, witnessing Mu Changxing's affirmation, felt a shadow of despondency cross her eyes as she looked at Su Junya on the stage, a flicker of inferiority rising within her. In comparison to Su Junya, Lin Qinink felt akin to Cinderella standing beside Snow White. Su Junya scanned the classroom, her gaze lingering momentarily on Mu Changsheng before swiftly returning. Since there are no further questions, let us commence the lesson. In Chapter 27, an unexpected visitor. During Su Junya's class, every student was wholly engrossed, not so much in the lesson as in the sight of her. After all, appreciating beauty is indeed a pleasure. Song Hao, please stand and translate this passage. Su Junya instructed, gesturing towards the computer. The desire glimmering in Song Hao's eyes evoked a fleeting disdain in Su Junya. Such lasciviousness at such a tender age was disheartening. Taken aback, Song Hao stared at the text on the large screen, his lips twitching. He had no idea how to translate anything. It was a foreign cooperative program, and naturally, the outcome was subpar. Aside from his native tongue, any other language was a complete enigma to him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, Teacher, I can't do it. Su Junya let out a light laugh and set down the chalk. If you cannot, then what are you so engrossed in looking at the blackboard for? Since you seem so serious, let us start with something simple. How do you pronounce this word? She asked, pointing. Song Hao raised an eyebrow, and some of the brighter students erupted in laughter. His expression darkened, but he steeled himself and replied, People's dreams? The moment the words left his lips, the classroom erupted in laughter. People's dreams, ha ha ha, you made my day. Clearly, he was unable to read the word in front of him. It wasn't that he couldn't see it, but rather that he simply didn't know it. Song Hao's face grew grim, and Jiang Ruizhao, who wasn't much better in his studies, also failed to recognize the word. In college, who still studies? Su Junya said, turning her attention to Mu Changsheng. Come on, you tell him. Old Mu, the teacher is calling you, Shi Chumpeng shouted. Surprised, Mu Changsheng stood up and looked at the English word on the blackboard, momentarily stunned. This teacher certainly knew how to engage. The text seemed to play along with the game. Mu Changsheng glanced at Song Hao again, thinking to himself, a dreamer indeed. Su Junya smiled slightly. Song, have you remembered it? Song Hao's face turned a shade of anger as he glowered at Mu Changsheng, sensing that Su Junya was subtly hinting at something. Jiang Ruizhao whispered, Song, your gaze is rather intense. With a dark expression, Song Hao retorted, what do you mean? That is merely a thirst for talent. Jiang Ruizhao smirked. I think you're merely hoping to discuss the joys of life with a beauty. But in your current state, I can guarantee that without money, Su and Woon Ti even spare you a glance. Old Mu, I suspect that Teacher Su is aware of the discord between you and Song Haoning, specifically choosing to speak to you. I can only imagine that Song Haoning's face has turned quite pale, remarked Shi Chumpeng with a chuckle. Mu Changxing shrugged, responding, who knows? Nothing significant occurred in the interim as they awaited the end of class. When the bell rang, a chorus of greetings filled the air as they departed the classroom in succession. Mu Changxing stretched lazily, handing a book to Shi Chumpeng. Shi Chumpeng paused, asking, are you still delivering takeout? Life demands it. Mu Changxing replied with a resigned smile. But Ning, I must take my leave, he said with a smile towards Lin Qinink. Lin Qinink nodded, though she was slightly taken aback at the thought of Mu Changxing delivering takeout while residing in such luxurious accommodations. Surely, he could not be merely delivering takeout. At that moment, a voice called out, Lin Qinink, what do you mean by this? The unfriendly tone instantly caused Mu Chongqing's brows to furrow. Looking up, he saw a bespectacled young man, fair-skinned and clad in a checkered shirt, approaching. Mu Chongqing vaguely recognized him, recalling his name as Zhou Kuan. Upon seeing Zhou Kuan, Lin Kenning's complexion paled, and she instinctively lowered her head. Zhou Kuan entirely disregarded Mu Chongqing, focusing his attention on Lin Kenning. "Hey, Lin Kenning, I kindly sought out a job opportunity for you, and you just leave me hanging?" Lin Kenning felt a sense of injustice rising within her. She began. "Hey, what kind of job did you find for my girlfriend? I'd like to hear about it." Mu Chongqing interjected, his gaze fixed sharply on Zhou Kuan. Both Zhou Kuan and Lin Kenning were momentarily taken aback. Zhou Kuan turned to Mu Chongqing, unable to discern his expression, and upon raising his gaze, was momentarily stunned. "You're Lin Kenning's boyfriend?" Mu Chongqing looked down at Zhou Kuan. "Brother, is it appropriate to shout at my girlfriend like that?" He patted Zhou Kuan on the shoulder, the weight of his demeanor instilling a sense of fear within Zhou Kuan. Zhou Kuan swallowed hard, glancing at Lin Kenning. "He's your boyfriend?" Lin Kenning, slightly shy, remained silent but nodded slightly. Zhou Kuan's expression darkened as he then addressed Mu Chongqing, warning, "Classmate, I advise you to break up quickly. Her family is not something you can bear." Lin Kenning's face turned pale, while Mu Chongqing raised an eyebrow. "What business is my girlfriend situation of yours?" Zhou Kuan, perceiving Mu Chongqing's lack of respect, snorted coldly. "Don't say I didn't warn you." With that, Zhou Kuan attempted to leave, but Mu Chongqing pulled him back. "Have you forgotten something?" Zhou Kuan's expression soured. "Classmate, what do you mean?" "Nothing much. You raise your voice at my girlfriend without offering an apology, and now you wish to depart?" Mu Chongqing's tone grew stern. She, Chumpong, seated nearby, added, "Indeed, my friend, that seems rather inconsiderate." Zhou Kuan felt a twinge of fear. Mu Chongqing's imposing stature and fierce demeanor intimidated him, causing him to lower his head reluctantly. "I apologize, that was my mistake." Mu Chongqing let out a cold laugh, watching Zhou Kuan retreat in disgrace. "Umph." Lin Kenning gazed at Mu Chongqing's towering figure, a warmth blossoming in her heart. "Thank you." Mu Chongqing turned to Lin Kenning and smiled. "It's nothing, we are friends. You can always come to me with any concerns. Indeed, feel free to approach either Mu or myself for assistance." Shi Chumpong added with a grin. Lin Kenning involuntarily smiled. Yet a pang of sorrow gripped her heart as she lowered her head and murmured, "I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, she dashed out. Shi Chumpong, puzzled, asked, "Old Mu, does she have some troubles at home?" Mu Chongqing shook his head, sensing that it was essential to have a serious conversation with the young lady. Chapter 28, The Truth. Inside Moral Education, Building 207. Mu Chongqing, what audacity, daring to obstruct my romantic pursuits. Lu Tianhao's face darkened. "Did you fail to disclose my name to him?" Lu Tianhao glared at Zhou Kuan, his voice icy. Zhou Kuan quickly nodded. "I mentioned it," but he claimed he didn't recognize it at all. Nearby, Xia Yin, lounging with crossed legs, chuckled. "It appears that even your name holds little weight, Lu Tianhao." Zhou Kuan hastily added, "Brother Hao, I inquired about Mu Chongqing. He has only known Lin Kenning for 2 days. He is certainly not her boyfriend. I suspect he merely seeks to appear important." Lu Tianhao's expression fluctuated as he stood up. "I heard that Song Haoning resides in the same dormitory as him." Xia Yin furrowed his brow. "Song Haoning? Who is that?" Lu Tianhao lit a cigarette, the son of Song Jun. "He was the one who sought gifts from my father when he arrived here." "Oh," Xia Yin nodded. "Kuan, arranged to meet Song Haoning tonight at 8 at Tianhong Gate. I want to see what caliber of person this Mu Chongqing is. Daring to compete for a woman I desire." Lu Tianhao declared furiously. "Understood, Brother Hao," Zhou Kuan replied before departing. Once he left, Xia Yin rose, prompting Lu Tianhao to frown. "Where are you going?" Xia Yin smiled. "The head of the publicity department has requested a meeting with me." Lu Tianhao's expression tightened. "A gold digger." Xia Yin shrugged helplessly. "I have no other merits aside from my financial status." Lu Tianhao grimaced. "Get lost." At that moment, Mu Chongqing was leisurely delivering takeout, blissfully unaware of having offended Lu Tianhao. Even if he had known, it would not have troubled him. As one acts, so shall the heavens observe. Furthermore, Mu Chongqing was not intimidated by anyone at present. Meanwhile, below Ziqiang Building, upon receiving Zhou Kuan's call, Song Haoning's expression soured slightly. But upon learning it was Lu Tianhao, his demeanor brightened. "Is it Brother Hao? Where shall we meet?" "Tonight at 8, at Tianhong Gate." "All right, I shall certainly attend." After hanging up, Song Haoning wore a delighted expression. Beside him, Jiang Ruizhao inquired curiously, Song Gu, whose call was that? He seemed quite pleased. Song Haoning glanced at Jiang Ruizhao and, not wishing to conceal anything, replied with a smile, Lu Tianhao, the son of Secretary Lu. What? Jiang Ruizhao was taken aback, quickly asking, the son of the deputy secretary of the academy? Song Haoning nodded, indeed. Their family wields considerable influence. Lu Tianhao's father is the deputy secretary, and his mother appears to be the head of the music academy, with connections in the education bureau as well. This is indeed a significant connection. As long as one secures this alliance, few would dare to provoke you within the school. Jiang Ruizhao, bewildered by the implications, could not help but inquire. What do they seek you for, then? I am uncertain. I shall find out this evening, replied Song Haoning. Are you coming along? Jiang Ruizhao hesitated, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Am I allowed to? With a scoff, Song Haoning replied, Old Jiang, what is our relationship? By associating with your brother Song, I shall surely savor the benefits, and you will not be deprived of your share. Jiang Ruizhao's expression brightened. Thank you, brother Song, for your support. That evening, at 8 o'clock, they gathered at Tianhongmen in room 7. Come, brother Hao, brother Xia, I raise a toast to you, Song Haoning proclaimed, rising to present his glass with flattery. Lu Tianhao graciously accepted the gesture and drank, while Xia Yan sipped with apparent disinterest. Song Haoning, however, drank heartily, brimming with enthusiasm. Jiang Ruizhao, feeling somewhat out of place, busied himself pouring the drinks. Lu Tianhao pointed at Song Haoning, his gaze intense. Haoning, do you know Mu Changshen? Song Haoning paused, surprised. Mu Changshen? Yes, I know him. We share a dormitory. A dormitory? Lu Tianhao's expression shifted. Casting a glance at Xia Yan, seemingly sensing the underlying tension, Song Haoning quickly added, Brother Hao, my relationship with him is far from cordial. Recently, that rascal swindled me out of several thousand. I could hardly contain my desire to humiliate him. Oh, Lu Tianhao, intrigued by the animosity in Song Haoning's voice, leaned in closer. Song Haoning recounted the incident, embellishing the details about Mu Changshen. Now I understand, Lu Tianhao nodded. Did he also provoke you? Song Haoning blushed slightly as he asked. Ignoring Song Haoning's question, Lu Tianhao continued, What does Mu Changshen's family do? Song Haoning scoffed, What do they do? They are merely country bumpkins, so impoverished they can barely make ends meet, constantly running around delivering takeout. Lu Tianhao nodded in agreement. It aligned with what Zhou Kun had mentioned, suggesting that Song Haoning was not deceiving him. Casting a glance at Xia Yan, who rested his head on his hand, he remarked, Shall we play with him until he breaks? Xia Yan's tone was remarkably casual, as if he held Mu Changshen in little regard. Lu Tianhao chuckled lightly. After a few more rounds of drinks, the group began to disperse. Naturally, the bill was settled by Song Haoning. Around 11 o'clock, Jiang Ruizhao assisted Song Haoning into the car, shaking his head in exasperation at the latter's inebriated state. Just as Jiang Ruizhao prepared to dial Su 1, Song Haoning's phone suddenly rang. Assuming it to be Su when calling, Jiang Ruizhao reached for the phone, but upon seeing the name Gui Xiaolan, his expression shifted dramatically. What could Xiaolan possibly want at this late hour? A tremor of anxiety coursed through him as he shakily answered the call. Brother Song, I've been thinking of you. The familiar voice, laced with a flirtatious tone, caused Jiang Ruizhao's expression to darken. The voice belonged to Gui Xiaolan. Jiang Ruizhao could not be mistaken. The notion of chance lingered in Jiang Ruizhao's mind as he pulled out his phone for comparison, confirming that the results were identical. Staring incredulously at the screen, he gazed at Song Haoning, who lay asleep in the car, his expression tightening with disbelief. How could his girlfriend affectionately refer to his good friend in such a manner? He could understand the term Song Ge, but the thought that someone else longed for him sent Jiang Ruizhao's countenance into a dark abyss. At that moment, he trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 29. The Collapse of Jiang Ruizhao. Song Ge, why are you ignoring me? Gui Xiaolan's sweet, tingling voice echoed once more. Without a moment's thought, Jiang Ruizhao abruptly ended the call. Beep beep. Meanwhile, in Gui Xiaolan's dormitory, she lay on her bed, staring at the abruptly terminated call, utterly bewildered. Why was I hung up on? She pondered, assuming it was merely Su when checking in. Sister Xiaolan, your new handbag is truly exquisite, remarked a nearby roommate, admiring the bag hanging by Gui Xiaolan's bedside. With a slight smile, Gui Xiaolan's pride swelled. Huh, I bought it simply because it was beautiful. Oh, I thought perhaps your boyfriend gifted it to you. Gui Xiaolan mused internally, Recognizing that while Jiang Ruizhao's family was not impoverished, they were hardly affluent, he could manage as a long-term meal ticket. But this handbag was beyond what she could expect from him. Simultaneously, within the confines of the BMW 5 Series, Jiang Ruizhao trembled as he stared at the screen of his phone. He scanned Song Haoning's face with his phone's camera before unlocking it. His hands shook as he navigated to Guo Xiaolan's contact, tapping on her profile. Upon glimpsing their chat history, his complexion drained of color. Songge, do you think my waist looks slim? Accompanied by a picture. Songge, do you think this new lace I bought is beautiful? Another picture. Songge, please respond. Are we still going there tonight? Adorable. Desperately scrolling upwards, Jiang Ruizhao felt his despair deepen with each message. A thunderous shockwave ruptured his thoughts. The images before him cutting like a sharp blade. His eyes widened, fixating on the screen. Unconsciously, his left hand clenched into a fist, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Nails digging painfully into his palm, yet he felt no pain. His body quivered not from fear, but from an anger that had reached its zenith. His lips trembled, yearning to unleash a roar, yet something lodged in his throat stifled him. The images he had never sent to himself, the sickening words he had never heard. Jiang Ruizhao's mind spiraled into chaos. Memories of his time with Guo Xiaolan flashing before his eyes like a film. Why treat me this way? Those sweet promises and tender moments had transformed into the sharpest of blades, mercilessly slicing at Jiang Ruizhao's heart. Lying before Jiang Ruizhao was Song Haoning, whose once familiar and endearing visage had now morphed into one of utter disdain and loathing. At this moment, Jiang Ruizhao was consumed by an overwhelming desire to annihilate Song Haoning, yet he restrained himself, drawing in a deep breath. He returned his phone to his pocket and closed the door behind him, departing into solitude. As he walked along the path, his demeanor teetered on the brink of collapse. The realization that his girlfriend was entangled in such a relationship with Song Haoning struck him like a thunderclap. Memories of the day he had seen the telltale mark on Guo Xiaolan's neck darkened his expression. It was evidently not a mere mosquito bite. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to retrieve his phone and locate Mu Changxing's contact. After a brief hesitation, he dialed the number. At that moment, Mu Changxing had just completed a delivery. The day had proven lucrative, netting him over 60,000. He chuckled at the thought of how invigorating the delivery work could be, musing about the possibility of a large order, though he lamented that such opportunities were rare. Just then, Jiang Ruizhao's call interrupted his reverie, leaving Mu Changxing momentarily stunned. Why was this fellow calling him? Despite his confusion, he answered, Changxing, could you come in Hyde Park? The tremor in Jiang Ruizhao's voice, devoid of its usual arrogance, unsettled Mu Changxing. We want, he inquired, though he had already surmised that Jiang Ruizhao had uncovered the connection between Song Haoning and Guo Xiaolan. Can you come? If it's not possible, I can come to you. I have something urgent to discuss. Mu Changxing's lips twitched slightly. Wait for me there. I'll arrive shortly. After hanging up, Mu Changxing made his way to Binhai Park. As evening descended upon Binhai Park, the trees lining the pathways stood tall and majestic, swaying gently in the caress of a breeze. Walking along the cobblestone path, Mu Changxing soon spotted Jiang Ruizhao seated on a nearby bench. A case of beer lay beside him, with several bottles toppled over, indicating he had indulged quite a bit. Approaching him, Mu Changxing observed Jiang Ruizhao, whose senses appeared dulled by intoxication. Taking a sip of cool water, he feigned confusion. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Ruizhao looked up, his face flushed, trembling as he met Mu Changxing's gaze. Finally, he cast his eyes downward and stammered, Changxing, I was wrong in the past, looking down on you with Song Haoning, being sharp-tongued and unkind. I apologize. The unexpected apology caught Mu Changxing off guard, prompting him not to accept it immediately. What is wrong? Why are you suddenly saying this? Changxing, I was not myself before. I wronged you. But now, I beg you, I implore you, help me. Jiang Ruizhao suddenly stood, gripping Mu Changxing's arm with urgency. Chapter 30. Defamation. Mu Changxing regarded Jiang Ruizhao, who seemed on the verge of kneeling, a cold smile curling at his lips. Had he known how things would unfold, perhaps he would have acted differently. Yet, in contrast to his feelings towards Jiang Ruizhao, Mu Changxing's desire for retribution was directed at Song Haoning. Supporting Jiang Ruizhao, he chuckled lightly. Old Jiang, what is the meaning of this? I'm not that sort of person. Now, tell me what has transpired. Is that true? Jiang Ruizhao gazed at Mu Changxing with hope, to which Mu Changxing nodded and replied, Tell me about it. Perhaps I can offer some advice. Jiang Ruizhao then recounted the situation involving Guixiaolan and Song Haoning. Changsheng, though this is difficult to articulate, I genuinely do not know whom to turn to for assistance. Jiang Ruizhao lamented, lowering his head in anguish. Is everything truly as it seems? Mochangshem feignet a sudden realization. What is real? Jiang Ruizhao paused, looking at Mu Changsheng in bewilderment. Mu Changsheng hesitated briefly before saying, Old Jiang, it might be better if you remain unaware of certain matters. Jiang Ruizhao became animated. Changsheng, what is it? Please tell me. I'm on the brink of collapse. After a moment of inner turmoil, Mu Changsheng sighed with a wry smile. Very well. There are some things I can no longer conceal from you. He then opened the video of Song Haoning and Guo Xiaolan for Jiang Ruizhao to see. The crude imagery left Jiang Ruizhao stunned. He appeared soulless, fixated on the phone, gripping it tightly as his breath quickened. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He had believed that Guo Xiaolan merely sought to entice Song Haoning, never imagining it had escalated to this point. Jiang Ruizhao's face turned ashen, devoid of color. His legs weakened, and he nearly slipped from his chair, desperately clutching the armrest for support. A tumult of anger, pain, disappointment, and sorrow entwined within him. Jiang Ruizhao felt like a fool, deceived, with all his trust and efforts rendered absurd and trivial against the harshness of reality. Mu Changsheng turned off the video, patted Jiang Ruizhao on the back, and sighed deeply, expressing sympathy. Old Jiang, it would be wise to distance yourself from individuals like Guo Xiaolan and Song Haoning in the future. Jiang Ruizhao bit his lip, transforming his pain into fury. Changsheng, I implore you to assist me. If you agree to help, I, Jiang Ruizhao, shall follow you loyally. Mu Changsheng, observing Jiang Ruizhao's resolute gaze, smiled. We are both victims of Song Haoning's humiliation. Naturally, I desire to punish him even more than you do. However, we must devise a long-term plan. During this period, Old Jiang, you will need to maintain your facade, Mu Changsheng advised. Jiang Ruizhao seemed to recall something and spoke gravely. Changsheng, be cautious. Tonight, Song Haoning, Lu Tianhao, and a fellow named Xia Yin are gathering, and they appear to be targeting you. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Lu Tianhao? Xia Yin? He felt perplexed, as he was unfamiliar with them. I know little of Xia Yin, save for his wealth, but Lu Tianhao, as I have heard from that rascal Song Haoning, wields significant influence at Tian'an Normal University. His father is the deputy secretary of the college, and his mother is the dean of the music academy, with connections in the Ministry of Education. Mu Changsheng's expression turned serious. This was indeed a complicated situation. Changsheng, exercise caution. These two are not to be trifled with. Although I am unsure of their methods to target you, it will be prudent for you to proceed with care, Jiang Ruizhao warned solemnly. Mu Changsheng nodded slightly. Lu Tianhao and Xia Yin suddenly flashed into his mind, and a thought struck him. Could it be Zhou Kuan? After pondering, he realized that only Zhou Kuan had previously warned him. Was it possible that the individuals Zhou Kuan introduced to Lin Kenning were Lu Tianhao and Xia Yin? Contemplating this, a hint of malevolence flickered in Mu Changsheng's eyes. At Tian'an Normal University, within the study department, Lu Tianhao, Xia Yin, and a rather attractive young woman stood together. The woman possessed long, lustrous black hair, cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her expressive eyes radiating intelligence and vitality. Her fair skin glowed with health, and when she smiled, two faint dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, her attire both simple and stylish. Lu Xiago, what brings you to me? Ma Qiao inquired, somewhat surprised. Lu Tianhao took a puff of his cigarette, offering one to Ma Qiao, and smiled. Qiao, I have a business proposition for you. Are you interested? Ma Qiao furrowed her brow as she accepted the cigarette and lit it. What kind of business? It's quite straightforward. Once it's completed, you'll receive 100,000. Xia Yin replied cheerfully. Ma Qiao's eyes brightened. 100,000? Lu Tianhao nodded. Moreover, once you graduate, I'll arrange a job for you. Ma Qiao's eyes flickered, though she understood that the matter was likely not simple. Liu Yi, Xia Yi. I won't engage in anything criminal. Lu Tianhao chuckled. Why would we involve you in such affairs? It's merely about framing someone. Xia Yin explained the plan to Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao was taken aback. It's that simple? Lu Tianhao and Xia Yin nodded. Indeed, that's simple. All right, I'll do it. As Ma Qiao walked away, Lu Tianhao turned to Xia Yin. Is the person you've chosen reliable? Xia Yin shrugged. Ma Qiao isn't unattractive. To some, she might even be considered a beauty. She is perfect for ensnaring Mu Changsheng. As for reliability, Ma Qiao is quite money-driven. For her, 100,000 is no small sum. Just think of how many customers she would need to entertain at a bar to earn that. Seeing Xia Yin's confidence, Lu Tianhao nodded. In that case, we shall await good news. Xia Yin stretched lazily. Await good news. Let us head to Lan Yaoong to unwind. The boss mentioned a few big spenders today. Lu Tianhao's eyes lit up. Big spenders? Yes, it's on me. Are you coming? I'll pass. Is that even human? Besides, I still need to study English, she replied with a laugh. Chapter 31. Is this a beauty? Outside Building 13, boys' dormitory. At 11 a.m., Ma Qiao, adorned with light makeup and dressed in fashionable attire that accentuated her figure, stood at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, attracting numerous glances. Holding her phone, she gazed at an image of Mu Changsheng, thinking this man is somewhat handsome. Yet she dismissed the thought. Alas, being handsome doesn't put food on the table. Apologies. Handsome guy. At that moment, Mu Changsheng descended from upstairs, engrossed in his phone, heading straight toward the cafeteria. Ma Qiao noticed him and felt her heart race upon seeing him. Could he be even more handsome in person than in the photo? Just look at that frame. In her heart, Ma Qiao mused, how could someone so handsome possibly be a loser? Surely Lu Tianhao and the others were not toying with her again. Yet, a thought flickered in Ma Qiao's mind. Should she perhaps play along for a few days before orchestrating her scheme? As Mu Changsheng continued his path, he was suddenly tapped on the back, followed by a sultry voice. Handsome, wait a moment. Mu Changsheng paused, turning slowly to regard Ma Qiao from his elevated stance. And you are? He inquired. Ma Qiao, feeling a tinge of shyness, asked, handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Mu Changsheng scrutinized Ma Qiao and candidly assessed her. Appearance, average. Name, Ma Qiao. Age, 21. Looks, 70. Phone charging ports, 9. Other, directs others, plots against the host. He was taken aback at the mention of 9 different phone models having been charged. Setting that aside for now, he pondered the absurdity of being ensnared by someone who didn't even have the discernment to recruit a more attractive accomplice. Did wealthy individuals truly possess such poor taste? As Mu Changsheng ruminated, a gentle call interrupted his thoughts. Changsheng. He turned to see He Shuyu approaching, momentarily taken aback. Shuyu, what brings you here? He Shuyu jogged over, her gaze landing on Ma Qiao, eyes narrowing with a hint of wariness. She immediately clung to Mu Changsheng's arm. Changsheng Gij, I just finished a meeting at the Academy Hall and happened to see you here. Understanding her intentions, Mu Changsheng chuckled inwardly. Gij, who is this? I don't believe I've seen her before. Is she your friend? He Shuyu inkuret, scrutinizing monantai kyo. At that moment, Ma Qiao felt a wave of embarrassment. Who was this stunning woman? Wasn't she supposed to be dealing with a loser? How could such a beautiful goddess be attached to him? Just then, another voice called out, startling Mu Changsheng. He turned to see Su Wen approaching with her handbag. Upon spotting He Shuyu with her arm around Mu Changsheng, Su Wen's my wam li, wen. Noticing Ma Qiao, Su Wen's expression shifted to one of understanding. Did you also just finish a meeting? Mu Changsheng asked curiously. Of course. Su Wen replied, her gaze landing on Ma Qiao. Who is this lovely lady? I don't recall having seen her before. Ma Qiao's lips twitched at the arrival of yet another stunning woman. Just as she was processing this, another voice called out Mu Changsheng's name, nearly leaving him bewildered. He turned to find Su Junya passing by, clutching her English textbook. Seeing Mu Changsheng surrounded by 2 women, Su Junya pursed her lips, thinking, is he really a playboy? It appears he has 2 women vying for his attention. Teacher? Mu Changsheng was momentarily stunned. Su Junya glanced at Su Wen and He Shuyu, nodding in acknowledgement. Make sure to rest. We have English class tomorrow. Don't skip. With that, she departed. Mu Changsheng sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. What was going on today? Ma Qiao felt increasingly awkward. Did any of this relate to being a loser? Oh, by the way, what did you call me for earlier? Mu Changsheng asked Ma Qiao. His curiosity piqued. Ma Qiao glanced at Su Wen and then at He Shuyu, contemplating the prospect of punishing the scoundrel with a sum of 100,000 yuan, feeling as though she was enacting a form of justice. Could I possibly have your contact information? Handsome? She mustered the courage to ask. He Shuyu frowned, thinking, is this woman blind? Can't she see me with my arm around Brother Changsheng? A flicker of malice crossed Su Wen's eyes. Did she wish to compete for a benefactor? Ma Qiao felt the weight of their gazes, sensing an uncomfortable pressure. Mu Changsheng took out his phone and scanned it. All set, he declared. My Kyo is fast brightened. Handsome. Do reach out when you have a moment. With that, she hurriedly made her exit. Su Wen expressed her displeasure. Since when did Mu Changsheng's taste become so questionable? He Shiyu also appeared reluctant. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly and glanced at Su Wen. What do you think my intention was in adding her? Su Wen furrowed her brow. While Ma Qiao was decent-looking, she paled in comparison to them. Mu Changsheng's words carried an unspoken implication. Su Wen's thoughts immediately drifted to song hounding. How petty, she said abruptly, caught off guard. He Shiyu observed their exchange with a look of confusion, entirely lost. I need to go deliver some food. See you later? Mu Changsheng waved his hand, smiling. Meanwhile, Ma Qiao had just added Mu Changsheng's contact when she sent a shy emoji. Brother, I hope I didn't disturb your relationship with your girlfriend. Sorry. After sending the message, she snorted. Even if he had a girlfriend, it wouldn't withstand her allure. Home flowers cannot compare to wildflowers. However, Ma Qiao was bewildered when hours passed without a single response from Mu Changsheng. Indeed, he completely ignored her. Suddenly, a notification chimed, and her expression brightened. Finally, she picked up her phone, only to discover it was a message from Lu Tianhao. How's it going? Ma Qiao's lips twitched as she typed back, just added his contact. In a villa, Xia Yin reclined casually, asking, how's it going? Lu Tianhao replied with a hint of helplessness, just managed to get his contact. Xia Yin chuckled lightly, that's progress. After all, it's just a thin veil separating a girl from a boy. As long as Ma Qiao takes the initiative, that guy will surely bite. Lu Tianhao nodded, sporting a sly grin. I can't wait to see her make a fool of herself. Chapter 32, McLaren. At that moment, Mu Changsheng, busy delivering food, was entirely unaware of the numerous messages Ma Qiao had sent him. To him, delivering food was his primary focus. By the way, system, what would you do if one day the delivery industry vanished? Mu Changsheng asked out of boredom. The system was silent for a moment. The orders you receive are all arranged by the system. If it disappears, you would deliver food to deities. Mu Changsheng was taken aback, thinking the system was jesting. Come on, system, don't joke around. Delivering food to deities? I can't even fly. I'm serious, the system replied. Just then, he arrived at the destination, placing the food at the door before heading downstairs, oblivious to the system's affirmation. The system seemed to encounter skepticism from its host. Ding! The delivery has arrived. Valued at 128 yuan, with rewards doubled. Congratulations to the host for receiving 128,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a special reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a McLaren 720. The sudden influx of rewards left Mu Changsheng momentarily stunned. What is a McLaren 720? The unexpected surprise caught Mu Changsheng off guard. Gazing at the McLaren 720 key in the system's inventory, he swallowed hard. Is it truly a McLaren? The initial reward of 120,000 had already stirred excitement in him, but in comparison to the McLaren 720, that seemed trivial in magnitude. This car must be worth at least 400,000, right? Just then his phone rang. Mu Changsheng answered the call. Hello, Mr. Mu, your McLaren 720 has arrived. Do you have time to pick it up this afternoon? A faint smile crept onto Mu Changsheng's lips. Yes. Very well, sir. The system chimed in. You certainly have a way about you. Mu Changsheng, thrilled, hopped onto his electric scooter and sped towards the dealership. The system scoffed. All this excitement over a sports car. Mu Changsheng chose to disregard the system's comment. After all, everyone has a sense of novelty when encountering something new. It's akin to how a wildflower can captivate more than a cultivated bloom. Moreover, this luxury vehicle was something he had never even dared to dream of in his former life. Over time, perhaps Mu Changsheng would grow indifferent to it. Most importantly, at present, despite having the system and having earned a considerable sum in recent days, he still had not reached $1 million. It was far from enough for the McLaren 720S price tag. This sports car represented the exhilarating surprise akin to winning the lottery. In Tian'an City, at the dealership, Mu Changsheng parked his electric scooter at the entrance and walked inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a Ferrari and a Lamborghini Gallardo displayed prominently at the entrance. Good day, sir. At that moment, a professionally attired woman approached him. She wore a meticulously tailored business suit, a classic white blouse paired with a fitted black blazer. Her hair was styled in a sleek low ponytail, with a few rebellious strands playfully framing her face. Beneath elegantly arched brows were a pair of deep, luminous eyes. Her prominent nose added dimension to her features. and her lips, adorned with a subtle shade of lipstick resembling ripe cherries, appeared plump and dewy. A confident smile graced her lips. Mu Changxing's eyes brightened. She was strikingly beautiful. He glanced at her name tag. Yang Shuyan. Are you here to look at cars? Yang Shuyan inquired with a gentle smile. Mu Changsheng shook his head. I am Mu Changsheng, here to pick up my car. Your store just called me. Yang Shuyan paused briefly, taken aback. Mu Changsheng appeared to be merely a college student. Despite his handsome appearance, his attire did not convey wealth. Yang Shuyan nodded. Please wait a moment, I will go confirm. With that, she turned and walked away. After her departure, Mu Changsheng scanned the showroom, noting that the priciest vehicle was the red Ferrari 90, while the others appeared rather ordinary. On the other side, Yang Shuyun swiftly approached, cradling a document. Mr. Mu, greetings. Please follow me. Mu Changsheng complied and entered a secluded area where Yang Shuyun placed the document before him. Mr. Mu, I kindly ask you to sign here. He fluidly inscribed his name and inquired, Where's my car? Yang Shuyun smiled gently. Sir, please follow me. Soon, Mu Changsheng found himself before a vehicle draped in black cloth. Yang Shuyun lifted the covering, revealing a pristine white McLaren 720. Sir, this is your car. Mu Changsheng's eyes sparkled. The white McLaren 720 resembled a knight clad in shimmering silver armor, exuding an irresistible allure. Its immaculate body and sharp lines, along with the uniquely elegant butterfly doors, were strikingly handsome. As Mu Changsheng grasped the key and held the steering wheel, the prowess of a skilled driver surged in his mind like muscle memory. He adeptly started the McLaren 720, and in an instant, the engine emitted a deep, resonant roar. Casting a glance at Yang Shuyun standing beside him, he smiled. Miss Yang, would you care to accompany me for a test drive? Yang Shuyun, captivated by Mu Changsheng's handsome visage, thought little of it, as many clients usually made such requests. With a gentle smile, she replied, Certainly. Chapter 33. The Villa. The future of sports cars. A white McLaren 720 sped along the road, its destination the Shanting Hotel. Mu Changsheng and Yang Shuyun soon checked into a luxurious suite. Within the suite, Yang Shuyun meticulously shared her knowledge of sports cars, and Mu Changsheng, eager to learn, absorbed every detail. 10 hours later, Mu Changsheng emerged from the bath. Noticing Yang Shuyun messaging on the bed, leaning beside her, he asked, Has your husband messaged you? Yang Shuyun smiled softly. I am not married. There must be a boyfriend, Mu Changsheng said, pouring himself a glass of red wine with a grin. Yang Shuyun did not deny it. Mu Changsheng gazed at Yang Shuyun and slowly proposed, To be with me, a monthly sum of 50,000. As a lover? Yang Shuyun inquired curiously. You may interpret it that way. It seems Mr. Mu has high standards. However, men of your caliber are becoming increasingly rare. Yang Shuyun replied with a faint smile. Gradually dressing. May I have some time? After all, we have been together for 5 years. Mu Changsheng nodded slightly. I can grant you time to end it. With a wistful smile, Yang Shuyun took her bag and departed the hotel. Once she left, Mu Changsheng retrieved his phone to find a flurry of messages from Ma Qiao, who had sent a simple haha. He promptly put away his phone. Meanwhile, the eagerly waiting Ma Qiao, upon seeing the 2 letters, felt her frustration boiling. After sending numerous messages, he had responded with just 2 words. Haha. The response seemed utterly mismatched. This was the first time Ma Qiao had faced such a setback. Determined, she immediately typed back, Brother, your smile is truly charming. Even without witnessing your smile, I can still feel an overwhelming sweetness. Little did she know that Mu Changsheng had set his phone to do not disturb mode and was currently contemplating where to park his McLaren. After all, arriving at the school in such a manner would be rather ostentatious and difficult to explain. If only he had a villa. With a resigned sigh, Mu Changsheng lamented the fact that he currently did not possess $1 million in his pocket. The idea of purchasing a villa felt like a fanciful dream. I might as well dutifully deliver my orders. Mu Changsheng drove his McLaren and completed 2 deliveries. At the entrance of Tiannan Technology College, he approached a rather ordinary-looking female student. Here, as your takeaway, he said, stepping out of the car and handing her the food. This scene left onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Which affluent heir was this, indulging in the experience of delivering food? Wow, he is so handsome. He is like my appa, murmured a girl nearby. The cacophony of voices reached Mu Changsheng's ears, prompting a wry smile. Is this the effect of driving a Ferrari one-handed? The girl awkwardly accepted the takeaway, and Mu Changsheng, flashing a smile, reminded her, remember to leave a 5-star review. He returned to his car and drove away from Tiannan Technology College. Ding. Delivery completed. Valued at 25 yuan. Reward doubled. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 250 yuan. Ding. Special reward triggered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a medium-sized villa in Tiannan residence. A villa in Tiannan residence. Mu Changsheng was taken aback. This was truly a case of wishing for something and having it manifest. Tiannan residence is a luxurious villa area in Tiannan City, with property prices exceeding 20,000 per square meter. System, how large is this villa? Mu Changsheng inquired eagerly. 480 square meters, the system replied nonchalantly. 480 square meters. Good heavens, that must be worth millions. Mu Changsheng exclaimed. System, you are indeed my greatest fortune. With a surge of excitement, he accelerated towards Tiannan residence, eager to behold his new medium-sized villa. Upon arriving, the guards at the entrance did not dare to impede his passage and granted him entry. Mu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Didn't they want to verify his identity? He dismissed the thought and, armed with his keys, made his way into the villa area. Upon arriving at his villa, he took out the key to the System S space and entered the 480 square meter mansion. Beneath the lofty dome, the crystal chandelier sparkled like a constellation. The marble floor gleamed like a mirror. The living room was incredibly spacious, with a set of top-tier leather sofas arranged around an exquisite coffee table, meticulously positioned. Mu Changsheng sank into the genuine leather sofa, gazing at the large television. Is this truly the world of the wealthy? Just as he was reveling in the splendor of his new abode, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Rising to his feet, he opened the door to find a mature woman, nearly baring her bosom. Hello, Mr. Mu. Here is the contract. I would appreciate it if you could sign it, she said softly, deliberately lowering herself slightly as she spoke. Mu Changsheng was able to perceive almost everything, yet regrettably, although the woman was quite attractive, she paled in comparison to Su Wan and Yang Shuyan. Moreover, this woman was not merely a second-hand option. With practiced ease, Mu Changsheng signed his name. All right. The mature woman, noticing his lack of interest, displayed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Such a handsome young man, alas. He seems to have aged. Closing the door, Mu Changsheng gazed at the opulent villa, stroking his chin. Perhaps I should consider hiring a few maids to reside here? After all, with such a spacious home, maintaining cleanliness is essential. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Mu Changsheng took out his phone and called his mother. The call was quickly connected. Mom, I've transferred a bit of money to your card. Changsheng, you're still in school. Where did you get this money? There's no need for you to transfer anything, Mom. I earn a little from delivering food during my spare time. It's nothing, really. I have enough to spend at school, so you keep it and buy something nice for yourself. All right then, I'll hold on to it for you. Child, you're still studying. There's no rush to earn money. Focus on your studies and don't let the pursuit of wealth interfere with your education. I understand, Mom. Don't worry. My studies won't be affected. Chapter 34. Preparing for Retribution. After finishing the call with his mother, Mu Changsheng parked his car at the villa and subsequently took a taxi to a 4S shop, riding his electric bike back to Tiannan Normal University. The noise from McLaren was too conspicuous and likely to attract the attention of children, which would complicate his plans to discipline song hounding. During this time, his mother called again, questioning the substantial transfer, to which Mu Changsheng casually provided a vague excuse. After all, while he had become prosperous, he could not allow his mother to suffer. Upon returning to Tiannan Normal University, Mu Changsheng called Jiang Ruizhao to share his plan. Bro, is this really okay? Jiang Ruizhao sounded hesitant on the other end. Mu Changsheng removed the key from his electric bike, chuckling, Brother, she has treated you this way, and you still intend to walk away with her wearing a cap? If you're still a man, you should follow my advice. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ruizhao replied, As long as this helps me vent my anger, you are my true brother. Mu Changsheng chuckled softly and ended the call. I don't have a brother as foolish as you. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruizhao hesitated for a moment, staring at the video on his phone, a surge of anger rising within him. No longer hesitating, he sent a voice message. Xiaolan, let us meet up. I'm in class. Didn't you mention this class was an easy one? I found a particularly good place to eat. Come join me. Guo Xiaolan was in her dormitory applying makeup, as she had plans to meet Song Haoning that evening. After a moment of contemplation, she figured that meeting Song Haoning might not guarantee a dinner, so it would be wise to let this ATM treat her first. All right, come pick me up in half an hour. Jiang Ruizhao was taken aback. You want to come pick you up? No way, Xiaolan. This restaurant is hard to book. I need to arrive early. Soon, I will send you an address. Will you come over? Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback. What kind of place requires a reservation? Yet, she held no suspicions. Considering Jiang Ruizhao's limited intellect, or perhaps the end of the month had prompted him to show off before her. All right. In the evening, at the Tiannan Snack Street, within a dumpling house, Xiaolan sat on a wooden bench, her expression dark as she glared at Jiang Ruizhao. Is this the restaurant you reserved? Jiang Ruizhao glanced at the white handbag, which he had never seen before. Its material indicated it was not inexpensive, and he was well aware of Xiaolan's family circumstances. It must be Song Haoning. The thought ignited his anger. Observing Xiaolan's furious demeanor, Jiang Ruizhao feigned a smile. What is wrong, Xiaolan? Is the food from a farmer's kitchen not to your liking? Xiaolan, incensed by Jiang Ruizhao's audacity, retorted. Jiang Ruizhao, are you no longer interested in this conversation? Jiang Ruizhao raised an eyebrow, set down his chopsticks, and regarded her. How could that be? Xiaolan seemed to have a realization. If you didn't come and pick me up today, I wouldn't say anything, but dining a place like this? Were you implying, Jiang Ruizhao? Jiang Ruizhao gazed at her elegantly adorned figure and remarked, You look splendidly dressed. Where are you planning to go? Xiaolan froze, her heart racing, and quickly frowned. Don't change the subject. What is wrong with wanting to look good? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Half an hour. Is that enough for you to get ready? Jiang Ruizhao feigned curiosity. Xiaolan's gaze faltered, her tone icy. Jiang Ruizhao, what do you mean? Do you not trust my words? I truly cannot be bothered with you. Enjoy your meal. With that, she grabbed her bag and attempted to leave. Don't go. Look at this, Xiaolan. Just as Xiaolan stood up, Jiang Ruizhao pulled out his phone and played a video. Xiaolan cast a glance, and her expression froze. Xiaolan, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Jiang Ruizhao managed to suppress his fury, smiling at her. Xiaolan tried to snatch the phone, but Jiang Ruizhao swiftly retrieved it. Her face showed signs of panic as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Listen, let me explain. Jiang Ruizhao sneered. Explain? Xiaolan, what do you think it would look like if a third-year senior, Xiaolan, were exposed for having an affair with her boyfriend's friend on a confession wall? He looked at her mockingly. At this moment, Xiaolan was utterly flustered, her expression trembling. Ruizhao, how do you have this video? Jiang Ruizhao chuckled coldly. If it weren't for Song Haoning getting drunk the other day, I would have remained oblivious to the both of you forever. Xiaolan, you truly are a wonderful girlfriend, delivering me a grand surprise. No, Ruizhao, let me explain. Xiaolan's words tumbled out in a panic, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at Jiang Ruizhao. Observing her terrified expression brought him a sense of satisfaction, intensifying his desire for retribution. Just what? You and dare claim was a drunken mistake. But that raises a question. Why were you alone with him for drinks? Oh, by the way, your splendid attire today isn't intended for a rendezvous with him, is it? Jiang Ruizhao inquired coldly. Xiaolan trembled, her body quaking under Jiang Ruizhao's icy gaze. It was then that she first comprehended the true essence of fear. If Jiang Ruizhao were to expose her on the confession wall, would she still have any semblance of dignity? What would become of her future prospects for marriage? This was a matter of a lifetime. Desperately, Xiaolan grasped Jiang Ruizhao's arm, her expression nearly pleading. Ruizhao, I beg you, it was a moment of folly. Just delete the video, and I will do anything you desire. I promise to sever all ties with him and dedicate myself solely to you. Is that acceptable? Jiang Ruizhao was overcome with revulsion. Xiaolan, I once believed you to be pure, yet you turned out to be just another disappointment. I wasted my sincerity on you. If you wish to prevent this video from making its way to the confession wall, I advise you to heed my words carefully. Now let us go. Jiang Ruizhao rose, her voice devoid of warmth. Xiaolan, trembling, gazed at Jiang Ruizhao. Where are we going? With a smile that held no joy, Jiang Ruizhao pointed towards the nearby hotel. We're going to discuss what to do about this video. A shiver ran through Xiaolan. Are you intending to meet Song Haoning? Chapter 35, The Counselor. Mu Chongqing need not worry about Jiang Ruizhao, for he had already provided her with the necessary evidence. Failing to complete the task now would indeed be foolish. However, he received some rather unfortunate news. He had been caught skipping class. Old Mu, you had better prepare yourself. The counselor is calling for you. Mu Chongqing read the message from Shi Chunpeng, unable to suppress a grimace. This was absurd. How had the counselor suddenly decided to check attendance? He made his way to the education building, ascending to the third floor. The counselor, whom Mu Changsheng had only encountered a few times, was known for her unyielding demeanor, showing no favoritism whatsoever. He anticipated a stern reprimand. Room 307. Mu Changsheng knocked gently. Reporting in. Come in, a cool voice beckoned from within. Upon entering, he found a woman with short, efficient hair seated inside. Her hair was meticulously styled, cut to collar length, exuding an air of cleanliness and precision, devoid of any stray strands. Her forehead was smooth and full, her brows thick and slightly arched, projecting a commanding presence even without anger. Her lips, beautifully contoured and richly hued, complemented her fitted professional attire, which accentuated her slender waist and poised stature. Her graceful figure suggested regular visits to the gym. She was none other than Mu Changsheng's counselor, Shunning. And you are? Shunning asked, momentarily taken aback, as it seemed none of her students possessed such striking features. I am Mu Changsheng from the 23rd Education Department, he replied, a hint of embarrassment evident as he scratched his head. Upon hearing his name, Shunning retrieved her phone and, glancing at the list of absentees, a slight smile graced her lips. So you've been skipping class? Out on a date with your girlfriend, perhaps? She inquired, looking intently at Mu Changsheng. Mu Changsheng pondered for a moment, realizing that she must be getting intimate with Yang Shuyun at that time, though he certainly could not admit it. He simply shook his head and replied, no. Then why did you skip class? Were you perhaps studying in your dormitory? Mu Changsheng's lips twitched slightly. No, I went out to deliver takeout. Shunning raised an eyebrow. Delivering takeout? Earning some money, I see. You're in your second year now. I've checked your attendance in other courses. You haven't missed many classes, but I can't shake the feeling that your friends might be signing you in. Shunning inquired with a smile. Mu Changsheng immediately straightened up. Absolutely not. That's good to hear, since you were busy working to earn money. The teacher cannot continue to reprimand you. You're an adult now, attending university primarily for your studies. Once you achieve academic success, you'll find a good job, safe and respectable. Understand? The unexpected lack of criticism left Mu Changsheng momentarily stunned. It seemed this instructor wasn't so bad after all. However, he knew that should there be a next time, it would not be as simple. Shunning spoke in a serious tone. I assure you there will be no next time. Mu Changsheng quickly vowed, I promise. Shunning nodded slightly, slowly rising from her seat to retrieve her bag. Upon seeing Shunying's back, Mu Changsheng's expression froze. Then you may leave, Shunning said nonchalantly. Mu Changsheng awkwardly touched his nose. Instructor, about that. Shunning frowned. About what? It seems you might be, well, on your period? Mu Changsheng couldn't help but remark. Shunying's face instantly stiffened. She turned her head to glance back, her cheeks flushing. Today was not supposed to be that day. Why had it come so early? She quickly sat back down, and despite her years of experience, her face could not help but turn red. Mu Changsheng glanced around the room. Internally, Shunning felt a pang of embarrassment at having such a personal matter exposed in front of a student. Yet today, she had not brought any sanitary supplies. If she were to step outside, it would be utterly humiliating. Feeling somewhat hesitant to speak, Mu Changsheng noticed Shunying's predicament and offered, Instructor, I can go buy some for you. Shunying's face turned an even deeper shade of red. It was the first time Mu Changsheng had witnessed his stern instructor looking so flustered. Shunning was quite attractive, embodying the image of a strong woman, and her sudden blush made her seem rather endearing. Make haste and return quickly, she urged. Mu Changsheng nodded and headed downstairs. There was a supermarket on campus. But unsure of Shunying's preferences, he simply chose the more expensive option and then went to the second floor to purchase a black t-shirt. In less than half an hour, Mu Changsheng returned to the office. He placed the sanitary pads and the black t-shirt in front of Shunning. Upon seeing the black t-shirt, Shunning was momentarily taken aback. This? But she quickly realized what it was, and a sense of joy welled up within her. This fellow had quite a high emotional intelligence. Thank you, Shunning said, taking a deep breath. Please keep this matter to yourself. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she added. It's rather shameful. Mu Changsheng replied helplessly. I'm not foolish. This is a secret. Shunning reminded him several times before feeling reassured. After all, if this were to get out, how would Shunning face the world? She is indeed a counselor. Once a blemish is left, it lingers for a lifetime in this place. Subsequently, Shunning took out her phone, saying, add me to your contacts, and I will transfer the money to you later. All right. Mu Changsheng efficiently scanned the code and added the counselor's contact information. Initially, Mu Changsheng thought adding the counselor's contact was merely for requesting leave, but he was taken aback by the manner in which it transpired. A delightful surprise indeed. Name, Shening. Age, 31. Appearance, 92. Hobbies, fitness. Position, counselor. Marital status, unmarried. Mu Changsheng paused slightly upon seeing the marital status. How could such a beautiful counselor remain single? If she doesn't marry soon, she might become a leftover woman. Shaking his head, Mu Changsheng felt a newfound closeness to the counselor. The next time he was caught skipping class, it likely wouldn't be as severe as she had suggested. Chapter 36. Finally, a response. After exiting the education building, Mu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. He pulled out his phone and saw a message from Jiang Ruizhao. Brother Mu, you are incredible, like my own father. I have her under control now. Happy emoji. Brother Mu, what is the next plan? Mu Changsheng stroked his chin. Since he had indeed gained control over Gu Xiaolan, it was time to commence the next phase. He found the chat with Ma Qiao, opened it, and was greeted with a plethora of messages, which left Mu Changsheng somewhat overwhelmed. Doesn't sending so many messages tire you out? He pondered, then chose a question to reply with. Not my girlfriend, currently single. To his surprise, Ma Qiao responded instantly. Single. What a delightful surprise, emoji. Today brings the most tremendous surprise. Hee emoji. Brother, do you want to know what the surprise is? Mu Changsheng observed the barrage of messages and thought that Lu Tianhao's choice of woman was rather lacking. Who truly is the one chasing after affection? Brother, have you eaten? I discovered a particularly delicious place today. Showing me tonight? Mu Changsheng patted his stomach and replied with a smile. All right. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Ma Qiao sat up in excitement. Ha! Pretending to be aloof. Under my onslaught, you shall bow beneath my pomegranate skirt. Ma Qiao, who adorned herself daily, saved considerable time and changed into a beautiful outfit before heading out. Brother, where are you? I'm all set and waiting downstairs at the dormitory. After sending the message, Ma Qiao snapped a photo and sent it over. Eastgate, come find me, Mu Changsheng typed back. Merely the photo of Ma Qiao was not quite to his taste. Ma Qiao paused, surprised that he was coming to pick her up and still pretending. I'll see how long you can keep up this act. She soon arrived at the East Gate, but found no trace of Mu Changsheng. Confused, she messaged, Brother, where are you? I'm already at the East Gate. I'm sorry, I forgot something in the dormitory and need to return. Can you wait for me at the entrance? Upon receiving the news, Ma Qiao's expression darkened. Clenching her teeth, she endured, convincing herself that she must persevere. Dear brother, do hurry back. It's rather chilly this evening. Meanwhile, at the ethnic restaurant of Tiannan Normal University, Shuyu gazed curiously at Mu Changsheng and inquired, Who are you messaging? Mu Changsheng playfully lifted a piece of cold noodle and replied, A stranger. Shuyu's curiosity deepened. A stranger? This cold noodle is quite delightful. How did I not notice it before? Mu Changsheng, diverting the topic, looked at her with delight. Shuyu smiled proudly. This place just opened. I stumbled upon it the day before yesterday. Isn't it delicious? Mu Changsheng nodded in agreement. Do not indulge too much. These noodles can upset your stomach if you're not careful. Perhaps you should have a glass of yogurt. Shuyu, ever attentive, produced a cup of yogurt from her pocket and handed it to him. Mu Changsheng paused momentarily, gazing at the yogurt, then smiled. Thank you. Shuyu pouted slightly. I was too sure what flavor you liked, so I bought strawberry. Anything you choose, I shall enjoy. Mu Changsheng replied with a gentle smile, causing Shuyu to blush profusely. Meanwhile, Ma Qiao was growing increasingly anxious as she awaited her companion. Nearly an hour had passed. Why had he not arrived? Not even a response to her messages? Clutching her stomach, having eaten little throughout the day, she felt herself growing faint with hunger. Just then, Mu Changsheng approached. Ma Qiao was momentarily taken aback. Seeing him up close, she found him even more handsome. With a hint of reproach, she remarked, You're quite slow, brother. The teasing tone elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Mu Changsheng's mouth. Her manner was rather excessive. However, he was not particularly fond of such teasing, finding it somewhat unsettling. I was delayed due to an unexpected dormitory inspection, he explained with a smile. I am Mu Changsheng. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ma Qiao chose not to press further, wishing to present herself as gracious. Brother Changsheng, this is not our first encounter, she said with a hint of melancholy. I have seen you before, but unfortunately, you did not notice me. She feigned a sense of grievance. Mu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, is that so? With a playful huff, she replied, Would I deceive you? It's nearly 8. Let's go dine, he suggested cheerfully. Ma Qiao nodded. All right, I shall lead the way. The fried noodles at this restaurant are particularly delectable. Ah, fried noodles? I'm not particularly fond of noodles, Mu Changsheng admitted with a frown. Ma Qiao was taken aback. Then what would you prefer, Brother Changsheng? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he responded, I'm not quite certain. Internally, Ma Qiao was astonished by his fastidiousness. Oh, that restaurant offers a variety of dishes. Let us go take a look, she proposed. Very well, he acquiesced. Before long, Ma Qiao guided Mu Changsheng to a restaurant with commendable ambience. She specifically chose a cozy table for two, sitting closely beside him. Handing the menu to Mu Changsheng, she encouraged Brother Changsheng, take a look and see what you would like to eat. Mu Changsheng glanced at the menu and said, I would like to have the signature dish, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and a serving of rice, if you please. Ma Qiao paused for a moment, hesitating before responding. Since Brother Changsheng is having rice, I shall have rice as well, and perhaps a serving of vegetables. She fixed her gaze on Mu Changsheng, her eyes unwavering. After all, it had been a long day of delivering takeout. Mu Changsheng shrugged helplessly. Ah, delivering takeout, Brother Changsheng, you truly work hard. Young men with such diligence are rare these days. Ma Qiao's praise nearly made him chuckle. Was this the essence of contrast? After all, he was short on funds. However, Ma Qiao stated earnestly, lack of money can be remedied. With Brother Changsheng's industriousness, you will surely become wealthy in the future. Mu Changsheng observed Ma Qiao's innocent expression, his throat tightening slightly. Her acting was quite commendable. Chapter 37. The Invitation. Soon, the dishes they ordered were served, and the flavors were indeed delightful. Brother Changsheng, do try this, Ma Qiao insisted, continuously serving him food. Mu Changsheng enjoyed the meal heartily, while Ma Qiao, feeling a bit hungry herself, restrained herself to only a few bites. As they dined, a light laugh echoed. Deputy Minister, you are here as well. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow and looked up. Upon seeing the newcomers, Ma Qiao's face lit up with a smile. Lu Tianhao, Xia Yan, what brings you here? Hearing their names, Mu Changsheng's eyes narrowed. He did not believe this was mere coincidence. Lu Tianhao approached with his hands in his pockets, sizing Mu Changsheng up for a moment. So, this is the new boyfriend of the deputy minister? Quite handsome, he remarked. Ma Qiao blushed, but remained silent. By the way, deputy minister, the day after tomorrow is Saturday, and it's Xia Yan's birthday. You must bring your boyfriend along to celebrate, Lu Tianhao said with a grin. Ma Qiao, her cheeks flushed, replied, I need to ask him about it. At this moment, Mu Changsheng realized the trap that lay ahead. Yu Tianhao chuckled softly. Hello, I am Yu Tianhao. And this is my friend Xia Yan. We've worked with the deputy minister before and are quite familiar. Handsome, please don't misunderstand. Lu Tianhao continued. The gathering is specifically for you, so you must come. What business do you have a day after tomorrow? Mu Changsheng replied calmly, delivering takeout. Those three words nearly made Lu Tianhao stumble. He awkwardly laughed. You are quite the hard worker. How about this? If you and Ma Qiao come, I'll prepare a generous red envelope for you both. What do you say? Lu Tianhao smiled, but inwardly he scoffed at the notion of poverty. Mu Changsheng feigned contemplation. All right, I shall consider it. Upon hearing the words, Lu Tianhao's expression turned painfully constrained, yet he managed to maintain a smile as he stood up. Ha, very well then. We shall not disturb your dining. Ma Qiao glanced at Mu Changsheng and softly inquired, Brother Changsheng, will you truly not accompany them? Lu Tianhao and Xia Yan come from affluent families. Forging a friendship with them could be quite advantageous for us. Oh, they're quite wealthy? Mu Changsheng feigned surprise. Ma Qiao nodded eagerly. Indeed, perhaps when we seek employment, informing them might prove beneficial. They're decent individuals. Very well, since they have extended such a warm invitation. I shall accompany you, Mu Changsheng replied with a cheerful demeanor. Ma Qiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Great. Outside, Lu Tianhao irritably extinguished his cigarette underfoot, muttering, what a show. Just a poor fellow, flattered by a compliment, and he acts all high and mighty? Xia Yan leaned against the car. Hey, are you sure Ma Qiao is worth your trouble? That fellow does seem quite handsome. We wouldn't want to stir her heart. Lu Tianhao shook his head dismissively. Rest assured, I know Ma Qiao well. She is merely a gold digger. That settles it. Xia Yan nodded approvingly. Inside the restaurant, Mu Changsheng sent a message to Shi Chunpeng, and shortly after, his phone rang. He answered, deliberately switching to speakerphone. Old Mu, come quickly, I'm in trouble. Mu Changsheng's expression shifted to one of concern. What happened? Oh dear, I cannot explain over the phone, just hurry. The urgency was palpable on the other end. Embarrassed, Mu Changsheng glanced at Ma Qiao. Terribly sorry. My friend, Ma Qiao nodded, appearing understanding. You should go. After all, it's your friend. All right, continue your meal. I shall return shortly, Mu Changshan said before hurrying out. Ma Qiao watched his departing figure, not thinking too much of it. However, his absence extended to an hour and a half, leaving her fidgeting in her seat. Miss, we are about to close. Have you finished? Would you like to settle the bill? The waiter approached, and Ma Qiao's expression soured as she glanced at her phone, noting the absence of a response. A twinge of irritation stirred within her. There was no semblance of gentlemanly conduct, and he hadn't even bothered to pay before leaving. How much? Ma Qiao rose to scan the payment. A total of 129 yuan. She completed the transaction with a cold demeanor and exited the restaurant. A gust of chilly wind sent shivers down her spine. Now I must take a taxi. How utterly frustrating. Ma Qiao glanced at the time, realizing that if she did not return soon, the establishment would close. I have never experienced such a loss. Meanwhile, Mu Changsheng was delivering takeout. The phone call having been a mere fabrication concocted by Shi Chanpeng. Being with Ma Qiao felt rather uncomfortable. After stretching and checking the time, he resolved to finish by midnight and find a hotel to rest. However, as he rode past Rui Shang Hospital in Tiannan City, he spotted a familiar face standing there. He halted his electric bike and squinted. Kuning? At this moment, Lin Qining felt a wave of sadness wash over her. How could 20,000 yuan vanish so swiftly? Yet, her brother's illness could not be left untreated. Overwhelmed by immense pressure, Lin Qining found it difficult to breathe. Just as she was lost in her worries, a gentle call made her shudder. Qining? The familiar voice eased her troubled heart considerably. Slowly, she turned around to find Mu Changsheng standing behind her. Upon seeing him, her vision inexplicably blurred, and her eyes began to well with tears. Mu Changsheng stepped closer, frowning as he asked, "What is wrong? What has happened?" Suddenly, Lin Qining rushed forward and embraced his waist, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, seeing the woman in his arms sobbing, he instinctively reached up to stroke her hair. "What happened? Please tell me. Perhaps I can help you." Chapter 38. A trap for the poor with reddened eyes. Lin Qining hesitated to speak. Previously, Mu Changsheng had lent her 20,000 yuan, and she had yet to repay him. Embarrassment prevented her from seeking his assistance again. Shyly, she extricated herself from his embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, "What brings you here?" Mu Changsheng pointed towards the electric bike parked nearby. "Delivering food, of course." Lin Qining was taken aback. "What time is it? You're still delivering food?" She quickly added, "Don't worry about me. Let us not change the subject. Why are you here?" Mu Changsheng, having been curious about the situation at Lin Qining's home, decided to assist her directly today. After all, it would be troublesome if such a beautiful girl fell victim to those scoundrels like Lu Tianhao. Lin Qining, feeling embarrassed, waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just some minor issues that I can handle." Mu Changsheng frowned. "You can handle it? If that were the case, why were you crying at the hospital entrance?" Lin Qining stiffened slightly, her beautiful eyes dimming. Noticing her silence, Mu Changsheng sighed, took her hand, and began walking toward the hospital. "If you don't want to ask questions, then lead me to the ward." As they approached, he casually asked a nearby nurse about the location. Lin Qining looked up, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately succumbed to his gaze and led him to her brother's room. Upon entering, they found a boy of around 11 or 12 lying in the bed, his complexion pale and receiving in 4 drip. "Is this your brother?" Mu Changsheng inquired, noting the slight resemblance between the boy and Lin Qining. She nodded, her expression tinged with sorrow. "What illness does your brother have?" Mu Changsheng asked, furrowing his brow. "A month ago, he only had stomach pain. Initially, we only bought some medicine from the clinic, but it proved ineffective. Eventually, we had no choice but to bring him to the hospital. After numerous tests revealed nothing, we resorted to a gastroscopy, and the attending physician ultimately diagnosed my brother with stomach cancer." As she recounted this, tears began to fall uncontrollably from Lin Qining's eyes once more. "The cost of surgery is exorbitant, far beyond my means." Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow, gazing at the young boy lying on the bed, and remarked, "Your brother is merely 12. How could he possibly have cancer? Despite the abundance of food additives nowadays, it seems implausible for one so young to be afflicted with such a disease. Furthermore, Lin Qining hails from the village, where the food quality should be relatively better. What about your brother's endoscopy?" Mu Changsheng inquired, looking at Lin Qining. Lin Qining hesitated. "I don't have it. It's with the attending physician." Upon hearing this, Mu Changsheng's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. He glanced at the boy on the bed, his lips twitching slightly. What is your brother's name? Lin Qining replied. Lin Qiang. Your brother may not be ill, Mu Chongqing murmured softly. Lin Qining looked taken aback. Take me to meet your attending physician tomorrow, and I shall ascertain the truth. For now, I cannot be certain. The following day at Ruisheng Hospital, Lin Qining led Mu Chongsheng to the office of the attending physician. At the door, Lin Qining glanced at Mu Chongsheng and finally raised her hand to knock. Doctor, please come in. Lin Qining entered somewhat apprehensively. Inside sat a portly doctor with squinting eyes, who, upon seeing Lin Qining, surveyed her face and broke into a smile. Qining, it's you. However, as Mu Chongsheng followed her in, his lips twitched upon seeing the attending physician. This confirmed it. Lin Qiang was certainly not suffering from gastric cancer. And who might this be? Dr. Du Mingde inquired, slightly startled by Mu Chongsheng's presence. Lin Qining contemplated how to introduce Mu Chongsheng, but he stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her waist. I am her husband. Lin Qining's face flushed crimson at this declaration, yet she did not dare to resist, allowing him to embrace her. Upon hearing this, Dr. Du Mingde's expression darkened. His tone turned noticeably colder. You are Qining's husband? Are you unaware of the situation concerning her? Mu Chongsheng, disinterested in Dr. Du Mingde's demeanor, replied coolly, I came to inform you that Qiang needs to be transferred to another hospital. Dr. Du Mingde's expression soured further. Nonsense. Lin Qiang's condition cannot be delayed any longer. Switching hospitals now would mean missing the optimal treatment window. Mu Chongsheng chuckled lightly. Then why hasn't he, Dr. Du, arranged for Qiang's surgery sooner? Why the prolonged delay? Dr. Du Mingde faltered, his gaze evasive. It was due to the lack of payment. The hospital has regulations. Then I'm curious. How is it that my Qiang, who is merely receiving some medication, hydration, and a few tests here, has racked up a medical bill of 20,000 yuan? If your medications were miraculous, I would accept it, but they seem to yield diminishing returns. Do you take us for fools? Mu Chongqing's tone turned icy. Dr. Du Mingde's expression flickered, and he spoke in a hushed tone. What do you mean by that? Nothing of consequence. I am merely intrigued by the extraordinary remedies prescribed by Dr. Du, which command such a steep price. Mu Chongsheng replied nonchalantly. Du Mingde let out a cold snort. If you wish to change hospitals, by all means, settle the hospital fees first. Lin Qining's expression stiffened. Dr. Du, I already paid the hospital fees a few days ago. Du Mingde furrowed his brows. Ms. Lin, when did you make the payment? My system still indicates that the fees are unpaid. Furthermore, you have yet to cover the infusion fees for the past 3 days. Upon hearing this, Mu Chongsheng took out his phone, turned off the recording, and quietly slipped it into his pocket. Qining, do not fret. Let us first settle the payment, and then transfer Qiang to the first hospital of Tianan City. Mu Chongsheng cast a significant glance at Du Mingde, which elicited a peculiar expression on Du Mingde's face, a vague sense of foreboding stirring within him. Yet he dismissed the thought. After all, his father was the deputy director of Ruisheng Hospital. What did he have to fear? Chapter 39. Engaging a lawyer. At Ruisheng Hospital, in the payment office. The total is 5,340. Would you prefer to pay via QR code or cash? The receptionist spoke in a monotonous tone to Lin Qining. Upon hearing the amount, Lin Qining's face turned pale, incredulously exclaiming, how can it be so much? Just as she was about to question further, Mu Chongsheng raised his hand to halt her, smiling amiably at the receptionist. Are you certain it is that amount? The receptionist frowned slightly, her tone frosty. What do you mean? Immediately inquire, Mu Chongsheng replied, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes before he proceeded to scan and transfer the payment. Qining, let us depart. He took Lin Qining by the hand and walked toward the exit. Lin Qining, bewildered, looked at Mu Chongsheng. How can we possibly spend so much? We should not have to pay this much. Mu Chongsheng, unfazed, smiled. Qining, the more they demand, the more advantageous it is for us. I would prefer they ask for even more. Let it be abundant. Lin Qining, perplexed, stood there in confusion. Huh? What do you mean? Gulme. Let's first go to the First People's Hospital of Tianan City. Mu Chongsheng shook his head with a smile, providing no further explanation. At Ruisheng Hospital, in Du Mingde's office, a beautiful woman sat on Du Mingde's lap. The woman was none other than the receptionist from earlier. Du Mingde wrapped his arms around her waist. His gaze icy. Damn it, the prize slipped right through my fingers. Oh, Director Du, you still have me here, the woman said, a hint of jealousy in her voice. She then grew worried. What if they discover our fabricated charges? Du Mingde glanced at the woman in his embrace. What do you understand? In this hospital, aside from the director, my father reigns supreme. A mere destitute woman poses no threat. If it weren't for that annoying brat today, I would have already taken Lin Kenning down. The woman's eyes glimmered with mischief as she nestled closer, playfully suggesting, Director, take a look at that head nurse. Du Mingde chuckled lightly, patting her slender waist. Fear not, the head nurse will not be lacking in your attention. Thank you, Director. At the First People's Hospital of Tian'an City. Miss Lin, Mr. Mu, where did you previously take your child for treatment? The bespectacled doctor frowned, scrutinizing Mu Changxing and Lin Kenning. Lin Kenning candidly inquired, Dr. Wang, is my brother's illness early-stage gastric cancer? Her voice trembled with anxiety. Gastric cancer? Dr. Wang was momentarily taken aback. At such a young age, how could he possibly have developed gastric cancer so swiftly? It is merely an adverse reaction to your medication that has exacerbated the child's condition, resulting in a few polyps in his stomach. Once removed, he shall be perfectly fine. Fortunately, you transferred him in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been far more severe. Dr. Wang's words left Lin Kenning momentarily stunned. Mu Changsheng smiled faintly, appearing to have anticipated this outcome. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Now, we must not delay the child's surgery. Please proceed to make the payment, and we will schedule the operation for today. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Mu Changxing nodded appreciatively. How could this happen? Lin Kenning lamented as she stared at the bill, feeling a wave of injustice wash over her. It should have been resolved for just a few thousand, yet I ended up spending so much. Lin Kenning, how foolish of you, she muttered to herself. Changsheng, am I really so naive for taking Qiang to a private hospital, only to have him suffer without proper treatment? She sat there, guilt-ridden. Mu Changsheng let out a bitter smile. This is not your fault. After all, you are merely a university student who has yet to step into the world. It is all the doing of Du Mingde. Dr. Du? Mu Changxing nodded and recounted Du Mingde's unscrupulous intentions to Lin Kenning. Upon hearing this, Lin Kenning was filled with trepidation. Had it not been for Mu Changsheng, she might have fallen into a trap. Gripping her clothing tightly, her palms damp with sweat, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Without you, I might have been deceived. I promise to repay the money you lent me. Lin Kenning gazed earnestly at Mu Changsheng. Mu Changsheng gently ruffled her hair. There's no need to rush. I'm not in immediate need of the money. Just be more vigilant in the future. How could you dare to go to a private hospital? With a hint of shyness, Lin Kenning lowered her head. I understand. After leaving the People's Hospital, Mu Changxing returned to his villa and drove his McLaren to a restaurant, Yuyang Restaurant. He parked the McLaren at the entrance and dialed a number. Lawyer Qin, I have arrived. Sir, are you driving a white McLaren? A hesitant female voice responded from the other end. Mu Changsheng glanced around. Indeed, that is Mr. Mu, I am here. A soft voice called from behind him. Turning slowly, he beheld a tall, strikingly beautiful woman approaching, a black leather bag in hand. Her fair skin and high nose bridge accentuated her striking facial features, while her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders. Clad in a tailored professional suit, her graceful figure was elegantly highlighted. Mu Changxing was taken aback. Another beauty? Name, Qin Na. Appearance, 91. Age, 26. Occupation, lawyer. Hobbies, the thrill of victory in debate. Skills, sophistry. Number of romantic relationships, 1. Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow as he observed the number of romantic encounters displayed before him. System, what does the term number of romantic encounters signify? It seems rather vague. Host, it indicates that you have been in a relationship once, yet you remain a novice, the system clarified. In Chapter 40, Accusation. Hello, Mr. Mu. I am Qin Na, she said, presenting a professional smile and extending her hand towards Mu Changxing. He responded with a slight smile, gently shaking her hand. Miss Qin, I have already reserved a table. Let us proceed to discuss matters further. Upon feeling the brief contact, Qin Na hesitated momentarily, seemingly surprised by Mu Changxing's demeanor. Very well. At the Yuyang Restaurant, room 3. Mr. Mu, I have comprehended your concerns thoroughly. Armed with your recording and payment evidence, we shall certainly seek justice on your behalf. Qin Na stated confidently, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Mu Changxing nodded slightly. I naturally trust in Miss Qin's capabilities. Miss Qin, why are you not eating? He inquired, gesturing towards the lavish spread before them, his brow furrowing slightly. Qin Na paused, realizing that, despite it being midday, she had not yet dined. I wouldn't be able to finish alone. Let us share the meal. Mu Changsheng chuckled. Then I must thank you, Mr. Mu. At this, Qin Na picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Half an hour later, outside the Yuyang restaurant. Mr. Mu, here's my business card. I will reach out to you on the day of the hearing, Qin Na said, handing him her car with a smile. Mu Changsheng accepted the card, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. With a swift press of the accelerator, he sped away. As Qin Na watched the McLaren vanish into the distance, she pursed her lips, contemplating. Who would have thought he was so youthful? Upon arriving at his villa, Mu Changsheng parked and delivered several food orders via electric scooter. Ding. Delivery completed. Valued at 78 yuan. Double rewards. Congratulations, host. You have earned 780 yuan. Ding. Special reward triggered. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired drunk in 1,000 cups. Drunk in 1,000 cups. Mu Changsheng's lips twitched. He had no intention of becoming a bartender, rendering this reward somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, glancing at the time, he recalled that today marked the day of the banquet Lu Tianhao and his companions had arranged for him. A smirk played upon his lips as he made his way towards the location sent by Ma Qiao. Upon arriving, he dismounted his scooter and scrutinized his surroundings with a furrowed brow. Entering the private room, he pushed the door open. I toast to Brother Xia. I also raise a glass to Brother Xia. The room was bustling with attendees, though familiar faces were few. Jiang Ruizhao, Song Haoning, Gui Xiaolan, as well as Ma Qiao and Su Wen. The rest were strangers to him. Su Wen's presence, however, caught him off guard. Ma Qiao, upon noticing Mu Changsheng, beamed with delight, rising to call out, Brother Changsheng, over here. Lu Tianhao's gaze flickered with intrigue as he exchanged a glance with Xia Yin. Hey, how go? Who is this? Care to introduce us? Inquired a tall, slender man wearing glasses, holding a wine glass with curiosity. Lu Tianhao chuckled. He is Ma Qiao's new boyfriend. It's only natural you wouldn't recognize him. Oh, so he's the new boyfriend of Qiao. A tall, slender man with glasses smiled slightly. Allow me to introduce you. Lu Tianhao said cheerfully, gesturing towards Li Qingran, the president of the student council. From now on, for any matters regarding extra credits, just speak to him. This is the head of the publicity department, and these are, I assume you're familiar with them, all from the same dormitory. Lu Tianhao continued with his introductions. Since you're Ma Qiao's boyfriend, you can communicate with us whenever necessary, Li Qingran said with a warm smile. Ma Qiao's face flushed slightly. Thank you, Presidently. What are you saying, Qiao? We are all friends here. Your boyfriend is my brother. Li Qingran replied with a grin. Su Wen sat nearby, watching Mu Changsheng with a hint of concern. Xia Yin, with his legs crossed nonchalantly, said, Mu, I heard about your earlier disagreement with Hao Ning. Now that you've come to my birthday party, let us reconcile and return to good terms. Hao Ning apologized to Changsheng. Xia Yin commanded with a glare at Song Hao Ning. Song Hao Ning understood and stood up, holding a glass of wine as he approached Mu Changsheng. Changsheng, I was in the wrong before. I apologize. Let's drink to this, and from now on, we shall be brothers. The performance was rather theatrical. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect. Song Hao Ning thought to himself, smirking at the prospect of outdoing Mu Changsheng. Mu Changsheng glanced at a nearby beer, his lips curling into a slight smile. He found an unopened bottle, popped it open, and said, All right, I forgive you. He then took a hearty swig. He followed with another bottle, downing it with ease. This display caused both Xia Yin and Lu Tianhao to pause in surprise. Jiang Ruizhao blinked in astonishment. Brother Mu, impressive. Ma Qiao was also taken aback, realizing Mu Changsheng possessed such capabilities. Mu Changsheng set the beer aside. Well done, Brother Mu. Let's toast. Lu Tianhao chuckled. Pouring more drinks. Xia Yin raised an eyebrow at Mu Changsheng's remarkable drinking ability. Did you not say you would switch to white liquor? Lu Tianhao looked confused, observing his tipsy friend. Usually, they could handle a fair amount of alcohol, yet this time, it seemed different. I did switch. Su Wen marveled at Mu Changsheng's capacity, thinking it was quite extraordinary. At that moment, Song Hao Ning stood up, slightly dazed. I need to go to the restroom. Jiang Ruizhao, quick to react, rushed to support him. Song, I'll take you to the restroom. Seeing Jiang Ruizhao assist Song Hao Ning out, Mu Changsheng felt a flicker of amusement. Can't handle it. Feeling a bit dizzy. Need to go to the restroom. As Mu Changsheng held his head, attempting to rise, the world around him swayed. Lu Tianhao's expression brightened. He had finally managed to bring down this fellow. Feigning concern, Lu Tianhao said, Ma Qiao, quickly take Brother Mu to the restroom. Then he stood up, whispering, I prepared a room for you too. Brother Changsheng, let her take you to the restroom, he added with a knowing smile. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ma Qiao's eyes as she gently supported Mu Changsheng's shoulder, her voice soft and soothing. Mu Changsheng, appearing somewhat dazed, was let out by Ma Qiao. Su Wenyu anxiously clutched her garment, her expression fraught with concern as she glanced at the scattered wine bottles on the floor. Could it be that Mu Changsheng was truly intoxicated? If their scheme succeeded, would that not spell disaster for him? Xia Yin surveyed the littered bottles and remarked, "This fellow certainly has a penchant for drinking." Chapter 41. What transpired, Brother Changsheng? This way, Ma Qiao said charmingly, guiding the swaying Mu Changsheng. Suddenly, he wrapped his arm around her delicate waist, causing her to shudder, a blush creeping onto her fair face. "What are you doing, Brother Changsheng?" she questioned. He pressed her against the wall, whispering warm breath into her ear. "Qiaoer, go wait for me in the room. I need to visit the restroom." Ma Qiao paused briefly, worry etched on her features. "Brother Changsheng, will you be all right alone? You seem quite inebriated." He tilted her chin, teasingly replying, "Brother Changsheng, your drinking capacity is quite impressive." Ma Qiao bit her lip, complimenting him. "If your tolerance were lacking, how could we share this night together?" With a playful slap, he brought an embarrassed flush to her cheeks. "Qiaoer will be waiting for you inside," she murmured shyly, her face flushed. "Remember to turn off the lights. Brother likes a bit of excitement." Mu Changsheng leaned closer, their ears brushing against each other. "You are mischievous," she responded, before stepping through the door. Mu Changsheng then staggered toward the restroom. Upon reaching the restroom door, Mu Changsheng found Song Haoning retching inside. He exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Ruizhao, who promptly assisted Song Haoning out. "Hey, Brother Song, take it easy. The way is right here." In the private room, Xia Yan's gaze swept over Su Wenyu, surprised to find Song Haoning's partner so enchanting. He licked his lips and approached her with a glass in hand. "Miss Su, I toast to you." Su Wenyu accepted the glass, smiled at Xia Yan, and took a sip. Just as he intended to sit beside her, she immediately rose. "Brother Xia, I need to use the restroom first." Xia Yan's expression darkened at this, while Xiaolan, seated nearby, failed to capture his interest. Lu Tianhao sat down beside him to offer reassurance, saying, "Don't worry. This woman is with Song Haoning merely for his wealth. Once we deal with Mu Changsheng, there will be opportunities to pursue this aloof beauty." "Ah, Brother Song, you've entered the wrong room," Jiang Ruizhao chimed in. "Oh, this room?" Song Haoning, slightly dazed, pushed open the door. "Why is it so dark in here?" "Brother, someone has been waiting for you for quite some time," Ma Qiao exclaimed, embracing Song Haoning. Yet, in that moment, she sensed something was amiss. When did Mu Changsheng's physique become so robust? Before she could ponder further, Song Haoning, in a drunken haze, leaned in to kiss her. "Darling, have you prepared a surprise for me?" For a fleeting moment, Ma Qiao considered resisting, but then realized that in this private room, besides Xia and Lu, no one else was aware of the situation. At the restroom door, Mu Changsheng saw Su Wen approaching with her bag in hand. Upon noticing Mu Changsheng, Su Wen let out a sigh of relief and asked, "You weren't dragged into the room by that vile person, were you?" Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. "Why? Are you concerned about me?" Su Wen's face flushed, and she turned her head away. "Who is worried about you? Narcissist?" Noticing Mu Changsheng's teasing expression, Su Wen retorted, "I'm merely afraid that no one will buy me new bags in the future." Mu Changsheng laughed softly, pulling Su Wen into his embrace. Su Wen's cheeks turned crimson, and she attempted to resist, but found herself firmly held by Mu Changsheng. "You're speaking contrary to your heart," he teased. "What are you doing? Someone will see us." Su Wen protested, trying to push him away. "Song Haoning and Ma Qiao will likely take some time, so let us take this opportunity to rest a bit," Mu Changsheng said, leading Su Wen into the men's restroom. Inside the private room, Xia Yin and Lu Tianhao lounged with their legs crossed, their smiles growing more pronounced. Lu Tianhao glanced at his watch. "It's been over an hour." Xia Yin stood up. "Everyone, it's been an hour and Mu Changsheng and Xiao haven't returned. As the elder brother, I feel a bit uneasy. Let's go check." Li Qingren agreed. "All right." Lu Tianhao then recalled something and looked at Jiang Ruizhao. "What about Song Haoning and Miss Su?" Jiang Ruizhao quickly responded, "I just saw Brother Song and Miss Su go to the restroom together." Upon hearing this, Xia Yan's eyes flashed with anger. That scoundrel, Song Haoning. Lu Tianhao, however, seemed unconcerned, chuckling lightly. Quite the player. Jiang Ruizhao smirked at their departing figures. "Soon you will know where he is." Guo Xiaolan, observing Jiang Ruizhao's cold smile, felt a twinge of fear. Jiang Ruizhao cast a glance at Guo Xiaolan. "What?" Isn't this the spectacle you enjoy the most? Gui Xiaolan's face paled. Rui Zhao. Silence, follow me. I want to witness that scoundrel's disgrace. Jiang Rui Zhao sneered, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Xia Yan and Lu Tianhao arrived at the door of the room. Lu Tianhao knocked. Xiao, what are you doing in there? Brother Lu, save me, came Ma Xiao's terrified voice from within. Lu Tianhao's expression darkened, and he kicked the slightly ajar door open. Xia Yan promptly turned on the light. Inside, Ma Xiao was frantically clutching a blanket, her face a mask of terror. Lu Tianhao's gaze fell upon Song Haoning, who had fallen out of bed, facing away and clad only in his underwear, with his head covered by clothing. Mistaking him for Mu Changsheng, Lu Tianhao erupted in fury. Mu Changsheng, how dare you assault Xiao? Brother Mu, I once considered you a friend, but to think you would stoop to such depths. Xia Yan added coldly. Li Qingran looked at Ma Xiao's flawless skin, a hint of something unusual flickering in his eyes. Xiao, don't worry, we will stand up for you. At that moment, Ma Xiao gazed at the figure beneath the blanket and shook her head in anguish at Lu Tianhao and Xia Yan. Li Qingran, believing himself clever, understood Ma Xiao's intent and rushed forward, kicking Song Haoning in the rear, eliciting a cry of pain. You, Mu Changsheng, dare to bully Xiao. You truly disregard us all. Lu Gu, Xia Gu, such individuals must be severely punished. We should report them. Indeed, we should alert the authorities, for their presence here is a peril. Chapter 42. What are you doing? Oh, please, cease the violence. Lu Tianhao paid no heed, sneering. Mu Changsheng, even if Xiao is your girlfriend, you've only just met, and you already wish to engage in immoral acts? Such behavior must be dealt with harshly. Absolutely. This matter demands strict retribution. Stop, I'm not Mu Changsheng. How dare you speak such nonsense, still accusing others at this point? What are you all doing? Just then, a puzzled voice interjected, accompanied by a pat on Lu Tianhao's shoulder. Lu Tianhao was momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned. Naturally, we are here to administer justice. However, upon seeing Mu Changsheng, his expression suddenly froze. Mu Changsheng? Mu Changsheng revealed a benign smile. Lu, I have heard you calling my name from afar. What exactly has transpired? Xia Yan was equally bewildered. What are you doing here? Mu Changsheng responded with confusion. If I'm not here, then where am I? Lu Tianhao's lips twitched. With Mu Changsheng present, who was in that room, everyone was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? Jiang Ruizhao curled his lips into a slight smirk. I am curious to see how Song Haoning will handle this. Li Qingran quickly stepped back a few paces, finally recognizing the figure. Lu Tianhao's expression darkened. Song Haoning, why are you here? Ma Xiao was also perplexed. How could it be this glutton? The thought of being usurped by this detestable creature left her feeling aggrieved. Lu, what do you mean by that? Mu Changsheng inquired with a puzzled expression. Lu Tianhao's face flickered between emotions. Then he forced a smile. Well, at that moment, Su Wen noticed Ma Xiao on the bed, her expression turning particularly grim. Song Haoning, what are you doing? Dazed, Song Haoning caught sight of Su Wen's frosty demeanor and, upon noticing Ma Xiao on the bed, felt a tumultuous storm of thoughts. He hastily rose. Wen, you must believe me, I did not. Before Song Haoning could finish his sentence, Su Wen delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply. You scoundrel! Infuriated, Su Wen stormed out. Mu Changsheng now spoke coldly. Song Haoning, I once considered you a brother, yet you have committed such an act. This matter shall not go unpunished. With that, Mu Changsheng ostentatiously took out his phone, preparing to make a call. This startled both Lu Tianhao and Song Haoning. The latter, being rather spineless, feared that he might inadvertently reveal too much. Lu Tianhao hurried forward, awkwardly stating, Changsheng, this incident was indeed Haoning's fault. Haoning, you should come and apologize to Changsheng. Song Haoning quickly approached. Changsheng, please, as a magnanimous person, overlook my transgressions. I was intoxicated when I acted towards Ma Xiao. Mu Changsheng huffed coldly. Lu, what do you mean by that? Song Haoning has committed a crime against her. Upon hearing the word crime, Song Haoning's face drained of color. His gaze pleadingly turned towards Lu Tianhao. Lu Tianhao wore a grim expression. Should he report to the authorities? Although he and Xia Yan could remain uninvolved, the ramifications would undoubtedly affect his parents. Changsheng, we are friends after all. Song Haoning's actions were unintentional. Do you think we could settle this privately? Mu Changsheng furrowed his brows. Settle privately? Lu Tianhao nodded. Let us consider this matter resolved if Song Haoning compensates you with this sum. 50,000? Mu Changsheng's demeanor grew serious as he observed Lu Tianhao's hand gestures. Brother Lu, what do you take me for? Ma Qiao has been wronged, and as her friend, I cannot stand idly by. Ah, Shangsheng. I'll offer you 100,000 to let this go. What do you say? Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow at the mention of 100,000. He looked at Song Haoning's pallid face, recognizing that with Song Haoning's family influence, Lu Tianhao could easily coerce Ma Qiao into withdrawing her complaint, while Song Haoning would remain unscathed. Since you put it that way, let us consider it settled. Mu Changsheng feigned reluctance. Transfer the funds. Downstairs. As Mu Changsheng observed the additional 100,000 appearing in his account, he chuckled softly. I never imagined I would find myself engaged in extortion one day. Nevertheless, Mu Changsheng, being audacious, had contingencies in place. With that thought, he mounted his electric bike and sped towards the Shanting Hotel. Meanwhile, inside, Lu Tianhao and Xia Yin sat with frosty expressions. Lu Tianhao glared at the swollen-faced Song Haoning. Explain to me what happened. How did you end up in that room? With a look of grievance, Song Haoning replied, Brother Hao, I have no idea. When I woke up, I was already in bed. Lu Tianhao, seeing Song Haoning's pitiful demeanor, scolded him harshly, useless. Xia Yin shook his head in exasperation. You truly have a knack for choosing unreliable companions. You cost me 300,000 for nothing. That wretched Ma Qiao dared to raise her demands, asking for 200,000. The thought irked Lu Tianhao. Xia Yin slowly stood up and patted Song Haoning's cheek. Haoning, I covered 30,000 for you to keep you safe. When will you repay me? Song Haoning's face turned ashen. 30,000? That was barely his annual living expenses. Brother Xia Yin scoffed. Not only did you ruin the plan, but you also made me suffer a loss of 30,000. Brother Hao. Song Haoning turned his gaze to Lu Tianhao, who narrowed his eyes. Haoning, what a splendid plan you had, only to be disrupted by your incompetence. If you cannot manage your younger brother, I wouldn't mind seeing him eliminated. Xia Yin demanding 30,000 was already a favor. Don't overstep your bounds. If you lack the funds, I believe you own a BMW 5 Series, don't you? Newly purchased, it must be worth a considerable sum. I assume you wouldn't want to leave a stain on your life by ending up in jail, would you? Lu Tianhao's gaze was cold. Song Haoning turned pale and trembled as he stammered. Yes, I will repay the money immediately. Xia Yin kicked Song Haoning, get going. Chapter 43, The Misfortunate Song Haoning. Inside the private room of Shanting Hotel, Mu Changsheng had just concluded a passionate encounter with Su Wan, who nestled in his embrace, softly inquired, should I consider breaking up with him? Mu Changsheng, playfully twirling Su Wan's silky hair, replied with a mischievous grin, break up? Do you not wish to extract a little more from him before severing ties? Su Wan paused, taken aback. With a chuckle, Mu Changsheng continued, his infidelity is certainly his fault. To win back your affection, he shall come seeking forgiveness, and at that moment, you can set your price, thus reaping some benefits for yourself. As for the breakup, simply concoct any excuse and dismiss him. After all, we possess leverage against him. Su Wan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at Mu Changsheng. I never expected you to be so cunning. Mu Changsheng rolled his eyes at her. Cunning? I prefer to call it resourcefulness. However, one must wonder how much money he truly has left. Su Wan furrowed her brow. Mu Changsheng, top bit, had for the hot lightly. What do you know? Lu Tianhao and Xia Yin are merely exploiting Song Haoning. Do you genuinely believe those 300,000 are from their pockets? Su Wan blinked in confusion. But Song Haoning does not have much money, does he? Mu Changsheng chuckled. Ah, but you see, while Song Haoning may lack funds, the sale of his car would yield a substantial sum. Su Wan's expression shifted to one of realization. You must have anticipated this all along. Mu Changsheng nodded slightly. Given Lu Tianhao and Xia Yan's nature, how could they allow themselves to be at a loss? Ultimately, it is Song Haoning who will be the one to suffer. Su Wan's demeanor darkened at the thought. Those two were attempting to get handsy with me at the banquet. Mu Changsheng's brow furrowed. Do not worry. It shan't be long before I bring them down one by one. However, you must exercise caution. Su Wan replied, I understand, but there is still ample time. Shall we rest? She bit her lip, offering a seductive smile. Mu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback before swiftly rising. No rest tonight. On the street, Song Haoning wore a grim expression, pondering where he had gone awry. How had he ended up in Ma Qiao's room? He distinctly recalled being assisted by Jiang Ruizhao. How could this have happened? He retrieved his phone and immediately called Jiang Ruizhao. Hello, Brother Song, came Jiang Ruizhao's voice. With a frigid tone, Song Haoning demanded, Jiang Rui Zhao, were you not the one supporting me? How'd I end up in Ma Xiao's room? Brother Song, you cannot blame me for this. You insisted on going in. I couldn't stop you. You even kicked me down the stairs, and now I'm lying in the hospital, Jiang Rui Zhao explained, sending a photo as proof. Song Haoning was taken aback, staring at the image of Jiang Rui Zhao in a hospital bed, a bandage wrapped around his head, his lips twitching in disbelief. Why did he not remember this incident? Frustrated, he muttered, you useless fool, and abruptly ended the call. How unfortunate! Song Haoning's gaze turned icy, blaming Mu Changsheng for his misfortune. If it weren't for that man's prodigious drinking, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Jiang Rui Zhao was indulging in a feast, exclaiming, fool! Only having to compensate 300,000 is truly a bargain. Sitting beside her, Gui Xiaolan's face was pale. Rui Zhao, I've already agreed. Can't we move on now? Jiang Rui Zhao's expression hardened as she coldly regarded Gui Xiaolan. Xiaolan, what do you mean by that? Gui Xiaolan was taken aback, her voice tinged with trepidation as she said, you promised that I would accompany you for the performance, and now you. With a dismissive tone, Jiang Rui Zhao declared, fine, I shall delete it. And with that, he proceeded to erase the video before her eyes. A flicker of joy crossed Gui Xiaolan's face. At last, it was gone. However, in the next moment, Jiang Rui Zhao left her utterly flabbergasted. Fortunately, Song Haoning captured quite a few. Deleting one does not diminish what remains on my computer. Jiang Rui Zhao feigned distress. Gui Xiaolan's expression darkened with fury. What? There's still more. Jiang Rui Zhao smirked coldly. Are you unaware of how many Song Haoning recorded? Gui Xiaolan's countenance turned grim. The despicable Song Haoning had displayed such shamelessness. Unbeknownst to her, Song Haoning had surreptitiously filmed her extensively. Rui Zhao, I implore you, spare me, Gui Xiaolan pleaded. Gazing earnestly at Jiang Rui Zhao, he scrutinized her face, gripping her chin. Spare you? And who will spare me? Doing ligging me. Gui Xiaolan was struck pale by the fury emanating from Jiang Rui Zhao. Come over here and serve me well, perhaps on a day when my mood lightens. I might just delete it. The following morning, at the eastern gate of Tiananmen University, Song Haoning was fervently pursuing Su Wan, attempting to explain, Wen, I am truly wronged. I had no idea that woman was Ma Xiao. Su Wan walked ahead without sparing him a glance. Wen, wait for me. I am genuinely innocent. You must believe that my heart belongs only to you. Song Haoning insisted, trailing closely behind, determined not to relent. Su Wan halted, casting a disdainful glance at the breathless Song Haoning, a flicker of contempt crossing her features. Marrying such a useless man would mean a life of solitude. If you wish for my forgiveness, very well. The weather has warmed, and I am in need of a few new outfits, Su Wan remarked nonchalantly, regarding her delicate hands. A gleam of delight lit up Song Haoning's face as he thought to himself, this woman, always driven by money. He resigned himself, knowing that resolving matters with currency was the simplest route. Besides, purchasing a few garments would hardly break the bank. All right, I shall take you shopping right away, he promised, thumping his chest. I will call a taxi now. Su Wan frowned. A taxi? Do you not own a car? Song Haoning faltered, awkwardness washing over him. Well, my car has been having issues lately, so I sent it back for repairs. Su Wan smiled inwardly, realizing he was even more inept than she had anticipated. Oh dear, how can the disparity among men be so vast? She mused. Very well, let this be your final treat. Wen, I have called for a cab. But why is your neck so red? Song Haoning inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Su Wan glared at him. How can you even ask? Are there not mosquitoes in the dormitory? Or do you spend every night in hotels? Song Haoning was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. Wen, you must trust me. I have never been unfaithful. Su Wan scoffed, choosing not to respond, as she gently touched the mark on her neck, a testament to the affection from brother Changsheng. Chapter 44, Basketball. Just as Mu Changsheng was delivering food, his phone rang unexpectedly. Mu Changsheng took out his phone and saw it was Qin calling, so he answered. Miss Qin, Mr. Mu, we have won the case. The deputy director of Ruisheng Hospital and director Du are now under investigation. I believe it won't be long before they face justice. Hearing the news of the victory, a faint smile curled at the corners of Mu Changsheng's mouth. After all, the evidence was irrefutable. He could hardly imagine a scenario in which he would lose. I must thank you, Miss Qin, for your assistance this time. You are too kind. Mr. Mu, the total compensation amounts to 36 million yuan, which I have transferred to Miss Lin's account as per your instructions. Thank you, Miss Qin. After hanging up, a light smile of relief crossed Mu Changsheng's face. 36 million should suffice for that girl for a while. Just as he was immersed in this thought, Lin Qin called him. Brother Changsheng, why has my account suddenly increased by 130,000 yuan? That is the compensation from those morally bankrupt individuals. No, I cannot accept this money. Without you, I would never have won the case against them. How about this? Just treat me to a few meals when you have the time, and let the money remain with you for now. Mu Changsheng shook his head. Well aware of Lin Qin's stubborn nature, she would not accept it if he insisted. After ending the call, he resumed his delivery mode. Sir, your takeout has arrived. Beautiful lady, your delivery is here. Value, 123 yuan. Reward doubled. Congratulations, host. You have earned 230 yuan. Value, 34 yuan. Reward doubled. Congratulations, host. You have earned 400 yuan. Ding. Special reward triggered. Congratulations, host. You have acquired athletic prowess. Mu Changsheng, momentarily taken aback by the notification, pondered the implications of having such a skill. Images of various sports filled his mind. Basketball, football, badminton, table tennis, long jump, and the 100-meter dash. This skill is invaluable. With the sports meet approaching, possessing this talent would allow him to easily enter a few events and secure first place, thus earning additional credits. Ding. He pulled out his phone and found a message from Ishuyu. Let's go out for a meal. I brought you some delicious food. Mu Changsheng rubbed his empty stomach. He was indeed feeling hungry. Where are you? I'll come find you. Meet me at the basketball court. All right, I'll be there in 10 minutes. At the basketball court of Tian'an Normal University, Ishuyu, carrying a lunchbox, wore a radiant smile. He must have just finished delivering takeout. He will surely think I'm considerate. She bit her nails, her eyes sparkling with joy. Lost in her thoughts, Ishuyu walked absent-mindedly and suddenly bumped into someone, causing her to grimace in pain. However, her immediate reaction was to apologize. I'm so sorry. Could you watch where you're going? The woman she bumped into hadn't spoken yet, but her heavily made-up friend began to criticize. Ishuyu lowered her head, sincerely saying, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. The friend wanted to respond, but the bumped woman raised her hand to silence her. Enough, Zhou Ling. Oh, Xuya. You're just too kind. Zhou Ling crossed her arms and turned her head, expressing her dissatisfaction. All right, she didn't do it on purpose. Meng Shui'er shook her head and reassured Ishuyu, it's fine. However, when Ishuyu lifted her head, Meng Shui'er was momentarily taken aback. The girl was remarkably exquisite. Thank you, Ishuyu smiled. Zhou Ling felt even more displeased. This girl was simply too beautiful. While she had to rely on makeup to enhance her looks, this girl appeared stunning even without it. Just then, a voice called from afar, Shui'er. Meng Shui'er looked up to see a tall man, approximately 6 feet tall, approaching. He wore a white t-shirt, beads of sweat gracing his fair complexion, and his features were strikingly handsome. Upon seeing the man, Meng Shui'er smiled. Xinghong. Wu Xinghong jogged over, first glancing at Zhou Ling, then looking at Ishuyu with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. What a beautiful girl. Meng Shui'er keenly noticed the shift in Wu Xinghong's expression, her mood slightly dimming, yet she maintained her smile. Xinghong, are you tired from playing basketball? Wu Xinghong, snapping back to reality, scratched his head and replied, not tired, just a bit hungry. By the way, Shui'er, is this your best friend? Did you bring me food? He pointed at the lunchbox in Ishuyu's hands, asking with an air of self-admiration. Meng Shui'er frowned slightly, glancing at Ishuyu, who seemed reluctant to part with the lunchbox. Suddenly, she smiled and said, yes, she is my new best friend, and I personally prepared this meal for you. Wu Xinghong beamed. Shui'er, you're so kind to me. Zhou Ling, standing nearby, leaned in and whispered, you give a lunchbox to Shui'er, and we'll forgive you for bumping into her today. Ishuyu stiffened, gazing at the lunchbox in her hands, feeling a twinge of hesitation. This was food meant for her brother Changsheng, filled with all his favorite dishes. But indeed, she had been careless today. Wu Xinghong turned to Ishuyu, wearing a self-assured smile as he extended his hand. Hello, I'm Wu Xinghong, Shui'er's boyfriend. Ishuyu felt reluctant to shake hands. Something about the way this man looked at her felt off. Noticing Wu Xinghong's gesture, Meng Shui'er's gaze cooled slightly, yet she still smiled. Xinghong is greeting you. You two should get acquainted. Ishuyu shyly introduced herself. I'm Ishuyu. Wu Xinghong, sensing her reluctance to shake hands, awkwardly withdrew his hand. Meng Shui'er observed this exchange, her demeanor improving as she thought, at least he knows his place. Hand over the lunchbox, it's for a hungry Xinghong. Meng Shuer extended her hand with a smile. He Shuyu hesitated, her delicate fingers tightly gripping the lunchbox. Just then, a light laugh echoed Shuyu. He Shuyu's face lit up with a smile. Brother Changsheng. Meng Sue Faunet, Baza Chengseng. The three instinctively turned to see a tall and handsome man walking towards them. Zhou Ling and Meng Shuer both recognized Mu Changsheng's features, their eyes widening in awe. How strikingly handsome. While Wu Xinghong could be deemed fair-looking, Mu Changsheng was undeniably strikingly handsome. Mu Changsheng approached, casting a condescending glance at Wu Xinghong, then turned to He Shuyu with a smile. Is this your friend? He Shuyu glanced at Zhou Ling and Meng Shuer, then moved closer to Mu Changsheng, whispering, I accidentally bumped into them earlier, but I've already apologized. Wu Xinghong felt a twinge of jealousy towards Mu Changsheng's height as he towered over him by more than half a head. It wasn't just his height. His handsome visage was equally striking. Hello, I am Wu Xinghong, he greeted with a smile. Mu Changsheng merely nodded slightly in response, which rendered Wu Xinghong's expression awkward. Mu Changsheng took the lunchbox from He Shuyu's hand and opened it, revealing a collection of his favorite dishes. These are all my favorites, he remarked. He Shuyu's cheeks flushed as she quietly replied, as long as you like them. Wu Xinghong, bewildered by the sight of the opened lunchbox, exclaimed, Shuer, didn't you buy this for me? Meng Shuer froze, feeling embarrassed. How was she to know that He Shuyu was also delivering meals? Moreover, Mu Changsheng's timing was rather impeccable. What do you mean you bought it for him? These are all my favorite dishes. What does that have to do with you? Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Xinghong. Meng Shuer, feeling increasingly awkward, nudged Zhou Ling, who understood her implication. Zhou Ling cleared her throat and said, This handsome fellow, what is your relationship with her? Mu Changsheng casually seated himself on a nearby bench and replied nonchalantly, She is my girlfriend. What of it? Zhou Ling was taken aback, then smirked, Handsome guy, your girlfriend just bumped into our Shuer and said she would compensate her for the lunchbox. I did not say that. He Shuyu's face turned cold. Zhou Ling chuckled sarcastically. We all heard it quite clearly. Moreover, this handsome fellow wasn't here at the time. Now that he has arrived, you are suddenly being so attentive. She turned her gaze back to Mu Changsheng. Handsome, I think you should be cautious in choosing a girlfriend. What if she sells you out one day? Before Zhou Ling could finish, Mu Changsheng interjected indifferently. I'm not looking for just beauty. Am I supposed to seek out those who are heavily made up? Zhou Ling's expression froze, and Mu Changsheng grasped He Shuyu's delicate hand. Looking down at Zhou Ling, even if she were to sell me, I would still be willing. He Shuyu gazed up at the towering Mu Changsheng, a warm current flowing through her heart, reassured by his belief in her. Who are you calling heavily made up? Zhou Ling's face darkened as she glared at Mu Changsheng. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. I didn't mention you. Do not take it personally. You. Zhou Ling's face flushed with anger. Wu Xinghong, unable to bear it any longer, approached with a stern expression. Hey, Zhou Ling is merely trying to help you. Why are you behaving like this? Zhou Ling huffed disdainfully, a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's intentions. Mu Changsheng cast a fleeting glance at Wu Xinghong. What business is it of yours to concern yourself with my affairs? Wu Xinghong's expression darkened immediately. Who are you calling a loser? This beautiful lady hasn't even brought you lunch, and you're still daydreaming. If you're not a loser, then who is? Mu Changsheng scanned Meng Shuer and chuckled. Wu Xinghong's face turned stormy. You scoundrel. What did you say? Mu Changsheng frowned, advancing towards Wu Xinghong, his height instilling a sense of intimidation that made Wu Xinghong take a few steps back. You stutter like a child, Mu Changsheng remarked, feeling a tinge of boredom. How about a challenge? Let us compete, and the loser must kneel and apologize. Wu Xinghong glared at Mu Changsheng in fury. At this, Mu Changsheng burst into laughter. You wish to challenge me to basketball? In truth, Mu Changsheng was not particularly skilled at basketball, but his prowess in elbowing was unmatched. Zhou Ling and Meng Shuer exchanged puzzled glances. What was he laughing about? Wu Xinghong was a member of the school team. Wu Xinghong furrowed his brow, pondering if this fellow was actually adept at basketball. But no, he had played for so long and had never heard of this person before. Huh, this guy must be seeking humiliation, he thought. What's wrong? Afraid to compete? Wu Xinghong's confidence surged at that moment. Mu Changsheng stretched lazily. All right, let's have a match. Wu Xinghong smirked inwardly. Let us see if I crush you today. Zhou Ling and Meng Shuer approached Wu Xinghong, with Zhou Ling whispering. Xinghong, are you confident? Wu Xinghong sneered. I've never heard of this guy in the school team. Defeating him will be a piece of cake. Zhou Ling beamed with pride. That's great. You must thoroughly humiliate him today. However, Meng Shui'er felt an inexplicable sense of unease. She glanced back at Mu Changsheng, who was still laughing and joking with Hishuyu. It seemed like victory was already assured. Hishuyu grasped Mu Changsheng's arm and asked softly, "Do you know how to play basketball?" Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. "I didn't know before, but I do now." "What? You learned just now?" Hishuyu looked at him in disbelief. Mu Changsheng nodded slightly. "I suppose you could say that. I had really touched a basketball before. However, taking on this little waste of space will be more than sufficient." He shrugged. Hishuyu grew anxious, gripping Mu Changsheng's arm. "Are you sure? How can someone who has just touched a ball possibly compete with someone who knows how to play? You're bound to lose." Mu Changsheng leaned closer to Hishuyu, whispering, "Trust me. If I lack confidence, would I wager against him?" Hishuyu was taken aback, gazing into Mu Changsheng's confident eyes, and nodded, "Go for it. It's just an apology. What is there to fear?" Nonetheless, Hishuyu still messaged Su-Wan, asking her to come and lend a hand. Wu Xinghong gestured mockingly at Mu Changsheng. "Hey kid, you're so hesitant. Are you afraid?" Chapter 46. Your boyfriend is quite lacking. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly and stepped in front of Wu Xinghong. "Come on then." Wu Xinghong, witnessing Mu Changsheng's arrogance, felt a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, silently vowing to ensure that his rival would lose face before his girlfriend. Meng Shui'er, however, expressed her concerns. "Lingling, he is so tall. Is it true he can't play basketball?" Zhou Ling reassured her, "Do not worry. Xinghong knows everyone on the school team. His height is of no consequence." Before Zhou Ling could finish her statement, Wu Xinghong leapt into action, only to have the ball swatted down by Mu Changsheng. A block. Wu Xinghong stood in shock. Had he truly been blocked? Impossible. This had to be mere luck. Yes, luck. How could it be anything else? Zhou Ling also wore a look of disbelief. Hishuyu was taken aback. Surely he had been deceiving himself, for he clearly possessed basketball skills. As Mu Changsheng toyed with the basketball, he suddenly retreated just as Wu Xinghong tightened his defense, leaving Wu Xinghong bewildered. What was this guy up to? Was he attempting a half-court shot? Lingling, what is he doing? Meng Shui'er inquired, puzzled. Zhou Ling scoffed. He must be conceding. Yet in the blink of an eye, Zhou Ling found herself proven wrong as Mu Changsheng launched a powerful throw, executing a flawless arc clang. The basketball swished through the net. Wu Xinghong stood dumbfounded within the three-point line, gaping at the bouncing ball beside him. How could this be? Zhou Ling and Meng Shui'er shared his astonishment. How could he have made that shot? With a shrug directed at Wu Xinghong, Mu Changsheng quipped, "Your turn." Wu Xinghong, his expression darkening, retrieved the basketball and retorted, "Don't think that luck alone can secure your victory. Basketball hinges on skill." "All right, then show me what you've got," he challenged. Wu Xinghong executed a graceful sidestep, believing he had evaded Mu Changsheng's defense, but with a resounding slap, he was blocked once more. How impressive. That guy is so cool. Indeed, that last play was spectacular. Who is he? I've never seen him on the school team before. Instantly, a crowd gathered, drawn by the spectacle. The girls gazed at Mu Changsheng, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Hishuyu felt a wave of anxiety. There were far too many spectators. Isn't that Wu Xinghong? I know him. I can't believe he is being so thoroughly dominated. Incredible, another block. Wow, another one. Wu Xinghong seemed to be losing his composure under the relentless pressure. Mu Changsheng dribbled the ball, suddenly pivoting past Wu Xinghong. Clang! Wu Xinghong's fear escalated. This confrontation was daunting, as Mu Changsheng's shoulder repeatedly brushed against him, delivering controlled yet forceful blows that left Wu Xinghong feeling frustrated and voiceless. So cool. Wu Xinghong, now drenched in sweat, ignored the pain from the elbow strikes, overwhelmed by the humiliation. Who is this guy? Which academy did he belong to possess such remarkable basketball prowess? Even the captain couldn't consistently block him with such precision. As Wu Xinghong watched Mu Changsheng charge toward him, he steeled himself, determined to intercept the next shot. Yet, dreams often shimmer with beauty, while reality proves to be ruthlessly harsh. As Mu Changsheng leapt into the air, Wu Xinghong instinctively prepared to defend himself. To his astonishment, Mu Changsheng unexpectedly altered his trajectory, delivering an unintentional elbow strike, followed by a dazzling turnaround dunk. The resounding thud echoed, marking yet another spectacular slam dunk. Goodness, was he truly this impressive? It seemed this fellow was utterly bewildered. How amusing it was to see someone lacking in skill daring to challenge him. Wu Xinghong lay on the ground in agony, his arms scraped raw from the impact with the floor. Mu Changsheng gazed down at him, inquiring, "So, have you conceded?" If not, he could continue. Wu Xinghong's face darkened with frustration. How could he continue when his pride was at stake? Moreover, every strike had been his own miscalculation. Zhou Ling and Meng Shuai were equally embarrassed, with Zhou Ling observing Wu Xinghong's pitiful state, pondering how he could be so utterly useless. Had he really been bested to this extent? Meanwhile, Meng Shuai regarded Mu Changsheng, who appeared effortlessly at ease, as if he had not exerted himself fully. In stark contrast, Wu Xinghong lay there, unable to lift his head. For a moment, Meng Shuai questioned her own judgment in selecting such a failure. Mu Changsheng stretched lazily and glanced at Wu Xinghong, remarking, "I want to allow you to call me grandfather, as even a dog fails to honor agreements." He patted Wu Xinghong on the shoulder, saying, "Young one, you still have much to practice." With his hands in his pockets, Mu Changsheng sauntered toward Meng Shuai. He took in her appearance, a green knitted top adorned with charming puff sleeves that enhanced her playful demeanor, perfectly complemented by vintage-style jeans that accentuated her graceful figure. She possessed a certain allure. As Mu Changsheng approached, Meng Shuai averted her gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Why was my heart beating so fast? As they brushed past each other, Mu Changsheng paused momentarily. "My dear, your boyfriend doesn't seem to be much. All talk. Can he truly fulfill your needs?" His words, delivered in a melodious tone, left Meng Shuai blushing and her heart fluttering. As for Zhou Ling, Mu Changsheng deemed her too plain to engage with. Upon reaching Hishuyu, he offered a gentle smile, asking, "What do you think?" Hishuyu blushed, replying, "I didn't expect you to be so skilled at basketball. I'm not particularly adept at basketball, but elbow strikes are another matter entirely." What exactly is an elbow strike? It's merely a technique. Mu Changsheng conversed amiably with Hishuyu, causing many onlookers to experience a pang of heartbreak. The handsome lad already had a girlfriend. Just moments ago, they believed spring had arrived for them. Hearing the murmurs, Hishuyu quickly looped her arm through Mu Changsheng's, as if to declare, "He is my boyfriend." "I didn't know you could play basketball too," she exclaimed. At that moment, Suwon approached. Mu Changsheng regarded her with mild surprise. "What brings you here?" Suwon glanced at Hishuyu and chuckled. "Shall you call me here? If it weren't for her, I would have known you were so charming on a basketball court." Goodness, how could two beauties be surrounding him? Jealousy seems to have taken hold of you. My brother, the young lady possesses height, skill, and beauty. Is it not entirely natural for admirers to be drawn to her? Alas, I too wish to play basketball. Wu Xinghong's gaze darkened as he beheld the two beauties beside Mu Changsheng. That despicable scoundrel. The humiliation I endured today shall be repaid 100-fold. Observing Meng Shuai and Zhou Ling's attention fixated on Mu Changsheng, Wu Xinghong felt his frustration boil over, nearly causing him to faint. Chapter 47. The Agony of Poverty. Zhou Ling supported Wu Xinghong, her eyes reflecting concern. Wu Xinghong looked at Meng Shuai with a hint of grievance. "Shuai, I simply hadn't eaten and felt a bit hungry." Meng Shuai's expression soured. A bit hungry? Mu Changsheng hasn't eaten either. Do you take me for a fool?" Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile. "It's all right, Xinghong." Seeing Meng Shuai smile, Wu Xinghong solemnly replied, "Rest assured, Shuai, I shall confront the captain. I will reclaim the dignity I lost today." "Yes, Xinghong. Speak to Captain Lin." With his intervention, defeating Mu Changsheng would be a piece of cake, Zhou Ling chimed in, exuding pride. Meng Shuai felt helpless. Despite her lack of understanding of the game, she recognized that the skills Mu Changsheng displayed were beyond what even professional players could achieve. Calling for the captain would likely lead to further disgrace. "Xinghong, perhaps it's best to let this go," she suggested. Wu Xinghong interrupted, "Shuai, you needn't worry. I shall ensure he pays dearly." Meng Shuai sighed, realizing for the first time how foolish Wu Xinghong truly was. After the bravado, Wu Xinghong turned to Meng Shuai with a smile. "Shuai, shall we dine together?" Meng Shuai glanced at her watch. "Xinghong, I have class shortly, so I must take my leave." Wu Xinghong grasped her arm, trying to persuade her. "Shuai, let us watch a movie tonight." Meng Shuai shook her head, freeing herself from his grasp. "I still have to study. Perhaps another time." "Shuai, you truly are leaving?" Zhou Ling vetchet Meng Shuai depart, bewildert. Hadn't Shuai previously shown fondness for Wu Xinghong? As Wu Xinghong watched Meng Shuai walk away, his heart ached with indignation. This wretched girl no longer favored him now that he had been humiliated. Once I reverse this disgrace, I shall teach this charming girl a lesson. Xinghong. Perhaps Shuer genuinely has matters to attend to. Do not fret. She still holds affection for you, Zhou Ling offered in consolation. Wu Xinghong feigned distress, sighing alas. It is my fault for causing Shuer embarrassment. Seeing Wu Xinghong so dejected, Zhou Ling quickly reassured him. It's all right if Shuer cannot join you. I shall accompany you instead. Wu Xinghong cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Ling, a cold smirk fleeting across his face, since Meng Shuer was unavailable. Venting his frustration on Zhou Ling would suffice. Meanwhile, Mu Changsheng exchanged pleasantries with Su Wan and He Shuyu before departing the school. As for the trivial classes, he merely briefed Shi Chunpeng and opted not to attend. Just as he stepped out of the school, his phone rang unexpectedly. Mu Changsheng smiled faintly upon seeing Yang Shuyan. Hello, what made you think of me? She asked. I'm at the Tian Nan Hotel. Could you come to pick me up? Her tone on the phone seemed tinged with sadness. All right, I'll be at the front of Tian Nan Hotel. Yin, please don't leave. My parents need money. I have no other choice. A tall man with fair skin, wearing glasses, and somewhat plump approached her. Yang Shuyan shook off his grasp. Hu Haitao, do your parents need money? What about us? With your meager salary, you can barely afford a house, yet you secretly send your parents money every time? You transfer tens of thousands without my knowledge. I can't take it anymore. Let us break up. Yang Shuyun declared resolutely. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? Hu Haitao's expression darkened. Yang Shuyan scoffed. Look down on you? Hu Haitao, tell me, after all this time together, how much have you saved? You earn over 5,000 a month. Even if it's 6,000 after expenses, can you manage to save 3,000? And yet, you still send money to your parents? After 4 years, you haven't even saved 100,000. How could I possibly consider marrying you? She said, a hint of self-deprecation in her voice. But they're my parents. Besides, Yin, don't you have your own money? Hu Haitao replied with a hint of helplessness. Your parents? They're only in their 40s, in good health, and aware of their own situation. They used to ask for money every 6 months, then every 3 months. And now it's once a month. As for my earnings, what does it have to do with you? Yang Shuyun glutted at Hu Haitao coldly. Hu Haitao stepped closer, his expression darkening. Yin, I promise I won't send them any more money. Trust me. Yang Shuyun found his words laughable. You've said that countless times. Do you think I will believe you now? I know I was wrong. I swear I won't send money to my parents again. Hu Haitao raised his hand, feigning an oath. As Hu Haitao looked at Yang Shuyun, a cold smile crept into his heart. You just want my money, don't you? Once I've had my way with you, I'll cast you aside. Do you think earning a little money makes you impressive? Yin, you must believe me. I will give you my bank card and let you manage my money. Trust me, Hu Haitao said, reaching out to grab Yang Shuyun. She looked distressed and stepped back, but he rushed forward. At that moment, Mu Changsheng approached from behind and pulled Yang Shuyun into his embrace. She stiffened, about to struggle, only to realize it was Mu Changsheng. Hu Haitao's face darkened. Who are you? Let go of my girlfriend. Ignoring Hu Haitao entirely, Mu Changsheng gazed at Yang Shuyun and smiled. Did you miss me? Yang Shuyun's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes darting away. A little bit, she admitted shyly. Witnessing the scene, Hu Haitao's heart shattered. His face turned crimson as he pointed at Yang Shuyun. Yin, who is he? Yang Shuyun finally realized the gravity of the situation as she gazed at Hu Haitao's flushed face. Before she could utter a word, Mu Changsheng coldly interjected. She is mine. You are merely her worthless boyfriend. Worthless boyfriend. Hu Haitao's face turned an ashen shade as he stepped forward, attempting to grasp Yang Shuyun's arm. You scoundrel. Let Yin go. She has broken up with me. Yang Shuyun swiftly delivered a sharp slap. Hu Haitao, wake up. Chapter 48. I apologize. But I drive a McLaren. Yin, how could you strike me? You would resort to violence for a pretty boy? Hu Haitao clutched his face, disbelief etched across his features. Yang Shuyun, suppressing her emotions, fixed him with a fierce gaze. We have already broken up. Stop pursuing me. And he's not a pretty boy. I am the one who sought him out. Hu Haitao froze, pointing an accusing finger at Mu Changsheng, his expression rife with jealousy. Tell me, what have you fed her to ensnare her heart? Mu Changsheng cast a disinterested glance at Hu Haitao. Do I need to? Hu Haitao clenched his fist tightly, his shoulders trembling with rage. Scoundrel, you better recognize your place and leave. Yin belongs to me. Mu Changsheng sneered. A mama's boy like you can't even afford a bride price. You lack a house, a car, and even the sincerity required for love. Do you truly believe you are worthy of Shuyun? Hu Haitao's expression darkened ominously. Whether I am worthy or not is for Yun Yun to decide. Mu Changsheng wrapped his arm around Yang Shuyun, who shivered slightly, her cheeks flushing, yet she did not resist. He tilted her chin and kissed her. Hu Haitao's eyes reddened as he glared at Mu Changsheng, wishing to tear him to shreds. Do you see? Shuyun prefers me now, Mu Changsheng taunted. Yang Shuyun nestled against Mu Changsheng's chest, her demeanor one of bashful delight. This is impossible. How could Yin Yun have feelings for a pretty boy like you? Hu Haitao gazed incredulously at Yang Shuyun. Yin Yun, this cannot be true. It cannot be. Yang Shuyun looked at him with disdain. Hu Haitao, how many chances have I given you? You failed to cherish them. Yin Yun, grant me one last opportunity, just one. Hu Haitao pleaded desperately. I can offer you a bride price, a house, a car. He continued, besides, what can this pretty boy earn? He will only spend your money. He cannot provide you with a happy life. Yang Shuyun could not help but laugh at this remark. He cannot offer me a happy life? What are you laughing at? Hu Haitao furrowed his brow, bewildered. Mu Changsheng produced the key to his McLaren and pressed a button, illuminating the car in the distance. Little boy, I drive a McLaren. What do you drive? Upon seeing the McLaren, Hu Haitao's complexion drained of color. This. Yang Shuyun tugged at Mu Changsheng's arm, ignoring Hu Haitao entirely. Let us go. Mu Changsheng nodded, preparing to depart when Hu Haitao suddenly snarled. Yang Shuyun, I never expected you to be such a despicable person, a wretch blinded by wealth. No wonder you were so eager to cast me aside. It seems you have found yourself a golden son-in-law. Huh? Yang Shuyun, do you truly believe this affluent heir will cherish you? He likely intends merely to toy with you, and once he grows weary, he shall discard you. Yang Shuyun's visage instantly paled, turning ghastly. Hu Haitao sneered. Yang Shuyun, am I mistaken? A man who drives a sports car would set his sights on you. A second-hand item? He is simply captivated by your fleeting beauty, hoping to seduce you. Yang Shuyun's expression darkened, while a glimmer of coldness flickered in Mu Changsheng's eyes as he grasped Yang Shuyun's delicate hand. Fear not. Mu Changsheng stepped forward and gazed down at Hu Haitao. Noticing Mu Changsheng's imposing stature, Hu Haitao instinctively retreated 2 steps. What do you intend to do? Realizing something, Hu Haitao smirked. You are still unaware, aren't you? This wretched woman, Yang Shuyun. With a loud slap, Mu Changsheng struck. Hu Haitao was momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend, when Mu Changsheng seized him by the collar. Pulling him closer, do you think provoking me will bear fruit? I am far more aware of whether this is Yang Shuyun's first time than you. Of course. A loser like you would not know. I must express my gratitude, for your inadequacies are evident. Mu Changsheng shoved Hu Haitao away, his gaze frigid. At that moment, Hu Haitao's face was ashen and grim. Yang Shuyun had been with this scoundrel. After all the time he spent with her, merely holding her hand, he had presumed Yang Shuyun to be a paragon of virtue, only to discover she was also a woman swayed by wealth. This cannot be true. Hu Haitao struggled to accept the reality. This cannot be real. Mu Changsheng took Yang Shuyun's hand, leading her towards the McLaren. Meanwhile, Hu Haitao stood there in a state of despair, a mere clown for all to witness. How pitiful! His girlfriend ran off with a wealthy heir. What is there to pity about a mama's boy? Besides, the affluent heir possesses both wealth and looks, far surpassing a loser like him. As the McLaren sped down the highway, Yang Shuyun wore a troubled expression upon entering the vehicle. It seemed she was quite affected by Hu Haitao's earlier words. Do you care about what her ex-boyfriend said? Mu Changsheng broke the silence with a query. Yang Shuyun, somewhat embarrassed, forced a smile. No, not at all. She was acutely aware of her own status. Mu Changsheng regarded her merely for her figure and appearance. Once she ages, all would fade away. Nonetheless, she resolved to earn enough money to secure her future. At this moment, Yang Shuyun had ceased to believe in love. Mu Changsheng's lips twitched slightly when suddenly, Yang Shuyun's phone rang. Upon seeing it was her mother's call, she answered. Hello, Mom. Why are you calling me? Yin Yin, haven't you been seeing a boyfriend? When will you bring him home for me to meet? You are not getting any younger, and your father and I are quite anxious. Yang Shuyun nervously clutched at her clothing. Hesitating, Mom, Auntie, Yin Yin and I will visit you in a couple of days. Mu Changsheng interjected at that moment. Yang Shuyun was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Mu Changsheng. On the other end of the line, a smile blossomed. The voice noticeably brightened with joy. Yin Yin, is this your boyfriend? Mom, not now. I have other matters to attend to. It's already past 3 in the morning. I'm exhausted. I need to sleep. Chapter 49. Seeking a Nanny. Are you truly willing to return with me to meet my mother? Yang Shuyun asked nervously, her gaze dropping, her pupils shimmering with hope. I not already promised you? Mu Changsheng replied with a gentle smile, countering her question. Besides, you are mine. It is only natural to introduce you to my parents. Yang Shuyun's cheeks flushed. He actually referred to her as his, acknowledging their bond. Yet, how could someone from a wealthy background like him consider marrying her? She had been deeply wounded by Hu Haitao, and in a moment of weakness, had entered into a relationship with Mu Changsheng. Where are we headed? Yang Shuyun asked curiously, observing the unfamiliar road. Mu Changsheng rested his head on his hand and chuckled. To find 2 nannies. Huh? Nannies? Yang Shuyun was momentarily taken aback, puzzled about the purpose of hiring nannies. I don't frequently stay at that villa. You should move in there, and we might as well hire a few nannies, Mu Changsheng suggested thoughtfully. Wait, you want me to live in your house? Yang Shuyun asked. Taken aback, Mu Changsheng nodded. In that case, you need not hire nannies. I can handle the cleaning, Yang Shuyun offered, feeling slightly embarrassed. Mu Changsheng paused, contemplating her words, and found the idea agreeable. All right then, you'll be responsible for the household chores, and I'll pay you 50,000 a month. Yang Shuyun's body jolted in surprise. 50,000 a month? Is that too little? Mu Changsheng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yang Shuyun quickly shook her head. Not at all, not at all. Was this the life of the affluent? 50,000 a month was 2 to 3 times her previous salary. Mu Changsheng drove to the vicinity of Tiananmen Normal University and then exited the car. You can drive it back. You're a university student. Yang Shuyun felt a bit dizzy. A university student with a luxury car and a grand villa? You have no idea. There's much more. Mu Changsheng replied with a faint smile, waving his hand as he walked away. As Yang Shuyun watched Mu Changsheng's retreating figure, a smile graced her lips. Just as he departed, her phone rang. Yin, I heard you broke up with that Hu Haitao guy. Yang Shuyun chocolate where King. You truly can't be kept in the dark about anything. I told you that Hu Haitao was no good. You didn't believe me then. But now you see I was right. Yang Shuyun sighed. I indeed made the wrong choice back then. Yin, it's been ages since we last met. Now that you've just broken up, let us get together. Yang Shuyun hesitated slightly. Get together? Wait a moment, I'll ask. Yun. Since you've broken up, who else do you need to ask? Without responding, Yang Shuyun hung up the call and sent a message to Mu Changsheng. May I go out with my friends? Yang Shuyun inquired. Where to? Upon seeing Mu Changsheng's reply, her expression brightened. At the Highway restaurant. All right, stay safe. Call me if you need anything. Yang Shuyun, pleased by Mu Changsheng's response, tightened her grip on her phone. If it were Hu Haitao, he would merely suggest refraining from socializing and instead focus on earning a living, staying home to cook. What was the point of gathering with such dubious companions? The contrast was indeed stark. My previous judgment was rather lacking, it seems. Yang Shuyun replied with a simple okay, accompanied by a heart emoji, then drove away. As Mu Changsheng alighted from his vehicle, he commenced his delivery orders for the day. The first delivery, valued at 27 yuan, yielded a doubled reward, granting the host 2,700 yuan. The second delivery, worth 68 yuan, also doubled the reward, bestowing an additional 680 yuan upon the host. As evening fell on Tiananmen Avenue, Mu Changsheng parked his electric bike and, clutching his stomach, shook his head in resignation, glancing over at a nearby barbecue stall. Let us just have a simple meal. He settled down and shouted, Boss, I'd like 10 skewers of lamb and 8 raw oysters, along with 2 bottles of beer. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. The boss replied with a cheerful demeanor. Mu Changsheng removed his delivery jacket and set it aside. The owner was rather swift, and soon he presented the requested barbecue and oysters. Thank you, boss. Mu Changsheng was about to savor a skewer when, just as he was raising it to his mouth, his arm was unexpectedly jostled. He nearly dropped his food. Frowning, Mu Changsheng turned to see a beautiful woman carrying a handbag. She wore a fitted dress that accentuated her figure exquisitely, the fabric hugging her curves closely. Her features were delicate, and her eyes sparkled with intelligence and gentleness, reminiscent of rippling autumn waters. Her straight nose complemented her cascading hair, which fell like a waterfall, while her understated earrings swayed gently. My apologies, I'm so sorry, the woman exclaimed, quickly lowering her head and waving her hands in apology. Mu Changsheng, noting her politeness, remained silent. Ah, Qian, why are you apologizing to this loser? P.S. Just a delivery guy. Unworthy of your courtesy. A sharp, harsh voice pierced through the air, causing Mu Changsheng's expression to darken. Come on, man. Just say a little less. It was I who bumped into him. I'm sorry, my friend speaks rather bluntly. Please don't take it to heart, Qian said apologetically, keeping her gaze lowered. How about this? I'll cover this meal. With that, she pulled a 100 yuan note from her purse and placed it on the edge of the table. Mu Changsheng regarded the bill with indifference. Qian, you're just too kind. People like him are only after your money, Man interjected, crossing her arms in disdain. Man, please refrain from speaking so harshly. Qian tugged at Man, but the latter remained unyielding, continuing her derision. Am I wrong, Qian? This person is a mere pauper. You didn't even hit him on purpose. An apology should suffice, yet you even compensated him. Truly, you have made things too easy for him. Mu Changsheng shook his head in resignation. Even here, amidst our meal, the sound of barking dogs permeates the atmosphere, rendering the dining experience quite unpleasant. Chapter 50, A Dispute. Hey, you filthy delivery boy, who are you calling a dog? Han Man exclaimed, her delicate features contorted with indignation as she pointed at Mu Changsheng. He gazed at the haughty Han Man, resting his chin on his hand while savoring a skewer of lamb. It's quite noisy here. Did I direct my words at you? My dear, do try to keep the conversation relevant. You scoundrel, Han Man retorted, her chest heaving with frustration. Mu Changsheng's eyes shifted momentarily. Indeed, this woman had developed quite impressively. Name, Han Man. Appearance, 93. Age, 22. Interests, identity, princess of the Han Corporation. Net worth, approximately 5 billion. Additional, 0 charges. Nama, Monta Qian. Appearance, 94. Age, 22. Interests, gambling with Jade. Identity, princess of the MO Corporation. Net worth, approximately 4 billion. Additional, 0 charges. Mu Changsheng observed the profiles of the two women, momentarily taken aback. Their combined worth approached a staggering 10 billion. No wonder they exuded such arrogance. Clearly, their familial backgrounds were formidable. Man, let us not stir the pot too much. We still need to pick up Mingge, Mo, Qian whispered. Han Man inhaled deeply, suppressing her displeasure, and warned Mu Changsheng, consider yourself fortunate. Were it not for Ming Ji's return today, I would have taught you a lesson. Raising an eyebrow, Mu Changsheng inquired, Mingge, might these two ladies have attachments? Oh, and how would you intend to teach me a lesson? He responded with a smile, gazing playfully at Han Man, momentarily taken aback. Han Man had not anticipated that Mu Changsheng would dare to provoke her. She brushed aside Mo, Qian's hand, fuming, Qian, I must thoroughly discipline this fellow today. Man. Han Man stepped closer to Mu Changsheng, her voice icy. Stand up. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, choosing to ignore her command. Very well. If you refuse to rise, then I shall assist you. Bodyguards, come forth. Han Man called out, and in an instant, 3 suited bodyguards rushed over, positioning themselves behind her. The surrounding patrons hastily distanced themselves, eager to avoid unwanted trouble. Mu Changsheng cast a glance at the trio of bodyguards. You insolent brat, apologize to me now, and perhaps I might show you some mercy. Otherwise, before she could finish, Mu Changsheng interrupted. What era do you think this is? You dare to threaten me? Han Man scoffed. You foolish boy, in a society governed by law, how could someone of your lowly status comprehend the upper echelons? I could leave you crippled, and I would face no consequences. A glint of menace flickered in Mu Changsheng's eyes. This woman was exceedingly arrogant. He slowly set down his skewer and rose to his full height. Han Man, taken aback, realized he towered over her, even surpassing the bodyguard behind her by a head. Instinctively, she stepped back, astonished by his stature. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow toward the 3 bodyguards. Will you face me one by one, or shall you all approach together? Han Man, with a darkened expression, commanded, bring it on. 3 bodyguards stepped forward, declaring, you've offended our young miss. Today, we shall break your legs. Before they could finish, Mu Changsheng's gaze turned icy, and in an instant, he darted towards the trio. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch, striking the chest of the foremost guard with a fierce gust. The guard, caught off guard, was sent sprawling like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Without pause, Mu Changsheng executed a sweeping kick with his left leg, snapping towards the abdomen of the second guard. The guard felt an overwhelming force surge at him, propelling him several meters through the air before he collided with the wall, letting out a muffled groan before collapsing in a heap. The third bodyguard, witnessing this, paled in fright and hastily retaliated. Yet Mu Changsheng nimbly evaded the attack and countered with a high kick, landing squarely on the guard's chin. The guard's head jerked back as he was sent tumbling through the air, crashing down hard, unconscious. In mere moments, with 3 swift strikes, all 3 bodyguards lay defeated on the ground, while Mu Changsheng stood calmly, his demeanor serene as if he had merely brushed aside a few fallen leaves. How painful! The 3 bodyguards groaned in unison from their positions on the floor. Han Man was taken aback, astonished that her elite bodyguards were so easily vanquished. Beside her, Mo Qianqian observed Mu Changsheng with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Mu Changsheng approached Han Man, who expressed her apprehension. What do you intend to do? I warn you, if you dare harm me, my father will not spare you. With a cold smile, Mu Changsheng retorted, weren't you quite formidable just now? Didn't you threaten to break my legs? Han Man's gaze flickered, unable to meet his eyes. Mu Changsheng shook his head, and with a sharp smack, Han Man's face flushed crimson. Mo Qianqian stood in shock, realizing he had struck Han Man. Well developed indeed. Mu Changsheng mused as he picked up a takeout uniform and walked away. Han Man stood dazedly watching his retreating figure, the stinging pain causing her thoughts to blur. Mo Qianqian hurried over. Man, are you all right? Han Man's face was flushed. How dare he strike her? Yet, inexplicably, despite the pain, a strange sensation coursed through her, teetering towards the edge of comfort. Impossible. How could being slapped feel? Pleasant? Man, what's wrong? Mo Qianqian asked, waving her hand in confusion. Han Man hastily adjusted her attire, forcing an awkward smile. I'm fine, really. At that moment, a voice called from a distance, Qianqian, man, what are you doing here? Mo Qianqian turned to see a tall young man, about 6 feet, wearing glasses and possessing an amiable countenance, approaching them with a warm smile. Brother Yuming, Mo Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, tugging Han Man as they jogged towards him. Qin Yuming regarded Mo Qianqian and Han Man, inquiring, Qianqian, man, I saw quite a commotion over here. What transpired? Mo Qianqian's expression turned slightly awkward as she glanced at Han Man. Qin Yuming, puzzled, asked, Man, what's the matter? You seem a bit distracted. Do you not wish for my return? Han Man quickly shook her head, no. Yet at this moment, Han Man's thoughts were occupied with the earlier encounter with Mu Changsheng. After meeting Qin Yuming again, she realized that the sense of anticipation had diminished. Chapter 51. Tang Yueyu dressed in a delivery uniform. Mu Changsheng held a nearby food order in his hand and mounted his electric bike, thinking, even a meal cannot be enjoyed in peace. I might as well continue delivering. Just as he was about to leave, a Maserati pulled up beside him. Upon seeing the Maserati, Mu Changsheng frowned, contemplating whether it was a deliberate provocation. He shook his head and backed away a couple of steps, preparing to depart when the Maserati owner rolled down the window, calling out, wait a moment. Mu Changsheng initially ignored the Maserati driver, assuming they were not addressing him. The driver, growing impatient, exclaimed, hey, food delivery guy, wait up. Scanning the surroundings and realizing he was the sole delivery person, Mu Changsheng turned to look. Inside the luxuriously gleaming Maserati sat a stunning beauty. Her long legs peeked out from beneath an elegant skirt, and her slender waist exuded femininity and charm. Her luscious red lips resembled blossoming rose petals, and her flowing hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. A hint of astonishment flickered in Mu Changsheng's eyes. Her name was Tang Yueyu, age 21, appearance rating 97,952. She was the second daughter of the Tang family conglomerate, with a family fortune of approximately 6 billion. Her hobbies included undermining Mo Qianqian and Han Man. Observing Tang Yueyu's profile, Mu Changsheng couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that his troubles stemmed from the 2 women he had just encountered. Yet, he pondered the significance of the rating 952. What does this mean? Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow and inquired. Tang Yueyu wore a proud smile. You offended Mo Qianqian and Han Man earlier, didn't you? Indeed, Mu Changsheng admitted candidly. They both have considerable backgrounds, and given Han Man's pettiness, she may target you in the future, Tang Yueyu remarked with a smile. Are you suggesting that you would assist me? Mu Changsheng regarded Tang Yueyu with curiosity. Tang Yueyu confidently nodded, precisely, as long as you. You're implying that I must agree to certain conditions for you to help me deal with Mo Qianqian and Han Man. correct? Mu Changxing chuckled. Tang Yueyu laughed awkwardly. Brushing her hair back, exactly. And your condition wouldn't be to become your bodyguard, would it? Mu Changxing rubbed his chin, teasingly observing Tang Yueyu. She paused, taken aback that he could anticipate her thoughts, which left her feeling inexplicably displeased, as though her intentions had been laid bare. You earn very little as a delivery person. I could offer you 30,000 a month to be my bodyguard. How does that sound? Tang Yueyu took a deep breath. Apologies, while others may struggle. I earn a decent income from deliveries, Mu Changxing replied, shaking his head. Tang Yueyu was taken aback. He had actually refused her offer. That's 30,000 a month. Tang Yueyu gazed intently at Mu Changxing, elevating her offer once more. 50,000 a month. Even with such a sum, as a delivery driver, he could scarcely hope to earn that much, even if he abstained from all sustenance for an entire month. Surely, this would compel him to agree. Miss, unless there's anything else, I must take my leave. Mu Changxing waved his hand and set his electric scooter into motion. Tang Yueyu stood there, utterly bewildered, watching as he rode away. He actually refused her. How could this be? 50,000 a month was at stake. I refuse to believe that anyone would dare to decline me. Tang Yueyu. With determination, she slammed her foot down on the accelerator and pursued him. The delivery arrived, valued at 46 yuan, with a doubled reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving 460 yuan. How about 60,000 a month? A Maserati approached once more, and Mu Changxing furrowed his brow. What do you want now? I'm sorry, but I have no interest in being a bodyguard. He mounted his scooter and sped away. I refuse to believe that I can't even win over a mere delivery driver. The delivery arrived, valued at 78 yuan, with a doubled reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving 780 yuan. 70,000 a month. No way. The delivery arrived again, valued at 98 yuan, with a doubled reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving 980 yuan. Ding. Special reward triggered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 5-star hotel, Doya. The Doya Hotel boasts a total value of 1.8 billion, with a land area of 120,000 square meters and a total construction area of approximately 70,000 square meters. After a night of deliveries, he finally triggered a special reward, but this reward was astonishingly generous. A 5-star hotel gifted directly to him. He knew well that in Tiannan City, there were only 2 5-star hotels, and Doya was the most luxurious of them all. He was elated. 100,000 a month, and I will throw in a Maserati as well. How does that sound? Tang Yueyu approached, visibly irate, pointing at her white Maserati. Without even glancing at the luxurious car, Mu Changxing replied, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Do you have any idea how much my Maserati costs? Over 3 million. Tang Yueyu thought he was unaware of the price of luxury cars. Oh, that's quite a sum, Mu Changxing replied, remaining unfazed. What about 200,000 a month? I'll even give you a gift. What are you offering me? Mu Changxing raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Tang Yueyu. At a loss for words, she pondered for a long time, but couldn't think of anything to offer. What an adorable little thing you are, Mu Changxing chuckled softly. Tang Yueyu immediately felt aggrieved, pointing at him. Who are you calling adorable? Besides you, is there anyone else here? Mu Changxing wore an expression of incredulity. As Tang Yueyu glanced around, she realized there were indeed no other people present. I do not wish to interfere in your matters, nor am I afraid of any retaliation from them. Being a bodyguard is simply not for me. I'm not cut out for it. Chapter 52. Then be my boyfriend. Tang Yueyu was taken aback for the first time by a man's rejection. As she saw Mu Changxing about to leave, she huffed in frustration. If you won't be my bodyguard, then at least be my boyfriend. Mu Changxing was momentarily stunned by her audacity, turning to her with a bewildered gaze. Tang Yueyu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed. After a moment's reflection, she reasoned that, given her beauty, he ought to agree to be her boyfriend. After all, who could possibly resist such a stunning woman? With her hands on her hips, she confidently asserted, I think you're quite decent looking. As long as you agree to be my boyfriend, I will ensure your salary remains unchanged. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to rely on anyone financially. Mu Changxing replied, shaking his head. Tang Yue유's body stiffened. He had rejected her once more. Hey, stop following me. I need a rest. Mu Changxing waved his hand and rode away on his electric scooter toward the Doya Hotel. Tang Yueyu stomped her foot in frustration. As the second daughter of the Tang family, she had suitors lining up from here to France, yet today she was persistently rebuffed by a mere delivery man. What an insufferable scoundrel. Meanwhile, in a villa, Miss, here are the materials you requested. Han Man took the documents, furrowing her brow. A student from Tian'an Normal University? How could a university student possess such formidable strength? Are you certain of his background? She glanced skeptically at the rural household registration of Mu Changsheng. Miss, this information has indeed been sourced from Tian'an Normal University. There is no mistake, the bodyguard assured her. Very well, you may leave now. Han Man crossed her legs, her gaze fixed on the materials in her hands. You are the first person to have dared to challenge me. Mu Changsheng. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Qian calling, she answered. Qian, Mingge has just returned from abroad. Should we host a welcoming banquet for him? He has brought back a group of talented individuals. We might as well seize this opportunity to make arrangements. Sounds good, Qian, Han Man responded with a smile. Where should we hold the banquet? Let us do it at Doya Hotel, Han Man suggested after a moment's consideration. The following morning, at Doya Hotel, Mu Changsheng parked his electric scooter to the side, removed the key, and gazed at the five-star hotel before him, a surge of pride swelling within him. This hotel was now his. As he stepped into the hotel, the receptionist stood up with a smile, asking, Sir, do you have a reservation? Mu Changsheng glanced at the hotel's lavish interior and shook his head. Please call your general manager. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback as she scrutinized him. Dressed in delivery attire, he appeared quite handsome, but why would a delivery man want to meet the general manager? The smile on her face faded. Sir, are you joking? What are you doing here? Just then, a familiar voice interrupted. Mu Changsheng turned to find Han Man and Mo Qian approaching. A smirk tugged at the corners of Han Man's lips as she remarked, Hey, what brings you here? Are you delivering food? The receptionist beamed upon seeing Han Man and Mo Qian. Miss Han, Miss Mo, the general manager is already waiting for you in the office. Very well. What are you doing standing around here if you're not delivering food? You'll end up being late, Han Man remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Wasn't that knight's effort vigorous enough? At his words, Han Man's cheeks flushed crimson, quickly followed by a flicker of anger in her eyes as she pointed an accusing finger at him. How dare you say that? Mu Changsheng, uninterested in her outburst, settled onto a nearby sofa. Have your general manager come out to see me. Han Man and Mo Qian exchanged glances, taken aback. Han Man let out a cold laugh. Are you dreaming? The general manager of Doya Hotel is going to meet a mere food delivery guy? Mu Changsheng examined his fingers, a smile playing on his lips. Indeed. Seeing his nonchalance, Han Man frowned. You must be out of your mind. How about this? Let's make a wager. If I can get the general manager of Doya Hotel to come out to see me, you'll let me slap you again. What do you say? Mu Changsheng regarded Han Man's slender figure and chuckled. Taken aback, Han Man glared at him. Are you insulting me? Why have I ever insulted you? It's merely a bet. Surely, Miss Han is not afraid to accept. He provoked. You. Han Man was about to retort when Mo Qian tugged at her arm, shaking her head. Qian, don't get involved. He's just a poor boy. I refuse to believe he can actually summon the general manager of Doya Hotel. Han Man pointed at Mu Changsheng. What if you fail to call her down? Mu Changsheng smiled lightly. You may do as you wish. A satisfied expression crossed Han Man's face. All right, you said it. Don't regret it later. I accept your wager. Mu Changsheng's eyes glimmered with amusement as he took out his phone. Mo Qian watched him with a growing sense of unease, feeling inexplicably that Han Man would lose. There was something extraordinary about this man. The receptionist regarded them with disdain. A delivery boy hoping to have the general manager meet him? Absurd. Mu Changsheng dialed a number. Hello, who is this? Mu Changsheng. I'll give you 3 minutes to come down and meet me. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. In the office of the Doya Hotel's general manager, a woman in a red blouse, her figure curvaceous, paused in surprise. Mu Changsheng? Isn't he the new owner of Doya Hotel? Panic set in as she hastily set aside her work, grabbing her coat and heading for the elevator. 3 minutes? A delivery boy thinks too highly of himself. Han Man scoffed. Could it be that Miss Han is so impatient that she can't even wait 3 minutes? Or do you think you will lose? Mu Changsheng crossed his legs, locking eyes with Han Man. How could that be? Fine, I'll take your bet. Han Man Hufet. I look forward to seeing how you will handle the outcome. As Mo Qian observed the self-assured Mu Changsheng, her previously flickering affection for him swiftly dissipated. Such a self-righteous man was indeed a master of deceit. Han Man, glancing down at her phone, muttered, "It's been over a minute. Why hasn't the general manager come down yet?" Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow at her, teasing, "Are you so eager for me to spank you?" Han Man's face flushed with anger. "You scoundrel. If you say that again, I'll rip your mouth apart." Mo Chanqian's gaze turned icy. "Sir? One ought not to speak in such a degrading manner. Some individuals, however, delight in my humiliation," Mu Changsheng remarked with a sly smile directed at Han Man. Her expression shifted. How could he possibly know that she was not only unperturbed, but somewhat exhilarated? What was happening? At that moment, a stunning woman emerged. The receptionist immediately bowed upon seeing her. "Manager He." The trio of Mu Changsheng, Han Man, and Mo Chanqian looked up. He Yan's exquisite high heels echoed sharply against the floor. She stood tall and graceful, her impeccably tailored professional attire accentuating her curves, exuding both competence and a hint of feminine softness. Her beauty was captivating, her skin pale as jade, with an air of icy elegance and intelligence in her eyes. Her lips, slightly pursed, emanated an undeniable presence, while her long hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. Han Man, noticing the woman rise and smile, greeted Manager He. However, Manager He merely cast a fleeting glance at Han Man before her gaze settled upon the delivery-clad Mu Changsheng. Upon recognizing him, her expression shifted. Indeed, he was the newly appointed boss. "Manager He, we have an appointment with you," Han Man began, but Manager He bypassed her entirely, approaching Mu Changsheng and slightly bowing, "Mr. Mu." This scene left both Han Man and Mo Chanqian utterly bewildered. The receptionist stood in stunned silence. Had Manager He truly just referred to this delivery boy as Mr. Mu? How could this be possible? "Mr. Mu, have you mistaken someone for another? He is merely a delivery person," Han Man exclaimed in disbelief. Manager He shot a glance at her, her tone frosty. "Miss Han, Mr. Mu just acquired Doya Hotel yesterday for a staggering 2 billion. He is now the owner of Doya Hotel." "What? 2 billion? Both Han Man and Mo Chanqian gasped in shock. They knew their parents' companies were valued at merely several tens of billions. To amass such an amount to purchase a 5-star hotel was utterly unattainable. To produce 2 billion in one fell swoop indicated that he was backed by a conglomerate worth at least hundreds of billions. Mu Changsheng lounged casually, a bemused expression on his face as he regarded Han Man. "So, do you believe me now?" Han Man glared at him, realization dawning that he was indeed the owner of Doya Hotel. Mo Chanqian's expression mirrored a complex mix of emotions. This man was not merely arrogant, but self-assured. "Mr. Mu, have I offended you?" Manager He glanced at Mo Chanqian and Han Man, her voice low and serious. Mo Chanqian and Han Man's expressions darkened instantly. Offending the Doya Hotel would surely lead to a scolding from their parents. It wasn't so much an offense, but rather a matter of a wager made by this young lady. Should she fail to honor it, it would indeed be considered disrespectful. Mu Changsheng regarded Han Man with a teasing glint in his eyes. Han Man's cheeks flushed crimson, unable to meet his gaze. "Miss Han, your parents are esteemed individuals. Surely, as their daughter, you would not wish to be untrustworthy," He Yin remarked with a light laughter. Han Man clenched her delicate hands tightly, feeling a surge of unease. At that moment, Mo Chanqian awkwardly interjected, "Mr. He Man is also," but before she could finish, He Yin retorted, "Miss Mo, I am not addressing you." Taken aback, Mo Chanqian fell silent, realizing that the ability to easily acquire the Doya Hotel hinted at formidable backing. Offending them could spell disaster for the Mo family. With a cheerful demeanor, Mu Changsheng approached, looking down at Han Man. "Miss, will you turn away, or shall I come over?" Han Man's hands remained tightly clasped, her gaze fixed on Mu Changsheng, brimming with indignation. "I will not concede to you so easily." "Very well, we shall continue our wager another time, but now, it is time for you to turn," Mu Changsheng replied with a resigned shrug. With gritted teeth, Han Man slowly began to turn away. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. "Are you not going to pout? You?" Han Man's face turned a shade of fury, but as she met his cold stare, she found herself slightly bending forward. The sound of a slap rang out, an unbearable sight. Even He Yin shuddered at the scene. "Chanqian, let us leave," Han Man declared in a flurry of embarrassment, pulling Mo Chanqian towards the exit. In that moment, she felt utterly devoid of dignity to remain. Mu Changsheng watched the retreating figures with a smirk, such a spirited contest. He clapped his hands, chuckling, quite resilient indeed. His attention then shifted to the receptionist nearby. The receptionist trembled, feeling as though she were the target of a serpent's gaze. A sinking realization enveloped her. Her future was bleak. Mr. He, the front desk service is of paramount importance, especially the quality of the staff. This aspect has not been sufficiently managed, and I must express my discontent, Mu Chongqing stated, his tone frigid as he glanced at He Yan. He Yan's face paled, beads of sweat forming at her temples. Her gaze swept over the quaking receptionist before she immediately bowed. Yes, Mr. Mu. Effective immediately, you are dismissed. Please proceed to the finance department for your settlement. And do not let me see you here again, He Yan declared coldly. The receptionist felt a chill wash over her, trembling as she collapsed to the ground. It's over. Everything is over. Chapter 54, ex-girlfriend Qin Yun. Mr. Mu, this pertains to the hotel's operations, He Yan said, slightly bowing with the documents in hand as she addressed Mu Chongqing. Mu Chongqing cast a glance at the document before him, completely baffled by its contents. Name, He Yan. Age, 26. Appearance, 95. Capability, management elite. Loyalty, 80. Hobby, career advancement. The high loyalty score surprised Mu Chongqing. Reassured by this, he felt comfortable in trusting the Duoya Hotel to her. You need not show me these details in the future. You can make the decisions yourself. I have classes to attend. So you are free to handle the collaborations as you see fit, he said, rising and waving his hand dismissively. Classes, Mr. Mu? What classes? He Yan inquired, somewhat puzzled. I am still a student. Of course I have classes to attend. Mu Chongqing replied with a shrug. Ah, Mr. Mu, you're still a student? He Yan was taken aback. She had thought him sufficiently youthful, yet he was still pursuing his studies. But why, she wondered. Was he acquiring a hotel while still in school? The hotel is now in your hands. Manage it well, Mu Chongqing encouraged, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat with a smile. But, Mr. Mu, aren't you afraid of me? She asked. Not at all. I have faith in you. He replied confidently before exiting the office. He Yan watched him leave, chuckling softly to herself. Mr. Mu is truly a peculiar character. Yet, it feels wonderful to be trusted. She removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes, smiling gently. With Mr. Mu's confidence in me, I cannot afford to let him down. A pink Porsche 911 sped along the road, with Han Man fuming in the passenger seat. How could that person possibly be the chairman of Duoya Hotel? She exclaimed. Mo Qianqian was still reeling from the shock. The owner of the hotel turned out to be a delivery person? This was unfathomable. Han Manman gritted hartit, eyes blazing with anger toward Mu Chongqing. He must have known we would lose. No wonder he was so confident. We were deceived. Mo Qianqian paused, but before the bet, he did tell us she was the chairman. We just didn't believe him. Han Man shot her a disdainful glance. Qianqian, are you my teammate or his? Mo Qianqian sighed helplessly. Man, does it still hurt? Han Man's gaze faltered slightly. Although Mu Chongqing's strikes had stung, the sensation was predominantly pleasurable. However, she could not divulge this peculiar feeling to Mo Qianqian. With a huff, she retorted with the force he used, how could it not hurt? Mo Qianqian sighed in exasperation. Man, now that the negotiations with the Oya Hotel have collapsed, where shall we host Minggu's banquet? Any hotel will do. Just pick one at random, Han Man replied irritably. Mo Qianqian blinked, sensing a significant shift in Han Man's attitude towards Minggu. Meanwhile, Mu Chongqing had left the Oya Hotel to resume his delivery work, as it was his true forte. Delivery completed. Value 130 yuan. Reward doubled. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,300 yuan. Delivery completed. Value 678 yuan. Reward doubled. Congratulations, host. You have earned 67,800 yuan. Mu Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. What on earth did this man purchase that is so expensive? Enough. The world of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. Mu Chongqing received a few more orders and, glancing at the time, prepared to return to school. At the eastern gate of Tian'an Normal University, He Shuyu and Su Wen stood hand in hand, seemingly awaiting someone. Once Mu Chongqing parked his electric scooter, he heard someone calling his name. Chongqing, turning his head, he immediately broke into a smile upon seeing He Shuyu. Shuyu, He Shuyu, and Su Wen walked over to him, and Su Wen, noticing the jubilant expression on He Shuyu's face, was momentarily taken aback, suspecting that her friend might have developed feelings for Mu Chongqing. Su Wen, what are you doing here? Mu Chongqing asked, slightly surprised upon seeing her. Su Wen shot him a glare. What? Am I not welcome? Mu Changxing's lips twitched. How could that be? You look like you're not welcoming me at all, Su Wen retorted, stepping closer to pinch the soft flesh at his waist. Mu Changxing grimaced. It seemed this girl had a knack for causing trouble. He Shuyu is my close friend. If you don't treat me well, I want to approve of your relationship with her, Su Wen said, blinking innocently. He Shuyu's cheeks flushed, and Mu Changxing stared at Su Wen in astonishment. Was she truly trying to matchmake him and he Shuyu? Could it be that she harbored ulterior motives? Just then, a voice from afar called out in surprise. Mu Changxing. Furrowing his brows, he turned slowly to see who was calling him. Upon recognizing the person, his body froze, and Kong Yun also stood there, astonished to see Mu Changxing. He Shuyu and Su Wen sensed Mu Changxing's unease. Su Wen looked up, momentarily stunned. Kong Yun? Kong Yun's eyebrows resembled distant mountains, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters. With long, thick eyelashes, a high nose, and lips tinted like cherry blossoms, slightly curling upwards with an almost imperceptible allure. Her skin was as fair as jade, exuding a subtle glow, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, dark and lustrous, with slightly curled tips. Kong Yun seemed surprised. It really is you. Mu Changxing's lips twitched. What a small world it was. Kong Yun assessed Mu Changxing, noticing how handsome he had become after months apart. And he appeared to have grown significantly taller. Previously, he had been somewhat attractive, but now he was undeniably striking. Who is she? He Shuyu asked, casting a wary glance at Kong Yun before inquiring of Mu Changxing. Just as he was about to respond, Kong Yun interjected with a smile. I'm Kong Yun, a good friend of Mu Changxing from before. Good friend? A slight smirk appeared on Mu Changxing's lips. I don't recall ever hearing about such a beautiful friend of yours. He Shuyu asked, her face filled with skepticism. I was her high school classmate. We rarely met after entering university. Kong Yun explained with a smile. What is your relationship with him? Kong Yun inquired, blinking innocently. He Shuyu's gaze flickered, scrutinizing the seemingly harmless yet cunning Kong Yun. She was acutely aware that this woman was not to be underestimated. Chapter 55, The Birthday Banquet. Do we need to disclose our relationship to you? He Shuyu said, furrowing her brow. Kong Yun let out a light laugh, seemingly unfazed by He Shuyu's tone. I have known Changxing for quite some time. I merely fear that he may be deceived by others. He Shuyu's expression darkened instantly. And as she opened her mouth to speak, Mu Changxing grasped her hand, his gaze calm as he regarded Kong Yun. There is no need for you to feign concern here. Kong Yun was taken aback. Incredulity etched across her face. This was the first time he had referred to himself in that manner. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and inhaled deeply. Changxing, I acknowledge that I wronged you in the past, but life is long, and I do not wish to hinder your path. Mu Changxing scoffed derisively. What a noble sentiment of not wanting to hinder. I ought to thank you. Had you not left, I would not have encountered someone even better. Kong Yun's gaze swept over He Shuyu and Su Wen, her fists clenched tightly. She then turned her attention to Su Wen. Wen, why are you by his side? Su Wen's eyes flickered slightly. She had previously shared a good rapport with Kong Yun, but now, aligned with Mu Changxing, she naturally would not side with Kong Yun. He Shuyu, puzzled, inquired, Wen, do you know her? Su Wen nodded, looking at Kong Yun with a faint smile. Kong Yun, you've already broken up with him. Why do you still concern yourself with him? Kong Yun's expression soured at her friend's words. Wen, what do you mean by that? Su Wen Juke Lai Di. Did you not break up with Mu Changxing because you looked down upon his lack of wealth? Now that you've parted ways, it seems fine for me to be with him, does it not? Kong Yun's heart sank. She understood Su Wen's temperament. Given Su Wen's character, she would never have regarded Mu Changxing favorably, despite his improved appearance. But what was happening now? Why was Su Wen siding with Mu Changxing? Kong Yun mointoned har smila. Woman, what are you talking about? Was it not you who opposed my relationship with him? Su Wen's expression shifted, and with a swift glance, she retorted, if you hadn't broken up with him, how could I get close to him? Kong Yun fell silent, pondering if Su Wen truly harbored feelings for Mu Changxing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yin, there you are. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise echoed through the air. Mu Changxing looked up to see a figure approximately 1.78 meters tall, with a refined appearance, donning glasses and exuding an air of sophistication. A luxurious gold watch adorned his wrist, hinting at considerable value. Xia Xuezhang. Upon seeing Xia Ziyuan, Kong Yun's face instantly brightened. As Xia Ziyuan approached, he cast a glance at Mu Changxing, and when his gaze landed on He Shuyu and Su Wen, A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Who is this young man surrounded by two stunning beauties? Yin, who are they? Will you not introduce me? Xia Ziyuan smiled at Kong Yun. She glanced at Mu Changsheng before cheerfully introducing. This is Mu Changsheng, my high school classmate, and this is Su Wen, a good friend of mine. As for this individual, I'm not particularly familiar. Xia Ziyuan narrowed his eyes and stepped closer, extending his hand to He Shuyu beside Mu Changsheng. Hello, I am Xia Ziyuan, Yin Sr. He Shuyu furrowed her brows, disregarding Xia Ziyuan, and said to Mu Changsheng, let's go, I no longer wish to remain here. Mu Changsheng smiled. All right, let us depart. Xia Ziyuan's expression instantly darkened. This woman had audaciously rejected him. Hey, Changsheng, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Since you're a friend of Yin, you're naturally also a friend of mine, Xia Ziyuan. In a couple of days, it will be Yun's birthday banquet. You should consider coming to see it. Xia Ziyuan invited with a grin. Mu Changsheng paused, pondering the birthday banquet of Kong Yin. Ah, the life of the affluent is indeed distinct. However, given Kong Yun's striking beauty, one must spend considerable resources to pursue her. I shall refrain from joining the revelry. Mu Changsheng waved his hand and walked ahead. Xia Ziyuan glared at Mu Changsheng's retreating figure, his expression turning grim. Kong Yun felt a twinge of complexity within, gazing at Mu Changsheng's slender silhouette. Her lips moved slightly. He was still so concerned with his pride. Yet in this society, mere beauty is insufficient. Wealth and power reign supreme. Su Wen, do you think I would believe your words? Xia Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, addressing Kong Yun. Kong Yun shook her head. Senior Xia, you jest. Yin, I have reserved a private room with friends for tonight. Would you care to join me for some fun? Xia Ziyuan's invitation was gentlemanly. Kong Yun declined with a shake of her head. I'm sorry, Senior Xia, but I need to study tonight. Xia Ziyuan's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned. Very well. I shall take my leave. Kong Yun waved goodbye and departed. Xia Ziyuan watched her leave, his face darkening considerably. This woman, clearly materialistic, pretended to uphold such lofty ideals. Once I have you in my grasp, let us see how you continue to act. At that moment, Xia Ziyuan's phone rang unexpectedly. Brother Xia, are you coming? Today is perfect for some fun. I've nearly won 200,000. Xia Ziyuan was slightly taken aback. Have you been gambling again? Brother Xia, what do you mean by again? It's not every day I receive my living expenses. How can I not indulge a little? Just tell me whether you're coming or not. Your family's wealth can certainly afford a bit of entertainment. There's even a splendid horse here. Xia Ziyuan hesitated, then smiled. All right, I'll be there. In Kong Yun's dormitory, she gazed at the notebook before her, her expression somewhat forlorn. The images of Mu Changsheng, He Shuyu, and Su Wen incessantly appeared in her mind. Why did he leave me only to find such beautiful women? And Su Wen was truly a source of distress. Kong Yun gripped her pen, feeling a surge of irritation. It was as if she had a premonition that even if she severed ties with Mu Changsheng, he would remain hers. Frustrated, she closed her notebook, retrieved her phone, and found a long-neglected conversation. After much hesitation, she composed a message. Changsheng, do you have time to meet? Yet, the response was merely a red exclamation mark. Kong Yun's expression stiffened. He had actually deleted her. Fuming, she dialed Mu Changsheng's number. At this moment, Mu Changsheng was joyfully indulging in pig trotters with He Shuyu and Su Wen. Suddenly, a notification rang from his phone. Su Wen picked up Mu Changsheng's device, and, upon glancing at the screen, Mu Changsheng noted the somewhat familiar number. Looking at his greasy hands, he requested, "Could you answer it for me?" Su Wen nodded and accepted the call. "Hello, who is this?" Upon hearing a female voice, Kong Yun on the other and immediately turned pale. "Who are you? Why is this phone with you?" Su Wen, feeling a surge of anger, glanced at Mu Changsheng and demanded, "Which woman is this?" Mu Changsheng's lips twitched. The voice unmistakably belonged to Kong Yun. "Why was she calling him?" He replied, "The woman you saw this afternoon." Su Wen and He Shuyu instantly thought of Kong Yun, a sense of crisis washing over them. Su Wen's tone hardened. "Who are you, the mistress? Are you unaware that he has a girlfriend now?" Mu Changsheng's lips twitched again, realizing that Kong Yun must be furious at this remark. Nonetheless, he feigned ignorance. "Who is calling?" "I don't know, just some woman. Probably someone selling herself," Su Wen muttered before decisively hanging up the phone. He Shuyu chuckled upon seeing the call ended. "You two are really something." Chapter 56, Breakup. After escorting He Shuyu back to her dormitory, Mu Changsheng took Su Wen to the Duoya Hotel. As they entered, the receptionist recognized Mu Changsheng and slightly bowed. "Good to see you, Mr. Mu." Su Wen was taken aback. "Mr. Mu? This was Duoya Hotel, a five-star establishment in Tian'an City. Why would they address Mu Changsheng in such a manner? Mu Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at the receptionist, but chose not to elaborate. Mr. Mu, your presidential suite has been arranged with facial recognition, she smiled. Mu Changsheng nodded appreciatively and led Su Wen towards the elevator, who gazed at him in astonishment. Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Changsheng inquired, noticing Su Wen's expression. Why did she call you Mr. Mu? Su Wen swallowed hard, unable to contain her curiosity. Because I'm the owner of this hotel. Mu Changsheng shrugged. What? You own Duoya Hotel? Su Wen et Golim. When did you become the owner of Duoya Hotel? Why didn't you mention you were so wealthy before? The barrage of questions left Mu Changsheng feeling overwhelmed. Just experiencing life and seeking true love. He fabricated a casual excuse. Su Wen quickly took out her phone to look up the hotel's market value. Upon seeing it was worth over 2 billion, her eyes widened in disbelief. So much money. Then, she burst into laughter. If Kong Yin knew you were this rich now, she would surely regret her decisions. Mokhangskengis lips twitched. Don't you resent me? I genuinely wished for you and Kong Yin to break up back then. Su Wen tilted her head, blinking curiously. Mu Changsheng shook his head, saying, I ought to express my gratitude to you. Were it not for your insight, I would remain oblivious to Kong Yun's true nature. Su Wen gazed at Mu Changsheng and remarked, now that you possess such wealth, pursuing Kong Yun would likely ensure her continued companionship. Mu Changsheng took Su Wen's hand and led her into the presidential suite, then gently pressed her onto the bed, asking, do you truly believe I still need someone like Kong Yin? Su Wen's complexion turned slightly rosy, her gaze evasive, and her voice softened considerably. I haven't even bathed yet. Mu Changsheng lifted her delicate chin, replying, no need for that. Time is of the essence. The following morning, the room bore witness to chaos, with several torn black stockings strewn across the floor, hinting at a rather tumultuous night. Leaning against the bed, Mu Changsheng observed Su Wen as she busily applied her makeup. Inquiring, aren't you tired? Su Wen cast him a sidelong glance. Of course I am. But today, I have important matters to attend to. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. What matters? Breaking up with Song Haoning, Su Wen replied, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Mu Changsheng chuckled. Wearing the clothes he bought for you and adorned with the lipstick he gifted, you plan to part ways? I do not love him, and my initial intentions in being with him were solely for his wealth. However, I never anticipated his foolishness. In the end, I gained much without losing anything. Su Wen shrugged nonchalantly. Mu Changsheng opened his mouth. You truly are something else. Oh, by the way, I will soon begin my internship. You must assist me with that. Su Wen stood, glancing at Mu Changsheng. You want me to provide you with an internship certificate? Mu Changsheng met her gaze. That could be arranged, but it will depend on your performance. Su Wen walked over to the table, picking up a rope with a playful smile. Issue it to me. Who knows when it might come in handy. Mu Changsheng watched her with a glimmer of intrigue. Huh. Su Wen set the rope down and kissed him softly. I must take my leave now. Do not dwell on me. She paused, then added, wait, take this. I believe you'll find it useful shortly. Mu Changsheng retrieved a box from the bedside and tossed it to her. Su Wen was momentarily taken aback, gazing curiously at the exquisite box. As she opened it slowly, she discovered a golden watch nestled within. Her eyes sparkled with delight. What is this? Mu Changsheng grinned. A watch, a gift for you. Su Wen caressed the watch. Her eyes fixed on him as she inquired, how much did this cost? Not much, perhaps a few dozen, he replied with a shrug. The watch was left behind by the previous owner of the Duoya Hotel, and Mu Changsheng had found in the office. He had little fondness for second-hand items, so he decided to gift it to Su Wen instead. Wait, a few dozen? Are you saying tens of thousands? Su Wen et Glim astonishment. If you don't fancy it, you could sell it and acquire style you prefer. Mu Changsheng revealed as he pulled back the covers, preparing to dress. Su Wen, feeling a bit anxious, closed the box and approached him again, planting a kiss on his cheek. President Mu, you are exceedingly kind to me. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Su Wen said delicately. Mu Changsheng cast a glance at Su Wen and instructed, go fetch some water, wash my feet, and then help me put on my shoes. Su Wen rose, casting a shy glance at Mu Changsheng. Yes, master. At noon, in a steak restaurant near Tian'an Normal University, Song Haoning looked at Su Wen with excitement. Wen, you finally agreed to meet me. I thought you would never see me again. After buying clothes for Su Wen, she had ignored him for 2 days, leaving Song Haoning greatly concerned. Su Wen, with a calm demeanor, savored her steak and said, inviting you out was merely to have you treat me to a meal. Today, I summoned you for a specific purpose, setting down her fork. Su Wen dabbed the corners of her mouth with a napkin. Song Haoning looked at her with confusion. Wen, what is it? As long as you can forgive me, Song Haoning, will do anything. It is not a matter of great consequence. Merely that I wish to inform you that we should part ways. Su Wen gazed at Song Haoning and spoke softly. Upon hearing the first half of her statement, Song Haoning patted his chest in assurance. Even if it entails great sacrifice, Yet before he could finish, he was left dumbfounded. Break up? You wish to break up with me? He exclaimed, raising his voice and drawing the attention of several patrons. Chapter 57. The Rejected Song Haoning. Wen, you cannot be joking. Song Haoning's voice trembled with barely concealed embarrassment, his eyes darting about, signaling Su Wen to refrain from such talk. Su Wen glanced at him, unfazed by his unspoken warning. Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Song Haoning, I am not jesting. This declaration struck him like a bucket of cold water. Song Haoning's expression shifted. Wen, do not joke with me. We have been together for so long. Why must we part? She responded, the reason I called you out today was to end our relationship. Su Wen continued, her irritation palpable. At that moment, the thought of remaining in Song Haoning's company repulsed her. Song Haoning stood stunned, unable to believe his ears, his heart filled with confusion and disbelief. Why would you want to break up just like that? Can't we part amicably? Su Wen's voice rang out again, laced with disdain. Song Haoning's expression darkened. After investing so much money and effort into Su Wen, to receive such an outcome felt like a profound humiliation. Su Wen, what do you mean? He snapped. Having used me and spent my money, you intend to cast me aside. You must be joking. Where in the world does such a thing happen? Song Haoning shouted vehemently, failing to lower his voice. Song Haoning, I advise you to calm down. Otherwise, you will regret the consequences. Su Wen's tone remained serene. Ending this? It cannot be that simple. Song Haoning scoffed. And regret? I will not regret. Furthermore, do you think you can so easily walk away from me? I intend to make you regret it for a lifetime. As she spoke, Song Haoning suddenly lunged forward with remarkable speed and strength, leaving Su Wen no time to evade. Song Haoning intended to grasp Su Wen's arm, but was deftly evaded. Su Wen cast a glance around, noticing numerous passers-by observing them. A thought flickered in her mind. She was certain that under such scrutiny, Song Haoning would hesitate to resort to violence. Thus, she smiled brightly at him, her gaze tinged with mockery and disdain. What's this? With so many people watching, do you still wish to solve this with force? Aren't you afraid this will make the news tomorrow? Su Wen's voice rang clear and melodic, ensuring that all nearby could hear her words distinctly. Momentarily taken aback, Song Haoning regained his senses, realizing they were still in the restaurant. A quick survey of the surroundings revealed a significant change in his demeanor, his face darkening considerably. You scheming wretch, have you planned this all along? Song Haoning glared at Su Wen with clenched teeth, convinced that she had been waiting for him to fall into her trap. I've spent so much on you. How dare you propose a breakup? However, Song Haoning was unwilling to be cast aside without reason, especially since Su Wen had yet to gain anything from it. To abandon this endeavor midway would be an immense loss. This time, however, Song Haoning lowered his voice. Su Wen regarded him coldly, her eyes filled with unrelenting contempt. Fine. If you wish to break up, so be it. Song Haoning sneered, as a realization struck him. Su Wen came from a modest background. Now was the time to employ a defensive strategy, which he believed would give him the upper hand. He understood that winning Su Wen back was no longer feasible. Yet he was determined to extract what he felt was rightfully his. Return the money I've spent on you, and I will agree to the separation. Song Haoning grinned at Su Wen, envisioning her submission. Noticing the smile on his face, Su Wen let out a cold laugh, her arms crossed defiantly. This overconfident fool believed victory was assured. Gazing at Song Haoning, she calmly spread her hands and stated, Did I ever ask you to spend money? Wasn't it you who insisted on paying? She denied him any opportunity to interject, continuing to apply pressure. Song Haoning, let me enlighten you. Don't presume that I am unaware of your clandestine actions. With that, Su Wen pulled out her phone, her fingers deftly navigating the screen, swiftly unlocking it and opening a video. Since you wish to play games, I shall accompany you until the end. I want to shed tears until I see the coffin. In an instant, the video revealed a shocking scene, the sordid affair between Gui Xiaolan and Song Haoning vividly captured. Upon witnessing the video, Song Haoning immediately lost his composure. How could this woman have a video? How could she possess this evidence? Instinctively, he reached for Su Wen's phone, desperate to destroy the incriminating proof. However, Su Wen had anticipated this move, effortlessly evading his grasp. Realizing his attempt had failed, Song Haoning lowered his voice. How did you obtain this video? Were you spying on my phone? He glared at Su Wen, his expression twisted with rage. Su Wen let out a cold laugh. We are in a romantic relationship. So what if I look at your phone? Just imagine if I were to post a video on the confession wall. How would Jiang Ruizhao view you then? After all, he is your closest friend, and yet you are attempting to seduce his girlfriend. Su Wen's words dripped with sarcasm and menace. Let me guess. Do you think Jiang Ruizhao would not retaliate? He is utterly infatuated with Gu Xiaolan. Song Haoning's body trembled slightly, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The moment Su Wen's video became public, his life would be irrevocably ruined. He would not only be unable to hold his head high among classmates, but could also find himself expelled from Tian'an Normal University. If it reached his father's ears, the consequences would be dire. He would surely face a brutal punishment. Su Wen, please don't do this. Song Haoning's voice bore a hint of desperation. We can discuss this calmly. Let us not escalate it to such extremes. Wen, please don't be angry. There are so many people here. Let us sit down and talk it over. I agree to break up. His tone grew subdued. Su Wen sneered. Weren't you just brimming with confidence? Go on. Keep it up. As the bickering subsided, onlookers turned their curious gazes toward them, whispering among themselves, wasn't that guy quite imposing just now? What happened to his bravado? TSK. He is probably guilty of infidelity. I think so too. He was so confident until that beautiful girl pulled out her phone, and then he wilted. I thought she was a gold digger, but it seems I misjudged her. Such a stunning beauty, wasted on a fool. Chapter 58, Retribution. Groups of onlookers gathered, their glances frequently darting towards Song Haoning. It appeared they were mocking him. Sitting there, his expression was as dark as coal, his heart racing with panic. He fixated on Su Wen, quietly demanding, what do you intend to do? Su Wen maintained an air of leisure, savoring the moment as he regarded Song Haoning. Don't waste time. Speak quickly. Song Haoning, unable to restrain himself any longer, replied in a low tone. This was a matter of his future. He could not afford to be careless. Su Wen raised his head slightly, clearly pleased with Song Haoning's current demeanor. Very well. I can keep this from Jiang Ruizhao and the others, but you must give me this amount. Su Wen's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to those around them. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand. Upon seeing Su Wen lift his hand, Song Haoning's expression darkened immediately. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and he unconsciously clenched his teeth, producing a grinding sound. With a quiver in his voice, he feigned calmness. 10,000. 10,000 is not too much for me. I can accept that. I'll consider this as being played for a fool and just pay to avert disaster. Su Wen appeared to find this utterly laughable, gently shaking his head. 10,000? Su Wen's face curled into a cold smirk. Are you trying to insult me? 100,000, or else I won't hesitate to make you infamous. After all, being a superstar must be quite entertaining. Su Wen deliberately elongated her tone. Oh, in that time you were present, I believe everyone would like to see it, she continued, completely disregarding Song Haoning's dignity. Song Haoning's body trembled slightly. His expression instantly contorted with rage, bloodshot veins creeping into his eyes. His voice turned low and hoarse. Su Wen, I advise you to leave some room for maneuver. 100,000 yuan is far too much. However, Su Wen let out a disdainful snort, her gaze brimming with contempt. Leave room? You are aware of leaving room. Cheating with Gu Xiaolan is one thing, but you also cheated with Ma Qiao. Have you left any boundaries in your conduct? Since you are unwilling to give, then you might as well embrace being an internet celebrity. I can help you become one. Perhaps you could even make a fortune. Song Haoning's retort faltered, lacking justification. Noticing this, Su Wen coldly remarked, this is your chance. After all, your video is only a few minutes long. If the whole school discovers that you are a 3-second man, who would still want to be with you? I believe 100,000 yuan pales in comparison to your dignity. Young Master Song, you should know how to make a choice. With that, Su Wen crossed her arms. Her expression one of provocation as she gazed at Song Haoning. Song Haoning's teeth ground together audibly, his fists instinctively clenching the armrest of the chair, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Finally, he sighed, I don't have 100,000. Su Wen's expression instantly turned frigid, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Don't have it. Upon seeing her reaction, a wave of trepidation washed over Song Haoning. The madwoman wouldn't actually release his video, would she? Taking a deep breath, he resolved to steady Su Wen first, speaking in a grave tone. I'll give you 80,000 if you delete the video. Upon hearing this, Su Wen's brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of hesitation crossing her gaze. After careful consideration, although 80,000 was less than she had anticipated, it still constituted a substantial sum. Moreover, Su Wen merely intended to teach Song Haoning a lesson. If she went too far, she might end up shooting herself in the foot. With this thought, a satisfied smile slowly emerged on Su Wen's face. All right. Consider it compensation for mental anguish. She calculated inwardly that 80,000 could somewhat compensate for the discomfort of being around him during this time. After all, dining in front of a pig's head could be deemed a form of emotional distress. Upon hearing Su Wen's response, Song Haoning felt a sense of relief wash over him, but it was quickly followed by bitterness. This 80,000 represented nearly all his savings, yet to prevent the video from leaking, he had no choice. Song Haoning could only silently console himself, viewing it as a necessary expense to avert disaster. Damn it, what sins had he committed these days, constantly facing financial loss? He had even sold his car, and now the last of his savings would be taken by this wretched woman. Su Wen, observing Song Haoning's despondent demeanor, felt a surge of satisfaction within her. So this is what revenge feels like. Truly delightful. Su Wen leisurely remarked, remember, at this time tomorrow, transfer the money to my card. Otherwise, there will be no shortage of your place in the influencer circle. The 3-second man. Su Wen deliberately paused, leaving behind a meaningful smile before turning to leave. Song Hao stared at Su Wen's gradually receding figure, the harsh laughter ringing in his ears. His face darkened with overwhelming rage. You wretched woman, I shall make you pay dearly. After spending so much money, only to be stabbed in the back at the end. Even in death, I will not spare you. 80,000, is it? I will have your chastity in my hands. Upon uttering these words, Song Hao's hand trembled involuntarily as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. His fingers glided swiftly across the screen, finally resting on a contact named Brother Xia. Taking a deep breath, Song Hao resolved that Su Wen must be taught a lesson for daring to defecate on his head. Remembering the humiliation Su Wen had inflicted upon him, he dialed without a moment's hesitation. Brother Xia, do you have any thoughts about my girlfriend? There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by a sinister chuckle. Your girlfriend, Su Wen? Indeed, Song Hao replied with a hint of malice. You would be willing to send that kind of woman to my bed? The disbelief was palpable in Brother Xia's voice. Gritting his teeth, Song Hao recalled Su Wen's actions towards him. His heart hardened. As long as Brother Xia allows him a taste of the soup, nothing else mattered. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end spoke with a laugh. All right, arrange a time for us to meet. Beep beep. After the call ended, Song Hao's expression was as dark as storm clouds. Su Wen, if you are ungrateful, do not blame me for being unjust. This is all of your own making. With a cold huff, Song Hao picked up his phone and left the restaurant. Chapter 59. The Leave Request Turmoil. You cannot imagine that guy's expression. It was more painful than eating excrement. Su Wen was on a video call with Mu Changsheng, sharing the embarrassing predicament of Song Hao. Mu Changsheng smiled slightly, seemingly having already envisioned the sight of Song Hao's downfall. Song Hao, do you think this is the end? Mu Changsheng looked at Su Wen and cautioned, Song Hao is not a good person. Be careful in the coming days. Su Wen nodded slightly. He is supposed to transfer money to me tomorrow. He might use this as an excuse to take me out. Mu Changsheng narrowed his eyes, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Going out is fine. Take them to the Doya Hotel. Su Wen was taken aback. The Doya Hotel? Isn't it too expensive for him? Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. He might not go alone, but he will certainly seek help. Su Wen instantly grasped Mu Changsheng's intention. I understand. After ending the video call, Mu Changsheng stretched lazily. Song Hao, do not walk into the muzzle of the gun. Just as he was about to put away his phone, Yang Shuyun's call came in. Mu Changsheng answered, Shuyun. What is wrong? There was a hint of hesitation on the other end. When will you be back? Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something, and smiled. Rest assured. I shall take a leave today and return home with you tomorrow. The voice on the other end trembled. Really? Would I deceive you? Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. I shall await your arrival at home. After hanging up, he sought out Shuning's contact information. He had initially acquired it when he purchased sanitary napkins for her, and she had reimbursed him. Mu Changsheng sent a winking emoji, expecting a delayed response, but was taken aback by an immediate reply. What is up? Just as he began to type a response, Shuning called him. Mu Changsheng's lips twitched. Why was she calling? Instructor, he greeted with a smile. You messaged me. What do you wish to discuss? Shuning's voice was notably cool. I would like to request a leave. Mu Changsheng inhaled deeply and stated, Leave? For what reason? After pondering briefly, he concocted a flawless excuse. I've been consuming too much spicy food lately and have developed hemorrhoids. There was a moment of silence on the line. Is that true? I swear on heaven and earth. Mu Changsheng promptly assured her. Very well. I shall grant you half a day. Mu Changsheng's lips quivered. Half a day was hardly sufficient. At least 1 or 2 days would be necessary. Is that not enough? Mu Changsheng fell silent. It was certainly inadequate. Could you extend a bit longer? If you desire more time, be at this location by 6 this evening. Mu Changsheng was slightly taken aback upon seeing the location Shuning sent. It was a residential complex. Before he could inquire further, Shuning hung up. Puzzled, Mu Changsheng wondered. What could you want me to do at the residential complex? Feeling somewhat helpless, he decided to deliver food first, as he still had time. Ding! Food delivered. Valued at 30 yuan. Rewards doubled. Congratulations, host, for receiving 300 yuan. Ding! Food delivered. Valued at 49 yuan. Rewards doubled. Congratulations, host, for receiving 490 yuan. Ding! Food delivered. Valued at 120 yuan. Rewards doubled. Congratulations, host, for receiving 12,000 yuan. Ding! Special reward triggered. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a cleansing elixir. Mu Changsheng, in the midst of his deliveries, paused in astonishment. Cleansing elixir? Isn't that a potion from novels for cleansing the marrow? This was indeed a valuable item. He felt a surge of joy. In this era rife with additives, all food was toxic, yet the cleansing elixir could aid him greatly. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was already 5:30. He decided to head to the residential complex to see what Shuning had planned. In Tianan City, at the Tang family's villa, Tang Yuro's mother, Mu Qin, descended from the upper floor. Yuro, are you in a romantic relationship? Tang Yuro, seated on the sofa, sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Mother, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be in a relationship? Then who is that boy named Mu Changsheng by your bedside? Mu Qin calmly sat beside Tang Yuro, wearing an expression that suggested she had seen through her daughter's pretense. Tang Yuro's beautiful eyes flickered with evasion. That was merely what? Mu Qin scrutinized her, an understanding look on her face. Oh, my mother, how could you enter my room? Tang Yuro gazed at Mu Qin with a hint of grievance. Mu Qin shot her a disapproving glance. I am your mother. Am I not permitted to enter your room? Yuro, you're still young. There are many deceivers out there. It would not be too late to marry after gaining some experience in society, Mu Qin advised earnestly. Then why is my sister getting married? Moreover, to a man she does not even like. Tang Yuro pouted in dissatisfaction. Mu Qin's expression shifted slightly. Then she sighed. Your sister is the president of the corporation. Her burdens are greater than you can imagine. Then why can't she pursue her true love? I do not wish to have my marriage arranged by you. Yuro, this matter is not as simple as you think. The Su family is a multi-billion conglomerate in Tianan City, far beyond what our Tang family can contend with. Mu Qin sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Forget it. I do not want to hear this. I'm going to sleep. Tang Yuro huffed, standing up and heading upstairs. Moving Yachit head Ostend, Sigink helplessly. Yuro. When you grow up, you'll understand a mother's good intentions. As for Yunair, I apologize for not being a better mother to her. At Tian Mei Community, Mu Changsheng rode his electric bike in, glancing at the surroundings before checking his phone's GPS. This should be the place. He promptly called Shuning, and the line connected almost immediately. Advisor, I have arrived. Good. Walk to your left. There's a small truck parked over there. Mu Changsheng parked his bike and walked to the left, soon spotting Shen Ying's figure. Observing the luggage on the truck, he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking, I hope I'm not being recruited as a laborer. Chapter 60, Moving. Shen noticed Mu Changsheng, and her lovely face broke into a smile. Over here. Mu Changsheng approached her with a hint of reluctance. Shen Ying surveyed him. You don't look ill. Mu Changsheng awkwardly scratched his head. Advisor, please don't tease me. With her hands on her hips, Shen Ying replied. Though I'm unaware of your reason for taking leave, if you wish to do so, it's simple. Help me move. Mu Changsheng felt a familiar twitch. His suspicion had indeed been correct. Shen Ying appraised him, thinking that with his physique, it would be a waste not to utilize him as a free mover. What? Are you unwilling? Shen Ying frowned, staring intently at Mu Changsheng. He waved his hand dismissively. Of course not. I will help. Follow me. Shen Ying smiled slightly, leading him upstairs. Mu Changsheng gently pushed open the door to her home, stepping into a warm and tidy room. His gaze casually swept around, and he noticed the room was predominantly white, exuding an air of simplicity intertwined with elegance. Although the space wasn't particularly spacious, it was meticulously arranged, imparting an inexplicable sense of comfort and tranquility upon entry. As Mu Changsheng curiously examined this little haven of life, Shen Ying's clear voice suddenly called out, "Come here." The voice carried an undeniable authority, causing Mu Changsheng to involuntarily halt his steps. However, as he prepared to turn and respond, the corner of his eye caught an unusual hue on the balcony, several pieces of undergarments swaying gently in the breeze. In an instant, Mu Changsheng was taken aback, his gaze seemingly frozen at that moment. Shen Ying, noticing Mu Changsheng's silence, felt a flicker of surprise in her heart. She turned slightly, following his line of sight, and in that instant, her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. "Mu Changsheng," Shen Ying exclaimed softly, her voice tinged with a mix of embarrassment and reproach. She hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to shield Mu Changsheng's view with her body while reaching out to gather the garments. Snapping back to reality, Mu Changsheng realized his indiscretion, and his face turned a shade of mortification. "Instructor, I didn't see anything," he stammered. Shen Ying, blushing, set the clothes aside and covered them, then playfully tossed her hair behind her ear. "Come over and help me," she urged. Approaching Shen Ying, Mu Changsheng glanced at the box before him and hesitated. "Instructor, let me handle it myself." Shen Ying paused, observing the overflowing box. "Can you lift it?" Rolling up his sleeves to reveal his biceps, Mu Changsheng confidently declared, "I'm quite strong." He squatted down and effortlessly lifted the box, moving it with ease. After all, with his current physique, no one could rival him. Shen Ying gazed at his tall figure, biting her lip. It seemed she had made the right choice in seeking his assistance today. Shen Ying had only a few items to retrieve, having already moved some previously, and within approximately an hour, Mu Changsheng completed the task. She presented him with 2 bottles of chilled sour plum juice, handing him one. "Are you tired?" Leaning against the car, Mu Changsheng accepted the drink, quipping, "What do you think?" Shen Ying's gaze lingered on his handsome face. After an hour of labor, he bore only a hint of dust, devoid of sweat. This young man's physical condition was remarkably exceptional. Mu Changsheng twisted open the bottle of sour plum juice and offered it to her. Shen Ying blinked in surprise, and he smiled, "Allow me to assist you." Her cheeks flushed as she realized she had been tended to by a younger boy. "I didn't expect you to be quite the gentleman," she remarked. Receiving the bottle, Shen Ying took a small sip and smiled at Mu Changsheng. He shook his head. "It's merely a trivial matter." As Shen Ying stood up to retrieve another item, she faltered in her slippers. "Ah," she gasped, stumbling and nearly losing her balance. Mu Changsheng, quick to react, swiftly grasped her arm. Shen Ying's expression turned pained as she furrowed her brow, supporting herself on his shoulder. "Instructor, are you all right?" Mu Changsheng asked. Concern etched on his face as he noted her slightly reddened ankle. Shen Ying bit her lip and shook her head. "I'm fine." Yet, as she attempted to take a step, the sharp pain in her ankle brought her back to reality. "Hiss, don't push yourself. Let me carry you," he insisted. Mu Changsheng did not afford Shen Ying the opportunity to retort and swiftly lifted her into his arms. Shen Ying's delicate face flushed crimson, instinctively wrapping her arms around Mu Changsheng's neck. At that moment, her cheeks blazed like a fiery cloud, astonished that her student had lifted her so effortlessly. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no inclination to resist. Mu Changsheng carried Shen Ying toward the second floor, and she spoke in a barely audible voice. "Am I heavy?" Mu Changsheng paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. "Not at all, you're quite light." Shen Ying lowered her gaze slightly, her red lips biting down in curiosity at the peculiar sensation of being cradled by a man. He gently placed her on the bed and instructed her to sit comfortably, saying, "I will fetch you some warm and cold water." As Shen Ying watched Mu Changsheng's retreating figure, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over her. How could this be? Shen Ying scolded herself for being so careless, allowing her student to tend to her. Soon, Mu Changsheng returned with 2 basins of water. Observing her increasingly swollen ankle, he reached out, but Shen Ying interrupted. "I can manage it myself." Mu Changsheng glanced up at her. "Are you sure?" He chuckled softly. "If you can't, don't force it. Let me take care of it." Shen Ying's hand, holding the handkerchief, stiffened slightly as she turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. Mu Changsheng tenderly grasped her slender ankle, which resembled delicate porcelain, exuding a subtle chill that evoked an instinctive desire to protect. He cautiously dipped a cloth in warm water, his voice soothing as he said, "It might hurt a bit. Bear with it." His tone was imbued with genuine concern. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ying's cheeks flushed even deeper. She nodded lightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. Qin Ling bit her lower lip tightly, suppressing a cry of pain that threatened to escape, though the slight discomfort caused her to furrow her brow. She must not cry out. She had to endure it. Otherwise, it would be too humiliating. Mu Changsheng observed her reaction and chuckled inwardly, amused by her desire to maintain her dignity at the cost of her own comfort. Nevertheless, he continued to treat her ankle with utmost gentleness, his movements careful and considerate. His gaze inadvertently fell upon her flushed cheeks, and he mused to himself about how captivating such an instructor could be, exuding an enchanting allure. Though the atmosphere between them was somewhat awkward, Qin Ling could sense Mu Changsheng's attentiveness, and a warm current surged within her heart. This fellow was undeniably gentle. Her glance toward him softened, and her body, previously tense from the pain, gradually relaxed. "All right, I shall take a shower," Mu Changsheng said with a smile as he released her ankle. Qin Ling nodded shyly, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in at that moment, utterly mortified. As Mu Changsheng entered the shower, he softly commanded, "System, use the marrow-cleansing pill." In no time, he felt a pill materialize in his palm, a white capsule exuding a fragrant aroma. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, discovering that it was not as painful as he had imagined. Mu Changsheng felt a warm current within him, and soon he discovered that his body was producing a repulsive, viscous black substance. The smell was quite pungent. With a scowl, he pinched his nose and turned on the shower, washing away the unpleasant residue. After rinsing off, he approached the mirror, noticing his complexion had significantly brightened. The contours of his side and abdominal muscles were now more pronounced, and his facial features appeared more defined. His nose was prominent, and his pupils had enlarged. Previously, Mu Changsheng could barely be considered handsome, but now he was undeniably strikingly attractive. Dressed, he walked into Qin Ying's room. "Instructor, if there is nothing else, I'll be on my way." Qin Ying looked up, momentarily taken aback by Mu Changsheng's refreshing smile, sensing that he had become considerably more charming. She glanced out the window, noting the late hour. "Is the school still open at this time?" Mu Changsheng checked his phone. "If not, I'll just climb in." Qin Ying shot him a disapproving look. "Climbing the wall? You've done that quite a bit. Haven't you?" The corner of Mu Changsheng's mouth twitched. "Instructor, I did it for you." "Well, climbing isn't safe, and you'd face consequences if caught," Qin Ying replied, shaking her head. "Oh, then I'll just find a hotel." Mu Changsheng scratched his head and shrugged. Qin Ying frowned at him. Staying in a hotel would be such a waste of money. "Why don't you just stay here tonight?" Her words stunned Mu Changsheng. "Stay here?" The instructor was inviting him to reside with her. He looked at Qin Ying awkwardly. "Instructor, you're not joking, are you?" Qin Ying felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could she have said such a thing? No, she was merely concerned for his safety. Being out so late alone could be dangerous. She was simply fulfilling her duty as a teacher to protect him. Yes, responsibility. Mu Changsheng glanced at the bed, and noticing his gaze, Qin Ying's face flushed. "Don't think about sleeping on the bed. You'll take the floor?" "All right." Mu Changsheng nodded. Within 10 minutes, he had made a clear arrangement for his sleeping space. Lying comfortably on the floor, he marveled at the fact that he was sharing a room with his instructor. The night was quiet. However, Qin Ying found it difficult to sleep. The presence of a man in the room made her heart race uncontrollably. Mu Changsheng broke the silence first, whispering, "Instructor, are you asleep?" Unfortunately, there was no response, leaving him somewhat disappointed. "Are you asleep?" "No." The faint reply brightened his eyes. "Is something wrong?" Qin Ying, facing away from him, clutched the blanket tightly. Mu Changsheng shifted onto his side, observing her silhouette. "I don't know why I can't sleep." Qin Ying was startled. He too was restless. "Is it because of the change in environment? Are you not used to it?" Mu Changsheng nodded slightly. "Perhaps." "Instructor, I want to be attending class tomorrow," he said after a moment's contemplation. Qin Ying was intrigued. "You're not ill, so why did you take leave?" "Of course. I'm going to meet my mother-in-law," Mu Changsheng replied after a moment's contemplation. "My mother wishes to see me." Qin Ying was somewhat perplexed. "Aren't you a local?" "I am, but my mother insists on seeing me tomorrow, though I can't quite fathom why." After pondering, Mu Changsheng realized that Yang Shuyin's mother was indeed his mother-in-law, and referring to her as mother posed no issue. Qin Ying found the excuse somewhat far-fetched, yet Considering that a mother's worry transcends distances, she conceded it was reasonable. After all, she had already promised him. All right, I'll grant you a 2-day leave. Make sure to spend quality time with your mother, Shining said softly. Mu Changsheng's expression brightened. Thank you, instructor. It's getting late. Let us get some rest. Sure, instructor. The next day, in the girls' dormitory. 1-1. That sum of 100,000 is no small amount. Let us meet in person so I can hand you the money directly. Su-Wen glanced at the message from Song Haoning, her beautiful eyes flickering. All right, but where should we meet? I need to decide. A quick response came from the other side. Okay, where shall we rendezvous? At the Duoya Hotel. Outside. Song Haoning's expression suddenly stiffened. The Duoya Hotel? ISNT, that a 5-star establishment? Why would this woman want to meet me there? Could there be some ulterior motive? Is she planning to take advantage of me again? He found it hard to believe that Su-Wen had connections at the Duoya Hotel. Since you are unkind. Don't blame me for being ruthless, Su-Wen. A flash of resentment crossed Song Haoning's eyes. He promptly called Xia Yan. Brother Xia. She wants to meet me at the Duoya Hotel. Oh, the Duoya Hotel? How could she possibly invite you there? Song Haoning scoffed. It's clear that this wretched girl wants to take full advantage of me before the breakup. There was a brief silence on the other end before a light chuckle emerged. Well, good luck. If all goes well, there will certainly be benefits for your family. Thank you, Brother Xia. I will personally deliver her to your bed. After hanging up, a cold smile curled at the corners of Song Haoning's mouth. Su-Wen, since you've chosen to end things with me, I shall have to sacrifice you to achieve my goals. Meanwhile, Mu Changsheng had just stepped out of Shun Ying's apartment when he noticed a message from Su-Wen and smirked. Song Haoning, you walked right into my trap. You can't blame me now. He took out his phone and called He Yan. Mr. Mu, came He Yan's respectful voice on the other end. Mu Changsheng relayed the situation regarding Su-Wen, knowing that with He Yan's capabilities, it would be a cinch to deal with Song Haoning. Chapter 62, Classmates. At this moment, Mu Changsheng stood by the roadside, engrossed in his phone. Soon, a white McLaren approached, its striking appearance drawing the attention of many onlookers. Moments later, Yang Shuyun stepped out of the car. Mu Changsheng smiled slightly as he saw her. Let us make a quick stop at the supermarket. Yang Shuyun was taken aback. Why are we going to the supermarket? What a surprise. She is here to pick up a pretty boy. The young man, with a striking appearance, seemed to attract envy. If you possess such skills, you should try it yourself, someone remarked. Can good looks feed you? Mu Changsheng disregarded the surrounding ire and pressed on. Of course, I am purchasing gifts for my parents-in-law. Yang Shuyun trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she regarded Mu Changsheng. Their acquaintance had only spanned a month, yet his kindness towards her was already profound. Recalling her past with Hu Haitao, a bitter smile escaped her lips. She realized she had been blind to his shortcomings. Mu Changsheng led Yang Shuyun to the largest pearl supermarket in Tiannan City, where he diligently selected gifts according to her preferences. Upon reaching the second floor, at the gold store, Yang Shuyun gasped, "This is far too expensive." She clutched Mu Changsheng's shoulder, shaking her head in disbelief. This bracelet weighs over 30 grams. And with gold prices exceeding 800, it would cost more than 20,000. It's far too extravagant. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. It's merely a bracelet. To me, it's but a drop in the ocean. Without allowing Yang Shuyun a chance to object, he guided her to the counter, requesting a particularly exquisite piece to be showcased. The attendant smiled softly, "Of course, sir," as Yang Shuyun beheld the shimmering gold bracelet and observed the calm demeanor of Mu Changsheng. She felt a swell of emotion within her. "Shuyun, do you think your mother would appreciate this?" Mu Changsheng inquired with a gentle smile. Yang Shuyun gazed at the delicate bracelet, her expression wavering. The attendant noticed and chimed in eagerly, "Ah, so it's not for you. Your boyfriend is so considerate toward his family. How enviable." Yang Shuyun felt her cheeks flush slightly. At that moment, a voice from behind, tinged with disbelief, called out, "Shuyun?" Surprised, Mu Changsheng turned to see a striking woman accompanied by a bespectacled man in a suit. Yang Shuyun turned, raising an eyebrow. "Guomanman, Xingzihong?" Guomanman's eyes widened in astonishment upon spotting Mu Changsheng, marveling at his handsome features, only to be quickly overtaken by jealousy. In high school, she had already felt overshadowed by Yang Shuyun's beauty, and now her boyfriend was equally striking. How unfair. Xingzihong, upon seeing Yang Shuyun, noted how much more beautiful she had become since their high school days. Guomanman, with a forced smile, addressed Yang Shuyun. "Shuyun, ISNT your boyfriend Hu Haitao? Why are you here with this handsome fellow at gold store?" Aren't you worried Haitao might get jealous? Yang Shiyun's expression hardened. Hu Haitao and I have already parted ways. Guoman furrowed her brow in disbelief. Parted ways? How is that possible? You two have been together for quite a while. Yang Shiyun's tone was resolute. I am serious. We have broken up. Xing Zihong chuckled lightly. Shuyun, I must say, I find your words unpalatable. Although Haitao may not be the brightest, his feelings for you are genuine. Engaging in an affair behind his back is truly disheartening. Yang Shiyun's face flushed with anger, while Mu Changxing's eyes flickered slightly as he chuckled. Gentlemen, may I inquire as to the meaning of your words? Guoman, seeing Mu Changxing speak, immediately replied with a smile. This handsome guy might not know, but this lady beside you is my high school classmate. We just had a reunion not long ago, and I never imagined she already has a boyfriend and is entangled with you. Xing Zihong chimed in. Indeed, my friend, you seem to possess charm. Do be wary of being deceived by this woman. Yang Shuyun grew anxious, glancing at Mu Changxing in distress. Changxing. However, Mu Changxing continued nonchalantly. So that is the case. Guoman chuckled lightly, believing Mu Changxing had been convinced by their words. Handsome, do not let your guard down. She might just be after your money. Yes, brother, I see your refined demeanor. Hold on to your wealth and do not squander it on such a woman, Xing Zihong echoed. Suddenly, Mu Changxing's demeanor turned icy. Why would I spend on my woman when I could squander it on two mutts like you? Yang Shuyun was taken aback. Guoman and Xing Zihong's expressions darkened immediately. Xing Zihong scowled. What do you mean by that? We are merely trying to enlighten you, and yet you insult us? Guoman scoffed. Ignore them. We were acting out of goodwill. Zihong, you are far superior to them. At this, Xing Zihong puffed up with pride. Man. I promise to treat you well. So do I. I shall never behave like her. Mu Changxing smirked derisively. What a touching display of love. He fixed his gaze on Xing Zihong. My friend, have you not noticed that your body has been rather itchy these days? Xing Zihong furrowed his brow, wondering how he knew. Guoman paled, pointing an accusatory finger at Mu Changxing. What do you mean? Zihong, let us go. Mu Changxing chuckled lightly. Idrisin guo umanman. You go out to entertain clients without taking safety precautions, contracting an STD, and passing it to your boyfriend. What a truly heartfelt relationship you two share. Guoman's complexion paled, her eyes wide with panic. You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? Am I speaking falsely? A simple hospital checkup will reveal the truth, Mu Changxing teased, glancing at Xing Zihong. Xing Zihong's expression turned bizarre as he stared rigidly at Guoman. Is what he says true? Guoman, trembling with anxiety, shook her head vigorously, denying Zihong. I love only you. How could I do such a thing? Looking at the visibly distressed Guoman, Xing Zihong felt a chill grip his heart. Then tell me, what is that red sore on your back? Chapter 63, Parents. That is merely an allergic reaction, Guoman retorted nervously, though her conviction was clearly lacking. Before Xing Zihong could respond further, Guoman pointed at Mu Changxing, furiously exclaiming, You and I have never met. Stop slandering me here. Do you believe I won't call the police on you? Mu Changxing smirked, shaking his head as he observed Guoman's task panel, casting a sidelong glance at Xing Zihong. Believe it or not, that is up to you. I merely sought to warn my brother. Enraged, Guoman stepped forward, prepared to strike Mu Changxing. At this moment, Xing Zihong's heart was in turmoil. He had no desire to continue the mockery. He abruptly pulled Guoman closer, his gaze fierce. Tell me, do you have AIDS or not? Guoman felt a surge of fear. Zihong, you know my feelings for you. How could I deceive you? The rash on my back is truly just an allergy. Observing that Guoman's expression did not suggest deceit, Xing Zihong released her wrist, snorting coldly. If you dare to lie to me, I will ensure you regret it. At this moment, Guoman's resolve began to waver. Once this matter was settled, she would immediately part ways with him. Who could predict how Xing Zihong would react upon discovering that she had contracted AIDS? Might he even harm her? Yang Shuyun, Jurios, looked at Mu Changxing and inquired, Are you speaking the truth or merely jesting? Mu Changxing, lifting the packaged golden bracelet from the front desk, replied with a smile. Of course it is true. How do you know she has AIDS? Yang Shuyun asked, puzzled. Mu Changxing chuckled lightly. I guessed. Huh, you guessed. Yang Shuyun was momentarily taken aback. Enough questions. We should be on our way. Meanwhile, Xing Zihong's expression darkened as he watched Guoman. Although many of his doubts had dissipated, he still felt anxious. Zihong, I need to use the restroom, Guoman said softly, tugging at his sleeve. Xing Zihong frowned. And Man quickly added, "You were too fierce just now. You scared me." With an impatient wave of his hand, he urged, "Hurry up." Relieved, Man dashed toward the restroom, unaware that she was already plotting her escape. "Brother, don't be fooled. AIDS is no trivial matter," cautioned a bystander. Xing Zihong frowned. "What do you mean? Who develops red sores on their back from an allergy? And she's going to the restroom alone. Aren't you worried she might flee out of guilt?" Upon hearing this, Xing Zihong's expression faltered. Man had always insisted on dragging him along to the restroom. Realizing the implication, he hurried in the direction of the restroom. The bystander shook his head in exasperation. This guy is really foolish. In Tianqin County, which is about 20 miles from Tian'an City, Mu Changsheng and Yang Shuyan traveled swiftly on the highway, soon arriving in Tianqin County. The streets were relatively quiet, and a McLaren caught the attention of many passersby. "Turn left up ahead, and we'll be there," Yang Shuyan directed nervously. Mu Changsheng nodded slightly, following her guidance until they reached the neighborhood. After parking the car, he picked up the gifts he had purchased and stepped out. "My parents are very kind, so there is no need for you to feel anxious," Yang Shuyun reassured him. "Rest assured, I will be just fine," Mu Changsheng replied with a gentle smile. Yang Shuyun relaxed, leading him toward her home. Inside Yang Shuyun's house, a kind-looking woman in her 50s, Chun Lan, addressed Hu Haitao softly. "Haitao, how long have you known Shuyun?" Hu Haitao smiled faintly. "Annie, I have known Shuyun for several years." Chun Lan was momentarily taken aback, her surprise evident. "You've known each other for years? By the way, Haitao, when is Shuyun coming back?" she inquired with a smile. Hu Haitao's eyes darted for a moment. "Andy, Yin has something to attend to today, so she might arrive a bit late." "I came ahead," he replied. "Then why didn't you wait for my daughter to return together?" A middle-aged man stepped forward, casting a somewhat unfriendly gaze at Hu Haitao. It was Yang Shuyun's father, Yang Fuchen. Hu Haitao felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, Yang Shuyun's father held a position of authority in the county. "Uncle, it was Shuyun who asked me to come first," he explained. Chunlan shot a glare at Yang Fuchen. "You should speak to Haitao more gently. It's not easy for him to visit." Yang Fuchen glanced at Chunlan dismissively, ignoring her, and sat down with a frown, clearly displeased with Hu Haitao. Chunlan forced an awkward smile at Hu Haitao. "Haitao, please have a seat." She then pulled Yang Fuchen aside into the room. "Come in with me." Despite his dissatisfaction, Yang Fuchen complied. Hu Haitao watched their departing figures, a cold smile creeping across his face. "Yang Shuyun, do you really think you can cast me aside just because you've found a wealthy heir? That rich boy will hardly accompany you home. He merely wishes to indulge himself with you. When you return, you will realize that I am the one who truly cares for you." Inside the room, Chunlan pleaded, "Old Yang, be kinder to Haitao." Yang Fuchen retorted, "Shuyun is my daughter. I simply cannot accept this, Hu Haitao." Chunlan shot him an exasperated look. "What do you understand? As long as our daughter is happy, that is what matters. Besides, I believe Haitao has a good temperament and will take care of her well." Yang Fuchen scoffed, "If Shuyun ends up unhappy, the responsibility will fall on you." Chunlan was taken aback. "Oh, old Yang, that sounds like you are shirking responsibility." Yang Fuchen retorted, "We do not know this Hu Haitao well, and one cannot judge merely by appearances. Moreover, no matter how well we treat him, if he is ungrateful, our efforts will be in vain. The more dissatisfied we appear, the stricter we should be. Only then will he treat our daughter better." Chunlan paused. "You have a point. Let us go. Our daughter is nearly back." Yang Fuchen adjusted his clothing with a huff. Just then, Yang Shuyun's voice rang out, "Mom, I'm back." As she entered, upon seeing Hu Haitao in the hall, her expression turned rigid. "What are you doing here?" Hu Haitao's face brightened at the sight of Yang Shuyun. "Yun Yodebat." However, Yang Shuyun's face quickly turned icy, her gaze fixated on Hu Haitao. "Why are you in my house?" Feeling the chill of her stare, Hu Haitao felt a pang of trepidation but awkwardly chuckled. "Shuyun, didn't you want me to come see Annie and Uncle? I'm here, aren't I?" Yang Shuyun's expression darkened to an almost stormy intensity. "Hu Haitao, we've already broken up. Do not ever show your face in my home again. Leave at once." Hu Haitao was utterly taken aback by Yang Shuyun's mercilessness. At that moment, Chunlan's voice echoed, "Yin, is that you back?" Chunlan and Yang Fuchen emerged, but upon encountering the icy glare of Yang Shuyun, Chunlan immediately sensed that the atmosphere was off. "Yin, Haitao, what has transpired?" she inquired, her brow furrowed with confusion. Yang Shuyun took a deep breath, preparing to confess everything, Mom. Yet before she could finish, Hu Haitao interjected, Annie, Yin Yun is simply a bit fatigued from work. Before he could elaborate, Yang Fuqing's stern expression interrupted him. She is my daughter. She can speak for herself. There is no need for your explanation. Hu Haitao was instantly intimidated by Yang Fuqing's imposing presence. However, a voice rang out. Shuyan, what is going on? The arrival of Mu Changshang momentarily stunned Hu Haitao. Shenlan and Yang Fuqing. Who is he? Hu Haitao was utterly bewildered. How could he possibly be here? Such a wealthy young man would not likely visit the parents of Yang Shuyan. Mu Changshang then spotted Hu Haitao, his brow furrowing in recognition. What are you doing here? Shenlan scrutinized Mu Changshang, noting his striking appearance, tall stature, and the assortment of bags he carried. Yin Yin, who is he? She whispered. Mu Changshang smiled with ease. Auntie, I am Yin Yun's boyfriend. What? Yang Fuqing was taken aback, turning to Hu Haitao. You are her boyfriend? Then who is he? Yin Yun. What is the meaning of this? Yang Shuyun inhaled deeply and declared, Dad, he is my ex-boyfriend. I've already broken up with him. Now, Changsheng is my boyfriend. Hu Haitao's face paled as he felt Yang Fuqing's disapproving gaze. He hastily explained, Uncle, please let me clarify. This guy is not Yin Yun's boyfriend. He is merely a rich second-generation heir, completely incapable of marrying Yin Yun. Yang Fuqing's brow furrowed. A rich second-generation heir? Yang Xuyun glared at Hu Haitao coldly. Be silent. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Chunlan felt a twinge of worry upon hearing rich second-generation heir, for her daughter's happiness was paramount. Hu Haitao spoke earnestly. Auntie, I assure you that I am telling the truth. You must believe me. We cannot allow Yun Yun to be deceived. Mu Chansheng chuckled helplessly. You claim to be Yun Yun's boyfriend, yet this is your first visit to her home, and you come empty-handed? How can you arrive without even the most basic of gifts? Hu Haitao hesitated, noticing the bags in Mu Changsheng's hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. What do you understand? What I bring is sincerity, he retorted. Mu Changsheng found himself at a loss for words, incredulous at such a persistent individual. Your sincerity? Is that merely taking care of your mother? You don't even have 6 figures in savings. Yet you transfer your salary to your mother so she can save for your brother, correct? You refused to come when I invited you. And now that you realize Yin Yin no longer loves you, you slink back like a dog, sniffing around. Isn't that disgusting? Mu Chansheng scoffed. Auntie, are you truly considering allowing Yin Yin to marry such a mama's boy? He said with a smile. Shenlan's expression grew instantly cold, while Hu Haitao's face darkened. I have done nothing wrong to Yin Yin, he retorted. Mu Changsheng disdainfully replied, during your time together, has she ever spent a single penny on you? Can you truly provide her with happiness? You cannot afford a car, nor a house. Are you expecting her to marry you just to help pay off your mortgage and car loan while taking care of your mother and brother? Yang Shuyun trembled slightly, surprised that Mu Changsheng knew so much, information she had never disclosed to him. Hu Haitao was momentarily at a loss for words, gritting his teeth in frustration. You bastard. You're a second-generation rich kid, so it's easy for you to say such things without thinking. Mu Chansheng scoffed. Then tell me this. When Yin Yin wanted to bring you home, why did you refuse? When she was in danger and needed you, what were you doing? Working? What about when she was heartbroken and needed comfort? How did you respond? The relentless questions left Hu Haitao drenched in sweat. Listening to Mu Chansheng. Chunlan's heart sank as she looked at Yang Shuyun, realizing for the first time how much her daughter had suffered over the years. Hu Haitao attempted to defend himself. Auntie, silence. You are unwelcome here. Leave at once. Chunlan coldly commanded, issuing an eviction order. Hu Haitao was momentarily stunned. Auntie, leave immediately, or I won't hesitate to call the police and have you taken away, Yang Fuqing said sternly. Upon hearing the mention of the police, Hu Haitao's demeanor shifted. He cast a cold glance at Mu Changsheng and fled in shame. Mu Changsheng watched Hu Haitao's retreating figure and sneered. You try to keep your distance from me in the future. Chunlan, with a pained expression, grasped Yang Shuyun's hand. Yin Yin, why didn't you tell me? Yang Shuyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mom, it's all in the past. I just didn't want to worry you. Yang Fuqing scoffed. Not telling us is what truly worries us. Mu Changsheng chuckled softly and winked at Yang Shuyun, causing her cheeks to flush. Noticing the exchange, Chunlan quickly interjected. Changsheng, are you tired? Why don't you set your things aside? Not all. Auntie, Mu Changsheng replied with a light laugh. He placed the gifts in a corner, then took out an exquisite box and handed it to Chunlan. Auntie, this is for you. Qianlan was momentarily taken aback, accepting it with curiosity. As she slowly opened the elegant box, a stunning gold bracelet emerged before her. A gold bracelet? Changsheng, no, this is too extravagant. Qianlan hastily closed the box. Given the recent surge in gold prices, such a bracelet could cost several tens of thousands. Far too valuable. Young Fuzheng frowned sleekly, wondering if Wu Haitao's claims held any truth, that Mu Changsheng was indeed a wealthy heir. If that were the case, then Wu Haitao's words could not be dismissed outright. Uncle, I have a gift for you as well. Mu Changsheng produced 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, causing Yang Fuqing to pause in surprise. He suppressed his inner desires, thinking, 2 packs of cigarettes to win my daughter over? How could that be enough? Mu Changsheng produced a leather belt and said, Uncle, this is a belt custom-made for you, with your name engraved on it. Yang Fuqing gazed at the exquisite gift box, his eyelids fluttering slightly. Yang Shuyun smiled gently. Mom and Dad, you should accept it. Changsheng doesn't smoke, and he already has belts. If you ask him to take it back, who will he give it to? Upon hearing this, Yang Fuqing cleared his throat softly and, maintaining his composure, accepted the gift. Changsheng, you are quite thoughtful, he remarked. Mu Changsheng smiled faintly. It is my duty. Seeing that Yang Fuqing had accepted the gift, Qianlan no longer insisted on declining. At that moment, Qianlan felt even more fond of Mu Changsheng. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed emotional intelligence. Changsheng, where are you working? Qianlan inquired as she pulled him to sit on the sofa. Mu Changsheng glanced at Yang Shuyun and replied slowly, I am still studying, and occasionally I deliver takeout. Deliver takeout? Yang Fuqing was momentarily taken aback. A wealthy second-generation scion delivering takeout? How could that be? Qianlan also appeared puzzled. Changsheng, where's your family from? Mu Changsheng replied truthfully, from Nandu County. Qianlan was even more bewildered. Wasn't Nandu County a poor region in Tianan City? Hadn't Hu Haitao said that Mu Changsheng was a rich heir? Yang Fuqing, too, was perplexed, but he quickly cleared his throat and said, I do not care where your family is from, but if you do not treat Shuyun well, I will not spare you. Mu Changsheng smiled in response. Uncle, rest assured, I will treat Shuyun well. Hearing his assurance, Yang Shuyun's face flushed. Yang Fuqing took a deep breath. Young Mu, I know your family background is better than ours, but Shuyun is our only daughter. We do not expect anything from your family. We only hope for her happiness in the future, and that will suffice for us. Yang Shuyun shivered sleepily, dead. Yang Fuqing raised his hand to silence her, fixing his gaze on Mu Changsheng. We do not know much about you, but since Shuyun has chosen you, we trust her judgment. You both are adults. If you wish to marry and be together, we as parents have no objections. But you must promise to treat Shuyun well. Otherwise, regardless of whether you are a wealthy heir or a bureaucratic offspring, I will not let you off the hook. Mu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, staring at Yang Fuqing's serious expression, somewhat speechless. His principles were quite commendable. Rest assured, Uncle, I will not mistreat Shuyun. Very well. You may talk with Shuyun. I will go prepare dinner, Yang Fuqing said, nodding in appreciation as he stood and walked toward the kitchen. Now, only Mu Changsheng and Yang Shuyun remained in the room. Mu Changsheng looked at Yang Shuyun, who was standing there, and smiled. So, who is meeting whose parents? You or I? Why are you even more nervous than I am? Yang Shuyun shot him a playful glance, filled with charm. I'm just worried about you. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow slightly. How did I perform? Was it not commendable? Do I not deserve a reward? Seeing his playful demeanor, Yang Shuyun lightly scoffed before leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek. Just then, a voice called from outside. Is Yunin back? Yang Shuyun's face reddened, and she quickly straightened up, turning around to see a woman entering. Mu Changya looked up and beheld the woman's pair of bright, sparkling eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars and glistening like obsidian. The corners of her eyes curved gently, as if harboring a hint of a smile that exuded confidence. Her lips, adorned with a subtle hue of lipstick, were as vividly alluring as ripe berries. An elegant neck connected to a voluptuous bosom, leading down to a flat abdomen and long legs. Upon seeing the woman, Yang Shuyun's face lit up. Sister Gij. The one referred to as Gij also noticed Mu Changsheng. And who might this be? Yang Shuyun smiled faintly and introduced him. This is Mu Changsheng, my boyfriend. Changsheng, this is my cousin, Chun Gij. Mu Changsheng slowly stood, extending his hand with a smile. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chun Gij was momentarily taken aback. Captivated by Mu Changsheng's warm smile, her cheeks flushing. So tall and handsome, she thought. She extended her hand for a gentle shake. revealing a tender smile. Pleasure to meet you. Chun Gij gazed at Yang Shuyun with a hint of jealousy. I didn't expect you to find such a handsome boyfriend. Even I feel a twinge of envy. Yang Shuyun replied, your brother-in-law isn't too shabby either. Upon hearing the term brother-in-law, Chun Gij shot her a look. How could he possibly compare Changsheng? Mu Changsheng chuckled softly. Sister Gij, please don't tease me. I speak only the truth. Chun Gij asserted. Yin, has Gij arrived? Came Chen Lan's voice from the kitchen. Yang Shuyun replied, yes. Yin, we had a power outage yesterday, and I borrowed a power bank from Gij's house. It's by my bedside. Please return it to her. Yang Shuyun bowset sleekly, realizing it was merely the power bank. Sister Gij, please continue your conversation. I'll fetch it. Yang Shuyun smiled faintly. No rush. I have a ticket for the day after tomorrow, Chun Gij said with a cheerful demeanor. As Chun Gij watched Yang Shuyun leave, her gaze fell upon Mu Changsheng. Mu Changsheng felt a shiver under Chun Gij's scrutinizing stare. Surely she harbors no intentions towards me, he pondered, bemused by her lingering gaze. Chun Gij stepped closer, enveloped in a delicate fragrance. That McLaren in the parking garage is yours. Isn't it? Mu Changsheng was taken aback, quickly understanding her implication. She must have seen him park. He relaxed and acknowledged, so what, Sister Gij? Chun Gij smiled subtly, inching even closer, placing her fingertip upon his chest. Yin is truly fortunate, she remarked. Chapter 66. The Unfortunate Song Hounding. Mu Changsheng's heart raced as he regarded the alluring Chun Gij before him, internally lamenting. How could Yang Shuyun contend with such a woman? Alas, she is unlike my sister, burdened with a heavy fate. Chun Gij feigned a pitiful expression, evoking sympathy. Fortunately, Yang Shuyun did not take long to return with the power bank. She approached with the power bank in hand. Sister Gij. Chun Gij winked at Mu Changsheng, then sidled past, leaving no trace behind. I shall not disturb you any longer, Yin, Chun Gij said, waving to the two before departing. Mu Changsheng's lips curled into a faint smile. This woman was indeed intriguing. Yang Shuyun looked at Mu Changsheng with curiosity. What were you discussing just now? Mu Changsheng replied with a casual smile. Nothing much, just inquiring about my line of work. In room 213 of the Duoya Grand Hotel, Su Wen lay quietly on the bed, her demeanor calm as her gaze flicked towards the nearby camera. Ding dong. Upon hearing the doorbell, a strange smile crept onto Su Wen's lips. The door is ajar. Please come in. Song Hounding pushed the door open and shut it behind him, his heart stirring with discontent upon seeing Su Wen's exquisite face. How unfortunate that such beauty was to be squandered on that fellow, Xia Yan. Song Hounding managed a slight smile. Wen, what prompted you to invite me here? Su Wen chuckled softly and rose to her feet. After all, this is a private transaction. A quiet place is preferable. Song Hounding pondered for a moment, indeed. Su Wen tossed her phone onto the bed. I will take a shower first. Be sure to have your 100,000 ready. At the mention of the sum, a sinister glint flickered in Song Hounding's eyes. What a greedy woman. Today, I shall ensure your downfall. As he watched Su Wen enter the bathroom, he heard the sound of running water and slowly moved aside. He poured the pre-prepared sedative into a glass and added some red wine. A cold smirk appeared on his lips. Su Wen, your end is nigh. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was under He Yan's watchful eye. Boss He, just this alone could land him in prison for a few days, whispered the secretary beside He Yan. He Yan raised a hand. Patience, let us wait a moment longer. Su Wen emerged from the bathroom, and Song Hounding, noticing the droplets of water in her hair, felt no suspicion, only a twinge of annoyance at her excessive modesty. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached her with 2 glasses of red wine. Wen, I apologize. If you drink this, we shall be even. Su Wen glanced at the wine, but did not reach for it. Instead, she picked up her phone, transfer the money first. Song Hounding's expression stiffened, internal frustration brewing. How dare you, you shameless creature. Before your disgrace, let me show you the weight of 100,000. Following Su Wen's provided bank account number, he transferred the funds. Upon seeing a message from Mu Changsheng, Su Wen smiled. The money has arrived. Hounding, I didn't expect you to be so prompt. Cheers. Song Hounding's smile was devoid of warmth. Prompt? What a joke. This was the last of his savings after purchasing a car. However, as he watched Su Wen drink the red wine, the gleam of malice in his eyes grew more pronounced. After finishing her drink, Su Wen instinctively clutched her head. Why do I feel so dizzy? Hearing this, Song Hounding tugged at his tie. Su Wen, you wretched woman, today you shall pay for your arrogance. Su Wen's face paled as she looked at Song Hounding in horror. Did you drug me? Song Haoning let out a cold laugh. It's too late for you to realize now. Su Wen shook her head in pain, striving to maintain her clarity. Impossible. Who gave you this drug? Song Haoning let out a cold snort. It's of no consequence to tell you. It was given to me by Xia Yan. Today, my sole responsibility is to enchant you, and soon you shall become nothing more than a plaything for Brother Xia. Hearing Xia Yan's name, Su Wen's lips curled into a faint smile before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Song Haoning gazed at Su Wen's exquisite figure, a surge of desire igniting within him. Damn it, that scoundrel Xia Yan. He swiftly located Xia Yan's number and dialed. Meanwhile, He Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile. We can proceed. Yes, Director He. Inside room 213, Song Haoning's agitation grew as he contemplated indulging himself. After all, Xia Yan would have no way of knowing whether she was a virgin. Just as his wicked thoughts flourished, the doorbell rang. Irritated, he muttered, "So soon?" He approached the door and opened it. Brother Xia. Before he could finish his sentence, he was swiftly subdued. Don't move. Police. Song Haoning was instantly taken aback. His lustful thoughts extinguished as he stared at the officers, cold sweat trickling down his back. What do you want? We received a report that you have drugged a young woman. You are already a criminal, the officer replied coldly. Song Haoning's face turned pale. I didn't. I swear. I didn't. Whether you did or not is not for you to decide. The officer dismissed him, waving his hand. A female forensic expert in a lab coat entered with a medical kit, confirming Song Haoning's worst fears. Upon seeing this, his legs weakened. It's over, it's all over. The forensic expert examined the unconscious Su Wen, glanced at the wine nearby, and nodded at the officers. She's been drugged. The officers' expressions hardened. What more do you have to say now? At that moment, Xia Yan, who had just ascended to the second floor, turned pale upon witnessing Song Haoning's predicament. He quickly ducked around the corner. What is happening? How did this fool get caught by the police? Xia Yan's face was ashen. Damn it, with that cowardly demeanor. He will undoubtedly implicate me. I must contact my father immediately. Frantically, Xia Yan dashed down the emergency stairs, pulling out his phone to reach his father. If this continued, his future would be ruined. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Director He, this is the footage of Xia Yan, the secretary stated blandly. He Yan nodded slightly. The second son of the Xia family, I am aware. However, with his father backing him, he should be safe. We shall wait for President Mu's return to discuss further. Understood, Director He. Chapter 67. My in-laws are wonderful. Tianqin County. Mu Changsheng smiled slightly upon receiving the video from He Yan. Song Haoning, backed by a formidable family, will likely find himself confined for quite some time. By the time he emerges, even the school may no longer want him. With Song Haoning dealt with, Mu Changsheng felt considerably relieved. After all, the goal of revenge had been achieved. What is the matter? You seem quite pleased. Yang Shuyun inquired curiously as she approached with a plate of fruit. Mu Changsheng smiled. Oh, it's nothing. Yang Shuyun did not press further, as her understanding of Mu Changsheng was rather superficial. After all, they had known each other for less than a month. Mu Changsheng propped his head on his hand, suddenly realizing something. Where will I be staying tonight? Yang Shuyun's face flushed slightly as she mumbled, Well, I will be sleeping with my mom, and you will be with my dad. Mu Changsheng was taken aback, although he had already guessed as much. The idea of sharing a bed with a stranger still made him feel somewhat uneasy. Just wait a few days until we return. You can do whatever you want then. Yang Shuyun softly murmured, biting her red lip. Mu Changsheng's eyes brightened. Really? Indeed, Yang Shuyun replied, her cheeks tinged with crimson. At that moment, Chunlan emerged, looking somewhat awkward as she addressed Yang Shuyun. Shuyun, your father hurt his back today. It seems he won't be able to sleep with Xiao Mu tonight. Yang Shuyun was momentarily stunned. What? How did Dad hurt his back? Chunlan shook her head. It's an old ailment, Shuyun. You need not worry. Xiao Mu. I apologize. It appears you will have to share a bed with Shuyun tonight. Mu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with delight. Auntie, it's fine. I can sleep on the floor. Chunlan nodded in satisfaction. Very well. It's getting late. You two should rest early. As Mu Changsheng watched Chunlan's retreating figure, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Yang Shuyun, blushing, sat beside him. We can't do that tonight. Mu Changsheng leaned closer to Yang Shuyun, grinning at her flushed face. Do what? My home's soundproofing is poor. It will be heard. Yang Shuyun shifted back slightly, responding. Mu Changsheng, however, paid little heed to her concerns and suddenly scooped Yang Shuyun into his arms. Then let's keep it down. After they entered the room, Chunlan and Yang Fuqing stepped out. Chunlan observed the scene. Old Yang, Isn't this a bit premature? Yang Fuqing shot her a glance. Shu Yun is of age. If she doesn't have children now, it could be risky later. Moreover, if a girl marries and cannot bear children, would Xiaomu's parents approve? Qianlan pondered this and realized the validity of his reasoning. But isn't their contraception available now? It's not that easy to conceive, is it? Yang Fuqing replied with a calm smile. Today's youth are quite impatient. Don't worry. Qianlan raised an eyebrow. Old Yang, I never knew you were so knowledgeable. Yang Fuqing's eyelids flickered, and he cleared his throat. I learned it from videos. Qianlan raised her hand, pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Really? Yang Fuqing grimaced in pain. Of course, my dear, why would I deceive you? Qianlan huffed. I hope so. Yang Fuqing quietly closed the door, and the night settled into stillness. The following morning, Qianlan rose early and prepared a lavish breakfast spread. She approached the door, ready to knock, only to be halted by Yang Fuqing. Don't. Qianlan frowned. It's already 8 o'clock. If they don't get up soon, the food will be cold. Yang Fuqing shook his head. Young people have abundant energy. Let us wait a bit longer. Qianlan shot him an exasperated glare, as if you're brimming with energy yourself. Andy, uncle, what are you doing here? At that moment, Mu Changshang suddenly opened the door to find Qianlan and Yang Fuqing standing outside, momentarily taken aback. Behind him, Yang Shuyun felt utterly mortified, wishing she could vanish into a crevice in the ground. Qianlan smiled gently. Little Mu, we were just about to call you for dinner. Mu Changsheng nodded, seemingly understanding, and then walked over to the table. As soon as he left, Qianlan attempted to enter the room, but Yang Shuyun quickly blocked her path. Mom, what are you doing? I'm just going to help tidy up the blankets, Qianlan replied, puzzled. Yang Shuyun's face flushed dream son. No need, I'll handle it later. Yang Fuqing interjected. Shuyun is old enough to manage these small matters herself. Come on over for dinner. Yang Shuyun sighed with relief as she saw Qianlan being led away. Come, little Mu, try this. And this as well. This is my homemade soft-shelled turtle soup. Give it a taste. Mu Changsheng felt somewhat overwhelmed by Qianlan's hospitality. It was his first encounter with such amiable parents-in-law. It seemed that the arrogant, vain ones depicted in novels were indeed a rarity. Thank you, Annie. Yang Shuyun, gripping her chopsticks, expressed some dissatisfaction. I am your daughter. Mu Changsheng smiled gently and served her a piece of lean meat. You should eat too. Yang Shuyun felt her spirits lift as he offered her food. All right. By the way, little Mu, you're still in university. What is your major? Yang Fuqing inquired, having just taken a bite of green vegetables. Mu Changsheng replied candidly. I am studying education. Yang Fuqing nodded slightly. Education, quite commendable. Where are you studying? Tiannan Normal University. Mu Changsheng responded with a faint smile. Yang Fuqing looked at momentarily startled. Tiannan Normal University? It seems little Mu performed rather well on the college entrance examination. Tiannan Normal University is quite prestigious, with rumors of it soon becoming a double first-class institution. Its admission scores are notably high. You flatter me, uncle. It was merely a stroke of good fortune. Mu Changsheng humbly replied. Yang Fuqing shook his head. No need for modesty. This is your capability after all. Luck is also a part of strength. Mu Changsheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, his father-in-law was quite admirable. Upon hearing about the examination scores, Qianlan remarked, if only our troublesome son were half as obedient as little Mu. Yang Shuyun was taken aback. Mom, wasn't my brother doing well in school? Qianlan sighed. His homeroom teacher called me a few days ago, saying his grades have seriously declined, though I'm not sure why. Chapter 68. Brother's mistake. Yang Shuyun's expression turned serious. This is a critical moment. He can't afford to falter now. Qianlan also looked troubled. What can we do? Do you want to tell us anything? Just then, Qianlan's phone suddenly rang. I need to take this call. She stood up, and before Yang Shuyun could say anything else, Qianlan anxiously exclaimed, What did you say? A fight? Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow. It seemed his little brother-in-law was quite the troublemaker. All right, teacher, we'll be there right away. Qianlan hung up the phone, her face filled with concern. Yang Fuqing asked in a grave tone what happened. Xiaoqi got into a fight at school. They're asking us to come. Yang Fuqing's expression darkened. This insufferable brat. Why is he not focusing on his studies? What is he even doing at school all day? I shall go at once. He spoke coldly, preparing to rise. At that moment, Mu Changsheng smiled gently. Uncle, allow Shuyun and me to handle this. Yang Fuqing paused momentarily. Xiao Mu, Xiaoqi is silent. You may go. Yang Shuyun stood up. Dad, let Longsheng and me go. Xiaoqi has been quite obedient to me in the past. Yang Fuqing hesitated slightly, and Qianlan sighed. Let Xu Yun and Xiao Mu give it a try. Very well then. In Tianqing County, en route to Tianqing No. 2 Middle School, Mu Changsheng drove his McLaren and curiously inquired, "Has your brother perhaps fallen in love?" Yang Shuyun was momentarily taken aback. "I haven't been home. How would I know about his affairs?" Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. "A man tends to understand another man." Yang Shuyun Siged. Xiao Qi used to be quite well-behaved. He simply doesn't tea-talk much. Now he is in his second year of high school, with only a year until the college entrance examination. I truly worry for him. Fear not. If it's meant to be, it will resolve itself. Mu Changsheng parked the McLaren and then got out alongside Yang Shuyun. As Mu Changsheng gazed at Tianqing No. 2 Middle School, he shook his head in disbelief, finding it unexpected to return to high school once more, and for the sake of his brother-in-law. He conversed briefly with the security guard before entering the school with Yang Shuyun. Inside the Moral Education Office of Tianqing No. 2 Middle School, Yang Shuyun nodded as she observed the office. Upon entering, they noticed 2 boys clad in school uniforms standing there, both unfamiliar to Mu Changsheng. "Xiao Qi." Yang Shuyun focused on a bespectacled boy and called out. Yang Qi lifted his head, momentarily stunned upon seeing Yang Shuyun. "Sister?" At that moment, a balding male teacher wearing glasses sitting nearby raised his head. "Are you Yang Qi's family?" Yang Shuyun nodded. "Yes, sir. Zhang Diwang's parents have yet to arrive." "Please wait here for a moment," the teacher said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yang Shuyun approached Yang Qi, her expression stern. "What are you doing? Why did you get into a fight?" Yang Qi remained silent, his gaze cast downward. Mu Changsheng stepped closer, assessing Yang Qi. He was of decent height, around 178 centimeters, and possessed an appealing countenance, exuding a sense of reliability. "Have you perhaps broken up?" Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly, and upon hearing this, Yang Qi's body visibly stiffened. Yang Shuyun noticed the change, and Yang Qi glared at Mu Changsheng. "Who are you?" "He is your brother-in-law," Yang Shuyun replied in a firm tone. "Brother-in-law?" Yang Qi paused, glancing at Yang Shuyun, biting his lip, and refrained from further comment. Mu Changsheng cast a glance at Zhang Duang, who appeared rather carefree, slightly overweight with a few pimples on his face. However, Mu Changsheng quickly discerned that Zhang Diwang's family likely possessed some influence. Mu Changsheng spoke in a serious tone. "Is it because he has been getting too close to the person you like?" Yang Qi remained silent, turning his head away. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. "You must understand. If you do not tell me, you will soon face disciplinary action. This will affect your academic performance. How will you manage to get into a good university, let alone confront that fellow?" Yang Qi was taken aback. "Can you help me?" Mu Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "If you tell me, perhaps I can assist you." Yang Qi, somewhat skeptical, glanced at Yang Shuyun, who also wore a look of uncertainty, yet she had faith in Mu Changsheng. "Speak to your brother-in-law," he suggested. After a moment of silence, Yang Qi recounted the events to Mu Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Mu Changsheng expressed surprise. "Are high school students today so materialistic?" Yang Qi was academically proficient, consistently ranking among the top of his class. There was a girl named Chu Jingwen who frequently sought his help with her studies, and given her appealing appearance, Yang Qi found himself smitten. Over time, their relationship developed. However, high school regulations were stringent, forbidding romantic involvement, so their interactions were often clandestine during class. Yet, trouble arose when Zhang Duang persistently pursued Chu Jingwen. Yang Qi warned him off, but Zhang Duang disregarded his threats. Unexpectedly, within days, Chu Jingwen ended her relationship with Yang Qi, an outcome he found unbearable, leading to a significant decline in his academic performance. Later, he heard rumors that she had begun dating Zhang Duang. Enraged and humiliated, Yang Qi confronted Chu Jingwen, who offered no explanation. Zhang Duang, brimming with arrogance, taunted, "Kid, I bought Jingwen a new phone. Can you compete with that? She deserves someone like me, not a bookworm like you." Unable to tolerate the mockery, Yang Qi retaliated with a fierce blow, resulting in the current scene before them. "Well done. A true man," Mu Changsheng remarked, patting Yang Qi on the shoulder. Yang Qi was taken aback, surprised by the praise. Yang Shuyun, with a hint of exasperation, quipped, "Why are you blind like your sister?" Yang Qi, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean?" Mu Changsheng shook his head. "It means nothing, but for a woman enamored with superficiality, this is not worth your efforts. Once you enter university, you'll find a plethora of blossoms to choose from." Yang Qi clenched his fists, indignantly stating, "I am simply frustrated." Yang Shuyun, with a serious expression, inquired, "Are you hurt?" She worried about Yang Qi's safety, given Zhang Duang's imposing stature. Yang Qi shook his head. It's nothing serious. At that moment, a plump woman, exuding an air of affluence, hurried into the room, her face etched with concern. Xiao Wang, are you all right? Zhang Diwang's face lit up upon seeing her mom. You're here. Xiao Wang, are you okay? Let me see, Tian Yongping said, inspecting Zhang Duang with worry. I'm fine. How could that puny guy hurt me? He replied, boasting. Hearing this, Tian Yongping's expression softened somewhat, but her gaze turned icy as she scrutinized Yang Shuyun and Mu Changsheng before directing her attention to the teacher seated nearby. Where is Director Min? The teacher frowned, realizing why Zhang Duang appeared so brazen. He likely had influential backing. Since both parents are present, I will fetch the director and your class teachers, the teacher stated. Rising to leave, Tian Yongping, witnessing her teacher's departure, cast a frosty gaze upon Mu Changsheng. Fortunately, my Xiao Wang is unharmed. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences, she declared. Yang Shuyun furrowed her delicate brows, poised to speak, but was halted by Mu Changsheng's raised hand. Did you forget to brush your teeth after breakfast? Your breath is quite foul, he retorted. Zhang Diwang's expression darkened. How dare you speak of my mother like that? With a frown, Mu Changsheng swiftly approached and delivered a resounding slap. The force of the strike left Zhang Diwang's face instantly reddened and swollen. How dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? If your upbringing is lacking, allow me to discipline you on behalf of your father. Zhang Duang, momentarily stunned, felt a pang of fear. Mu Changsheng stood over 6 feet tall and was robustly built, instilling a sense of intimidation. Tian Yongping, exasperated, pointed an accusatory finger at Mu Changsheng. You scoundrel! How dare you strike my son? Do you know who we are? Mu Changsheng replied with a chilling laugh. Strike your son? I would not hesitate to slap you, the disrespectful elder. As he raised his hand again, Tian Yongping instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, revealing her cowardice. Mu Changsheng, chuckling, lowered his hand. Tian Yongping's expression darkened, humiliated by the fact that she was intimidated by this rascal. Yang Qi observed Mu Changsheng with concern. Sister, Zhang Diwang's family is quite wealthy. Yang Shuyun reassured him, do not worry. Your brother-in-law knows how to handle this situation with discretion. I will ensure you pay dearly for this. And as for this fellow, I shall make certain he never sets foot in school again. Tian Yongping spat, pointing at Yang Qi. Almost immediately, the door to the moral education office swung open, revealing a stern-looking man in a black suit, his belly protruding slightly, adorned with glasses that lent him an air of authority. Upon seeing him, Tian Yongping's demeanor transformed into a smile. Director Min, observe the lack of decorum in this family. They arrive and immediately strike my son. Director Min frowned, noticing Zhang Diwang's swollen face, and turned to Mu Changsheng. Did you do this? Which of your eyes saw me strike him? Mu Changsheng retorted, raising an eyebrow. Director Min's expression darkened. Tian Yongping smirked inwardly. How foolish to provoke the director. With a noticeably stern tone, Director Min issued his command. Yang Qi engaged in physical violence, a grave offense. After discussion within the moral education office, we have decided to expel him. Director Min, although Yang Qi did engage in violence, such an act does not warrant expulsion. A woman with a graceful figure, dressed in white, entered. She exuded an aura of purity and innocence, her delicate eyebrows slightly arched, adding a touch of determination to her beauty. Her long eyelashes fluttered like cicada wings over her almond-shaped eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. It was Luo Shui, Yang Qi's homeroom teacher. Mu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback and chuckled softly. There are few with true pedagogical virtue these days. Director Min coldly regarded Mu Changsheng. What do you mean? Yang Qi's guardian? Yang Qi's behavior is indeed troubling. Engaging in romantic relationships disrupts the environment, and he has resorted to fighting. Such a punishment is already lenient. Mu Changsheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. And what punishment do you propose? Director Min cast a glance at Zhang Duang and remarked. Although Zhang Duang also resorted to violence, it was in self-defense, hence a reprimand is warranted. Yang Qi attempted to counter this statement, but was restrained by Yang Shuyun, who urged him to trust his brother-in-law. At this point, the facts have become inconsequential, she sighed. Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow and questioned, as the director, are you not aware of the reasons behind the altercation? Director Min replied coolly, what do you mean? Mu Changsheng continued, Zhang Duang is also implicated in romantic entanglements. And considering he has already received a reprimand and is under probation, expulsion seems inevitable, relegating him to the status of an auditing student. Wouldn't you agree, homeroom teacher? His gaze shifted to Luo Shui. Noticing his attention, Luo Shui opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Zhang Duang. Whether or not I am in a relationship can be confirmed by summoning Chu Jingwen. Director Min smiled slightly. Indeed, Xiao Shui, please call Chu Jingwen as well. Luo Shui nodded reluctantly. Mu Changsheng's sharp brows knitted together. It appeared this group had conspired beforehand. It seems unconventional measures will be necessary, he mused. Tian Yongping provocatively eyed Mu Changsheng like parent like child. You seem to carry yourself well. Before she could finish, Yang Shuyun stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap. With a resounding crack, Tian Yongping's face flushed crimson. My man is not subject to your judgment, Yang Shuyun asserted boldly. Tian Yongping glared venomously at Yang Shuyun. You audacious wretch, you dare strike me? I aim to, Mu Changsheng retorted, delivering another slap that left Tian Yongping utterly bewildered. Zhang Duang, equally taken aback, glared at Mu Changsheng in fury. You dare strike my mother? A single fierce glance from Mu Changsheng sent Zhang Duang retreating 2 steps in fright. Director Min was equally astonished. He had never witnessed such audacity from a parent before. Quickly rising, he fixed a cold stare upon Mu Changsheng. Mr. Yang, this is the Moral Education Office, not a place for your reckless antics. Mu Changsheng scoffed. You are aware this is the Moral Education Office? As the director, if you fail to lead by example and indulge in petty gains, what right do you have to hold such a position? Is it merely because of your bald head? Director Min's expression darkened. Very well. Truly an exemplary parent. Chapter 70. The big boss who will meet the principal? Mu Changsheng's assertiveness even left Yang Qi taken aback. His brother-in-law was rather formidable, even confronting the director so boldly. While it was gratifying, Yang Qi glanced at his sister, pondering if his brother-in-law was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Duang sneered inwardly at the Na'vi youths who had offended Director Min. Yang Qi's prospects were grim. Just then, Luo Shui entered the room accompanied by a girl in school uniform. The girl was none other than Chu Jingwen. Mu Changsheng assessed Chu Jingwen with a fleeting glance. She was quite lovely, her fair skin and almond-shaped eyes enhanced by a touch of makeup. A delicate fragrance wafted from her, and in her school uniform, she possessed a certain charm. However, upon closer inspection, she appeared to be a scheming woman. Chu Jingwen glanced at Yang Qi and then noticed Mu Changsheng, momentarily taken aback as if surprised by his striking appearance. The director, seeing everyone had gathered, coldly inquired, Who exactly are you in a relationship with? Chu Jingwen's beautiful eyes flickered before settling on Yang Qi, whose complexion paled, an ominous premonition stirring within him. With Yang Qi, Chu Jingwen murmured softly. The director's expression immediately shifted to a sinister smile as he directed a dark gaze at Mu Changsheng, saying, What do you have to say for yourself this time? Mu Changsheng ignored the director and turned to Chu Jingwen, stating, Lying comes with consequences. Chu Jingwen, unable to meet his gaze, turned away. Tian Yongping scoffed. Director, since the matter is clear, let us expel them immediately. Such individuals only bring chaos to the school environment. The director nodded in agreement. You're quite right. Take Yang Qi and return him home. He needn't attend school any longer. Luo Shui attempted to interject director, although Yang Qi, but was cut off by the director's stern voice. The Moral Education Department has its rules. These rules must not be broken. Luo Shui opened her mouth to protest, but was silenced by the director's glare. Mu Changsheng sneered. What a fine example of teacher ethics. I hope you maintain this disposition. The director chuckled coldly, aware of the deep connections between Zhang Diwang's father and the vice principal. As for Yang Qi, well, leave this place at once. I will handle your withdrawal procedures. The director waved his hand, issuing an immediate dismissal. Mu Changsheng smirked, taking Yang Shuyun by the hand to leave. Yang Shuyun hesitated, whispering, Are we really leaving? Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. Soon, they will beg us to return. Yang Shuyun was momentarily perplexed, struggling to grasp the implications of his words. Just as Mu Changsheng was about to exit, the door swung open, and 3 imposing men strode in. The director's countenance shifted. What are the 3 principals doing here? He glanced at Zhang Duang, questioning whether Tian Yongping had contacted them. The director hastily approached, forcing a smile. Principals, what brings you here? Luo Shui was taken aback. realizing the dire situation had escalated with the arrival of the principals. Chu Jingwen was equally astonished. While she had heard that Zhang Duong seemed to know the principal of the second high school, she had not anticipated the extent of his family's influence. Casting a glance towards Yang Qi, she felt vindicated in her choice. The man at the center, with a prominent belly and a classic bald head, was Li Guangquan, the principal of the second high school. Beside him stood the slender vice principal Su Chuyang, and on the other side, the slightly plump, bespectacled vice principal Zheng Wuwei, who had connections to Zhang Diwang's family. Noticing the three principals remained silent, the director assumed they were there to support Zhang Duong. He gestured towards Mu Changsheng, stating, "Principal Li, look at this child. He is the focal point of this incident. Young Qi, his academic performance has plummeted, and he has been audacious enough to violate school rules, openly engage in a romantic relationship, and even resort to violence. I have already taken serious action. Indeed, the three principals, along with Yang Qi's parent, have resorted to verbal abuse and even physical aggression against us. You must advocate for us," pleaded Tian Yongping. "Look at the injuries inflicted upon my son," she exclaimed, pulling Zhang Duong closer and pointing at his face. The head of the admissions office hastily interjected, "Yes, principal, I intended to grant them an opportunity for redemption. Yet Yang Qi's parent has shown no appreciation, resorting to insults and degrading our institution's moral standing. It is as if they hold our school in utter contempt. Since you are here, Principal Li, I entrust this matter to you." Li Guangquan cast a glance at the admissions head before shifting his focus to Mu Changsheng. Yang Shuyun felt a surge of anxiety. The principal's presence was overwhelming. However, in the next moment, everyone was taken aback. Li Guangquan approached Mu Changsheng with a benevolent smile. "You must be Mr. Mu." Mu Changsheng nodded slightly. "Principal Li, your head of moral education seems intent on expelling me. I am considering the investment," he added. Li Guangquan's expression faltered, glancing at Yang Qi before reassuring. "Mr. Mu, rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding this matter." The admissions head was bewildered and hurriedly interjected. "Principal Li, have you mistaken the individual?" Tian Yongping echoed. "Indeed, Principal Li, we are the aggrieved party here." Li Guangquan cast a scrutinizing glance at Zheng Wuwei. "Is this the promising individual you have promoted?" Zheng Wuwei's face turned pale, and he struck the admissions head with a swift motion. "Min Jingchuan, is this how you conduct yourself as the head of moral education? Accusing others without justification? Who granted you the authority to expel parents?" Min Jingchuan was stunned into silence. "Why did Principal Zheng strike me?" he pondered. Tian Yongping, equally bewildered, remarked, "Principal Zheng, my husband is acquainted with you." Silence. "What connection do you think you have? After a few drinks, you presume to forge relationships?" Zheng Wuwei shot back. Tian Yongping was left speechless, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Zheng Wuwei then turned his gaze to Zhang Duong. "Is it you who dared to slander Mr. Mu?" Chapter 71. A Reversal of Fortune. Zhang Duong, filled with trepidation, looked up at Principal Zheng, but before he could speak, he was met with a sharp elbow. "At such a tender age, you engage in inappropriate behavior. At such a tender age, you spread falsehoods. At such a tender age, you exhibit a lack of respect for others. At such a tender age, you rely on your family's influence." With each accusation, Zheng Wuwei's elbow drove Zhang Duong further into the corner. The pain in his chest threatened to bring him to tears. Tian Yongping, bewildered, wished to intervene, but upon meeting Min Jingchuan's gaze, she clamped her mouth shut. Zhang Diwang's eyes welled with tears, confused by the situation. Was it not Yang Qi who should be reprimanded? Zheng Wuwei then directed his attention to Chu Jingwen, teacher Luo Shui. "Is this how you manage the girls in your class? Does the school permit makeup?" Dressed so flamboyantly, one might mistake them for courtesans emerging from a nearby hotel. Chu Jingwen was nearly brought to tears by Zheng Wuwei's sternness. She observed Zhang Duong, who had been struck with an elbow, and the earlier scene was nothing short of shocking. Zheng Wuwei fixed his gaze upon Chu Jingwen, commanding, "I ask you now to recount the origin of this incident clearly." Faced with Zheng Wuwei's severity, Chu Jingwen glanced at Zhang Duong, who rigidly shook his head. Zheng Wuwei seemed to sense something amiss. "I will investigate further. Should you utter even a single lie, I shall ensure your parents take you away. I can guarantee that a morally corrupt student like you will find no high school willing to accept you." Chu Jingwen's complexion paled. Her family lacked influence. An expulsion would likely lead to dire consequences at the hands of her father. In a rush, she confessed that everything had been instigated by Zhang Duong. shifting all blame onto him. Just as Chu Jingwen was about to mention her previous relationship with Yang Qi, Zheng Wuwei interjected, "With whom were you truly in a relationship?" Raising an eyebrow and inquiring coldly. Taken aback, Chu Jingwen, even in her naivety, realized that the principal was undoubtedly aligned with Yang Qi. She promptly pointed at Zhang Duang, declaring it was him. Zhang Duang looked at her incredulously. "Chu Jingwen, what do you mean? You were clearly in a relationship with Yang Qi. You threatened me, which is why I dated Yang Qi." Chu Jingwen fabricated her story, clearly siding with Yang Qi. Zhang Duang, infuriated, laughed in disbelief. "I threatened you?" In the distance, Yang Qi wore a bewildered expression, questioning when Chu Jingwen had undergone such a drastic change. "You wretched girl." Before Zhang Duang could finish, Zheng Wuwei advanced once more, exclaiming, "As a student, how dare you threaten others?" Such audacity. He aimed to educate Zhang Duang on behalf of his father. Bang! At that moment, Zhang Duang, having been elbowed, was brought to tears by the ferocity of the blow. Mu Changsheng was somewhat astonished. Zheng Wuwei was indeed formidable. Yang Shuyun offered her gaze, unable to watch the unrelenting elbow strikes. Yang Qi clicked his tongue, acknowledging Zheng Wuwei's reputation as the elbow king of the school. "Oh, Principal Zheng, please stop. If you continue." Min Jingchuan hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, fearing for Zhang Diwang's well-being. Zheng Wuwei brusquely pushed Min Jingchuan aside. I haven't finished with you yet." Min Jingchuan, bewildered, questioned, "What are you going to educate me about?" "As the director of moral education, can you enlighten me regarding the principles of the moral education department?" Min Jingchuan readily replied, "To cultivate morally upright, intellectually adept, physically fit, aesthetically pleasing, and industrious students of exceptional quality. You are aware of the responsibilities of the moral education department. Have you fulfilled them? Mr. Mu has arrived, and you stand here barking orders as if you were someone significant? As the director of moral education, do you presume to elevate yourself above the parents? Can you distort the truth and obscure right from wrong? Can you arbitrarily jeopardize a student's future?" Min Jingchuan was left speechless, staring blankly as he stammered, "No, Principal Zheng. It's Yang Qi whose grades have plummeted. It's because he is in a relationship." Zheng Wuwei was nearly exasperated to the point of fury, slapping Min Jingchuan across the face. "If it weren't for you parasites, how could a model student like Yang Qi's grades have fallen so drastically? If not for your lax discipline, how could such individuals who threaten students emerge?" Zheng Wuwei took a deep breath and stepped forward. Addressing Min Jingchuan, "Following discussions among the school's higher-ups, your position as the director of moral education is hereby suspended. We are currently in need of 2 janitors. You shall take on that role." Min Jingchuan immediately panicked, grasping Zheng Wuwei's sleeve. "Principal Zheng, please. Even if I lack merit, I have toiled hard." Zheng Wuwei's gaze turned icy as he glanced at Mu Changsheng. Min Jingchuan, suddenly enlightened, rushed to Mu Changsheng's side, tugging at his sleeve. "Mr. Mu, I was blind and unjustly accused Yang Qi. I deserve death for my sins." Mu Changsheng smiled amiably at Min Jingchuan. "Is this how the director pleads?" Min Jingchuan's complexion paled, and upon noticing that none of the 3 principals were looking at him, his fists clenched. He had painstakingly attained the position of director of moral education, with his child still in university and being the sole breadwinner at home. Losing this position would spell disaster. In desperation, Min Jingchuan knelt, leaving Yang Qi astonished. His brother-in-law possessed such power that he could compel Min Jingchuan to kneel. Chu Jingwen was equally taken aback, kneeling. Everyone was well aware of Min Jingchuan's arrogance. Now he was on his knees. Chu Jingwen pondered, "Did I truly make the wrong choice? Mr. Mu, you are magnanimous and forgiving. Please grant me this one reprieve. I have an elderly mother and children. I cannot lose this job." Mu Changsheng regarded Min Jingchuan. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Did you not wish for me to leave? Why have you changed your tune?" Min Jingchuan regretted his words. Cursing his own tongue, Tian Yongping over there realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. To be received by 3 principals was a testament to immense influence. In the corner, Zhang Duang appeared despondent, exclaiming, "I'm the one who has been wronged." Chapter 72 Epilogue. Mu Changsheng chuckled softly, glancing down at his shoes. "Ah, my shoes are somewhat dusty. Director Min, what do you suggest I do?" At this remark, Li Guangquan, Zheng Wuwei, and Su Chouyang exchanged startled glances. As it appeared, Mu Changsheng intended for Min Jingchuan to kneel and clean his shoes. Luo Shui opened her mouth, but remained silent. Min Jingchuan's complexion turned pale as he looked towards Zheng Wuwei, seemingly seeking assistance. But Zheng Wuwei turned his head away, disregarding Min Jingchuan's plea. Gritting his teeth, Min Jingchuan, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, squatted down and began to wipe the dust from Mu Changxing's shoes with his sleeve. In that moment, Min Jingchuan felt utterly humiliated. Yet, he knew that failing to do so would cost him his job. Mu Changxing observed Min Jingchuan, a glint of contemplation in his eyes. If he dismissed Min Jingchuan and appointed a new director of moral education, Yang Qi might face difficulties in the future. However, if Min Jingchuan remained, he would likely seek to ingratiate himself with Yang Qi. With this in mind, Mu Changxing bent down and patted Min Jingchuan on the back. Director Min, you truly are commendable. Recognizing your mistakes and striving to amend them is admirable. A smile more grotesque than tears emerged on Min Jingchuan's face. Mr. Mu jested, suggesting that all was within his purview. Mu Changxing chuckled lightly. If that is the case, since Director Min is still the head of the Moral Education Department and has faced consequences, what do you propose we do about this matter? Min Jingchuan's expression brightened. Mu Changxing's words implied that he would not be dismissed. With this thought, Min Jingchuan instinctively redirected his resentment towards the distant Zhang Duan. If it were not for that scoundrel, he would not have incurred Mu Changxing's ire. It was all their fault. Min Jingchuan inhaled deeply and glanced at Zheng Wuwei, seemingly seeking counsel. Zheng Wuwei replied solemnly, "You are still the director of the Moral Education Department. It is your decision. Do not disappoint Mr. Mu." Min Jingchuan nodded and slowly approached Zhang Duan. Zhang Duang's face lit up, and he hastily exclaimed, "Director Min, you know it was Yang Qi." Before Zhang Duang could finish his sentence, Min Jingchuan struck him with an elbow. Silence. Zhang Duang was taken aback. "Why did you hit me?" Min Jingchuan retorted. "Hitting you is too lenient. In terms of academic performance, you cannot compare to Yang Qi. In terms of morality, you fall short as well. What is more infuriating is your audacity to wrongfully accuse me and obscure the truth, leading me to blame Mr. Mu." Yang Qi, witnessing this scene, opened his mouth in disbelief at the swiftness of the turnaround. After deliberation by the school's higher-ups, Zhang Duang was deemed morally corrupt, full of lies, slandering his peers, openly deceiving teachers, and even resorting to physical violence against Yang Qi. Such audacity warranted expulsion from school and relegation to the status of an observer. With a month of reflection at home, as Min Jingchuan's words echoed, Tian Yongping's face turned pale. "Director Min, please. Duang is in his second year. He will soon be in his third." Silence. "A parent who raises such a son is no better," Min Jingchuan shot back. As for Chu Jinwen, Min Jingchuan turned his gaze towards her. Her complexion paled, and unease settled within her. Despite her slanderous actions, she was granted a probationary status at the school. With 1 week of reflection at home, upon hearing the probation, Chu Jinwen exhaled in relief. At least she had not been expelled. As for Yang Qi, his exemplary performance, coupled with his composure under pressure, rendered him a model student in the eyes of the institution. Despite facing slander from others, he remained steadfast in his principles, and the school would publicly commend him. Min Jingchuan smiled warmly at Yang Qi. "Young Master Yang, I was blind to the truth before, having wrongfully accused others." Yang Qi found it difficult to accept Min Jingchuan's suddenly humble demeanor. The director's summation of the case was indeed astute. Mu Changxing chuckled softly. Min Jingchuan quickly complimented. "All thanks to Mr. Mu's guidance." "Very well. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Oh, by the way, we need to take Yang Qi home for a day." "Director Min, do you have any objections?" Min Jingchuan promptly assured. "Rest assured, I will arrange the leave. Work diligently and manage the Moral Education Department well." Mu Changxing chuckled once more, departing with Yang Shuyun and the others. "Mr. Mu, we shall see you off." Li Guanchuan and Su Chaoyang hurriedly praised. Once Mu Changxing had left, Min Jingchuan exhaled deeply, his back drenched in sweat. Zheng Wuwei approached. "You were fortunate. You managed to keep your position." Looked at Zheng Wuwei with a hint of trepidation. "Principal, who exactly is Mu Changxing?" Zheng Wuwei replied in a grave tone. "He is the new school director and has invested several million to construct a Qiming building for the school." Startled, Min Jingchuan exclaimed, "Director?" Zheng Wuwei replied nonchalantly. "He has acquired it." Min Jingchuan felt a wave of fear wash over him. "Acquired? You handle this matter yourself." Zheng Wuwei waved his hand dismissively and departed. Nodding, Min Jingchuan turned to see Tian Yongping supporting Zhang Duong. Get out of here, quickly. Tian Yongping's expression darkened. Director Min, I've sent you plenty of gifts. Is this how you treat me in a critical moment? Min Jingchuan scoffed. Gifts? How dare you mention that, you shameless wretch. It is because of you that I nearly lost my job. Allowing him to audit is already showing great mercy. Offending Mr. Mu? Were it not for his benevolence, I assure you, your son would find no school in Tianjin County. Tian Yongping turned pale. What do you mean? Min Jingchuan coldly replied, Mr. Mu is a school director and is investing in a building. Such youth, the power behind him is unimaginable. Be wise and make sure your family member behaves. Otherwise, in a few days, he might find himself out of a job. What? Upon hearing this, Tian Yongping's face went ashen as she glared at Zhang Duong. What kind of people have you offended? Zhang Duong also turned pale. I had no idea Yang Qi had such a formidable brother-in-law. Fool! If your father loses his job, how will you enjoy life? Tian Yongping berated Zhang Duong. Zhang Duong, looking distressed, suddenly pointed a trembling finger at the quaking Chu Jingwen, deflecting blame. It's all your fault. Chapter 73. Return to School. Chu Jingwen furrowed her brow as she noticed Zhang Diwang's cold stare directed at her. She felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Had it not been for this scoundrel, she would have been with Yang Qi long ago, perhaps even climbing the social ladder by connecting with Yang Qi's brother-in-law. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Coldly, she remarked, what about you? Do you believe I could persuade Yang Qi to dismiss you? Hearing this, Min Jingchuan frowned deeply, fixing his gaze on Chu Jingwen. With her hands on her hips, Chu Jingwen disdainfully looked at Zhang Duong. With that appearance of yours, seeing you is more repulsive than a booger. If it weren't for your petty wealth, do you really think I would be interested in you? Zhang Diwang's face flushed crimson as he gasped in fury. You, Tian Yongping, incensed, hurled insults at Chu Jingwen. It's all you're doing, you harlot, ruining my son. Before Tian Yongping could finish, Chu Jingwen retorted, mind your tone. A harlot? With your son's pathetic demeanor, no studies, no skills, a leech? Who would even look at him? Oh, by the way, perhaps you should take your son to the hospital to check if he is functioning properly. Yang Qi clearly shows vigor. Your son can't even stand tall beside him. I suspect your son is utterly inept. From now on, cease your incessant entanglements with me. Given Yang Qi's kindness towards me, I have humbled myself and sought his forgiveness on several occasions. Perhaps he would absolve me. The humiliation inflicted by Chu Jingwen ignited Zhang Diwang's fury, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Tian Yongping's countenance turned pale with astonishment as she glared at Chu Jingwen, exclaiming, You wretched woman. In a fit of rage, she attempted to strike Chu Jingwen, only to be intercepted by Min Jingchuan, who admonished her. What are you doing? This is the Moral Education Office. Upon seeing Min Jingchuan obstruct her, Tian Yongping's expression grew even more tempestuous. Director Min, this vile woman has humiliated my son. Look, he is so enraged that he has coughed up blood. Min Jingchuan furrowed his brow. That is your son, a good-for-nothing, lacking even the slightest capacity to endure. Casting a sidelong glance at Chu Jingwen, he pondered that if she could win Yang Qi's heart, the news of him not protecting her would surely reach Yang Qi's ears, potentially endangering his own position. Chu Jingwen was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Min Jingchuan would side with her. Is this the nature of power? With a cold snort, she retorted, If you have time, you should promptly take your son to the hospital. Should he bleed excessively, he may end up a fool. If his mind is already lacking, becoming a fool would render him utterly useless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tian Yongping hurriedly supported Zhang Duong. Xiao Wang. We must go. Let's get a thorough checkup at the hospital. Zhang Duong shook his head vehemently. I refuse to go to the hospital or undergo a full examination. If I am found to be unfit due to my excesses, my mother will discover my indiscretions, and my life would be over. Meanwhile, outside the school, Yang Qi followed closely behind Yang Shuyun, observing Mu Tangsheng ahead. He whispered, Sister, what kind of person is brother-in-law that commands such respect from the principal? Yang Shuyun paused momentarily, honestly unsure of Mu Changsheng's true occupation. Sensing her curiosity, Mu Changsheng turned with a smile. I am merely a delivery person. Yang Qi was taken aback. A delivery person? How could that be? How could someone in that role possess such capabilities? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Sister, I understand now. Brother-in-law is the Dragon King. Yang Shuyun was perplexed. The Dragon King? What does that mean? Yang Qi whispered, Sister, you are unaware? The Dragon King's status is exceedingly noble. With a mere flicker of anger, chaos reigns. Yang Shuyun opened her mouth in disbelief. It cannot be that terrifying. Oh, sister, you don't comprehend. As long as you cherish brother-in-law, you cannot go wrong. Do not neglect him. Yang Qi urged solemnly. Yang Shuyun, utterly bewildered, could not grasp his words about the Dragon King. Just then, Yang Qi's eyes lit up at the sight of a white McLaren, his face alight with astonishment. A McLaren, such a luxury vehicle he had only ever seen in videos. Mu Changsheng chuckled. Do you like it? Yang Qi adjusted his glasses. I do. Mu Changsheng smiled. If you gain admission to a top-tier university, I shall gift you one. Yang Qi was momentarily stunned. Is that true, brother-in-law? Yang Xian tugged at Mu Changsheng's arm. That is far too extravagant. Mu Changsheng shook his head. Shuyun, it is of no consequence. We are family. Hearing the word family, Yang Shuyun felt a warm sensation envelop her heart. Yang Qi looked at Mu Changsheng with excitement. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I will definitely be admitted to a first-class university. Mu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Yang Qi's commendable talent and also perceiving the details of his profile. Name, Yang Qi. Age, 17. Hobbies, computer, cars. Personality, introverted, considerate, grateful, free from the traits of a parasitic younger brother. Admiration level, 90. Identity, younger brother, student. Alright, Shuyun, you take your brother home first, Mu Changsheng said, handing the car keys to Yang Shuyun with a gentle smile. Yang Shuyun paused momentarily, looking at Mu Changsheng with curiosity. What about you? Yang Qi stepped forward and said, brother-in-law, you should go back with sister first. I can wait here. You can pick me up later. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. It's fine, you both head back. I have a few other matters to attend to. Yang Shuyun fell silent, assuming it pertained to Mu Changsheng's investments in education, and thought no more of it. All right. If anything comes up, just call. Absolutely. Mu Changsheng waved his hand, watching as the McLaren drove away. System, please secure the nearest food delivery order. Stretching leisurely, Mu Changsheng decided to try delivering from another location, perhaps yielding unexpected rewards. He no longer needed to compete for orders on his phone. The system could automatically secure them, and all the information would be displayed before him, which was quite convenient. Ding, order secured. Mu Changsheng approached a nearby shared electric bike, scanned the code to unlock it, and began his delivery journey for the day. Baby formula shop? He glanced at the order's location, somewhat surprised. It appeared this order would yield a considerable profit, given that baby formula is rather expensive. Chapter 74, a special task? Soon, Mu Changsheng arrived at a residential complex in Tianqin County, following the map. Carrying 3 cans of baby formula, he took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Is this the right place? He knocked on the door. Hello, your delivery has arrived. The door is open. Please bring the delivery inside, came a warm female voice from within. Mu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, and as he opened the door, he was greeted by the sound of children crying. Wah wah wah. The cacophony left his ears ringing. Looking up, he saw a woman with disheveled hair sitting on a yoga mat, her apricot-colored sports tank top embracing her voluptuous curves. The neckline revealed a faint shadow in the hollow of her collarbone, with beads of sweat cascading down the graceful curve of her neck, leaving glistening trails on her skin. Her slightly curled chestnut hair clung to her cheeks, and she appeared to be in her late 20s. However, what astonished Mu Changsheng the most was her figure, which was extraordinarily ample, far exceeding a size 36. Compounding his surprise was the sight of a wailing child lying in front of her. Name, Zheng Yining. Appearance, 95. Height, 169. Status, married. Hobbies, enjoys primitive sports. Upon seeing Zheng Yining's profile, Mu Changsheng couldn't help but twitch his lips, understanding the saying. At 30, a woman is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as strong as a tiger. By 50, she can sit on the ground and absorb the earth. I'll place the delivery here, Mu Changsheng said, moving to set the baby formula on a nearby table before preparing to leave. Just as Mu Changsheng was preparing to leave, a notification chimed, triggering a special task. Assist Zheng Yining in soothing a child with an unknown reward. The sudden assignment caused Mu Changsheng to furrow his brow. Was there really another task? Rubbing his chin, it seemed he needed a reason to linger a while longer. He turned to glance at the child, who appeared to be just over a year old, and spoke in a serious tone. If the child continues to cry, he may fall ill. Zheng Yining was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a hint of distress. I can't help it. No matter what I do, I can't seem to calm him down. With a sigh, Mu Changsheng approached her and knelt down, placing his hand gently on the child's head. employing his melodious voice. He softly said, "Do not cry. If you keep crying, you won't receive milk from your grandmother." The child seemed to comprehend Mu Changxing's words, blinking his eyes and gradually ceasing his tears. Zheng Yining was astonished. He had truly stopped crying. Not only that, but the child also extended his arms toward Mu Changsheng, seemingly desiring to be held. Mu Changsheng turned to Zheng Yining with a gentle smile and asked, "May I hold him?" Zheng Yining's cheeks flushed slightly. The man's voice was simply too enchanting. She shyly nodded yes. Mu Changsheng lifted the child high, prompting an immediate beaming smile from the infant. As Zheng Yining observed Mu Changsheng cradling the child, she began to appraise him. His chiseled profile, strong nose, and upright stature made this delivery man appear strikingly handsome. With a sigh, Zheng Yining seemed to recall something, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes. Mu Changsheng looked down at the now content child and said, "Here you go." Zheng Yining smiled faintly. "I apologize for taking up your time." "It's no trouble. I quite enjoy children," Mu Changsheng replied. However, as soon as Zheng Yining took the child back, he burst into tears once more. Mu Changsheng's lips twitched in disbelief. Zheng Yining shared a look of helplessness. No matter her attempts to soothe him, they were in vain. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at Mu Changsheng. "By the way, how much do you earn in a day?" Mu Changsheng was taken aback, realizing from her expression that she likely wished to hire him to tend to the child. Since his task was not yet complete, he decided to stay a little longer. "Just over 200, he replied casually. "I'll offer you 300 if you can spend a day with Xiao Chun," she inquired softly. Mu Changsheng noticed Xiao Chun gazing at him eagerly and nodded. "All right." Zheng Yining's face brightened with gratitude. "Thank you." Once more, Mu Changsheng took Xiao Chun into his arms, and the moment the child settled there, he stopped crying and smiled. Zheng Yining, bemused, thought to herself, "Who exactly is your mother?" Mu Changsheng gently patted Xiao Chun and remarked, "Perhaps the child misses his father." Upon hearing the mention of father, Zheng Yining's expression darkened. Realizing his faux pas, Mu Changsheng awkwardly added, "I didn't mean to bring it up." Zheng Yining forced a smile. "It's all right. I have grown accustomed to it." Mu Changsheng hesitated, then said, "If you feel burdened, you can talk to me. Sometimes, sharing one's troubles can be relieving." Zheng Yining's face displayed a struggle as she met Mu Changsheng's sincere gaze. With a sigh, she thought that since they were strangers, perhaps it would be easier to share her thoughts. The child's father has been unfaithful. Mu Changsheng was taken aback, glancing at the wedding photo nearby. Zheng Yining sat there, on the verge of collapse, struggling to maintain her composure, yet her voice was clearly choked with emotion. He is often away from home, always working outside. He only returns once a year for the new year, and as soon as it's over, he leaves again. I thought he was working hard for our family. But one night, I saw the chat history on his phone and realized it was all just my delusion. He had already betrayed me during my pregnancy. Mu Changsheng observed Zheng Yining's somber expression, opening his mouth to speak. Although he had never been a father, he understood that betrayal was painful for anyone, especially a pregnant woman. "Have you chosen not to tell him, or do you wish to endure this and continue with life?" he asked softly. Zheng Yining forced a sad smile. "I don't want my child to grow up without a father." Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow. "So you intend to suffer in silence? Why not inform his parents? How will you manage to raise the child alone? How will you cook? Can you care for such a small child by yourself?" Zheng Yining shook her head, her expression crumbling. "Will anyone else's parents stand by your side?" Mu Changsheng fell silent, letting out a sigh. "You do not wish to give up your child, do you?" Zheng Yining remained silent, her eyes reddening, and only when she glanced at the child in Mu Changsheng's arms did a hint of maternal tenderness emerge. "I did not want to lose Xiao Chun." Chapter 75, The Nanny. Mu Changsheng's gaze was somewhat complicated as he looked at the child in his arms, who was smiling innocently at him. Zheng Yining seemed to realize something and offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry for burdening you with all of this. I must have made you feel awkward." She glanced at the clock on the wall and smiled. "I'll go prepare dinner. You can stay here for the meal tonight." Mu Changsheng did not refuse, having already accepted Zheng Yining as hospitality. Soon, sounds of cooking filled the kitchen. Mu Changsheng remained in the living room, playing with Xiao Chun. Zheng Yining emerged with a plate of stir-fried peppers and meat, and upon seeing the two playing together, a warm glimmer crossed her beautiful eyes. Wishing he were the child's father, Zheng Yining quickly shook her head, chastising herself for such thoughts, her cheeks flushing. "Dinner is ready," she announced, setting the table. Mu Changsheng picked up Xiao Chun and looked at the delicious spread on the table, the aroma enticing. Your culinary skills are impressive. Zhang Yining chuckled softly. This is all the food I have at home. I apologize. This is already quite generous, Mu Changsheng countered, shaking his head. As long as you don't mind, I will hold the child. You should eat, she said, reaching out for the baby. Mu Changsheng gently shook his head, placing Xiao Chun in a small seat and giving him a toy, saying, sit here quietly while Mom and I eat. Xiao Chun blinked, seemingly understanding, and sat quietly, playing with the toy. Zhang Yining was astonished by this behavior. Xiao Chun was never this calm. Let us eat together, Mu Changsheng suggested with a smile. Zhang Yining hesitated for a moment, gazing at Mu Changsheng's spring-like smile, before nodding in agreement. Is this 8 treasure tofu? Mu Changsheng inquired curiously, pointing at a dish before him. Zhang Yining affirmed, indeed, I learned to make it earlier. Is it not to your liking? Mu Changsheng shook his head, exclaiming, it's delicious, truly remarkable. This is the best tofu I have ever tasted. Zhang Yining shot him a playful glance, teasingly retorting, what an exaggeration. Yet, her tone betrayed the enjoyment she derived from his compliments. At that moment, Mu Changsheng's phone rang unexpectedly. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and saw it was Yang Shuyan calling. Zhang Yining paused slightly upon noticing the device he was using. Without hesitation, Mu Changsheng answered, I'm busy right now and won't be able to return. You all go ahead and eat. He briefly explained before ending the call. Zhang Yining appeared somewhat melancholy, saying, I'm sorry. If it weren't for Xiao Chun, Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. It's nothing. I occasionally deliver takeout. I'm still a student. Zhang Yining blinked in surprise and asked, you're still a student? Mu Changsheng nodded affirmatively, a student at Tian Nan Normal University. Zhang Yining's mouth fell open in astonishment. Tian Nan Normal University? What is the matter? Noticing her expression, Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yining smiled. I'm also a student there. Mu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. What a coincidence. I didn't realize you were my senior. He then inquired. By the way, ISNT Tian Nan Normal University, located in the city? What brings you to Tianqing County? Zhang Yining curiously asked. Mu Changsheng picked up a piece of beef and replied, my brother needed some assistance, so I came to help him. Thus, the two discovered a remarkable rapport, engaging in delightful conversation that stretched their meal to over 2 hours, filled with laughter and joy. As the clock approached 8, Zhang Yining glanced at the time, incredulous. Time flies so swiftly. Mu Changsheng, equally surprised, mused in high school, it would feel as though only 10 minutes had passed. Zhang Yining smirked, indeed. Time during high school drags on like an eternity, akin to living in a prison. She then glanced at Xiao Chun, who was absorbed in playing with his toys, remarking, today, the sun seems to have risen from the west. He is quite obedient. Indeed, Xiao Chun is very well behaved, Mu Changsheng replied. Rising to his feet, he offered to help Zhang Yining with the dishes. No need, I can manage, she protested, but he smiled, it's all right. Let us clean up quickly together. Zhang Yining felt a flush of warmth. This was her first experience washing dishes alongside a man, and it felt rather pleasant. The two laughed and chatted as they finished cleaning. Suddenly, Zhang Yining's expression turned pale. Ah? Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow and turned to see that her thumb had been cut by something. He hurried to her side, asking, are you all right? Zhang Yining winced slightly. I'm fine. Noticing the fruit on the plate, Mu Changsheng gently said, I apologize for the inconvenience. Zhang Yining was momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation when Mu Changsheng took her thumb and gently enveloped it in his mouth. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with a crimson hue, akin to the fiery clouds at dusk. Gazing at Mu Changsheng's handsome and earnest face, a flicker of tenderness crossed her eyes, accompanied by a tinge of melancholy within her heart. Wait a moment. Mu Changsheng went to the master bedroom to fetch a Band-Aid, then tenderly applied it to Zhang Yining's thumb. You should avoid water for the next couple of days, he advised. Zhang Yining nodded shyly, her face still warm. Despite being older than him, she found herself on the receiving end of his concern. Oh, Zhang Yining, how foolish you are. Let us have some fruit first, Mu Changsheng suggested. The two settled on the sofa, engaging in lively conversation and playing with little Chun. Around 10 o'clock, the child finally succumbed to sleep. Zhang Yining gently placed him in his cradle and closed the door. She turned to Mu Changsheng with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for today. No need for thanks. It's not like I did it for nothing. Since there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, he replied, picking up his coat with a smile. As Zhang Yining saw him preparing to leave, an unexpected wave of reluctance washed over her. Just as Mu Changsheng was about to open the door, she stepped forward and grasped his sleeve. It's too late. Why don't you rest here? Chapter 76, Proactive. Zheng Yining noticed the astonishment on Mu Changsheng's face, her cheeks reddening as she averted her gaze. It's not that it's late. It's just too dangerous for you to go back alone. I'm worried. Mu Changsheng paused, rubbing his nose. Are you concerned about me? Hearing this, Zheng Yining's face flushed even deeper. It's not that. I'm just afraid something might happen to you. I still have responsibilities. Mu Changsheng chuckled softly. Then where will I stay? Zheng Yining pointed to a nearby room. There's a guest room over there. I'll tidy it up for you. You can stay there tonight. Upon hearing that Mu Changsheng would remain, an instinctive joy surged within her. You could take a shower first. All right. The guest room was kept clean, so Zheng Yining merely needed to change the sheets before she could retire for the night. Once she finished arranging the room, she stepped out. Mu Changsheng emerged from the bathroom shortly after, quickly drying his hair with a towel wrapped around his waist. Zheng Yining's gaze was irresistibly drawn to his perfectly sculpted physique. With 8 defined abs and a V-shaped torso, his form was simply flawless. For a moment, she found herself unable to look away. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. I'm going to bed now. You should get some rest too. With that, he entered the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Zheng Yining stood there, dazed, and touched her flushed cheeks. He must be doing this on purpose. It's absolutely deliberate. Feeling restless and somewhat agitated, Zheng Yining made her way to the bathroom to cool down. However, upon seeing the clothes hanging inside, she felt a rush of embarrassment once more. She had forgotten to collect the laundry she had washed earlier. Biting her finger, she thought, he couldn't have seen them all. Could he? How utterly mortifying. At this moment, Mu Changsheng reclined on his bed, casually crossing his legs as he sent several messages to Yang Shiyan. Ding! The delivery has arrived, valued at 938 yuan, with rewards doubled. Congratulations to the host for receiving 380 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special task. Special rewards are being dispensed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the iconic Pearl Tower of Tiannan City. The Pearl Tower is valued at an astonishing 719.9 billion yuan. Upon hearing the mention of the Pearl Tower, Mu Changsheng sat up with a start. The Pearl Tower, what a prestigious landmark it is. However, in reality, it was merely an upscale supermarket. Although Mu Changsheng had never visited it, he recognized that, being a landmark, if he were to develop the Pearl Tower, it could undoubtedly become a dominant commercial hub. Rubbing his chin, Mu Changsheng contemplated the current state of food and pharmaceuticals, rife with additives, utterly neglecting the well-being of the populace. If he could transform the Pearl Tower into a people-centered establishment, prioritizing public safety, it would surely attract an immense flow of customers. Yet, he was somewhat troubled, for once established, it would certainly face oppression and exploitation from capital interests. But now with the system to support him, he could face any challenges that arose. It seemed imperative to find a time to visit the Pearl Tower. Just as Mu Changsheng was lost in thought about the Pearl Tower, he suddenly sensed that his door had been opened. A stealthy figure approached him. He remained silent, but soon felt a chilling sensation in his abdomen. It was Zheng Yining. How did she end up in his room? Zheng Yining gently caressed Mu Changsheng's cheek, her beautiful eyes shimmering with warmth. Sister Changsheng, I know I am unworthy of you, yet the charm you exude captivates me deeply. I cannot explain why, but each time I see you, my heart races uncontrollably. I find myself unable to restrain my desires. Changsheng, I think I might be falling for you. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Mu Changsheng. It was no wonder the system had introduced Zheng Yining so absurdly. There was indeed a reason behind it. Zheng Yining's actions grew bolder, making it increasingly difficult for Mu Changsheng to endure. He could no longer hold back. In a swift motion, he turned and pinned Zheng Yining down. Alarmed, she exclaimed, Changsheng. Before she could utter another word, Mu Changsheng kissed her. Don't speak. Several hours later, Zheng Yining lay shamefully atop Mu Changsheng's chest, indignantly asking, Were you really asleep just now? I was, Mu Changsheng replied with a grin. Zheng Yining sighed with relief. But Mu Changsheng immediately added, Though I think I heard you mention that you like someone. It seems I didn't catch it clearly. Let me think. Zheng Yining's face flushed crimson. Stop pondering that. It's so embarrassing. Mu Changsheng playfully tousled her hair. I was just teasing you. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Sister Zheng, did you study food safety and management at Tiannan Normal University? Zheng Yining was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and inquired, What is the matter? Mu Changxing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seems I still require your assistance. Zheng Yining, slightly startled, forced a smile. How can I help you when I have to take care of the children every day? Mu Changsheng did not elaborate, but, with a serious demeanor, asked Sister Zheng, do you wish to divorce? Zheng Yining fell silent, lowering her gaze and remaining unresponsive. In the darkness, the atmosphere grew particularly eerie. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Changsheng, why do you ask this? Mu Changsheng, fully aware of her apprehensions, replied, Sister Zheng, I can assist you in obtaining custody of Xiaoqin after your divorce. I am confident the court would rule in your favor. Zheng Yining's tone turned melancholic. Changsheng, I appreciate your intentions, but divorce is not as simple as you perceive. Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow and lifted Zheng Yining's chin. Do you truly believe I am merely a delivery person? Chapter 77. A delivery person becomes a CEO? Zheng Yining gazed at Mu Changsheng's challenging expression, momentarily stunned. Indeed, his demeanor and appearance hardly resembled that of a courier. Curiously, she asked, then what do you do? Mu Changsheng stroked his chin, grinning. Are you familiar with Mingzhu Building? Zheng Yining shot him a disbelieving glance. Of course I know. It's a landmark shopping center in Tian'an City. She continued, you're not suggesting that Mingzhu Building is yours, are you? Mu Changsheng was taken aback. Your guess is astoundingly accurate. Zheng Yining promptly smiled. Changsheng, don't jest with me. Mingzhu Building is worth billions. How could it possibly belong to you? If you were the CEO, it would be as if a romance novel had come alive. Mu Changxing's mouth twitched as he grabbed his phone from the bedside, opened the documents pertaining to Mingzhu Building, and handed it to Zheng Yining. Curiously, she accepted the phone and upon seeing the documents, nodded. The contract appears to be well drafted. Mu Changxing's expression darkened. Do you not believe me? Zheng Yining opened her mouth, but seeing his earnestness, she glanced again at the document, questioning its authenticity. How could it be possible? A CEO delivering food? This was utterly absurd. Changsheng, are you trying to frighten me? She asked nervously. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Do you think I'm a type to boast? Zheng Yining still found it hard to believe, but aren't you a student? How could you be the CEO of a billion-dollar enterprise? When would you have time to manage it? Mu Changsheng scratched his nose. I am merely a figurehead. Everything is managed by the system. I am indeed just a figurehead. Zheng Yining remained skeptical. It felt too far-fetched for a student to be the president of Mingzhu Building. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to Mingzhu Building, and you will see for yourself. The following morning, in Tianqin County, beneath the apartment complex, Zheng Yining, holding Xiaoqin, stood with Mu Changsheng as she quietly asked, Changsheng, what are we doing here? Shouldn't we be getting a ride? Before he could respond, Mu Changsheng glanced at his phone. The car will arrive shortly. Zheng Yining felt a sense of bewilderment. However, her attention was swiftly captured by a Rolls-Royce entering her line of sight. A Rolls-Royce? Mu Changsheng, upon noticing the luxurious vehicle, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. The car has arrived. Zheng Yining, momentarily stunned, gazed at Mu Changsheng. Changsheng, do not jest with me. A Rolls-Royce is a luxury vehicle worth millions. Mu Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Yining, and soon the Rolls-Royce came to a halt before them. The driver, clad in a suit, exited the vehicle and approached Mu Changsheng with a slight bow. Mr. Mu. Zheng Yining stood in shock beside him. Mr. Mu, the Rolls-Royce has come to fetch Changsheng. Zheng Yining stared blankly at Mu Changsheng. You truly are the president? The driver, perceptive to the situation, replied, Mr. Mu is the new director of Mingzhu Building. The new director of Mingzhu Building. Zheng Yining stammered in disbelief. Mu Changsheng chuckled softly. I told you, I'm a president. The driver whispered, Madam, Mr. Mu is a person of modest nature. The 5-star Deoya Hotel in Tian'an City also belongs to him. What? There's also a 5-star hotel. Zheng Yining's mind briefly short-circuited. She found herself entangled with a president akin to those in romance novels. However, a sense of inferiority crept in. She had already borne a child and felt unworthy of him. In the vicinity of Mingzhu Building, inside the Rolls-Royce, Mu Changxing noticed Zheng Yining's reserved demeanor. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Zheng Yining replied awkwardly. I did not anticipate you were the president. Mu Changxing gave her a sidelong glance. I am the president, but I am also Mu Changxing. Mr. Mu, we have arrived, the driver announced softly. He quickly exited the vehicle to open the door for Mu Changxing. As he stepped out, Zheng Yining followed, visibly apprehensive and tense. Outside Mingzhu Building, a group of employees stood ready to greet them. We have met Mr. Mu. A slight twitch crossed Mu Chongqing's lips at the grand reception. Mr. Mu, my name is Ma Jiping, and I am the general manager of Mingzhu Building. A bespectacled man, exuding a shrewd demeanor, approached and spoke in hushed tones. Mu Chongqing cast a cursory glance at Ma Jiping and instantly discerned his profile. Name, Ma Jiping. Height, 173 centimeters. Years of service, 10. Position, general manager of Mingzhu Building. Loyalty, 45. Embezzlement amount, 30 million in total. Ma Jiping, upon seeing Mu Chongqing, suppressed a sneer, realizing he was merely a young lad. Not the formidable figure he had anticipated. It appeared he was the scion of some wealthy family, sent here for experience. Mu Chongqing studied Ma Jiping, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Embezzling 30 million while possessing only a loyalty rating of 45? He patted Ma Jiping on the shoulder. Mr. Ma, you have dedicated 10 diligent years. Ma Jiping smiled slightly, eager to respond. Mr. Mu, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. Although he feigned modesty, Ma Jiping was clearly quite pleased with himself. I have a matter to entrust to you, Mu Chongqing stated nonchalantly. Ma Jiping hastily assured him. Mr. Mu, you are too kind. The affairs of Mingzhu Building are my responsibility. You are dismissed, Mu Chongqing declared coldly. Ma Jiping's smile abruptly froze. Mr. Mu, have you perhaps misspoken? Mu Chongqing's gaze remained indifferent. You heard correctly. You are dismissed. Before Ma Jiping could respond, Mu Chongqing patted him on the shoulder. Embezzling 30 million from the company, Mr. Ma, I suggest you spend your next life in prison. Ma Jiping's complexion turned pale. How could he possibly know about his embezzlement? Mr. Mu, I have always been diligent for the company and have never embezzled. Mu Chongqing lightly tapped Ma Jiping's cheek. Mr. Ma is joking. Whether you embezzled or not, let the police investigate and you'll have your answer. Do not be anxious. After all, you will still be able to eat from the imperial grain in your later years. Chapter 78. Prioritizing the people's trust. Goodness, this new Mr. Mu is rather domineering. Isn't he? He just arrived and has already dismissed that fellow. Keep your voice down. It's a significant matter. In the office of Mingzhu, Mu Chongqing sat with his legs crossed, while Zheng Yining sat beside him. The executives present dared not even breathe, fearful of being caught by Mu Chongqing's discerning eye and subsequently dismissed. Mu Chongqing curled his lips into a slight smile. Everyone, why are you so tense? I want to bite. The executives turned pale, forcing awkward smiles. Mr. Mu, you jest. We are merely a bit unaccustomed. Oh, unaccustomed? Mu Chongqing's lips curled in amusement. And after a moment of contemplation, he continued. I remember you. Your name is Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's heart sank. This was disastrous. Mu Chongqing tapped the table lightly. Speaking in a calm tone, Zhao Xian, you have 3 children at home, all attending private high schools. Zhao Xian's face turned ashen, and without a second thought, he knelt. Mr. Mu, I acknowledge my mistakes. It was all Ma Jiping's doing. I implore you, spare me. I have elderly parents and young ones. If I lose my job, we will all suffer. Mu Chongqing's expression remained cold. Suffer? You dare plead for mercy after embezzling public funds? Guards, take him away. Soon, 2 security guards barged in and swiftly dragged Zhao Xian out. Mr. Mu, grant me another chance. I assure you I will not err again. Please, Mr. Mu. Zhao Xian cried out, but Mu Chongqing maintained his indifferent demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, do you believe someone like Zhao Xian deserves forgiveness? The remaining executives turned pale. Hurriedly nodding, Mr. Mu is right. Mu Chongqing chuckled softly and tapped the table. I know that among you, there are others I have yet to uncover. At this declaration, all present trembled. However, I am not devoid of compassion. After all, you too have elders and children to care for. Mu Chongqing's words left the executives breathless, dreading to be the next target. He scrutinized the executives. Their loyalty seemed satisfactory. With the removal of these 2 significant pests, the atmosphere at Mingzhu Tower should improve considerably. I'm willing to offer you another opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Mu, the executives responded, their expressions brightening. Mu Chongqing reclined with one leg crossed over the other. Resting his chin on his hand as he proposed, I have a suggestion moving forward. What are your thoughts, esteemed executives? The Minister of Food Safety, Zhang Min, was momentarily taken aback. Director Mu, what is your suggestion? I intend to transform the Mingzhu Building into the safest commercial hub for food, he declared. Do any of you have objections? Zhang Min hesitated, and the other executives exchanged glances. Zhang Min then forced a smile. Director Mu, isn't this directly opposing the capitalists? Indeed, Director Mu, another executive chimed in. If we proceed this way, we risk alienating our investors, and Mingzhu Building could face dire consequences. Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow. Capital? What holds more significance, capital or the health of the people? Today's food is rife with additives, endangering public safety. The very food you consume is toxic. If we neglect this, your children will also fall victim to such poisons. His voice was chilling. Zhang Min was momentarily speechless. Mu Changsheng's words were undeniably accurate. Yet, how could one easily navigate the realm of capital? Rising to his feet, Mu Changsheng proclaimed, previously, I lacked the capacity. Now, I possess the means. I shall fortify food safety. I desire our food to be wholesome. I want our Mingzhu Building to be free of any additives. I want the public to shop with peace of mind. Zhang Yining observed the assertive Mu Changsheng, her eyes sparkling with admiration, surprised by his grand ambitions. The executives were equally stunned by his bold declarations, falling into a prolonged silence. Finally, Zhang Min spoke up. I am willing to follow Director Mu. Let us provide the public with a safe food institution. I too wish to follow Director Mu, echoed another executive. The room was filled with affirmations. Seeing this, Mu Changsheng smiled faintly. Excellent. From today onward, the Mingzhu Building shall undergo a transformation. Food safety must be reinforced. Zhang Min, you are responsible for procuring the necessary food safety equipment. Su Long, you will oversee the recruitment of top talents in food safety. Yin Tingting, you will handle sourcing qualified food from rural areas. Understood, Director Mu. The team responded earnestly. Mu Changsheng nodded and continued. Moreover, starting today, the salaries of ordinary employees shall not be less than 7,000. Executive salaries shall not be below 20,000. Department heads shall earn no less than 40,000. And store managers no less than 60,000. Zhang Min, you will arrange the compensation for other relevant personnel. Upon hearing this, the faces of all present brightened with joy. Salary increases? Thank you, Director Mu. Mu Changsheng chuckled softly. This is my trust in you, and I hope you will not disappoint me. We shall certainly uphold your expectations. Director Mu. With that, he concluded the meeting. The newly appointed Director Mu is indeed remarkable. My salary, which was over 4,000, has directly risen to 7,005. Me too. I truly have encountered a wonderful boss. Yes, indeed. After all the executives departed, Zhang Yining looked at Mu Changsheng and remarked, Isn't this salary a bit excessive? Even ordinary cashiers are earning over 8,000. In a typical supermarket, such high wages are quite rare. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly, remarking that he used to be an ordinary worker, but now that he has acquired wealth, he no longer needs to concern himself with trivial matters. The essence of commerce lies in benefiting the populace. Furthermore, with our adept management, there is little chance of incurring losses. Zhang Yining, somewhat perplexed, could not comprehend why Mu Changsheng was exerting such effort. Very well then. With a gentle laugh, Mu Changsheng patted Zhang Yining's shoulder, assuring her that he would arrange for a lawyer to assist her in obtaining a divorce. Zhang Yining was taken aback. Rest assured, the lawyer possesses ample confidence in securing custody of the child for you. There is no need for concern. Chapter 79, The Secure Supermarket. Qin Na, being a distinguished attorney, would easily help Zhang Yining gain custody of her child. However, the immediate priority remains the Mingzhu Building. After all, the current state of food safety is alarmingly poor. Acquiring quality food has become exceedingly challenging. Thus, Mu Changsheng aims to establish a food safety base. Without delay, he promptly called He Yin, as she was more adept at handling the acquisition of nearby properties. It was wiser for him to remain a behind-the-scenes benefactor. At Duoya Hotel, He Yin hung up the phone, her expression one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that General Mu was indeed the helm of the Mingzhu Building. Nonetheless, curiosity gnawed at her. Why was he interested in acquiring the buildings surrounding the Mingzhu Building? The latter is situated in a prime location, and property prices in the vicinity are far from affordable. Yet, it matters little, for General Mu is wealthy. Meanwhile, Mu Changsheng departed the Mingzhu Building, preparing to return to school. The holiday had concluded, and further delay would make explanations to Shunning difficult. Moreover, matters concerning the Mingzhu Building were not to be resolved in a day or two. He decided to deliver a couple of takeout orders first. Stretching lazily and glancing at the ever-decreasing prices of takeout, he sighed, lamenting that the remuneration for delivery workers was exceedingly low indeed. Fortunately, he was not compensated based on the price per order, but rather rewarded based on the value of the items delivered, with the system ensuring he prioritized high-value orders nearby. His first order happened to be a mobile phone. Dinging, the notification announced the delivery. Value: 999 yuan, with a doubled reward. Congratulations to the host for earning 990 yuan. The money was earned rather swiftly, over 60,000 in a single transaction. At the east gate of Tianjin Normal University, Mu Changsheng parked his electric bike and had just removed his delivery uniform when he unexpectedly encountered someone he would rather not see. Kong Yun, noticing Mu Changsheng amidst the crowd, was aware of his conspicuous presence. Dressed in a vibrant yellow dress, her fair skin and exquisite features made her stand out. Mu Changsheng, he said, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Kong Yun scrutinized him and suddenly noticed the red marks on his neck. "What is that?" she inquired, pointing. Mu Changsheng touched his neck, realizing it was likely from Zheng Yining the previous night. He shook his head, stating, "I don't believe I owe you an explanation." Kong Yun was taken aback, feeling an unsettling discomfort at Mu Changsheng's apparent aloofness towards her. "Once, Mu Changsheng treated me exceptionally well. Yet, when I sent you a message, why did you not respond?" Mu Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There are too many people messaging me. Perhaps I overlooked yours." Kong Yun, infuriated, stamped her feet in frustration. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." As Mu Changsheng spoke, he prepared to depart, clearly unwilling to linger with Kong Yun. She quickly grasped his arm. "In a couple of days, it's my birthday. You will attend, won't you?" Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. "Your birthday? What obligation do I have to attend?" Kong Yun momentarily faltered, then could not help but retort, "Even though we've parted ways, we can still be friends." The corner of Mu Changsheng's mouth twitched at the notion of friendship. "Aren't you worried about the pack of admirers behind you suddenly rushing in?" Kong Yun was taken aback as Mu Changsheng shook off her hand. "Do not call me anymore. Our connection has ceased." "Yin Yin, is that you?" At that moment, Xia Ziyuan approached, holding 2 ice creams. However, upon noticing Kong Yun gripping Mu Changsheng's clothing, a glimmer of menace flashed in his eyes. With a forced smile, Xia Ziyuan addressed him. "Mu, you're here too?" Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, ignoring Xia Ziyuan, shifting his arm slightly while casting a glance at Kong Yun, as if to convey, "Your admirer has arrived. If you do not release me, misunderstandings may arise." Realizing the implication, Kong Yun let go of Mu Changsheng's garment. Witnessing this, Xia Ziyuan's expression darkened further, yet he maintained his smile. "Has Yun Yun invited you to her birthday party?" The shift from brother to little brother hinted at Xia Ziyuan's growing discontent with Mu Changsheng. Mu Changsheng brushed off his clothing, intensifying Xia Ziyuan's grim demeanor. "She has invited me numerous times. Have you forgotten?" Xia Ziyuan's lips twitched, his fists clenching tightly. Damn. Mu Changsheng's words were a clear indication to Xia Ziyuan that she was pleading for my attendance. "Very well, if you wish to engage in a game, I shall ensure you lose." Xia Ziyuan inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner fury. My memory has been a bit faulty lately. After all, Yun Yun and I frequently indulged in spicy dishes at Tianfu. My apologies for not recalling it clearly. Xia Ziyuan feigned remorse. Mu Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at Xia Ziyuan. "Oh, do take care not to develop hemorrhoids then. Otherwise, it may hinder your ability to charm the ladies." Xia Ziyuan's mouth twitched violently. Even Kong Yun could not help but smile slightly. How dare he make me lose face in front of Kong Yun? "I shall not interrupt your attempts to woo the ladies, Xia," Mu Changsheng said, patting Xia Yun's shoulder with considerable force, causing him to wince in pain. Xia Ziyuan could not afford to show any weakness. He seized Mu Changsheng's arm. "Little brother Mu, I've heard that you have a good rapport with my brother, Xia Yin. Since you know Yin Yun, you ought to join us. With your looks, you might even help yourself find a partner. I may not have many virtues, but I do know a fair number of women. They all enjoy spending time with me." Mu Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that Xia Ziyuan had conducted some background research on him. "Since you wish to engage in some amusement, I shall indulge you." Mu Changsheng rubbed his chin and remarked, "Xia, your approach to charming the ladies is rather misguided. Kong Yun is still present, and yet you boast of the beauties surrounding you. It seems rather dismissive of Kong Yun, does it not?" Xia Ziyuan was taken aback, realizing that in his attempt to impress, he had nearly forgotten Kong Yun's presence. Kong Yun's expression also soured slightly. With a chuckle, Mu Changsheng continued, "As for the lovely ladies you recommended, I shall forego that. What does my dear Xiao mean by this? Xia Ziyuan furrowed his brow, perplexed. Brother Changsheng, a light laughter echoed from a distance. Xia Ziyuan turned to see the enchanting lady from that day. Mu Changsheng gestured towards He Shuyu, saying, Behold, I have already secured a beauty, and she is indeed quite lovely. There is no need for you to concern yourself, dear Xia. I must take my leave now, but I shall attend the birthday banquet to witness how you woo the ladies. Best of luck, my friend. At that moment, Xia Ziyuan's face darkened considerably. Curse you, Mu Changsheng. Our paths shall not cross in peace. Regarding the issue of the protagonist's name, I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight that has affected everyone. Chapter 80. Must I drag myself to the gym? Why does that girl Kong Yan cling to you? Did you not break up? He Shuyu glanced back at Kong Yan, feeling a sense of wariness towards her. Mu Changsheng shrugged in resignation. Perhaps she enjoys the thrill of suffering. He Shuyu laughed charmingly. Suffering? That inclination is rather absurd. Isn't it? By the way, we plan to go out for some leisure in a couple of days. Would you care to join us? He Shuyu looked at Mu Changsheng with curiosity, extending the invitation. Mu Changsheng patted his pocket and inquired, Are you going with Suwen? Where do you intend to go? Yes, He Shuyu nodded. We are thinking of visiting the capital, just to unwind a bit. The capital, Mu Changsheng mused. It is quite normal for university students to travel, as couples or friends often venture out on weekends. When do you plan to depart? He asked, turning to He Shuyu. Next week, or perhaps the week after. She replied after a moment of silence. But next week there are reports of strong winds, so I'm not certain if we can go, she sighed. Mu Changsheng gently touched He Shuyu's hair. There is plenty of time ahead. He Shuyu nodded, continuing to walk alongside Mu Changsheng. Where are you headed? To the gym. Mu Changsheng replied, resting his hand behind his head with a smile. The gym? He Shuyu assessed Mu Changsheng's physique, noting his broad shoulders and slim waist. She had also felt his form before. Very well. Just as she was about to suggest accompanying him to the gym, her phone rang. Mu Changsheng noticed a peculiar change in He Shuyu's expression. She looked at him, forcing a smile. I might not be able to join you. My father is calling. Is something amiss? Why do you look so troubled? Mu Changsheng frowned. Shouldn't a call from your father bring joy? A touch of awkwardness lingered in the air. Yet there should not be an undercurrent of unease. He Shuyu waved her hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing. You may go ahead. With that, she turned and departed. Mu Changsheng squinted, employing his keen insight. The revelation of his parents' divorce struck him like a bolt from the blue. Understanding dawned upon him, leaving him somewhat helpless. In other matters, he might have been able to lend a hand, but the weight of parental separation was beyond his reach. He took out his phone and sent a message to He Shuyu. If there is anything troubling your heart, feel free to share it with me. Sometimes, voicing one's concerns can lighten the emotional burden. Just as he finished sending the message, a call from Shi Chumpong came through. Old Mu, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? You haven't even practiced for 2 days. Why the rush? Mu Changsheng shook his head in resignation, jesting, and you dare criticize me? I had no idea you had been secretly working on your physique. I shall note this down. All right, don't fret. I'll be there shortly. He emitted a wry smile. The university possessed a gym, albeit not free of charge. It was a joint venture off campus, but reasonably priced and sufficiently spacious, enhancing the school's promotional capabilities. Tiannan Normal University, Qiangqiang Gym. This was Mu Changsheng's inaugural visit to the school gym. As he entered, he noted a considerable crowd for the hour. His gaze swiftly landed upon Shi Chumpong. However, trouble appeared to be brewing. At the bench press, Shi Chumpong frowned at the 2 towering figures before him, both standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. What do you want with my friend? Li Jialing, twisting his neck, caressed the nearby weight plates, replying, It's nothing serious. Your friend has been bullying our basketball team members. Shi Chumpong's brow furrowed. When had old Mu offended the basketball team? This was perplexing. You need not fear. We are not here to confront you. We merely require you to relay a message. Zhao Pengfei, standing beside Li Jialing, spoke with a dispassionate smile. Shi Chumpong had no desire to engage with the pair, gradually distancing himself. I'm afraid this matter is one you must handle on your own. It does not concern me. His expression turned frosty, internally lamenting that old Mu should have stayed away today. Hey, brother, don't be so disrespectful. We only ask you to pass on a message, Li Jialing retorted, frowning. Shi Chumpong glanced at him coolly, stating, If you have nothing else to discuss, I suggest you leave. I have training to attend to. Zhao Pengfei, already impatient, bristled at Shi Chumpong's indifference and prepared to unleash a tirade. Are you looking for me? At that moment, Mu Changsheng approached. Upon seeing him, Shi Chumpeng promptly rose and moved to Mu Changxing's side. Old Mu, when did you offend the basketball team? You do realize how arrogant they can be. Mu Changxing chuckled softly. A few days ago, I merely dealt with a troublesome dog. Ah, you have that peculiar hobby? Shi Chumpeng expressed his bewilderment. Mu Changxing's lips twitched. Isn't it that fellow who boasts about his strength, yet performs worse than a dog? I never anticipated he would be so inept, especially as a member of the basketball team. Alas, Mu Changxing spoke these words without lowering his voice, causing Li Jialing and Zhao Pengfei's faces to darken considerably. You are Mu Changxing? Li Jialing scrutinized the tall and imposing Mu Changxing, her eyes narrowing slightly. This Wu Xinghong is indeed a fool, standing at 1.8 meters yet being outmatched by someone 1.9 meters tall. How humiliating. What brings you two here? Are you seeking revenge for that little incompetent? Mu Changxing observed Li Jialing and Zhao Pengfei with a grin. Zhao Pengfei narrowed his eyes, exuding hostility. Kid, this is a university, not middle school. I advise you to temper your demeanor. Mu Changxing touched his nose, reflecting on how he once felt the need to tread carefully. However, that was no longer necessary. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Zhao Pengfei, and cheerfully remarked, I would also advise you both that society is quite profound. Zhao Pengfei, incensed, was ready to unleash a torrent of curses. He had never encountered someone so audacious. Li Jialing quickly restrained Zhao Pengfei, who frowned in response. Li Jialing shook her head. Mu Changxing's demeanor was far from ordinary, radiating an unyielding confidence. If it were anyone else, they would have already trembled in fear. To offend Mu Changxing for the sake of a useless person was unwise. Should Mu Changxing have a powerful backing, it would be them who faced the consequences. Chapter 81. Strong. They just walked away like that? I expected them to threaten you further. I was prepared to stand by your side in battle, Shi Chumpeng said, bewildered as he watched Li Jialing and Zhao Pengfei depart. Li Jialing seemed somewhat clever. Mu Changxing chuckled lightly. Li Jialing, wait. ISNT this guy the vice captain of the basketball team. Shi Chumpeng pulled out his phone and searched for the school's basketball roster, astonished. Wait, why should we leave? Zhao Pengfei stood by the barbell, visibly irritated, his gaze frequently darting towards Mu Changxing. Li Jialing sat on a nearby bench. Mu Changxing doesn't appear to be an ordinary person. Can't you see that? Zhao Pengfei paused, realizing that Mu Changxing had confronted him head-on with unwavering confidence. Ordinary people are manageable. If we get into trouble, the captain can intervene for us. But if this guy has connections, we could both be kicked off the basketball team. It's not worth it for Wu Xinghong. Li Jialing shook her head. Zhao Pengfei, upon hearing this, calmed down considerably. So how should we approach Wu Xinghong? Li Jialing scoffed. All he wants is to treat us to a meal and buy us a couple of packs of cigarettes. What more does he expect? Besides, we aren't without our own means to seek out Mu Changxing. Zhao Pengfei grimaced. You, my friend, are all talk and no action. Li Jialing shot a glance at Zhao Pengfei. That depends on what is offered and whom we offend. If he is willing to let his girlfriend, Meng Shui, accompany us for a night, I might be inclined to exert a bit more effort. Zhao Pengfei cast a sidelong glance at Li Jialing, remarking, you, my friend, are nothing but a brooding yet alluring fellow. Are you truly unperturbed by Meng Shui? Li Jialing retorted with disdain. Zhao Pengfei, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his forehead and retorted. Come on, that guy's appeal is merely skin deep. His skills? He may dominate the average individual, but against us, he's utterly inept. You'd best tread carefully. They might be scheming against you. Shi Chumpeng glanced toward Li Jialing and the others. Mu Changxing, with a smile, removed his jacket, saying, worry not. Come, let me instruct you in fitness. All right, I am eager to witness your prowess. Shi Chumpeng replied with a chuckle. In fitness, focus on performing each movement with precision. Prioritize quality over quantity. Mu Changxing advised with professionalism. I can't go on. This is too exhausting. With a clang, Mu Changxing set the barbell down. You're rather feeble, he remarked, taking a sip of mineral water. Shi Chumpeng, stretching his sore muscles, exclaimed, how heavy is this? Each side is 10 kilos. It's unbearable. Suddenly, Shi Chumpeng's gaze flickered, and he exclaimed, Old Mu, look over there. There's a beauty. Mu Changxing sighed. While working out, one should not be distracted by temptations. Nevertheless, he turned to glance, spotting a woman clad in form-fitting attire, her silhouette accentuated alluringly. Standing over 1.7 meters tall with fair, delicate skin, she exuded an impressive aura. What impressive presence she has, Shi Chunpeng remarked, unable to contain himself. Indeed, she is quite striking. Mu Changxing nodded in agreement, adding she could rival Zhang Yining. Alas, I wonder who will eventually catch her eye, Shi Chunpeng sighed. Mu Changxing playfully kicked him, saying, you came here to work out, not to admire beauties. Shi Chunpeng smirked. Given your extensive training, why not demonstrate your abilities? Mu Changxing chuckled lightly, very well. He lay down and cheerfully said, add some weight for me. Shi Chunpeng became intrigued, eager to see Mu Changxing's capabilities. He promptly added 2 20-kilo weights. Let us go, 60 kilos, he announced with a casual smile. Mu Changxing, grinning, looked at Shi Chunpeng and said, too light, add 2 more. Shi Chunpeng's expression twitched, brother, that's 120 kilos on each side. Keep adding, Mu Changxing insisted. Seeing his confidence, Shi Chunpeng, witnessing Mu Changxing's assertiveness, added another 20-kilo weight. Wait, old Mu, are you sure you can handle this? I can't guarantee your safety, he said, growing apprehensive. Don't overestimate yourself. Accidents in gyms are not uncommon, Mu Changxing replied with a wry smile, aware that his physique had been enhanced by the system many times over. Weighing the current load, Mu Changxing found it surprisingly light. Not to mention, breaking a Guinness World Record would be a trivial feat for him now. At a 30-kilo weight, Mu Changxing laughed. What? More weight? Shi Chunpeng was utterly bewildered. Brother, stop joking around. With both sides at 80, that totals 320 pounds. This is outrageous. Shi Chunpeng is nearly in tears. Hey guys, are you in or out? At that moment, a man approached, seemingly intending to borrow a weight plate. Mu Changxing smiled softly and replied, I'm in. The man glanced at Mu Changxing and then at the weight plates. Bewildered, brother, are you really pushing 320 pounds? His voice was loud, instantly drawing the attention of several onlookers. In a gym, strength and physique are indeed focal points of attraction, alongside the presence of beautiful women. Although this guy appeared somewhat tall, pushing 320 pounds seemed far-fetched. He must be showing off. Li Jialing, observing Mu Changxing's audacity, couldn't help but smirk. Is this guy really that abstract? Pushing 320 pounds? I doubt anyone in the whole school could do that. Zhao Pengfei scoffed. If he can lift it, I'll call him dad. Seeing the disbelief in the crowd, Mu Changxing's lips curled slightly. To be honest, 320 pounds felt rather light to him. Ignoring the onlookers, he lay down on the bench. Shi Chunpeng gasped, you're really going for it. The man was also startled. Be careful, big guy. But in the next moment, everyone was left speechless. Mu Changxing effortlessly lifted the weight with ease, completing a set smoothly. Wow, what a master. At that instant, all eyes were on him. To push 320 pounds without any protective gear was utterly astonishing. Shi Chunpeng opened his mouth in disbelief. Old Mu, do you really have to be this fierce? Chapter 82, Shock. What were they gathering there for? Just then, Xuning emerged from inside, her backpack slung over her shoulder. She noticed a crowd gathered. Teacher, Shun. Perhaps there's a student with exceptional strength? Beside Xuning stood a muscular man, approximately 175 meters tall, with an impressive physique. Lu Jirue, one of the esteemed trainers at the gym and also a suitor of Xuning. Lu Jirue chuckled lightly. Wow, he's pushing 320 pounds for 10 reps. He can still do more. 11, 12, 13, 14. Xuning froze. 320 pounds? Lu Jirue was also dumbfounded. 320 pounds was no joking matter. Xuning curiously approached, with Lu Jirue following suit, thinking perhaps he had misheard. 320 pounds? I doubt anyone in the entire school could manage 15 reps. Li Jialing watched as Mu Changxing maintained a flawless form, swallowing hard. Can it really be this steady? Zhao Pengfei was equally astonished. He is pushing 320 pounds so effortlessly. Li Jialing felt relieved. Thank goodness we didn't intervene earlier. One punch from him and we might have been seriously injured. Zhao Pengfei opened his mouth. This Wu Xinghong is truly like a flood disrupting the Dragon King Temple. Oh my, he has done 30 already. The entire gym was electrified. Mu Changxing had successfully pushed 30 reps of 320 pounds. Look, he has not finished yet. He is still going. Shi Chunpeng gazed at Mu Changxing, whose complexion remained unperturbed despite the exertion. He swallowed hard, exclaiming, is it really necessary to be this formidable? 320 pounds. And he pushes it as easily as drinking water? Lu Jirue approached, bewildered by Mu Changxing's remarkable strength. Is he truly lifting 320 pounds? Shining also arrived, her body stiffening slightly upon seeing Mu Changsheng. Is that him? 49. 50. Goodness, what is his name? He is simply my idol. Which academy is he from? How have I never seen him before? No, he's continuing. Everyone fixated on this extraordinary scene, astonished that someone could sustain such a feat. Can he really push 320 pounds continuously? Is he a deity? Shining was equally astonished, aware of Mu Changsheng's impressive physique, but never anticipating such strength. Pushing 320 pounds with ease, he was rapidly nearing 100 repetitions. Does he possess such astonishing prowess? Shenying's beautiful eyes flickered. 99. 100. He is nothing short of a monster. With a clang, Mu Changsheng placed the barbell down. Taking a deep breath, he stood up, relinquishing the weights. He smiled gently at the onlookers. One man, astonished by Mu Changsheng's calm demeanor, asked, "Aren't you tired?" Mu Changsheng scanned the crowd, each gaze filled with disbelief. He chuckled softly. What's tiring about something so light? What? Light? You consider 320 pounds light? 100 repetitions? Lu Jirue stared at Mu Changsheng incredulously, realizing the extent of his prowess. Every movement was executed with impeccable precision. Who is this guy? How come I've never seen him before? Oh, Divine One, which academy do you belong to? Why have I not encountered you before? In the next moment, a throng of people surged forward. Startled, Mu Changsheng quickly grabbed Shi Chumpeng and made his escape. Apologies, everyone, but I have other matters to attend to, he called out. Shening watched as Mu Changsheng fled, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Mu Changsheng, I find myself increasingly captivated by you, she mused. Nearby, a statuesque woman scrutinized a video on her phone, admiring Mu Changsheng's features. He is quite handsome as well. How did I not meet him before? Old Mu, when did you become this strong? Can you really push 100 repetitions of 320 pounds? Shi Chumpeng gazed at Mu Changsheng in astonishment, struggling to believe it. You've been by my side almost every day. When did you become so powerful? I possess innate strength, Mu Changsheng replied with a smile. No, I'm serious. With your strength, had you pursued sports, you could have chosen any university you desired, Shi Chumpeng remarked, furrowing his brow. Mu Changsheng's lips twitched. I had no cheat codes back in high school. Old Mu, I feel like if you simply visited the gym now, you wouldn't have to worry about employment in the future, Shi Chumpeng laughed. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. And what about you? Shi Chumpeng helplessly shrugged, saying, I am not as twisted as you. I might as well become a teacher or perhaps pursue a graduate degree. After all, finding teaching positions nowadays is not easy, and we are not public-funded normal university students. Mu Changsheng observed the perplexed expression on Shi Chumpeng's face and patted him on the shoulder, stating, I will take care of your future job. Shi Chumpeng shot him a skeptical glance, retorting, You are not my boss. How can you arrange my work? Mu Changsheng merely smiled and replied, All right, let's go have a meal first. Shi Chumpeng pulled out his phone, engrossed in a short video. Old Mu, look, isn't this the beauty from earlier? He handed the phone to Mu Changsheng. Mu Changsheng took a glance, indeed. No wonder her figure is so splendid. She must be a dance major. Wait a moment. Old Mu, isn't this Kongyan? Shi Chumpeng exclaimed, scrolling through the woman's past videos in astonishment. Mu Changsheng looked on indifferently. At Tiannan Normal University, in a third cafeteria, Li Er raised her hand and waved at a woman carrying a bag. The woman was not a stranger. She was the one from the gym. Jiang Li sat across from Kong Yin, a smile gracing her face. Yin, I must tell you, I discovered a handsome guy today. Kong Yin paused mid-bite of her soup dumpling, slightly taken aback before teasing. Oh, who is it? Who could captivate our Jiang beauty so? Jiang Li retrieved her phone from her pocket and opened the video recorded at the gym earlier. Look, incredibly handsome. Chapter 83, Live Broadcast. The moment Kong Yun beheld the video on Jiang Li's phone, she was utterly stunned. Isn't that Mu Changsheng? He pushed 320 pounds 100 times. He was simply breathtaking. Jiang Li exaggerated, her eyes filled with admiration. Kong Yun gazed at Mu Changsheng on the screen, bewildered. When did he become so strong? Why was I unaware of this before? So what do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? Super handsome. It's just a pity there were too many people earlier. I didn't get the chance to ask his name. Noticing Kong Yun's pronuncia silenza, Jiang Li curiously inquired. Kong Yun, do you know him? Kong Yun was startled, quickly donning an awkward smile as she shook her head. I don't know him. How could I possibly know such a handsome person? Distracted, Kong Yun continued to eat, her fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of her skirt. Mu Changsheng. How could you hide this from me for so long? You were not this exceptional when we were together. Jiang Li, sensing Kong Yun's odd behavior, furrowed her brow. Yin, I have a class soon. I must be off. She slung her bag over her shoulder and left the cafeteria. Once Jiang Li departed, Kong Yun took out her phone, noticing that her messages to Mu Changsheng had gone unanswered. Gritting her teeth, she murmured, "Why hasn't he said a word?" Enraged, Kong Yun stood up and walked away, forgetting to take her tray. The cafeteria lady, observing Kong Yun's abrupt exit, frowned and muttered, "Such a lack of manners." She couldn't even bother to take her tray. "Oh dear, the child must be in a hurry," remarked the uncle beside her. The aunt cast a sideways glance at him. "You should take a look at yourself. Do you truly believe that by uttering a few words in favor of that beauty, she would spare you a second glance? A mere janitor hoping to woo a woman? How laughable." With that, the aunt picked up her plate and walked away, leaving the uncle's face alternating between shades of green and red. What is there to be proud of? With your appearance, you likely weren't sought after even in your youth. A mere plate carrier, and yet you carry yourself with such arrogance. Shrew, the uncle muttered under his breath. Later that evening, at 9 p.m., in the boys' dormitory, room 305, Shi Chunpeng was diligently practicing his sword techniques, yet he continued to be bested by the AI. Jiang Ruizhao observed Shi Chunpeng's lackluster skills and remarked, "Your technique is abysmally poor." Shi Chunpeng's lip twitched in response. "What do you know? I'm practicing with fans, not dual blades." Jiang Ruizhao retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Excuses. Poor skills are still poor skills, and they require practice." Nearby, Wang Xing and Du Yaming exchanged glances. Wang Xing quietly inquired, "When did these two become so chummy?" Du Yaming, equally perplexed, replied, "I have no idea." "This is absurd, truly absurd," thought Wang Xing, scratching his head in confusion. "I need to unwind a bit. I'll scroll through some short videos." Jiang Ruizhao, holding a lunchbox, sat beside Shi Chunpeng to watch videos together. Shi Chunpeng cleared his computer's background and opened a short video app. After scrolling for a brief moment, he stumbled upon a familiar face streaming live. "No way. Isn't that the beauty from the gym?" Shi Chunpeng exclaimed. Jiang Ruizhao paused in surprise. "Is this the woman you described as stunning from the gym?" Shi Chunpeng nodded affirmatively. "There's no mistake. It's definitely her. Click on it and see," Jiang Ruizhao urged. Upon entering the live stream, they noted there were over 30 viewers, with comments flooding in, praising her beauty. "Wow, our school actually has such a gem," Jiang Ruizhao remarked, his eyes sparkling. "Her figure is simply astonishing." Du Yaming and Wang Xing leaned over. "What are you two watching?" "No way. Isn't that my goddess?" Du Yaming exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the woman. Shi Chunpeng and Jiang Ruizhao furrowed their brows. "You know her?" Du Yaming nodded. "Of course, I recognized her. I even voted for her when they were selecting the school flower last year. Unfortunately, she missed out by just a few votes. Jiang Li was crowned the school flower instead." Wang Xing suddenly pieced it together, looking at Du Yaming. "You've been sneaking off to the gym just to gawk at the beauties, haven't you?" Du Yaming's face flushed with embarrassment as he shot a glare at Wang Xing. "I went there to work out." Wang Xing scoffed. "You should have invited me when there were beauties around." With that, he playfully slapped Du Yaming. "So, her name is Jiang Li." Shi Chunpeng nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Ruizhao sighed. "Stop looking. Such beauties are beyond our reach." Wang Xing agreed. With her striking looks and stunning figure, she wouldn't give us a second glance. Du Yaming shot a glance at Wang Xing. Looking doesn't constitute a crime. After all, admiring beauty is good for one's well-being. Shi Chunpeng took a peek at Jiang Li's profile, slightly taken aback by the revelation. Over 100,000 followers? Behold this dance video with 100,000 likes. Jiang Ruizhao immediately spotted the pin video. Shi Chunpeng clicked on it. On the screen, Jiang Li danced gracefully, her figure undeniably alluring. Goodness, she is simply the epitome of beauty. The four of them fixated their gaze on the screen. "Hey, stop staring. Your face is almost pressed against my computer." Shi Chunpeng scolded as he pushed Du Yaming aside. Du Yaming wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Ruizhao shook his head helplessly. "If you can't contain yourself, I can tell you a place. In Tiannan City, there's a village in the city with a street full of chicken vendors." Wang Xing paused, saying, "I know that street. It's essentially an ancient brothel street. At night, many girls stand at the entrance, either in Chongsam's or not." Du Yaming was taken aback. "Have you been there?" Wang Xing's lips twitched. "I want to go, but I'm still young and don't want to catch any diseases." Jiang Ruizhao smiled lightly. If you take 3 precautions, you should be fine. The prices shouldn't be too steep. How do you know? Du Yaming looked at Jiang Ruizhao curiously. Jiang Ruizhao's lips moved slightly. Song Haoning took me there once. But it was just for a look. Du Yaming exclaimed. Who would believe that? Jiang Ruizhao's expression turned slightly awkward. Look, there's a big brother. Shi Chunpong suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's attention turned to the computer. A sports car zoomed past. A level 49 big brother. That must cost around $1 million, right? Wang Xing said in astonishment. A wealthy individual, Jiang Ruizhao remarked enviously. Du Yaming, ISNT that your goddess? Are you not going to spend a bit? Exi Chunpeng Grin Du Yaming. Du Yaming's lips twitched. Get lost, I'm not foolish. I can't afford a sports car worth over 100,000. Chapter 84, Live Broadcast. Look, the big brother is speaking. Jiang Ruizhao observed the bullet comments. 49, sister. Are you from Tiannan Normal University? Jiang Li, currently live streaming, smiled sweetly. Yes, I am. Just as Jiang Li finished speaking, another sport car sped by. Wow, another sports car. Wang Xing yelled. Shoo, keep it down. You're about to deafen me. Jiang Ruizhao glared at Wang Xing, Du Yaming sighed. This guy is definitely trying to woo the beautiful Jiang Li. I can tell he is also from Tiannan City. Shi Chunpong opened the homepage, and as expected, he was also from Tiannan City. Oh no, the beauty is going to be snatched away, Jiang Ruizhao said helplessly. Du Yaming, your goddess is about to be taken from you. Wang Xing chuckled. Du Yaming snorted. There are plenty of women. She is merely my temporary goddess. 49, sister. Why are you so small? Jiang Ruizhao's lips twitched. This guy really doesn't want to wait at all. Jiang Li smiled slightly. I can't fight back. I always lose. 49. No worries. Big brother will help you. Ugh. I detest these pretentious brats, Du Yaming cursed. Wang Xing rolled his eyes at Du Yaming. That's just envy. Soon, Jiang Li connected with another beautiful woman. The woman was also quite exquisite. Hello, do you want to chat? What you all up to? At that moment, Mu Changsheng pushed the door open and entered, observing everyone engrossed in their computers with a frown. Shi Chunpong, taken aback by Mu Changsheng's arrival, inquired, Why are you back tonight? Mu Changsheng placed his coat down and replied with a faint smile, Should I sleep on the streets? We're watching a live stream. Jiang Ruizhao chimed in cheerfully. Wang Xing and Du Yaming were momentarily stunned. Mugu, Jiang Ruizhao, who was known to have a contentious relationship with Mu Changsheng. Addressing him this way was unexpected. When had this camaraderie developed? Mu Changsheng approached the screen and glanced at the live stream, slightly taken aback. Isn't that the woman from earlier today? Shi Chunpeng nodded. Yes, her name is Jiang Li, and it seems the boss has taken a liking to her. Jiang Li? Mu Changsheng was momentarily bewildered. His keen perception registered. Name, Jiang Li, attractiveness, 94, hobby, live streaming, status, sophomore, charging attempts, 0, affection, 65. Mu Changsheng was astonished to see such a high level of affection directed towards him by this woman. Why did she harbor such feelings for him? They hardly had any interaction. Olmu, do you want to watch? Shi Chunpeng asked. Mu Changsheng shook his head. You all can watch. I dare say. With Mu Ji's looks, he might very well have a chance to encounter this woman, Jiang Ruizhao remarked, appraising Mu Changsheng. Du Yaming concurred at 1. 9 meters tall, strikingly handsome, and with such a fine physique, it might just work. Old Mu, if you could spare just 10% of your looks for me, Wang Xing said enviously. Alas, it's a pity that Mu Gu already has a girlfriend, Jiang Ruizhao sighed. Damn it, why does this extraordinary woman have to be with someone else? It's infuriating, Du Yaming exclaimed in frustration. Weren't you the one who said you didn't care? Wang Xing frowned. I don't care, but it still makes me sad, Du Yaming replied, his expression nearly in tears. Wow, 10 sports cars. Shi Chunpong exclaimed in astonishment. That is $1,000 gone in an instant, Jiang Ruizhao gasped. The world of the wealthy is truly enviable. I have a feeling Jiang Li will be taken tonight, Wang Xing sighed. Wait, it seems the other side has some prowess too. Wow, they just sent over 10 planes. Jiang Ruizhao exclaimed as he pulled out his phone to check the opposing live stream. There is a level 59 player over there. This is about to get intense. Shi Chunpeng scoffed. Meanwhile, in Jiang Li's dormitory, she too was taken aback. Jiang Li, you must have earned quite a bit tonight. Hundreds, I'd wager. 12 sports cars. Her roommate remarked with envy. Jiang Li was also somewhat shocked. In the adjacent room, Kong Yun's eyes glimmered with jealousy. Jiang Li, be careful. Those people might have ulterior motives, Kong Yun warned softly. Jiang Li nodded. fully aware that such generosity often comes with strings attached. However, it seems she was on the verge of losing. It seems this will end badly, her roommate sighed. Just then, the level 49 player struck again, sending another 10 planes soaring through the air. Oh my, yet another 10 planes. Jiang Li's roommate could no longer contain her excitement. How much do these 10 planes cost? The level 49 player, still trying to show off, exclaimed, Sister, fear not, for I am here. Thank you, big brother. Look, the numbers are skyrocketing. It's already over 1,000. Jiang Ruizhao exclaimed. This is destined to be a sensation, Wang Xing remarked as he gazed at the computer screen. Look, they've just sent 10 more rockets. Wow, this is escalating. Direction exagératée de Claret. I believe the streamer on the other side is sure to face consequences tonight. Show me how much it costs. I'd even be willing to play a female character just to join in. At that moment, Mu Changsheng was also present in the live stream, albeit under a lesser-known account, for it would seem too ostentatious to use his main one. Gifts were flying across the entire streaming room. No one was holding back. The level 49 player was abruptly pushed to level 50, and the carnival had commenced. Goodness, they've sent 10 carnivals. Jiang Ruizhao exclaimed, exhilarated, standing up as if it were he who had done the sending. The score in Jiang Li's live stream diminished significantly. Look, the top player has fled. Shi Chumpong pointed at the computer screen. He truly has fled. Wang Xing and Du Yaxuan leaned in. There's no way to compete. They must be terrified. The opponent is simply too fierce, Jiang Ruizhao shrugged. This level 49 player is quite foolish, spending so much money only to retreat in defeat. Wang Xing sighed. In Jiang Li's dormitory, her roommate remarked, Jiang Li, the big brother has escaped. It's all right. I've already earned enough today, Jiang Li replied. Her roommate expressed envy. Just moments ago, gifts were pouring in, and Jiang Li had easily made tens of thousands in a single night. Kong Yun felt a twinge of envy as well, unable to fathom earning such a sum in one evening. Observing the flush on Jiang Li's face, she thought to herself, she must be ecstatic, having earned so much. Just when everyone believed Jiang Li was on the verge of losing, within her live stream, 50 carnivals were instantaneously sent. In that moment, a level 1 account surged to level 43. Chapter 85. The Big Shot invites you. 50 carnivals? On Champagne, Jean Huizhou, Wang Xing, Du Yaxuan, and even Kong Yun's dormitory were all left in shock. Jiang Li was equally stunned. 50 carnivals? Jiang Li's roommates quickly gathered around to calculate the earnings. Oh my, that is 150,000. Jiang Li, you're on fire. There are now over 30,000 people in the stream. Jiang Li was left speechless, staring at the astonishing figures before her, a sight she had never dared to envision. Who could have sent 50 carnivals? Jiang Li, quickly check who the benefactor is. Her roommates urged, crowding around her phone. Ian? Jiang Li glanced at Kong Yun, puzzled. Kong Yun's expression shifted. Ian? Isn't that the account Mu Changxing uses when he asks with me? Impossible, it cannot be him. How could he possibly have so much money? It must just be a coincidence with a similar name. Wow, this big shot must be a new account, skyrocketing to level 43 in an instant. Is the world of the wealthy truly so casual? The influential figure seeks attention. The live stream hosted by Qiao Qiao is utterly bewildered. 50 carnivals suddenly plummeted the score. Qiao Qiao hoped to solicit assistance from her benefactor to secure victory in this round. Yet in the next instant, 100 rockets soared into the sky. The influential figure. Remarkable. The entire chat room erupted in excitement, the viewership soaring. Shi Chumpong gazed at the screen filled with rockets and turned to Mu Changsheng, remarking, Old Mu, look at those 50 rockets and 100 carnivals. It's astonishing. We're nearing 300,000. Mu Changsheng casually glanced. Oh, quite a lot. Seeing Mu Changsheng's indifferent demeanor, Shi Chumpong shook his head. Ah, it doesn't really concern us. Just a moment of excitement. Mu Changsheng chuckled softly, pondering how Shi Chumpong would react if he knew all the donations came from him. He noticed an influx of followers on his account. His fan base was rapidly increasing. In Xiao Qiao's live stream, she immediately began to act coy. Please help me. I don't want to lose. Her sweet, tingling voice ignited a frenzy in the chat room. What was that tone? Is she serious? This woman is truly putting in the effort. Remarkable. If it were me, I would shout 100 times for that. I truly envy the lives of the wealthy. If Qiao Qiao called my name, I would be utterly thrilled. Sigh. Noticing her benefactor's indifference, Qiao Qiao continued to appeal. Brother, please help me. Whatever you desire, I am willing to do. She even winked playfully. The chat room was ablaze with 666 comments. As she spoke, Xiao Xiao brought out a candle and playfully winked again. Wow, how enviable. Tonight, the benefactor is going to take off. Is this what I imagined? Is this something we can witness? How enviable. Jiang Li observed the comments from the opposing live stream, her expression darkening. Sure enough, Xiao Xiao employed her tactics, swiftly closing the gap in scores. The opposing benefactor directly launched 100 carnivals, instantly surpassing Jiang Li's stream. Witnessing this, Xiao Xiao's face flushed with excitement. Thank you, brother. I adore you. This woman truly lacks shame, Du Yaming remarked discontentedly. Wang Xing shamelessly added, if I were her and a benefactor showered me with 100 carnivals, I will be even bolder. Jiang Ruizhao nodded in agreement. 100 carnivals equate to 300,000. That could buy something substantial. Is the world of the wealthy truly this exhilarating? Jiang Li felt a twinge of disappointment as her stream fell silent. 100 carnivals were too many. She could hardly believe that anyone would generously bestow such an amount on a random stranger. However, in the next moment, Jiang Li found herself in a state of astonishment. The score had surged ahead once more. Goodness, 200 carnivals. Incredible, 6,666. Jiang Li's streaming room ascended to the first position, with popularity soaring beyond 100,000. The influx of fans was exponential, with a staggering 600,000 pouring in. Who is this Yun? Such a formidable figure. I don't know, it's a private account. Jiang Li opened her mouth in disbelief. 200 carnivals? 600,000? Kong Yun covered her red lips, gazing at the streaming room in disbelief. Adding in what had just occurred, it was nearly 1 million. Jiang Li, you've almost earned a lifetime's worth of income in a single night. The entire dormitory buzzed with envy. Kong Yun watched the gifts flying in the streaming room with a hint of jealousy. Over 1 million, divided 50-50. That is still more than 500,000. Just imagine how many designer handbags that could buy. Jiang Li's fan count surged to over 300,000. Xiao Xiao's streaming room was left dumbfounded. 200 carnivals, just like that? Who on earth is this? Xiao Xiao picked up her phone and quickly spotted Jiang Li's top donor, Yun. Is this person really that wealthy? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Xiao followed Mu Changsheng and sent a private message. Brother, can you lend a helping hand? Whatever you desire, I can provide. After sending this, she followed it up with an enticing image. Upon seeing the private message, Mu Changxing noted her impressive figure, though it was unfortunate that she had been overcharged too many times. Apologies, but I do not accept worn-out items, he replied. His words instantly infuriated Xiao Xiao. Worn out? Your entire family is worn out. Unable to contain herself, Xiao Xiao sent another private message to her top benefactor. Brother, please, help me out here. Just as her message was dispatched, Mu Changxing rewarded another 200 carnivals. In an instant, the entire streaming room erupted in excitement. Another 600,000? Chapter 86. The tycoon wants to pursue you. Goodness. Over 120,000 just like that? My word, do the wealthy truly disregard money so easily? Shi Chumpong stomped his feet in envy. Surely, it must be some affluent young master trying to woo the stunning Jiang Li. Jiang Ruizhao was equally envious. Over 100,000, enough to buy a sports car. And it was simply given away like that. At this point, there was no need for comparison. Jiang Li triumphed decisively. Mu Chansheng chaked softly. Over 100,000 was indeed substantial, but the value Jiang Li could provide was equally significant. He exited the streaming room, and the heat in Jiang Li's streaming room gradually waned. Around 11 o'clock that night, Jiang Li sent a private message. Thank you, brother. Upon reading the message, Mu Changsheng, not wishing to squander time, replied, let us meet. Jiang Li lay on her bed, staring at the simple 2 characters, momentarily stunned. Though she had anticipated it, seeing those words still left her feeling hesitant. Ali, did the big shot message you? Kong Yun inquired at that moment. After all, seeing her roommate earn nearly 1 million in a single night left Kong Yun feeling utterly distressed. Sleep eluded her completely every time she closed her eyes. Visions of that substantial sum danced before her. Ali, you mustn't offend the big shots. Otherwise, if they decide to initiate a refund, you could be in serious trouble. She warned. Indeed, if you cross them, your hard-earned money will never be secure. With his capabilities, obtaining a refund would be child's play. The other roommates chimed in, and their words filled Jiang Li with anxiety. She dared not mention the money that had come through. Instead, she inquired, where are you from? Tian'an City, he replied. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. realizing they hailed from the same place. Mu Changsheng, feeling somewhat fatigued, expressed his disinterest in wasting time. As my woman, I can elevate you to fame, he declared. Jiangli was taken aback by such forthrightness, her heart wavering. After all, what if he turned out to be a man in his 50s or 60s? Yet, gazing at the hundreds of thousands in her account, she was reluctant to return the money. It could purchase so much for her. But what if she refused and he demanded a refund? Giriting hertit, viang lirepiet. Let's meet first. Tomorrow night at 10, in the presidential suite of Doya Hotel, he stated. Jiang Li's face went pale at the thought of meeting at a hotel. Was it truly so blatant? To be honest, she wasn't quite prepared for this. Nevertheless, the allure of being elevated to fame tugged at her heartstrings, for becoming a streamer was her utmost desire. After much hesitation, she ultimately agreed. Meanwhile, Kong Yun was consumed by a mix of frustration and envy, having added a Yun and even sent a private message, only to be ignored by Mu Changsheng. A whirlwind of emotions churned within her. Feelings of suffocation and envy intertwined. The following morning, Shi Chumpeng awoke groggily to find Mu Changsheng already up. Are you off to deliver food again? He asked. Mu Changsheng smiled. Yesterday's expenses were a bit high. I need to earn some back. Shi Chumpeng smirked. You incurred more expenses? You barely spend over 30 a day, skipping breakfast, making do for lunch, and relying on instant noodles for dinner. Just then, Wang Xing interjected. Old Mu, is it fast to earn money this way? Mu Changsheng laced his shoes. You want to deliver food too? Wang Xing scratched his head. I considered it. I've been wanting to buy a tablet. The prices are quite low now, and if you hustle, you can earn over 100 a day. If you're skilled, even more. Mu Changsheng chuckled, but you don't have an electric bike. If you need to rent one, you'll have to pay a deposit first. Wang Xing shook his head at the mention of a deposit, then forget it. Wang Xing, why not try sorting packages for delivery? You could earn over 180 in a night. I have a connection, Jiang Ruizhao suggested. Wang Xing grimaced. Sorting packages? Even dogs wouldn't do that. It's exhausting to work 12 hours for so little. Have you tried it? Jiang Ruizhao asked, puzzled. Du Yaming chimed in. I did it once with Wang Xing. It was grueling, and I even fell asleep in the restroom. The following morning, I received a payment of 180. 6 again. After dozing off in the restroom, Shi Chumpeng immediately gave me a thumbs up. As Mu Changsheng stepped out of the dormitory, he embarked on today's delivery journey. Ding! The delivery has arrived, valued at 98. With the reward doubled. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 980 yuan. Ding! Another delivery has arrived, worth 327, with the reward again doubled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,270 yuan. Mu Changsheng's delivery speed was remarkably swift, aided by the system that assisted in securing orders and automatically planned routes, saving him considerable time. In Tian'an City, beside the Sentry Bridge, Mu Changsheng took a brief respite, only to discover a message from Qin Na. Mr. Mu, I have fulfilled my promise. A slight smile crept across Mu Changsheng's face as he replied, Thank you. I owe you a meal when time permits. To his surprise, she responded almost instantaneously. I won't forget. Mu Changsheng chuckled softly, and then he noticed a message from Zheng Yining. I miss you. He rubbed his nose, realizing he had prior commitments that evening and could not accompany Zheng Yining. After brushing off the matter, he was about to depart when he spotted a woman sitting outside the railing in the distance, seemingly contemplating a tragic decision. Mu Changsheng's lips twitched. How absurd that he would encounter such a dramatic scene. Regrettably, he had a fear of water. He had no intention of lingering. After all, there had been numerous recent cases of deception, and perhaps she merely sought a moment of fresh air. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Then, to his astonishment, the woman called out to him, Aren't you going to try to dissuade me? Mu Changsheng's lips quirked. Dissuade her? He chuckled at the thought. He glanced at her and said, If you wish to jump into the river, that is your choice. I cannot interfere with your decision. Besides, if you seek to end your life, there must be a reason. I wouldn't want to interrupt Yama's work. The woman revealed a melancholic smile. Mu Changsheng paused, pondering if her despair stemmed from a breakup. He found it perplexing. Could a woman truly contemplate such a drastic measure over a mere separation? It seemed far too unrealistic. To consider ending one's life simply due to a breakup? He could not fathom the thoughts swirling in these women's minds. Tsuptib 87, Jiangli. Although Mu Changsheng had encountered numerous individuals online, this was his first meeting in reality. The notion of choosing to end one's life due to a breakup was beyond his comprehension, or perhaps he had never loved deeply enough. Go ahead and jump if that is your desire. I will not be the one to call the authorities. He offered her a twisted sense of fulfillment. The woman appeared to be incited by his words. There are surveillance cameras nearby. Should I take that step, you will also be drawn into the investigation. Her statement caused a noticeable twitch at the corner of Mu Changxing's mouth. He cast a glance at the surveillance camera nearby. What bad luck. Even if I bear no grudge against you, the police will undoubtedly seek you out. His expression shifted slightly. The woman, smiling, inquired, Aren't you going to try to dissuade me now? Mu Changxing regarded her and asked, Are you attempting to pull a fast one? The woman turned her back to Mu Changxing and murmured, Perhaps. Mu Changxing, indifferent, replied, Oh, then hurry and jump. I am pressed for time. After a long day, it will be nice to catch an interesting show. The corners of the woman's eyes twitched violently. How could this scoundrel urge her towards death? Shouldn't he come to her rescue, or at least persuade her? Why did he seem more eager for her demise than she was? She had done nothing to offend him. Hey, are you going to jump or not? I have matters to attend to. Mu Changxing called out impatiently. The woman, infuriated, clenched her fists tightly and, with a swift turn, leapt off. I won't jump. A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Changxing's eyes. Had this woman undergone training? What a waste of time, coward. He shot her a disdainful glance and prepared to leave. Stop right there, the woman exclaimed angrily, striding towards Mu Changxing and firmly gripping his electric scooter. Mu Changxing's lips twitched. What are you doing? Do you want me to run you over? The woman lifted her head, fixing a fierce gaze upon him. As Mu Changxing beheld the woman, he was momentarily taken aback. She was rather striking. His thoughts were interrupted by a notification. Name, Jiang Jiuer. Appearance, 95. Hobby, enjoys being stimulated. Personality, infatuated. Skills, proficient in combat, expert in taekwondo. Reason for jumping into the river. After 3 years of online romance. Having given her heart and left her hometown, she discovered the man had been unfaithful. Charging instances, 0. Romantic encounters, 1. Mu Changxing regarded Jiang Jiuer's profile, his lips twitching slightly. Was her reason for jumping into the river truly that absurd? For this, it hardly seemed worth it. Yet, he was puzzled by her hobby. How curious that she enjoyed being stimulated. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Hey, move aside. I have things to do, Mu Changxing urged Jiang Jiuer. She coldly scoffed, If you have the guts, then run me over. Glancing at the time, Mu Changxing noted he was nearing his appointment with Jiang Li. You said it. Without a moment's hesitation, he revved the throttle and charged forward. Jiang Jiuer, startled, instinctively leapt away upon seeing the approaching scooter. It seems you fear death as well. Next time you contemplate jumping into the river, make sure you are ready. By the time Jiang Jiuer regained her composure, Mu Changxing had already sped off into the distance. Jiang Jiuer, her face ashen with anger, seethed. What a man devoid of any chivalry. How could he hasten someone's demise? It infuriates me. She stomped her feet in frustration when suddenly her gaze fell upon a red booklet on the ground. A student ID? Jiang Jiuer bent down to pick it up, opening it to reveal. Mu Changxing? Tian'an Normal University, School of Education. Mu Changxing, is it? I shall remember you. Outside Duoya Hotel, a security guard gently informed the man driving a Mercedes 400, Sir, you cannot park here. Please move your vehicle. The man's expression darkened instantly. Are you blind? Can't you see what car I'm driving? The hotel security responded coldly. I care not for the vehicle you drive. Kindly remove it at once. The man's face turned a dark shade of anger. How dare a mere hotel security guard speak to him so audaciously? Do you believe that with a single call, I could have you dismissed? The hotel security guard furrowed his brow. You may wish for my dismissal, but first, you must vacate this space. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to take more stringent measures. You. The man's chest heaved violently, while the woman in the passenger seat quickly reassured him. It's all right. We have no need for this parking spot. Taking a deep breath, the man retorted. Youngster, wait here. I shall ensure you are dismissed. He then moved his Mercedes 400 aside. However, it wasn't long before Mu Changxing arrived on his electric scooter. After securing his vehicle, he prepared to ascend the building. The man nearby turned green with envy upon witnessing this scene. Agitated, he exited his car and pointed at the hotel security guard. Are you blind? A scooter parks here, and you do nothing about it? This time, even the woman's expression soured. You want to allow luxury cars to park here, yet permit a clunky scooter? Do you realize that this wretched scooter could be purchased multiple times with the cost of just one of my car's wheels? The man's irritation reached its zenith. The hotel security guard narrowed his eyes. This is the hotel's policy. The man laughed in disbelief. Huh? Policy? You, a mere food delivery worker. Dare speak of policy to me? Call your manager down here. I demand an explanation today. He bellowed, gesturing towards the delivery uniform worn by the scooter rider. How dare a lowly delivery person park here? The hotel security guard frowned. The individual who just passed is General Manager Mu of Doya Hotel. Perhaps you should inquire with him about his right to park here. The man's face fell. General Manager Mu? The other hotel security guard remarked coolly. Who do you think you are to compete for a parking spot with General Manager Mu? The man stood dumbfounded. The person who had just passed was indeed the general manager of Doya Hotel. Everyone was well aware of the rumors surrounding the hotel's acquisition by a financial tycoon. Moreover, it was said that this chairman had invested billions to create the only six-star hotel in Tiannan City. Such a powerful figure was not someone the man could afford to offend. Mu Changsheng seemed to have overheard something. He turned and smiled. Shaoli Shaowang. Prepare for a salary increase. The two security guards beamed with joy. Thank you, General Manager. The man returned to his Mercedes, thoroughly humiliated. The esteemed chairman delivering food? What a farce. The woman scolded him. The man shot her a glare. What do you know? Wealthy individuals simply enjoy cultivating their character. As a woman, you ought to keep your mouth shut and refrain from offending others on my behalf. The woman appeared bewildered. Am I not doing this for your benefit? How has it turned into my fault? Chapter 88. Capturing Jiang Li. Mu Changsheng paid little mind to the minor incident at the entrance. After all, today's objective remained Jiang Li. Since this woman aspired to become a streamer, Mu Changsheng saw no harm in nurturing her talent. In the future, the live commerce for Mingzhu Daxia could very well be entrusted to Jiang Li. However, once the Pearl Tower transforms into a bastion of food safety, there will be an influx of visitors drawn by its reputation, without the need for any promotional efforts. Within the presidential suite, Mu Changsheng shed his garments and indulged in a brief soak. Meanwhile, outside the suite, a receptionist smiled and announced, Mr. Mu is waiting for you inside. At that moment, Jiang Li felt somewhat apprehensive, envisioning Mr. Mu as an unappealing figure resembling a corpulent hog. She hesitated, but the prospect of a substantial sum lurking in her account, an amount she had never encountered before, tempted her greatly. That money could easily purchase the items she once longed for, but could not afford. Thus, Jiang Li found herself torn. She was unwilling to return the money. For human nature is inherently greedy. After much internal struggle, she finally pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, she was momentarily taken aback. For Mu Changsheng had just emerged from the bathroom, his tall and handsome figure captivating her attention. When Mu Changsheng noticed Jiang Li, he appraised her with a keen eye. Today, she wore a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her graceful silhouette, paired with a short white skirt that revealed her long, delicate legs. A hint of makeup graced her pretty face, her fair skin glowing, and combined with her statuesque figure, she was undeniably a rare beauty. You've arrived, Mu Changsheng remarked casually. Drying the droplets of water from his skin, Jiang Li stood in astonishment, realizing that he was not the greasy uncle she had imagined, but rather a strikingly handsome man. Wait, why does he seem so familiar? As she scrutinized him closely, she gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. You are the mogul from the gym? Feigning confusion, Mu Changsheng replied. You recognize me? Jiang Li was genuinely surprised to discover that the person who had generously bestowed over $1 million on her the previous night was indeed the gym's magnate. Her initial reservations towards him dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning fondness. I was also there when you were bench pressing that day at the gym, she murmured, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Mu Changsheng lowered his towel. Oh, you were there too. Jiang Li felt a pang of disappointment as Mu Changsheng appeared indifferent to her presence. After all, as a striking beauty, she typically attracted attention wherever she went. Men would eagerly engage her in conversation. Yet, here stood someone who merely acknowledged her with an O. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, she stood there, somewhat dazed. Mu Changsheng gradually seated himself on the bed and stated, You must understand why I summoned you here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's expression shifted to one of nervousness, her small hands clenching tightly around her clothing. Mu Changsheng remained patient, awaiting her response. After a prolonged internal conflict, Jiang Li gazed at Mu Changsheng, taken aback by the revelation that her benefactor was indeed him. Moreover, his wealth and physique were undeniably impressive. From every angle, she could not perceive any disadvantage. Taking a deep breath, she met his gaze earnestly and inquired, Will you honor your promise to me? Mu Changxing looked back at her. Naturally, it stands. However, you must sign this contract. He retrieved a document from the side. Upon hearing the word contract, Jiang Li's complexion paled. After all, many men, for the sake of women, would have him sign an unequal contract. Jiang Li, feeling somewhat anxious, picked up the agreement. Mu Changxing, noticing her tension, chuckled softly. This contract is not a coercive agreement. It is a live-streaming artist contract. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, then slowly began to open it. She scanned the document rapidly, realizing it primarily stipulated that by signing, she would belong to Mu Changxing, and should she achieve fame, she could not switch to another platform. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Li felt a sense of relief. It appeared that this man was somewhat different from others. However, she was still astonished to discover that under this contract, she would be a host for Mingzhu Building. Staring blankly at Mu Changxing, she wondered, could he possibly be the son of the chairman of Mingzhu Building? Mingzhu Building, as a landmark and renowned commercial complex in Tian'an City, was well known to her, valued at tens of billions. She never expected Mu Changxing to be its young master. It seemed Mu Changxing sensed her thoughts and remarked, I am not a second-generation wealthy individual. I am a first-generation one. I am the chairman of Mingzhu Building. As these words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped them. Jiang Li felt as if she had just heard the most absurd thing in her life. The contract nearly slipped from her grasp. Mu Changxing was the chairman of Mingzhu Building. Was he joking? How could someone so young possibly hold such a position? Mu Changxing, noticing the skepticism in Jiang Li's eyes, smiled faintly. Not only Mingzhu Building, but even the hotel beneath your feet belongs to me. What? Jiang Li could no longer contain her astonishment. This five-star hotel was also owned by Mu Changxing. One of the only two five-star hotels in Tian'an City was his, and Mingzhu Building too. If combined, this man before her was a billionaire CEO? How could that be? It was utterly unbelievable. A billionaire CEO at such a young age? Such a storyline would be deemed too far-fetched for a short drama. Yet, Jiang Li detected no hint of deceit in Mu Changxing's demeanor. Could it be that he was indeed telling the truth? Both Mingzhu Building and Doya Hotel were his? For a moment, she felt fortunate to have connected with a billionaire CEO. Was it not an effortless task for such a figure to elevate her to stardom? She was relieved she hadn't left earlier. Otherwise, she would have missed this life-changing opportunity. Excitedly, she contemplated this. Mu Changxing observed Jiang Li standing there in a daze and furrowed his brow. Have you made your decision? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Li promptly replied, I agree. Mu Changxing, upon hearing this, broke into a smile, a clever child. Jiang Li's lips twitched. He was not much older than herself. Still, this man was indeed wealthier. She never imagined that within the confines of Tian'an Normal University, there resided a billionaire CEO. If this news were to spread, it would be monumental. Of course, such foolishness was something Jiang Li would never entertain. Chapter 89. Heading to the birthday party. I have shown my sincerity. What about yours? Mu Changxing placed his hands on the bed, smiling warmly at Jiang Li. A flush crept across Jiang Li's face. Even she, not the dullest of souls, could comprehend his unmistakable intent. Shyly, she approached Mu Changxing, her demeanor noticeably timid. This is my first time, she confessed. Mu Changxing gazed at Jiang Li's exquisite visage and chuckled softly. Kneel down. After a sleepless night, the clock struck noon the following day. Jiang Li, worn and weary, was utterly astounded by Mu Changxing's vigor. Despite her mental preparations, she found herself overwhelmed. With exceptional physical resilience, Mu Changxing had risen early and completed his morning routine. Observing Jiang Li stir from her slumber, he offered her a glass of milk. Drink this, he urged. Jiang Li's cheeks flushed as she gazed at the milk. Thank you, she murmured. Mu Changxing gestured towards a collection of clothing nearby. Those are for you. Choose as you wish. Jiang Li paused in surprise, turning to see an array of designer outfits neatly arranged. So this is the life of a CEO's wife? I have other matters to attend to. Feel free to stay here as long as you need. Visit the hospital once you recover, Mu Changxing said, donning his attire and flashing a smile at Jiang Li. Feeling a pang of embarrassment, Jiang Li picked up her phone. Let us exchange contact information. However, Mu Changxing did not respond directly. Instead, he inquired, Do you know Kong Yun? Jiang Li was taken aback. Kong Yun? Why would the CEO mention her? Could it be that Mu Changxing harbored feelings for Kong Yun as well? A wave of anxiety washed over her. Would this not place her in a predicament with her friend? You can ask her for my contact information, Mu Changxing said. a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he waved goodbye and departed. Jiangli sat on the bed, bewildered, placing the milk aside as she struggled to move her aching body. She retrieved her phone, only to discover numerous messages from Kong Yun, all inquiring why she hadn't returned to the dormitory. Just as she was about to respond, Kong Yun sent her a message. Shaoli, you haven't really been swept off your feet, have you? After a moment's hesitation, Jiangli began to type back, but refrained from answering the question. Yun, do you have Mu Changxing's contact information? Meanwhile, Kong Yun, who was dining, stiffened at the mention of Mu Changxing. Why would Jiangli want his contact information? How did she know that she had it? How Jiangli met Unit Chengsheng? Or was she aware of their relationship? That couldn't be. If she knew, why would she ask for it? Kong Yun's first instinct was to contact Mu Changxing, but the thought of him ignoring her filled her with frustration. Yun, what's wrong? Is the food here not to your liking? Xia Ziyuan inquired, observing Kong Yun's changing expressions with curiosity. Kong Yun set her phone down and shook her head. No, she replied. Xia Ziyuan, not thinking much of it, continued to express his curiosity. I heard that your friend Jiang Li was noticed by a prominent figure last night, who lavished her with hundreds of carnival tokens. Now, your friend has become quite the sensation at school, with her followers nearing 60,000. Xia Ziyuan has also taken a considerable interest in Jiang Li, for she is indeed a beauty. Had it not been for his preference for Kong Yun, Xia Ziyuan might have pursued Jiang Li himself. Upon hearing Jiang Li's name, Kong Yun felt a surge of irritation. Why must it always be Jiang Li? And what about Mu Changxing, who has also established a connection with Jiang Li? Is she truly superior to me? In terms of looks, Kong Yun does not believe she is inferior to Jiang Li, perhaps just a tad lacking in figure. What? Do you have feelings for Jiang Li? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, putting down her chopsticks and casting a cool gaze at Xia Ziyuan. With a twitch of his eyelids, Xia Ziyuan quickly waved his hands, awkwardly smiling. I was merely curious. After all, Jiang Li's livestream was quite the hit yesterday. Kong Yun stood up in silence. If you were so curious, why not ask her yourself? She then picked up her bag and walked away. Xia Ziyuan felt a twinge at the corner of his mouth. Was it really necessary to be so upset over a simple inquiry? Wait, was Kong Yun's anger perhaps a sign of jealousy? With this thought, the clouds of worry on Xia Ziyuan's face transformed into a bright smile. This is splendid. It seems I'm not far from winning over Kong Yun. Hey, Yun, I was mistaken. That wasn't what I meant. Wait for me. Meanwhile, after leaving the Duoya Hotel, Mu Changxing called Dong Jing. He had certainly not forgotten about this perceptive front desk elite. Naturally, he intended to recruit her. At the same time, Dong Jing was at home, engaged in yoga, as maintaining her figure was of utmost importance to her. Ding! Upon receiving a message, Dong Jing furrowed her brow and paused her movements. Picking up her phone, she discovered a message from Mu Changxing, indicating a meeting at 1 p.m. in Box No. 3 of the Wang Fu restaurant. Dong Jing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be Mr. Mu? She had thought he had forgotten her, but it seemed otherwise. Excitedly, she sprang to her feet and hurried to her dressing room to change. At the Wang Fu restaurant, in box number 3, Mu Changxing was enjoying a plate of prawns when he noticed Dong Jing entering. He looked up to see her in a purple blouse, subtly revealing her lingerie beneath. Paired with a black bodycon skirt and stockings, her curvaceous figure exquisitely accentuated. Mu Changxing gestured to the seat beside him, smiling, "Come, have a seat." Dong Jing cautiously sat down, and as she did, a faint yet alluring fragrance enveloped the air. Mu Changxing's hand effortlessly wrapped around her waist. Dong Jing's face flushed, and rather than resisting, she leaned into him. "Mr. Mu, I thought you had forgotten about me," she said, her tone laced with a hint of longing. Setting down his chopsticks, Mu Changxing lifted her delicate chin, replying, "How could I ever forget you?" Dong Jing's cheeks reddened. "The reason I called you here is to offer you a new job." Mu Changxing gently released Dong Jing's chin and spoke slowly. Dong Jing was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. "Change jobs? What kind of job?" Her curiosity piqued. She did not decline the suggestion. After all, given Mu Changxing's stature, it was likely a position as his lover, a notion that seemed quite appealing, sparing her from the toils of work. In Chapter 90, he continued, "From today onwards, you need not work at Shanting Hotel anymore. You shall be at Duoya Hotel instead." Mu Changxing patted Dong Jing beside him with a smile. Dong Jing stiffened. "Work at Duoya Hotel? Mr. Mu, I previously applied there, but my resume was not accepted," she said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Mu Changxing replied with a faint smile. "The legal representative of Duoya Hotel is me." If I instruct you to go, He Yin will surely arrange a position for you. Rest assured, I have already informed He Yin beforehand. Dong Jing was momentarily bewildered. She knew He Yin was the general manager of Duoya Hotel. Had Mu Changsheng just claimed ownership of it? Observing Mu Changsheng's nonchalant demeanor, she couldn't discern any deception. She hesitantly asked, Mr. Mu, did you say Duoya Hotel is yours? Mu Changsheng casually glanced at her. If it is not mine, could it possibly belong to you? He added, do not worry about salary. At Duoya Hotel, your pay will double. He assumed Dong Jing was concerned about compensation. Yet, Dong Jing was indeed astonished. She was aware of Mu Changsheng's wealth, but did not anticipate such immense fortune that he would own Duoya Hotel. Was he not a president worth billions? Noticing her prolonged silence, Mu Changsheng frowned. What's the matter? Do you not wish to go? Dong Jing quickly shook her head, denying no. I am merely momentarily stunned and unable to react. The surprise came too suddenly. Mu Changsheng set down his chopsticks and lifted his glass for a sip. The surprise was too abrupt. How do you intend to express your gratitude? Her cheeks flushed. Dong Jing cast a melancholic glance at Mu Changsheng before rising from her seat. Mr. Mu, how do you wish for me to repay you? Hours later, Mu Changsheng emerged from the private room, invigorated. Upon exiting, he began his delivery orders for the day. The longer he delivered, the more efficient he became. Alas, despite the extended effort, he was disappointed not to trigger any special rewards. However, just as he was nearing the eastern gate of Tiananmen Normal University, a reckless tricycle came barreling towards him in the wrong direction. Startled, Mu Changsheng swiftly dived. Is driving like that not tantamount to courting death? He muttered, casting an irritated glance at the tricycle as he cursed under his breath. He had thought that delivering food required a certain level of daring, but he had not anticipated such reckless audacity from the tricycle driver. Drive safely, he scoffed. Just then, a loud crash resonated behind him. Mu Changsheng was taken aback and turned to look. He saw that the tricycle had collided with a bicycle. I just said safe travels, he muttered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His words had proven to be too prophetic. Moreover, it was quite reckless for the tricycle to be traveling against traffic at such a speed at this late hour. If not for him, who would be the one to suffer? Mu Changsheng was reluctant to involve himself further and was about to leave when a notification chimed. Special task triggered. Save the wounded. Reward unknown. Mu Changsheng's lips twitched in surprise. Save the wounded. He was no medical sage, nor had he studied medicine. How could he possibly save anyone? Nevertheless, he decided to take a look, not wanting to miss out on the special reward, which was a rare occurrence. He quickly turned his electric bike around and arrived at the scene. A crowd had gathered, eager to witness the incident. As Mu Changsheng squeezed through, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath at the sight before him. The victim was an older man, his bicycle overturned some distance away, lying limp on the ground, blood staining the pavement. The driver of the tricycle was an elderly man in his 50s or 60s. Instead of taking responsibility, the old man began to blame the victim. Can't you watch where you're going? Didn't you see the vehicle coming? Charging through recklessly. The older man on the ground had already lost consciousness, his gaze unfocused. Mu Changsheng scratched his nose, pondering how he could save the wounded in this situation. Was he supposed to rely on some divine insight? Curious, he activated his unique ability and immediately discerned the life-saving measures required for the older man. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation? He was familiar with it, having taken courses on the subject before. Without hesitation, Mu Changsheng rushed forward. Fortunately, the older man was lying flat on his back. Mu Changsheng clasped his hands together and began administering chest compressions. Who is this young man? Is he not afraid of getting into trouble? Someone remarked. The elderly driver frowned as he observed Mu Changsheng's actions. Hey kid, don't touch him. An ambulance is on the way. If you end up harming him, who's responsible for that? Ignoring the old man's tirade, Mu Changsheng wondered why the man seemed so unconcerned. Silence. The young man is doing the right thing. Interjected an older gentleman wearing glasses. The elderly driver's expression soured. And who are you to meddle in this? I am the director of the People's Hospital of Tiananmen City, the older man replied solemnly. Before the elderly driver could respond, the sound of sirens and an approaching ambulance filled the air. The elderly driver's demeanor shifted to panic upon hearing the commotion. At that moment, the unconscious older man slowly opened his eyes, his vision hazy as he glanced at Mu Changsheng. Fortunately, the medical staff swiftly exited their vehicle. Seeing this, Mu Changsheng stepped back, and the paramedics cast appreciative glances in his direction. Well done, young man. If you hadn't performed CPR promptly, The older man could have been in grave danger. At that moment, the paramedics caught sight of the elderly gentleman and paused in surprise. Director? With those words, the surrounding crowd was taken aback. Could it be that this unassuming old man was truly the director of the People's Hospital? The elder nodded slightly. First, save the person. Yes, director. The paramedics arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The old man regarded Mu Changsheng with admiration, saying, Child, there are few like you who are willing to step forward these days. Mu Changsheng was somewhat astonished. He had expected a dispute, but had not anticipated the presence of a director among the crowd. Chapter 91, Saving Lives. In no time, Mu Changsheng garnered considerable admiration from those around him. Just then, a few police officers approached. You, driving against traffic and speeding, come with us. The elderly man, upon seeing the police, attempted to argue, this has nothing to do with me. He collided on his own. It truly isn't my fault. The elder seemed to spot Mu Changsheng and quickly shifted the blame, exclaiming, it was him. He was the one who pressed that person down. Mu Changsheng's lips twitched in annoyance at the old man's accusation. However, with someone stepping forward, the nearby crowd felt emboldened to speak out. I saw with my own eyes. He was the one who struck, driving at an excessive speed. He was even going against traffic. Now he seeks to wrongfully accuse an innocent person. Such a person deserves punishment. In an instant, the elder found himself facing the wrath of the crowd. The old man was thoroughly flustered. The police looked at him with an indifferent gaze. Do you have anything else to say? Take him away. Yes. As the police led the elder away, they approached Mu Changsheng with a gentle smile. Child, come with me to the police station to make a statement. The officer, assuming Mu Changsheng was fearful, reassured him, rest assured, your act of saving a life is witnessed by all. The elder patted Mu Changsheng on the shoulder. Child, there is no need to be afraid. I will accompany you. Mu Changsheng was taken aback by the thought of the director accompanying him. He quickly shook his head. No need. No need. It's merely a statement. Old sir, please don't worry. I can manage alone. With that, Mu Changsheng followed the police to the patrol car. The elder watched Mu Changsheng's retreating figure, his eyes filled with admiration. Tiannan City, Police Station. Name, Mu Changsheng. Age, 20. What do you work or study? Tiannan Normal University, College of Education. You ask, I answer. Mu Changsheng glanced at the female officer conducting the interrogation, occasionally stealing glances at her figure. He was surprised to discover such a beautiful policewoman at Tiannan City Police Station. Immediately, he activated his keen perception. Ding. Name, Lung Shuiyan. Age, 26. Attractiveness, 97. Position, team leader at Tiannan City Police Station. Hobbies, achieving accomplishments. Affinity, 45, very favorable impression. Mu Changsheng was taken aback to see Lung Shuiyan's attractiveness rated at an impressive 97. Indeed, such beauty was well-deserved. Her hair was elegantly styled, and beneath her arched brows, her eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans. Her lips were slightly pursed, bearing an air of coolness. Within a pair of enchanting eyes lingered a hint of coolness. Her skin, fairer than frost and purer than snow, complemented a figure that was undeniably alluring, accentuated by the contours beneath her uniform. Well done. Cold Snow, Yin remarked with a faint smile as she closed her notebook. Mu Changsheng slowly rose to his feet, and the assistant beside Cold Snow, Yin jested, little one. Our vice captain seldom bestows compliments. Cold Snow, Yin cast a glance at her assistant, who quickly covered his mouth. Mu Changsheng smiled at Cold Snow, Yin, casually offering an excuse. I just acted on impulse. Cold Snow, Yin did not press further, but led Mu Changsheng outside. Observing Cold Snow, Yin's graceful silhouette, he thought to himself that this woman possessed an air of chilliness. Young man, isn't our vice captain beautiful? She is indeed the flower of our police department. The assistant remarked with a chuckle, his voice barely above a whisper. Mu Changsheng was taken aback for a moment, glancing at the familiar assistant. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing a special task. Another chime followed. Reward distribution in progress. Yet another. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a fortune of 10 billion. Once more. Congratulations, host, for achieving mastery in your field. Mu Changsheng was momentarily stunned by the rewards. 10 billion. Why such a sudden influx of wealth? He wondered. Just as the system completed the reward distribution, his phone rang. It was Ian calling. What is it? Mu Changsheng answered. Mr. Mu, this Sunday, there will be a landmark auction featuring a parcel of land not far from the Pearl Tower, ideal for establishing a food safety base. Frowning, Mu Changsheng considered the necessity of land for the food safety initiative at the Pearl Tower. How much will it cost? He paused before responding. I've heard that there are quite a few bidders for that land. It will likely require several billion. Mr. Mu, you should definitely attend the auction, she added. Upon hearing this, Mu Changsheng understood the reason behind the system's generous reward. So that's why the system suddenly granted me such wealth. It's meant to be utilized. He chastised the system inwardly. All right, come pick me up when the time comes. After ending the call and tucking his phone into his pocket, he cast a reluctant glance at Cold Snow Yin. Sigh. After leaving the police station, I truly wonder if I will see this flower of law enforcement again. This kind of woman was unlike any other. Pursuing her could not rely on wealth alone. Shuyin, it's getting late, and it's quite a distance to Tian'an Normal University. Please drive Little Mu home, a gentle voice suggested. Cold Snow Yin glanced at the darkening sky and nodded in agreement. Very well, Captain. Excitement flickered in Mu Changsheng's eyes. You are truly a wonderful captain. Follow me. Cold Snow Yin said, approaching Mu Changsheng with a smile. Thank you. As Mu Changsheng began to sing the melodious tune of Tian Lai, Cold Snow Yin visibly stiffened at the sound of his voice. Affection level increased by 5. Noticing the rise in Cold Snow Yin's affection, a subtle smile crossed Mu Changsheng's face. It seemed essential to create opportunities for conversation on the way back. Otherwise, a prolonged absence could diminish that affection, leaving him with no chance at all. In today's society, it is indeed rare to encounter a murderer. In Tian'an City, Mu Changsheng had not heard of any criminal activity for quite some time. Sigh. In pursuit of the police flower, one must rely on chance. Mu Changsheng entered the car alongside Lung Shuyan. The atmosphere inside was peculiar, marked by an almost complete lack of conversation. This left Mu Changsheng feeling somewhat uneasy. Surely, this awkwardness was excessive. Was it necessary to be so cold? Suddenly, Lung Shuyan halted the vehicle and addressed Mu Changsheng. Wait here for a moment. I need to use the restroom. All right, he replied, watching her enter the restroom. Mu Changsheng felt somewhat helpless. The opportunity seemed non-existent. If he were to initiate a conversation with such a frigid beauty, he would likely be met with disdain. After all, women like her typically harbor a strong aversion to frivolous, rich, second-generation men. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Mu Changsheng glanced at his phone and noted that nearly 10 minutes had passed. Even under the most dire circumstances, one couldn't possibly take that long in the restroom. Could they? What if something had happened? He opened the car door and stepped out, but as he approached the restroom entrance, he hesitated. Should he really enter the women's restroom? No, this was a matter of life and death. He could not afford to be concerned about appearances. Just as Mu Changsheng resolved to enter the women's restroom, Lung Shuyan emerged. She was startled to see him standing there, and he too was momentarily taken aback. You're out. Lung Shuyan scrutinized Mu Changsheng with caution. What are you doing standing here? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he took a step back and scratched his head. Well, you were in there for quite a while, and I was worried something might have happened. Raising an eyebrow, Lung Shuyan asked, were you hoping to go in? Mu Changsheng's lips twitched. He had indeed considered it. Haha, since you're out now, there's no need for me to go in. Seeing that Mu Changsheng did not appear to be lying, Lung Shuyan was about to move when a fleeting look of pain crossed her face. Instinctively, she clutched her stomach. Noticing the distress etched on her features, Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow. Is your stomach hurting? Biting her lip, Lung Shuyan stubbornly replied, it's nothing. Let us go. Mu Changsheng hesitated, choosing not to press further, considering their relationship was still quite shallow. However, as she walked, her shoulders trembled, indicating the pain she was enduring was significant. Concerned, Mu Changsheng feared that if she persisted in driving, they might end up in dire circumstances. He had no desire to meet the Buddha. He positioned himself in front of Lung Shuyan and said firmly, if your stomach hurts, you shouldn't drive. Lung Shuyan raised an eyebrow, insisting, I told you I'm fine. Mu Changsheng frowned. Why was she so obstinate? You're fine? Your shoulders are shaking, and your complexion is ashen. If you're not afraid of death, I certainly am. As a police officer, don't you understand that driving while unwell is dangerous? He admonished. Lung Shuyan clenched her fist and glanced away. Then what should we do? I'll drive. Mu Changsheng spoke softly. Lung Shuyan was momentarily taken aback. You can drive? Mu Changsheng nodded. Better than you. Lung Shuyan glanced at him, realizing he was not jesting. After a moment of hesitation, she handed him the car keys and returned to the back seat. With his exceptional driving skills, Mu Changsheng easily took to the road. However, Their destination was not Tiannan Normal University, but rather the People's Hospital. Sensing something amiss, Lung Shuiyin coldly remarked, "This isn't the way to Tiannan Normal University. Where are you headed?" Through the rearview mirror, Mu Changsheng observed the woman. Noting her faade of strength despite the evident pain she was suppressing. "We are going to the hospital." Lung Shuiyin stiffened, remaining silent for a moment before commanding, "Turn around immediately and go back to school. Are you still trying to hold on? Are you willing to risk your life?" Mu Changsheng countered. "I'm afraid I cannot heed your wishes." He shook his head. Lung Shuiyin attempted to resist, but any movement sent sharp pains through her abdomen. The pain had previously existed, but not to this extent. Upon arriving at the emergency building of the People's Hospital, Mu Changsheng halted the vehicle and opened the door. "Get out." He observed the beads of sweat dotting Lung Shuiyin's forehead and spoke in a serious tone. With a fleeting glance towards him, Lung Shuiyin's lips twitched slightly. Noticing her stubbornness, Mu Changsheng abruptly entered, grasped her, and carried her out. Lung Shuiyin struggled, but his strength overpowered her. She was unable to break free. "Put me down." This was the first time in her life that a man had held her like this. The embarrassment flushed her previously pale face with color. "Stay still, or I might just toss you aside," Mu Changsheng warned, his commanding presence startling her. Lung Shuiyin, taken aback by his audacity, found herself clinging to him. How dare he be so fierce with me? In all her life, she had never encountered anyone who dared to confront her like this. This young man was a first. As Mu Changsheng carried her into the emergency building, they attracted numerous gazes. "Hello, she suddenly has severe abdominal pain." He urgently addressed the staff at the reception. The attendant stood up, momentarily stunned by the sight of Lung Shuiyin in her police uniform. Upon noticing her pallid complexion, the attendant quickly responded, "This way, please." "Wheeled stretcher." "Please," the attendant called out. Before the instructions were fully conveyed, Mu Changsheng interjected, "I can carry her. Just hurry." The attendant, taken aback by Mu Changsheng's unwavering demeanor, chose not to press further. "All right." Meanwhile, Lung Shuiyin felt a wave of embarrassment. Noticing her discomfort, Mu Changsheng remarked, "You're quite light." His seemingly casual observation sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Damn it, why does this man have to be like this? Why am I feeling this inexplicable rush of emotions? Mu Changsheng carried Lung Shuiyin to the internal medicine consultation room on the 3rd floor. However, the procedures at the hospital were rather tedious. Blood tests, urine tests, and more were required. Mu Changsheng darted back and forth, paying for registration and medical expenses. After settling the bills, he had to hold Lung Shuiyin for her examination. At that moment, Mu Changsheng seemed to embody the role of a devoted parent to Lung Shuiyin. Inside the room, a female nurse remarked, "Your boyfriend is truly kind to you," gazing at Lung Shuiyin with a hint of envy. Lung Shuiyin's cheeks flushed slightly. She had certainly noticed Mu Changsheng's actions throughout the day. Was this the feeling of being cared for? For a moment, she refrained from refuting the nurse's comment, seemingly acquiescing to the nature of her relationship with Mu Changsheng. Meanwhile, outside, Mu Changsheng glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. It appeared that returning home tonight was out of the question. However, when Lung Shuiyin suddenly complained of abdominal pain, it provided Mu Changsheng with an opportunity to demonstrate his concern. Yet he also recognized a common issue within hospitals. Even in emergencies, numerous tests were conducted, with medication only prescribed after considerable discomfort had already set in. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that small clinics tended to prescribe medications liberally, prioritizing immediate relief over careful treatment. Hospitals, on the other hand, followed a gradual approach, ensuring patient safety while effectively treating ailments. At least, this applied to reputable institutions. Chapter 93, Gastric Issues. Fortunately, after the examinations, no severe conditions were detected. "Do you eat breakfast?" the doctor inquired, casting a glance at Lung Shuiyin. She hesitated before responding, "I never eat breakfast. I often skip dinner as well." Mu Changsheng was taken aback. One meal a day. Was this woman made of iron? No wonder she was experiencing abdominal pain. The doctor paused. "How long has this been going on?" Lung Shuiyin exchanged a brief look with the doctor, pondering before answering, "Perhaps for over 2 years." The doctor gazed at her sternly. "For more than 2 years? You haven't visited a hospital?" At that moment, Lung Shuiyin felt a twinge of panic. She had assumed it was merely a minor issue that could be resolved with a bit of omeprazole. But seeing the doctor's serious expression, she too began to worry. A person is made of flesh, and food is essential. Missing a meal causes distress. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Long-term neglect can easily lead to cancer. Although your symptoms haven't shown signs of malignancy, early detection is often imprecise. Mu Changxing's mouth twitched. He hoped this woman was not facing a cancer diagnosis. Lung Shuyan felt a surge of fear. What gastric medications do you usually take? The doctor asked, frowning. Omeprazole. Lung Shuyan replied candidly. Upon hearing this, the doctor sighed and turned to Mu Changsheng, saying, as her boyfriend, shouldn't you encourage her to eat breakfast daily? With her gastric issues, wouldn't it be prudent to bring her for treatment sooner? Mu Changsheng found himself at a loss for words, chastised into silence. Well, for this woman's sake, he would endure it. Moreover, don't you both possess even a modicum of basic knowledge? Omeprazole contains carcinogenic factors, and prolonged use can increase the risk of cancer. The doctor's words caused Lung Shuyan's complexion to drain of color. She is still young. If she truly has cancer, wouldn't that be the end? Mu Changsheng could not bear to see Lung Shuyan perish at such a tender age. What should we do? The doctor paused for a moment before responding. I will prescribe some medication for you. Her condition has persisted for quite a while, although no cancerous changes have been detected. 2 years without breakfast, coupled with erratic eating patterns, may lead to malignant polyps. If possible, please bring her here for a gastroenteroscopy. Lung Shuyan hesitated and asked, is it feasible to do it now? The doctor cast a glance at her. For a gastroenteroscopy, you will need to take a laxative. If you take it tonight, the earliest you can undergo the procedure is tomorrow. Do you have time then? Mu Changxing frowned as he observed Lung Shuyan's indecision. You are on the brink of death, and you still think about work? At that moment, Lung Shuyan recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. All right, doctor. So, would you prefer the painless option or the regular one? The doctor said calmly. The painless option, Mu Changxing replied without a moment's hesitation. If the gastroenteroscopy were to be performed the regular way, it would be excruciating. Lung Shuyan shot a glance at Mu Changsheng, surprised that he seemed more anxious than she was. Please proceed to make the payment. I have already scheduled the appointment for you, the doctor said slowly. Thank you, doctor. Mu Changsheng and Lung Shuyan walked out of the internal medicine room, and Mu Changsheng pointed to the nearby seating area. Wait here for a moment. I will go fetch your medication. As Lung Shuyan watched Mu Changsheng bustling about, a complex emotion surged within her. Thank you, she said to him. Mu Changsheng paused, glancing back at her. If you wish to express your gratitude, treat me to a meal. With that, he went to collect the medication. Lung Shuyan observed his retreating figure, her thoughts racing. This man seemed different from others. After retrieving the medication, Mu Changsheng did not return to Lung Shuyan, but instead reserved a premium hospital room, as her current condition did not permit her to leave. Having taken the medication, Lung Shuyan felt somewhat better. However, the doctor's words weighed heavily on her. And even if she was not gravely ill, anxiety was inevitable. Thus, for safety's sake, it was prudent to proceed with the gastroenteroscopy. After taking the laxative, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Mu Changsheng sat nearby, watching Lung Shuyan rush back and forth to the restroom, feeling somewhat helpless. This laxative is quite potent. At this moment, Lung Shuyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Each time she returned to the hospital room, she found Mu Changxing's gaze fixed upon her, which made her feel oddly shy. Aren't you tired? Perhaps you should rest, she suggested, her tone softening considerably. Mu Changsheng shook his head. No, I'm not very tired. Lung Shuyan did not press the matter. After all, in this unfamiliar environment, falling asleep was indeed quite challenging. She picked up her phone from the side. Let's exchange contact information. I will transfer you the medication fee for today. Mu Changsheng did not decline. After all, knowing Lung Shuyan's character, refusing her would only reveal his intentions too blatantly. Such actions will not endear one to another. Rather, they will only push Lung Shuyan further away. Lung Shuyan did not inquire about the amount, but after exchanging contact information, she promptly transferred 5,000 yuan to Mu Changxing. Is this sum not excessive? Mu Changxing pondered, gazing curiously at Lung Shuyan. She cast a glance at him, stating, "This is my token of gratitude, a fee for accompanying me to the doctor tomorrow." Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Mu Changsheng hesitated momentarily, yet accepted the gesture. Do you have classes tomorrow? Lung Shuyan seemed to recall something, looking at him with inquiry. I have a water class in the morning, but it won't be a hindrance, he replied after a moment's thought. A water class? Lung Shuyan glanced at him. It's a class deemed inconsequential, Mu Changsheng elucidated. Is this the norm for university students nowadays? She asked, curiosity evident in her tone. No. Only a small fraction tend to skip classes. It largely depends on the lecturer. If attendance isn't taken, many choose not to attend, especially the early morning classes. He explained the current state of university life. By the way, do you ever skip classes? Mu Chongqing asked, a playful grin on his face. Lung Shuyan paused, her gaze evasive. Not often, she replied. Ah, so you have skipped some, he teased. Isn't it delightful to sleep in instead of attending class? Lung Shuyan seemed to be touched by his words, shooting him a glare. The police academy is quite different from your typical university. We are in a closed environment. If you don't rise early, there are consequences. Chapter 94. The unexpected appearance of Jiang Jiu'er. By the early hours of the morning, around 4 or 5, Mu Chongsheng succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep on his bed. Meanwhile, Lung Shuyan gazed at him, her beautiful eyes reflecting a tender hue. Thank you, she whispered. The following morning, after Mu Chongsheng had signed the necessary documents, the doctor led Lung Shuyan into the gastroenterology department. Seated in the waiting area, Mu Chongsheng could hear the agonizing cries from the adjoining room. Isn't this enough to send someone to their grave? He mused with a click of his tongue. No. The food safety base must be established without delay. After several hours of waiting, he felt as though he might be glued to his seat. Moments later, the ward door swung open. He entered, observing Lung Shuyan, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, and his gaze fell upon the nurse nearby. Doctor, is she all right? He asked. The nurse smiled reassuringly. Your girlfriend is fortunate. Despite skipping breakfast for so long and having inconsistent meals, cancer has not claimed her. She only has a gastric ulcer. A prescription will suffice. However, she must not neglect breakfast in the future. Hearing this, Lung Shuyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness, she thought. As the nurse tidied the equipment, she cheerfully suggested, you may assist her in leaving. Mu Chongqing nodded and effortlessly lifted Lung Shuyan from the bed. The nurse was taken aback. Lung Shuyan's cheeks flushed slightly. Supporting her is rather cumbersome, Mu Chongqing remarked with a gentle smile towards the nurse. She opened her mouth to speak. This is the 4th floor. My girlfriend is quite light. I can manage, he assured her. With a charming smile, Mu Chongqing evoked a profound sense of shyness in Lung Shuyan. Subsequently, he embraced her and made his way outside, exhibiting remarkable strength that caused the nurse's cheeks to flush. In the resting area of the People's Hospital, Mu Chongqing approached, carrying a bowl of millet porridge and some buns. Let us first satiate our hunger, he suggested, handing the porridge to Lung Shuyan. Having not eaten for quite some time, she felt a pang of hunger. Thank you, she replied, as Mu Chongqing settled down and took a bite of bun. The doctor advised consuming light meals these days, avoiding anything cold, and taking your medication on time. Do not skip breakfast in the future, he reminded her. Holding the cup with both hands, Lung Shuyan blushed and nodded in agreement. At that moment, distant shouts echoed. Deputy Team Leader, are you all right? Mu Chongqing glanced up to see Lung Shuyan's colleague approaching. I am fine, just dealing with a stomach ulcer, she explained. That's a relief. You nearly gave us a fright, the colleague responded. With a forced smile, Lung Shuyan suddenly realized that Mu Chongqing seemed to have vanished. Where could he have gone? She searched the crowd, but found no trace of him. Meanwhile, at Tiananmen Normal University, Mu Chongqing alighted from a taxi and hurried towards the Foreign Languages building. To his surprise, Su Junya had unexpectedly scheduled an exam. Those who failed to attend would automatically receive a failing grade. Panting, he ascended the stairs and glanced at his watch. Thankfully, he was not late. Upon entering classroom 3 of the Foreign Languages building, he was greeted by Shi Chunpeng, who pointed towards an empty desk. Old Mu, you're here, Shi Chunpeng exclaimed. As Mu Chongqing walked past Su Junya, she casually remarked, you have already missed 4 classes. Missing more than a third necessitates a retake. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Mu Chongqing replied, Teacher, I had matters to attend to. Su Junya raised her beautiful eyes and quipped, was it to accompany your various girlfriends? Mu Chongqing's lips twitched. What did she mean by various girlfriends? While I cannot control your social engagements, do not neglect your classes. Now go, she instructed. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he made his way to the desk. Shi Chunpeng, eyeing Mu Chongqing, whispered, Old Mu, have you studied? Mu Chongqing took a pen from him, saying, just copy my answers later. He was confident in his academic prowess. An English exam was child's play. Brother Mu, count me in. Jiang Ruizhao eagerly waved his hand. Don't forget us, either. Du Yaming and Wang Xing chimed in, unabashedly seeking assistance. Mokhongskengis lips curled. Were these fellows truly this inept? Suddenly, he sensed someone watching him. Instinctively, he turned to find his gaze locked with Lin Kenning's. Realizing she had been caught staring, she quickly turned away. A subtle smile graced Mu Changxing's lips as he recognized her. As the exam was about to begin, Su Junya had yet to finish her instructions when a woman abruptly entered the room. Wait. Su Junya frowned and turned to look. Others turned to look. My goodness, a beauty. Is she from our class? How could I not know we had such a stunning girl among us? Shi Chumpong nudged Mu Changsheng, saying, Old Mu, there's a great beauty. Mu Changsheng helplessly rubbed his temples. How beautiful can she be? However, when he caught sight of the newcomer, his expression froze in shock. It was Jiang Jiu'er. Su Junya scrutinized Jiang Jiu'er and frowned. Classmate, are you from this classroom? We are about to have an exam, and if you have no other business. Jiang Jiu'er replied, Teacher, I'm looking for someone. Su Junya paused momentarily. Who are you looking for? Upon hearing this, Mu Changxing was taken aback. Surely this woman isn't here to find him. If she disrupts the exam organized by Su Junya, would he not be forever remembered with resentment? Sister, I saved you. You can't repay kindness with enmity. Who could this beauty possibly be looking for? She is so stunning. Don't worry, she is definitely not here for you. Jiang Jiu'er's gaze swept across the classroom. Shi Chumpong squinted, looking at Jiang Jiu'er with uncertainty. Old Mu, have you noticed? This beauty is looking in our direction. Mu Changsheng awkwardly lowered his head, seemingly trying to evade Jiang Jiu'er's gaze. Seeing Mu Changsheng's odd behavior, Shi Chumpong was momentarily taken aback. Old Mu, could it be that this beauty is looking for you? Such a beautiful woman, Shi Chumpong mused, in this class. The only one suitable would be his good friend, Mu Changsheng. No one else could possibly match her. Jiang Jiu'er's lips curled into a slight smile. Mu Changsheng. Chapter 95. The teacher remembers you. As her name was called, all eyes turned towards Shi Chumpong. Mu Changxing instantly felt the weight of Su Junya's unfriendly gaze. Sister, you're going to put me in a difficult position. Shi Chumpong looked at Mu Changxing and quickly sat down, whispering, Old Mu, isn't your girlfriend Ishuyu? Why has another girl suddenly appeared? No, wait, how could she look for you so indiscriminately? Did you get her pregnant, and now she is here to demand responsibility? It looks like that. Jiang Ruizhao chimed in. Mu Changsheng shot a glare at Shi Chumpong and Jiang Ruizhao. You two, be quiet. Su Junya glanced at Mu Changsheng before addressing Jiang Jiu'er. This student, if your matter is personal, please discuss it after class. We need to focus on the exam. Jiang Jiu'er quickly shook her head. There's a bit of personal business, but not much. All right then, teacher, I won't disturb your exam. Jiang Jiu'er said with a peculiar smile, then proudly walked out. Mu Changxing's face darkened immediately. This insufferable woman is definitely doing this on purpose. Lin Kenning watched Jiang Jiu'er leave, a hint of melancholy crossing her eyes. What is her relationship with Mu Changsheng? Lin Kenning tightened her grip on her pen. Just as Su Junya was about to continue, the exam begins. Wait a moment. This time, Su Junya could no longer hold her composure. Who is it? Is it so difficult to take a test? Just as Su Junya was about to erupt in anger, her irritation dissipated upon seeing the visitors. The newcomers were an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged man, Dean Guang of the medical school and Secretary Su Wensheng of the school. Teacher Su, is there an examination in this class? Su Wensheng inquired, momentarily taken aback by Su Junya's demeanor. Su Junya quickly descended from the podium, looking at Su Wensheng with curiosity. Secretary Su, Dean Guang, what brings you here? Dean Guang chuckled warmly. We are here to seek out a particular individual. Su Junya was momentarily taken aback. Another search for someone? Instinctively, she glanced at Mu Changsheng. Old Mu, look, it's the school's secretary and the dean of the medical college, exclaimed Shi Chumpong excitedly. Don't push me. I see them, Mu Changsheng replied, casting a sideways glance at Shi Chumpong. However, he was taken aback to discover that the elderly man from the previous night was not only the head of the People's Hospital, but also the dean of the medical school. Old Mu, do you not feel even a hint of excitement? Dean Guang is the director of the People's Hospital. Jedenaast hunapink kwuriet perplexed bemuchangshinges nonchalant attitude. What good is excitement if it doesn't concern you? Mu Changxing's words fell like a bucket of cold water over Shi Chumpong. Su Junya, with curiosity, asked, Secretary Su, do you not know whom you are looking for? Is it someone from our class? Secretary Su nodded. Indeed, we are looking for a student named Mu Changsheng. Su Junya's expression darkened. Once again, it was Mu Changsheng. You're not aware he is from your class? Secretary, Su asked with a gentle smile. Realizing she could not deceive him, Su Junya forced a stiff smile, yes. Then we must trouble you. Teacher Su, Secretary Su said, still smiling. With a slightly gloomy expression, Su Junya turned to face Mu Changsheng, her smile devoid of warmth. Mu Changsheng, please step forward. Mu Changsheng scratched his head and stood up. Teacher Su. She, Chumpong. Witnessing Mu Changsheng rise, was momentarily stunned. Is Secretary Su here for Old Mu? Old Mu hasn't he done anything wrong, has he? Jiang Ruizhao began to panic. Could it be that Liu Tianhao and the others have used their connections to implicate Mu Changsheng in the incident involving Song Haoning? Jiang Ruizhao felt a surge of anxiety. Mu Hangisking slowly approached Suyuna. Teacher Su. Su Junya scrutinized Mu Changsheng before her. He was undeniably handsome, yet equally detestable. You have quite the ability to have the secretary personally summon you, she remarked, patting him on the shoulder. Mu Changsheng sensed a chilling aura emanating from Su Junya. Indeed, it was an air of hostility. Teacher, didn't he mean to he wished to explain, yet found himself at a loss for adequate justification. Su Junya sidled past him. I believe you, of course. Mu Changsheng, I will remember you. This is trouble. I have made an enemy of her. Just then, Dean Guang strode over, young man. We meet again. Dean Guang regarded Mu Changsheng with evident admiration. Mu Changsheng, maintaining his composure, responded, Dean. No need for such formality. You may call me Grandpa Guang. The elderly gentleman spoke amiably. Secretary Su appeared somewhat puzzled, for Grandpa Guang had never exhibited such cordiality toward anyone before. Mu Changsheng felt both flattered and surprised. It seemed that Grandpa Guang's kindness was rather excessive. How was your visit to the police station? Did they trouble you in any way? If anyone gives you a hard time, do not hesitate to let me know. Though I may be advanced in age, I can still assist you in addressing those negligent individuals. Grandpa Guang chuckled lightly. Mu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing the considerable influence Grandpa Guang possessed. Judging by Secretary Su's respectful demeanor, it was evident that Grandpa Guang's role extended far beyond that of a mere director. Very well, accompany us for a moment, Grandpa Guang said, patting Mu Changsheng on the shoulder with a genial smile. As Mu Changsheng departed with Grandpa Guang, the classroom erupted in excitement. Is Mu Changsheng connected? Surely not. How could we not have known of his strong connections before? He must have done something wrong, murmured the students. Su Junya's expression turned peculiar. Although Grandpa Guang's voice was not loud, the admiration in his demeanor was unmistakable, hardly resembling criticism. Isn't Mu Changsheng from the countryside? How could he possibly have such a profound connection with Grandpa Guang? Teacher, are we still having an exam? A student inquired from the audience. Su Junya glanced at the clock, realizing that over half an hour had passed. Teacher, there isn't enough time for an exam now, another student chimed in. Indeed, I still have some vocabulary to master. Perhaps we could postpone the exam until next week. Su Junya clenched her teeth in frustration, cursing Mu Changsheng under her breath. Shi Chumpong took a deep breath and exclaimed, Old Mu, you are nothing short of a hero. You've saved the entire class. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Su Junya finally declared, Today's exam is cancelled. A new date for the exam will be announced. Wonderful. No exam. Cheers erupted from the students. Chapter 96. So, you are indeed clinging to me, aren't you? What on earth led the teacher to take him away? Jiang Jiuer frowned and, after a moment's hesitation, decided to follow. In the director's office, Grandpa Guang gestured for the young man to sit down. He poured 2 cups of hot tea and settled into his chair with a smile. No need to feel anxious. We have not summoned you here to reprimand you. Secretary Su reassured Mu Changsheng, patting him on the shoulder. We have called you here to commend you. Mu Changsheng looked astonished. Commend me? Secretary Su smiled gently, retrieving a thick envelope from the side. In recognition of your bravery, the school has decided to award you 5,000. As Mu Changsheng accepted the envelope and felt its weight, he thought, this does not seem like 5,000. Plus the goodwill of that stranger. There's a total of 15,000 inside. Secretary Su replied with a calm smile. 15,000? In the past, Mu Changsheng would have eagerly anticipated such a sum. Yet now, this amount stirred not a ripple within him. He placed the money aside with a nonchalant air. Observing Mu Changsheng's indifference toward wealth, Grandpa Guang nodded inwardly, pleased with the boy's composure. A good child indeed. Unbeknownst to many, the youth before them is a billionaire CEO. Yet, in the eyes of the elder, he is merely an ordinary child from the countryside, as the record suggests. Secretary Su was somewhat taken aback. Why did this young man exhibit no reaction upon seeing 15,000 yuan? Logically, one would expect others to display surprise at such a sum. In the coming days, reporters are likely to visit the school, as this young man's act of bravery has garnered considerable attention online, even receiving commendation from the Tiananmen City channel. A smile involuntarily crept onto Secretary Su's face. For Mu Changsheng is a student of Tiananmen Normal University, and such events would undoubtedly bring a surge of interest to the institution. With increased visibility, the university's development would progress more smoothly. Mu Changsheng was somewhat astonished. Was this incident truly so popular online? He had not checked any videos in recent days and was completely unaware that his heroic act had been posted online. After a brief conversation with the two others, he exited the office. As soon as he stepped outside, he opened his phone to search for his video, which bore the title, Tiananmen Normal University Student Acts Heroically, Saving Lives in Times of Crisis, Love Everlasting, Please Like. Fortunately, the video was filmed at night, rendering the faces somewhat indistinct. Almost 1 million likes. Mu Changsheng was taken aback. Had it really become this popular in just a day or two? Curiously, he clicked on the comments. Flowers and hearts were sent in abundance, and countless likes poured in. Yet the most popular comment read, "Did you not notice? This man is both handsome and tall. Sister, your eyes are truly sharp. How come I never knew such a handsome guy existed at Tiananmen Normal University?" As Mu Changsheng observed the increasingly animated discussion below, he could not help but smile. He turned off his phone and, with his hands in his pockets, walked forward. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of an office with the door ajar, allowing him a glimpse inside. A fleeting glance turned into a lingering gaze as he beheld a stunning woman with dark red hair changing into black stockings. The view was utterly captivating. Mu Changsheng couldn't help but nod in appreciation of her exquisite figure. However, questions arose in his mind. Who was this woman boldly changing clothes in the office? He activated his enhanced perception. Ding. Name, Zhao Shiqing. Age, 32. Appearance, 94. Hobby, stockings. Position, Director of Management. Additional, widow. Mu Changsheng nearly lost his composure upon seeing the word widow. Such a beautiful woman was, in fact, a widow and a director? He shook his head, deciding it wise to look away. If caught, the consequences would be dire. Inside the office, having changed her attire, Zhao Shiqing furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable feeling of being watched. It couldn't be. She had closed the door after all. Turning her head, she locked eyes with Mu Changsheng, their gazes intertwining in an unexpected moment. Mu Changsheng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, and he hastily contemplated fleeing. "Stop!" Zhao Shiqing called out sharply, causing him to halt in his tracks. It was a disaster. He had just offended Su Junya, and now the head of the department was confronting him. Had he inadvertently stirred up a hornet's nest today? "Turn your body around," Zhao Shiqing commanded, her expression icy. Beneath her stern demeanor, she felt a deep sense of embarrassment. She had distinctly remembered locking the door. How had it suddenly swung open? And to make matters worse, she had been caught unawares? If this were to leak out, how could she ever face anyone again? No, she had to take action against this man. Mu Changsheng awkwardly turned around, rubbing his nose and avoiding her gaze. "I didn't see anything," he stammered. Zhao Shiqing noticed his momentary pause. He was quite handsome. Seeing he was not some greasy uncle eased her mind a bit. "Did I ask you what you saw?" Zhao Shiqing inquired, her face stern. Yet, she was already certain that this man had witnessed more than just a glimpse. Judging by his expression, damn it, if it weren't for that milk tea spilling all over him, she wouldn't have needed to change her stockings. "What department are you from?" Zhao Shiqing asked, her annoyance evident as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Education," Mu Changsheng replied candidly. "What is your name, and who is your counselor?" "Mu Changsheng, Shening," he replied resignedly. It seemed he was about to be scrutinized by this woman. "Teacher, Shun?" Zhao Shiqing was taken aback. Mu Changsheng sensed her surprise and thought to himself, "This is bad. This woman couldn't possibly be close friends with Shening, could she? After all, they were of similar age." Zhao Shiqing narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Mu Changsheng. He was, astonishingly, from Shun Ying's class. As Mu Changsheng observed Zhao Shiqing in turn, he thought, since reprimanding was inevitable, he might as well appreciate the view. Zhao Shiqing possessed fair skin and a mature charm, with an air of authority about her. Her lips were a vibrant red, reminiscent of a blooming rose. Among the trio of Zhao Shiqing, Dongjing, and Su Wan, she was undoubtedly the most alluring. Chapter 97. You are to support me hand over your phone. Zhao Shiqing took a deep breath and glanced at Mu Changsheng. He understood her concern and unlocked his phone, handing it over to her. Zhao Shiqing perused the album and hidden files, relieved to find nothing amiss before returning the phone to him. I advise you to keep this matter to yourself, she warned, her eyes glinting with a threat. Mu Changsheng took his phone back, indifferent to her intimidation. Teacher, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Zhao Shiqing snorted coldly and seized his arm. Where do you think you're going? Mu Changsheng frowned, apprehensive that she might seek revenge. With his current standing, he had no reason to fear a mere department head. Moments ago, with poise and dignity, Mu Changsheng had no desire to provoke any trouble. However, he was certainly unfazed by confrontation. Did she intend to leave after glancing at me? Come in with me, Zhao Shiqing urged, pulling Mu Changsheng into the office. With a resounding bang, she locked the door, then tested the lock to ensure it was secure. Observing Zhao Shiqing close the door, Mu Changsheng felt a flicker of confusion. Teacher, what is your intention? He inquired, a hint of wariness creeping in. Surely, this woman wouldn't coerce him into recording a compromising video, would she? Zhao Shiqing slowly approached him, her gaze appraising his handsome features. Do you find my legs attractive? Mu Changsheng glanced down, noting their slender elegance, accentuated by the sheer black stockings. Indeed, they are lovely. Would you care to experience them? Zhao Shiqing suddenly drew closer, cornering him against the wall. As he met the fiercely assertive gaze of Zhao Shiqing, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Could it be that she possessed a dominant nature? She lifted his chin, surveying his face from various angles. What a striking visage you possess. Then, her hand wandered to his abdomen, and she paused, captivated. Such a physique. Has it become addictive? Mu Changsheng playfully removed her hand, teasing. Are you getting carried away? Zhao Shiqing, slightly blushing at his boldness, realized this man was a perfect blend of charm and physique. She wondered about his stamina. Shaking off his hand, she flexed her slightly reddened wrist. Let's speak candidly. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. What is this? Is the director still wary of me? Zhao Shiqing settled into a chair, crossing her long legs, revealing their entirety. You are quite astute, she remarked, stroking her black-clad limbs. I wish to support you financially. Her words caused Mu Changsheng to momentarily falter. Support financially? He expected her to offer a sum, or perhaps compel him to take unflattering photographs. He never anticipated she would propose to financially sustain him, leaving him utterly astonished. Ignoring his reaction, Zhao Shiqing continued, I will provide you with 3,000 each month. And you can confide in me regarding any matters at school. I shall assist you. Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow. 3,000 a month? Zhao Shiqing elaborated. During the duration of my support, you need not do anything except maintain silence. Additionally, I am in need of someone to appreciate my stockings. You merely need to visit when I wish to showcase my attire. Of course, physical contact is off limits. Mu Changsheng's eyes sparkled at the prospect of viewing stockings without obligation. It seemed like a profitable arrangement. As for the physical contact, given their current relationship, it was uncertain. The future remained open-ended. Zhao Shiqing narrowed her eyes, confident that her generous terms would not be rejected. Seated on the nearby sofa, Mu Changsheng inquired, How long do you intend to support me? Until you marry, she replied. Zhao Shiqing pondered for a moment before speaking. However, if you breach our agreement, you shall owe me 30 million. Buzzing. At that moment, a blank sheet of paper emerged from the adjacent printer. Zhao Shiqing retrieved the paper and handed it to Mu Changsheng. Upon seeing the document, Mu Changsheng's lips twitched. This woman was remarkably swift. He had no idea when she had initiated the printing. Nevertheless, the contract was entirely in his favor, with no effort required. He would receive 3,000 a month. It was an astonishingly generous benefit. Yet, Mu Changsheng was not particularly concerned about the money, as he was not in need of it at present. Preferring to avoid complications, he accepted the contract, glanced over it, and found it identical to what Zhao Shiqing had described. When Zhao Shiqing offered the stamp, Mu Changsheng pressed his thumb down and affixed his mark on the contract. Zhao Shiqing followed suit. Rising slowly, Mu Changsheng observed a satisfied smile on Zhao Shiqing's face. Can I leave now? Zhao Shiqing cast a glance at him, pointed to the phone on the table, and said, Scan to add me. Mu Changsheng, feeling somewhat speechless, scanned the code and added Zhao Shiqing's contact. She then collected the contract and promptly transferred 30,000 yuan to him. This is your salary for 10 months, She winked and smiled at him. Mu Changsheng, witnessing the arrival of 30,000, chuckled, "Director, you truly are affluent." Zhao Shiqing replied with a faint smile, flattery aside, "I may not have much money, but I can certainly support you for a lifetime." Mu Changsheng's lips twitched. Zhao Shiqing had a point. After all, a university professor's salary was not insignificant, likely exceeding 10,000. Not to mention, Zhao Shiqing was the head of the department. Excluding gifts, her salary must be considerable, perhaps tens of thousands. Shaking his head, Mu Changsheng opened the door and stepped out. He never anticipated being taken under the wing of a wealthy woman. This unexpected turn of events was astonishing. As Zhao Shiqing watched him leave, satisfaction graced her features as she regarded the contract in her hands. Now, he would think twice before speaking carelessly. After all, a breach would cost him 30 million. 30 million. Zhao Shiqing did not believe Mu Changsheng could afford such a sum. Even if she sold him into servitude, he would never earn enough to repay 30 million. Stretching leisurely, she revealed her perfect curves. Chapter 98. "So, are you planning to linger around me?" As Mu Changsheng exited the office building, he gazed at the clear sky and stretched lazily. Finally, he could deliver takeout. "Where do you wish to go?" A familiar voice interrupted him from the side. Turning to look, Mu Changsheng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye upon seeing Jiang Zhe. He found it somewhat exasperating that this woman seemed to be constantly entwined in his affairs. Jiang Zhe, arms crossed, looked at him. "I brought your student ID. Don't you have a word of thanks for me?" Upon hearing this, Mu Changsheng wore a smile that did not reach his eyes as he gazed at Jiang Zhe. "How fortuitous," he remarked. "I shall save your life, and in return, you will deliver my student ID. Thus, we shall remain even." With that, Mu Changsheng turned to leave, eager to vacate the premises. As he found his time, they're excessively squandered. Moreover, he found Jiang Zhe's penchant for thrill-seeking to be rather absurd. Seeing Mu Changsheng's intent to depart without a word, Jiang Zhe hastily pursued him, positioning herself in his path with both hands raised. "Halt!" she commanded. Furrowing his brow, Mu Changsheng fixed his gaze upon her. "What is it? Are you attempting to take advantage of me? Have you run out of money?" A sudden thought struck him, and he retrieved 15,000 yuan from his System S space, tossing it directly to Jiang Zhe. "Consider this a gift. Purchase a plane ticket and return home swiftly." Jiang Zhe stared at the thick envelope in her hands, opening it to reveal a plethora of red notes. She looked back at Mu Changsheng, bewildered by the sudden windfall. Was he not merely a student, or had he procured such wealth? As Mu Changsheng prepared to leave once more, Jiang Zhe stomped her foot in a show of defiance. "Listen, if you dare to walk away, I shall accuse you of harassment and claim you assaulted me. You would gain infamy throughout the entire school." Mu Changsheng nearly stumbled in disbelief. Accuse him? What had he done to deserve such a woman's entanglement? Was it merely a matter of saving her life? Not only did she fail to express gratitude, but she also persisted in her pursuit of him. What was the significance of her actions? With a sigh of exasperation, Mu Changsheng turned back to Jiang Zhe and queried, "What on earth do you desire? I saved your life, and yet you neither thank me nor cease your insistence." Jiang Zhe, sensing her threat had worked, scoffed. "You struck me, and thus you are obliged to take responsibility." Mu Changsheng's lips twitched as he ran a hand through his hair. "My dear, am I not compensating you already? I did not take advantage of you. What responsibility do I bear?" Jiang Zhe, clearly at a loss, insisted, "No, you must be accountable." Realizing that this woman had indeed latched onto him, Mu Changsheng pondered what purpose her attachment served, given that he had not flaunted any wealth. "Could it be that you harbor feelings for me?" he mused, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Jiang Zhe. Her face flushed crimson, and her gaze faltered as she stammered, "Who has feelings for you? I have a girlfriend. You ought to cease your pursuit of me. I fear my girlfriend might misconstrue our interactions." Mu Changsheng shook his head. Jiang Zhe's expression darkened instantly. "Have you not eyes to see? In terms of beauty and figure, what do I lack in comparison to you?" Mu Changsheng assessed Jiang Zhe and could not deny her features were indeed striking. However, he noted her shortcomings. Her bust was modest, her waist was thick, her legs were stout, and her height was lacking. Without hesitation, he voiced these observations. Jiang Zhe was taken aback by the audacity of his critique. The revelation that her waist was deemed thick was particularly disheartening. This man was simply intent on provoking her. Infuriating. Suddenly, Mu Changsheng's attention was drawn to a graceful figure nearby. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached her. "Shuer, where are you headed?" As Meng Shuer finished submitting her homework, Her expression darkened. Who was it this time? That infatuated admirer. Turning around, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Mu Changsheng. Why him? The vivid memory of Mu Changsheng mercilessly tormenting Wu Xinghong flashed through her mind. It was not that Meng Shuai wished to forget. Rather, Mu Changsheng's striking looks, towering height, and exceptional skills far surpassed those of Wu Xinghong. Such an extraordinary man was undeniably hard to forget. Mu Changsheng cast a glance at Jiang Jiu'er in the distance, and, in a tone audible only to Meng Shuai, implored, "Help me, and I shall reward you handsomely." Meng Shuai glanced at Jiang Jiu'er, captivated by her beauty. She was at least her equal, a woman of such allure pursuing him, and he was willing to let her go? Just how many admirers did this man have? Suddenly, Mu Changsheng pulled Meng Shuai into his embrace, leaving her momentarily dazed. Blushing, Meng Shuai gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a shy incredulity. "I haven't agreed to this yet." However, as her hands rested on Mu Changsheng's firm abdomen, she could distinctly feel his fit physique. What a perfect body. Jiang Jiu'er scrutinized Meng Shuai, particularly fixating on her chest, noting its considerable size in comparison to her own. "My girlfriend prefers I keep my circle limited," Mu Changsheng remarked with a casual shrug. Jiang Jiu'er, biting her red lips, approached him, declaring, "I wouldn't mind being a side affair." Her boldness caught Mu Changsheng off guard, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Even Meng Shuai struggled to process the situation. In this day and age, was there truly someone willing to share their boyfriend? What an oddity! Mu Changsheng playfully pinched Meng Shuai's waist, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she shot him a glance. Was he not being a bit too audacious? Yet, Meng Shuai discerned Mu Changsheng's intent. She was to take the lead. "This lady," she began, taking a deep breath, "is my boyfriend, and I wish for you to keep your distance." Jiang Jiu'er assessed Meng Shuai, scoffing, "You're not even married. This is a fair competition. Besides, given your relationship, perhaps you merely picked a random girl to be your girlfriend." She eyed Mu Changsheng with suspicion. A flutter of anxiety surged through Meng Shuai. Was her performance lacking? Mu Changsheng couldn't help but admire this woman's keen intuition. Yet, Meng Shuai was determined. She would not let this woman intimidate her. Resolutely, Meng Shuai tugged at Mu Changsheng's shirt and kissed him. He was taken aback. Was Meng Shuai truly this forward? "You're acting so earnestly for a performance?" Witnessing this, Jiang Jiu'er's expression twitched. As Mu Changsheng observed Meng Shuai, eyes closed, he noted that her kissing skills were somewhat inexperienced. Chapter 99. I helped you. Now you must assist me. Blushing, Meng Shuai withdrew from the kiss, feeling inexplicably exhilarated despite knowing her actions were questionable. She found the experience thrilling and wished to remain with Mu Changsheng indefinitely. As for Wu Xinghong, her interest in him had plummeted to an all-time low. Mu Changsheng gazed at Jiang Jiu'er, pursing his lips slightly. "Now, do you believe it?" Jiang Jiu'er beckoned him closer. "Come here. I have something to discuss with you." "I'll leave right after." Mu Changsheng furrowed his brow, pondering her intentions. Nonetheless, he followed Jiang Jiu'er a short distance away. Meng Shuai observed them with curiosity, but the conversation was too hushed for her to overhear. Jiang Jiu'er looked at Mu Changsheng, a hint of a smile dancing on her lips. "Is it pleasant? I helped you win over a beautiful woman. It's your turn to assist me now." Mu Changsheng's lips twitched. This woman had known about his relationship with Meng Shuai for some time. "Speak plainly. What do you desire?" Mu Changsheng replied, resigned. "I want to stay at your place," Jiang Jiu'er stated boldly. Mu Changsheng's expression darkened. "As a college student, I have no home." Jiang Jiu'er weighed the 15,000 yuan in her hand. "You can nonchalantly gift me 15,000 yuan. You are certainly not an ordinary person." Mu Changsheng, bemused by the money in her grasp, replied, "I'll give you a phone number. Contact her, and she will arrange a job and accommodation for you." "How does that sound?" Jiang Jiu'er considered. "That works. I won't interfere with your budding relationship anymore." She winked with a smile. Suddenly, Mu Changsheng recalled something. "Wait a moment." Jiang Jiu'er paused. "What is it?" "Hand over your phone. I need to give you the number," Mu Changsheng said, somewhat exasperated. Jiang Jiu'er handed him her phone, and he saved He Yan's number before returning it to her. He then took back the 15,000 yuan from her hands. "I'm no longer inclined to give this to you." Jiang Jiu'er stared in disbelief as Mu Changsheng reclaimed the money. "You." Mu Changsheng shot her a glance. "I've suddenly changed my mind." "You." Jiang Jiu'er stomped her foot in frustration. Taking a deep breath, she conceded, Staying close to this man might be worth more than the 15,000 yuan. As Mu Changsheng walked away, a smile crept onto Jiang Zhouer's face. Now, she had both a place to stay and a job, eliminating the need to return. As for Jiang Zhouer's audacious remarks, they were largely jestful. If it came down to offering herself to Mu Changsheng, she would still hesitate. As for Mu Changsheng, he harbored no interest in Jiang Zhouer, primarily because he was already surrounded by numerous attractive women. Moreover, he preferred those who exuded a more alluring charm than Jiang Zhouer. Upon Mu Changsheng's return, Meng Shui'er inquired, "What did she say to you?" Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, regarding her with a teasing glint. "What? Are you preparing for a feigned romance?" Meng Shui'er's face flushed instantly, her gaze darting about nervously. "I'm merely—" Mu Changsheng pulled out 5 or 6,000 yuan from an envelope and handed it to Meng Shui'er. "Here is your compensation." Meng Shui'er stared at the stack of 100 yuan bills in astonishment. "So much money? Is this really for me?" "In light of your commendable performance." Meng Shui'er fit his flush. The diligent display referred to the moment when Mu Changsheng had slipped money into her hands with a light chuckle, remarking, "Your lips are quite sweet." After uttering those words, he turned and slowly departed. Meng Shui'er stood there, dazed, gazing at the 100 yuan note in her hand. Had he truly given this to her? As she watched Mu Changsheng walk further away, she hurriedly took a couple of steps forward, calling out, "Hey, you haven't given me your contact information yet." Mu Changsheng paused, slightly tilting his head. "Aren't you in a relationship?" Meng Shui'er immediately thought of Wu Xinghong and, after a brief silence, hastily replied, "Not anymore." Mu Changsheng was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head and stating, "I'll only say this once. 183377. Meng Shui'er promptly took out her phone and saved the contact details. Such is the nature of women. When presented with a superior option, hesitation is seldom an option, though exceptions are rare, akin to winning the lottery. After parting ways with Meng Shui'er and Jiang Zhouer, Mu Changsheng proceeded to deliver takeout. To his disappointment, no special rewards were triggered. He continued his deliveries until around 6 or 7 in the evening. Just as he completed his final order, he received a call from Jiang Li. "Hello, Jiang Li. Changsheng, today is Kong Yun's birthday party. I may not be able to accompany you tonight. She is my close friend, and I cannot miss it." Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. "What? Am I less important than your friend?" "No, that's not it." Hearing Jiang Li's flustered response, he smiled gently. "I'll accompany you. She invited me as well." Jiang Li was aware of Mu Changsheng's connection to Kong Yun, yet the nature of their relationship remained a mystery to her. "Changsheng, what is your relationship with Kong Yun? Once you come, you'll find out." "All right, where are you now?" "I'll come find you." Mu Changsheng looked around, realizing he was in a village within Tiannan City. Spotting a street sign, he uncertainly remarked, "It seems to be called Beizhuang Village." "What? How did you end up in a chicken coop?" Jiang Li's voice was filled with astonishment. Mu Changsheng, bewildered, replied, "Chicken coop? What do you mean? This is a village in Tiannan City, right?" "My goodness, do you not know that Beizhuang Village in Tiannan City is rather chaotic? It has been raided for vice numerous times." This was the first time Mu Changsheng learned that this village was referred to disparagingly. He glanced around but saw no particularly extravagant women. "There's nothing unusual here," he insisted. "Don't hang up. Just find any store and take a look yourself. Remember, absolutely no physical contact. You know the consequences." As it was his first encounter in such an establishment, Mu Changsheng felt a surge of curiosity. "All right, let me check for nearby orders." He prompted the system to search and found there were several dozen available, all requiring safety precautions. Chapter 100, Beizhuang Village. Seeing that all the orders required safety measures, Mu Changsheng directly accepted 6 of them. Mu Changsheng swiftly navigated his electric vehicle towards the adult goods store to collect an order. Fortunately, all these shops were clustered in one location and not far apart. Otherwise, it would have been a taxing endeavor for him. He soon embarked on his delivery journey, first arriving at an egg pancake shop in Beizhuang Village. Upon seeing the 4 characters that spelled egg pancake, he opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately rapped on the door. The delivery had arrived. "Just leave it at the door," he instructed. When no one emerged, he shook his head and proceeded to the next establishment. The subsequent stop was a bun shop, followed by a stationery store. However, at the 4th location, the door finally swung open. A woman in her 30s greeted him, adorned with heavy makeup and clad in a revealing spaghetti-strap dress, exposing ample skin. Her appearance was average, yet the bold makeup lent her a certain allure. Upon spotting Mu Changsheng, her eyes sparkled with interest. Handsome, why not come in for a while? She beckoned with a flirtatious smile, a strong scent wafting towards him. Mu Changsheng quickly assessed her profile. Ding. Name, Molly Rong. Age, 33. Appearance, 69. Ability, seduction. Charge count, 1340. Infection, carrier of syphilis. Other, uses food delivery to entice couriers. Although he had anticipated such a revelation, the figure of 1340 still left him astounded. Just how much had she earned? Furthermore, the presence of syphilis was alarming. He promptly took a step back, forcing a smile. No, thank you. Oh, come on. Handsome. It's very affordable, Ma Lirong persisted with her seductive grin, attempting to pull him closer. Mu Changsheng felt his lips twitch. Was she really going to be so forward? It was evident that this woman relied on food deliveries to lure couriers for financial gain. How many had she potentially infected? If it's free, what do you say? Ma Lirong gazed at him, captivated by his striking looks. Mu Changsheng, his mouth twitching again, hastily retreated to his vehicle, waving his hand dismissively. Sister, why not place another order? I must be off. Observing Mu Changsheng speeding away, Ma Lirong frowned, pondering if she had not revealed enough of herself. The fifth delivery was relatively uneventful. However, during the sixth, Mu Changsheng nearly stumbled once more. Hey there, what type are you looking for? College girls, young wives? We have them all. Just look at me. I'm quite capable too. Mu Changsheng quickly waved his hand. You look like a college student, right? He couldn't forget a past report revealing that those college students were often in their 40s or 50s. College student? Are you studying massage? He scoffed. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he mounted his electric vehicle. Delivering food in such circumstances was indeed challenging. Ding! Delivery completed. Valued at 46 yuan. Reward doubled. Congratulations to the host for receiving 460 yuan. Ding! Delivery completed. Valued at 68 yuan. Reward doubled. Congratulations to the host for receiving 680 yuan. Ding! The delivery has arrived. Valued at 33 yuan. With rewards doubled. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3,300 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a special reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring immunity to all toxins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dihao bathhouse in Tianan City. Mu Changsheng's eyes instantly sparkled. A special reward? He never anticipated that a single delivery in Beizhuang village would trigger such an extraordinary reward. System, this immunity to toxins. Mu Changsheng pondered, somewhat bewildered. As the name suggests, immunity to toxins ensures that the host remains unscathed by viruses. As for AIDS, cancer, syphilis, colds, and fevers, such ailments are mere trifles. Mu Changsheng's eyes brightened. This immunity would effectively render him incapable of falling ill. However, the examples provided left him with a slightly grim expression. Nonetheless, this reward was indeed remarkable. With immunity to toxins, even the deadliest cancers would not afflict him. It is well known that many cancer patients today are young. Mu Changsheng had previously harbored concerns, but now he felt entirely untroubled. Exhilarating. Mu Changsheng then turned his attention to the Dihao bathhouse, which seemed to be located in the southern part of Tianan City. Although the bathhouse appeared to be worth less than 500 million, it seemed to occupy a substantial area. He decided to call He Yin, entrusting her with the management of the Dihao bathhouse. Mu Changsheng had no desire to delve into this industry. He preferred for He Yin to transform it into a resort hotel or something similar. After all, current bathhouses that do not engage in illicit activities struggle to generate profit, given the considerable size of the Dihao bathhouse. Converting it into a resort hotel could indeed yield significant returns. Once Mu Changsheng completed his arrangements, he placed a call to Jiang Li, who was currently at the east gate of Tianan Normal University. He instructed her to wait for a few minutes while he made his way over. Arriving at his villa, he shared a moment of intimacy with Yang Shuyun before heading out in his McLaren 720. On the way, Mu Changsheng felt it necessary to acquire another sports car, as one simply did not suffice. Moreover, driving the same car repeatedly could become monotonous. At the east gate of Tianan Normal University, a McLaren came to a halt, instantly captivating the attention of numerous university students. After all, for college students, sports cars possess an irresistible allure. Not only did the female students gaze in admiration, but the passing male students also turned to snap photographs. Mu Changsheng called Jiang Li. Changsheng, where are you? Did you see that McLaren? I'm inside, Jiang Li inquired. She had indeed spotted the McLaren, but she was astonished to discover that this white McLaren belonged to Mu Changsheng. Approaching the vehicle, she opened the door and took a seat inside. As she admired the luxurious interior of the McLaren, she couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. This was Jiang Li's first experience riding in a sports car. Others watching as Jiang Li entered the sports car felt their hearts shatter. The beautiful girl had just entered the car of their dreams. The males were left heartbroken, consumed by envy. Even the more innocent female onlookers felt a twinge of envy, let alone those who were less than pure. Jealousy practically radiated from their eyes. How much does this car cost? Jiang Li gazed at Mu Changsheng. Her curiosity piqued. Just a few million, Mu Changsheng replied nonchalantly, steering the wheel with casual indifference. Jiang Li was not particularly surprised. After all, to Mu Changsheng, a few million was merely a drop in the bucket. Mu Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Li. Where's Kong Yun's birthday banquet? Chapter 101. He is the boss. Huh? She didn't tell you where it is? Jiang Li Kidat Pujlat. Wasn't Kong Yun acquainted with Mu Changsheng? There is too much information. I didn't pay much attention to her. Mu Changsheng responded casually. Jiang Li's lips twitched. Too much information? You didn't have time to look? You must realize that Kong Yun is quite the beauty. At Dihao, Jiang Li sent the location to Mu Changsheng. Upon seeing the address, Mu Changsheng paused slightly. Dihao, wasn't he that conveniently located near the Dihao bathhouse? How intriguing that it ended up near his own establishment. Kong Yun, I hope you enjoy your birthday banquet with your friends. Have you prepared a gift? Jiang Li rummaged through her bag, her curiosity evident. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. What gift are you preparing? Jiang Li opened her mouth, realizing that Mu Changsheng had not brought a gift. She thought to herself that their relationship might simply be that of casual friends. What about you? Mu Changsheng glanced at Jiang Li and smiled. Jiang Li touched the necklace around her neck and replied, I prepared a necklace identical to mine for her. How much? Mu Changsheng inquired. Over 800. Jiang Li responded with a smile. 800 was not an insignificant sum for a close friend, unless Jiang Li's family was particularly affluent, of course. That being in reference to an ordinary household. This gesture was indeed quite meaningful. Arriving at Dihao bathhouse, Mu Changsheng parked the McLaren and stepped out of the car alongside Jiang Li. This is the place, Jiang Li said, linking her arm with Mu Changsheng's, her smile radiant. Jiang Li harbored affections for Mu Changsheng, and given their relationship, she had begun to view him as her boyfriend. Mu Changsheng, however, seemed indifferent. It seems to be on the second floor, room 7, Jiang Li said, leading Mu Changsheng toward the designated room. Outside room 7, Mu Changsheng noticed Jiang Li hesitating at the entrance. Why aren't you going in? He asked, puzzled. Jiang Li took a moment to steady her breath. There are too many people. I feel a bit shy. Mu Changsheng remained silent, acknowledging that Kong Yun was indeed stunning. And it was perfectly normal for her to have many friends after their breakup. All right, let us head in, he said finally. Jiang Li flashed another smile and, with a gentle push, opened the door to the room. Inside, the atmosphere was quite lively, with several of Mu Changsheng's acquaintances present. Xia Ziwan, Xia Yin, Lu Tianhao, and a few women, presumably Kong Yun's roommates or close friends. Kong Yun sat there, her gaze flickering as she seemed to search for someone. Holding a glass, she bit her lip. Hasn't he arrived? Yin Yin, we're here, Jiang Li announced as she and Mu Changsheng entered. The moment Jiang Li appeared, she immediately captured the attention of many in the room. How is it him? Lu Tianhao's expression darkened as he witnessed Jiang Li entwined with Mu Changsheng. Even Xia Yan's countenance soured. How could be the scoundrel? Ali. Upon spotting Jiang Li, Kong Yun immediately rose. But when she noticed Jiang Li's arm around Mu Changsheng, her expression shifted to one of unease. Kong Yun's gaze met Mu Changsheng's, revealing her astonishment and confusion. Mu Changsheng, on his part, assessed Kong Yun, who appeared as graceful as a swan in her high-fashion gown, her skin flawless and her beauty striking. Ali, have you found yourself a boyfriend? A nearby roommate leaned in, scrutinizing Mu Changsheng intently. Others soon joined, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Wasn't Ali being supported by a wealthy benefactor? How could she be involved with a boyfriend? However, as their eyes fell upon Mu Changsheng, astonishment flickered across their faces. So handsome. Jiang Li glanced at Mu Changsheng, seemingly seeking his approval. He shot her a quick look and, before Kong Yun, leaned closer to Jiang Li's ear, saying, You may introduce me however you wish. Jiang Li's cheeks flushed, and with a bashful nod, she declared, This is Mu Changsheng, my new boyfriend. At this revelation, Kong Yun visibly trembled. A boyfriend? Hadn't Jiang Li already been involved with a wealthy patron? Why was she now with Mu Changsheng? Kong Yun was well aware of Mu Changsheng's family background, so she could not fathom a connection between him and a wealthy benefactor. Yin, what troubles you? You seem rather unwell, Jiang Li remarked, puzzled. Kong Yun cast a deep glance at Mu Changsheng before forcing a smile. It's nothing. Since you are here, let us begin. At that moment, Xiaoan approached with a superficial smile, his eyes glinting with insincerity as he addressed Mu Changsheng. Brother Mu, I never expected you to be with Jiang Li. What a surprise. Mu Changsheng easily detected the jealousy lacing Xia Ziyuan's words, and he wrapped his arm around Jiang Li's waist, grinning. Brother Xia, you remain ever the joker. It seems you still haven't won her over after all this time. Xia Ziyuan's expression darkened instantly upon seeing Jiang Li in Mu Changsheng's embrace. He was envious. Jiang Li's beauty rivaled that of Kong Yun. Yet, wasn't he this fellow already in a relationship? Xia Ziyuan pursed his lips, addressing Jiang Li. Sister Jiang Li, when it comes to relationships, sincerity is paramount. Some individuals play both sides, appearing one way while being another at heart. The veiled mockery in his words caused Jiang Li's expression to falter, and she held no affection for Xia Ziyuan's self-satisfied demeanor. Were it not for his wealth, she would hardly spare him a glance. Seeing her silence, Xia Ziyuan assumed his words struck a chord. Sister Jiang Li, if you wish to pursue a romance, might I offer a word of advice? Look over there. Lu Tianhao and Xia Yin are both dashing, especially Lu, whose parents wield considerable influence at Tian and Normal University. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianhao instantly straightened his posture, eager to showcase his confidence to Jiang Li. Jiang Li cast a glance at Lu Tianhao, who resembled a slippery eel, dark and unremarkable. With a slight tightening of her lips, a fleeting smile crossed her face. You needn't trouble yourself with that. When it comes to choosing a boyfriend, I prefer to make my own selection. Jiang Li took hold of Mu Changsheng's arm and headed towards the vacant seats, cheerfully declaring, Come, let us sit over there. Chapter 102. A displeased heart. Xiaoan noticed Jiang Li's indifference towards him, and his expression grew somewhat awkward. He clenched his fists tightly, pondering what he lacked compared to that scoundrel. Aside from being slightly taller and more handsome, what did he possess? Very well, soon enough. I shall make you all see the harsh reality. Money is the true authority here. Kong Yun watched as Mu Changsheng brushed past her, inexplicably feeling irked by the sight of him with Jiang Li. It was akin to watching her favorite cake being devoured by another. Lu Tianhao glared at Mu Changsheng, seething with resentment towards the insufferable brat. Xia Yin, with a stern expression, urged, Hurry and have your parents teach this fellow a lesson. I can hardly bear to watch any longer. Lu Tianhao, his face cold, retorted, Do you think I don't want to? With the experts coming to the school and the teacher certification being particularly strict, now is not the time. Damn it. Let that brat enjoy his comfort for a few more days. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoan then smiled. Since everyone is here, let the birthday celebration commence. He then cast a deeply affectionate gaze at Kong Yun as the festivities began. Xiaoan clapped his hands, and immediately, two staff members wheeled in a small cart bearing a colossal layer cake. Wow, such a large cake. How much did that cost? Xia Ziyuan stood taller, basking in the envious murmurs surrounding him. He regarded Mu Changsheng with disdain, as if to say, Kid, if you lack funds, just watch from the sidelines. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, contemplating the audacity of those attempting to ascend by stepping on him. Kong Yun, despite the grandeur of the cake, found it difficult to feel joy. Sir, your cake has arrived. Once the staff retreated, Xia Ziyuan produced a delicate box from his pocket. Xiago has a gift to present as well. Of course, I've been anticipating this day for quite some time. Everything has been meticulously arranged by me. Curiosity piqued among Jiang Li's roommate regarding the exquisite box. Given his status and wealth, it must be worth at least several thousand. As the crowd awaited with bated breath, he slowly opened the box. A lustrous jade bracelet emerged, gleaming before the eyes of the onlookers. A jade bracelet? What a splendid hue! The emerald bracelet instantly captured the attention of numerous women, their gazes filled with envy. Women cherish beauty, and who could possibly resist such a stunning gift? Kong Yun's eyes flickered at the sight of the exquisite jade bracelet. It was undeniably beautiful. At this moment, Kong Yun longed to observe Mu Changsheng's expression. However, her hopes were dashed as he appeared utterly unfazed. Was he merely pretending? Taking a deep breath, Kong Yun resigned herself. No matter how handsome he might be, The future inevitably demands financial resources. Moreover, she believed that Mu Changsheng and Jiang Li would not remain together for long. Once discovered by the big boss, the consequences would be dire. Xia Yin cast a sidelong glance at Mu Changsheng and cheerfully inquired, "Cousin, how much did you spend on that jade bracelet?" Xia Ziyuan's face brightened. Xia Yin had truly provided a timely assist. No wonder he was his cousin. Adjusting his collar with a nonchalant smile, Xia Ziyuan replied, "Not much. Just over 20,000. Over 20,000? That was equivalent to my entire annual living expenses. I am utterly envious. Will my boyfriend gift me something like that?" Listening to the envious remarks, Xia Ziyuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Kong Yun accepted the jade bracelet from Xia Ziyuan and smiled gently at him. "Ziyuan, I really like the bracelet you gave me." Xia Ziyuan's expression brightened, and just as he was about to seize the moment and ask Kong Yun to be his girlfriend, he overheard Jiang Li and Mu Changxing's conversation. Mu Changxing noticed Jiang Li's gaze and asked, "Do you like it?" Jiang Li quickly averted her eyes. "Not particularly. I'll gift you one later," Mu Changxing said, gently stroking Jiang Li's hair with a faint smile. Upon hearing that Mu Changxing intended to give her one, Jiang Li promptly waved her hands. "No need. It's just a jade bracelet. Receiving something worth over 20,000 is too extravagant." Mu Changxing sighed in resignation. Jiang Li chuckled at his metaphor. Meanwhile, Xia Ziyuan's countenance darkened as he turned to Mu Changxing. "My dear brother, if you lack financial means, could we perhaps tone it down a notch? This bracelet costs over 20,000, which should suffice for 2 years of your living expenses, right?" Kong Yun, too, caught wind of Mu Changxing's words. She hadn't anticipated that in such a short time apart, he had learned to act like a big shot. It seemed her initial judgment had been correct. Jiang Li's roommate chimed in, "Li, you should tell your boyfriend to keep quiet. That bracelet costs over 20,000. At this moment, Xia Yin stood up, grinning. "Brother Mu, have you finished paying off your phone installment? You must know that if you haven't completed the payments, you cannot sell your phone to buy a bracelet. Without your phone, how will your parents send you your living expenses?" Haha. A wave of mockery ensued. Jiang Li's face darkened. Given Mu Changxing's status, how could he possibly need to pay for his phone in installments? Xia Ziyuan looked at Jiang Li with a slight smile. "Sisterly, now you understand, right? Some people merely feign a distant and aloof demeanor, but in reality, they are quite the opposite. It would be wise to keep your distance from such individuals to avoid being deceived in the future." Jiang Li, uninterested in engaging with Xia Ziyuan, retrieved the gift from her bag and placed it on the table. "Yun Yun, this is the birthday present I prepared for you." Kong Yun gazed at the exquisite box and then turned to Jiang Li. Although Ziyuan's tone was a bit harsh, he means well. Some individuals are better kept at a distance. Xia Ziyuan immediately concurred, saying, "Yun Yun, you too. You befriend anyone. Other friends at least bring a token of appreciation. Look at Brother Mu, arriving empty-handed. Is he here merely for a free meal? If that's the case, I have no objections. After all, I can spare this meal." Ha ha ha. Xia Yin and Lu Tianhao burst into laughter, remarking, "It seems Brother Mu lacks the fund for gifts. Even if he could afford one, I suspect he'd only shop at a discount store." Chapter 103, Purchased. Kong Yun observed the nonchalant Mu Changsheng with a furrowed brow. Amidst the mocking remarks, how could he remain so unfazed? Is he feigning indifference? Kong Yun stepped forward, grasping Jiang Li's hand. "Ollie, isn't your birthday just around the corner? Following him is less favorable than aligning yourself with your esteemed boss." Though Kong Yun felt envy towards Jiang Li's association with a prominent figure, she couldn't resist mocking Jiang Li for disregarding her superior. With such an influential patron, how could one choose to support a useless individual? Noticing Kong Yun's jabs directed at Jiang Li, Xia Ziyuan's expression changed. He had no desire to target Jiang Li. Seizing the opportunity, he was determined to teach that good-for-nothing Mu Changxing a lesson. "Oh, we cannot deny Brother Mu some grace. Did he not mention wanting to purchase a jade bracelet? There's a jade shop downstairs. Perhaps we should take a look. It's only right we witness Brother Mu's capabilities." As soon as Xia Ziyuan finished speaking, Xia Yin echoed, "Indeed, we cannot allow Brother Mu to rely solely on his words." Jiang Li's countenance darkened. What sort of friends did Kong Yun have? The others remained silent, their expressions indicating they were merely spectators. Taking a deep breath, Kong Yun addressed Mu Changsheng. Although she looked down on him, she did not wish for the situation to escalate awkwardly between them. "Apologize to Ziyuan, and all will be well." Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyuan became even more smug, treating Mu Changsheng with disdain. Glancing at Kong Yun, Mu Changsheng thought to himself, apologize to Xia Ziyuan? Huh. Since everyone is eager to witness the spectacle, let us descend and see. Kong Yun's expression darkened. She had offered him a way out, yet he refused to show gratitude. Fine, if you wish to embarrass yourself. Then go ahead. Xia Ziyuan was taken aback. Was he truly going down? Could it be that this fellow actually had a few coins to spare? They were about to see what kind of jade bracelet Brother Mu intended to purchase. He hoped it wouldn't be something worth only a few dozen or 100 yuan. After all, Sister Jiangli is a beauty. Presenting her with such a cheap gift would be an affront to her dignity. Xia Ziyuan snorted dismissively. Jiangli cast a glance at Xia Ziyuan, recognizing the arrogance of those with lofty expectations yet little substance. Subsequently, the group descended together, eager to see if Mu Changsheng could indeed afford a jade bracelet. Xia Ziyuan led the way, cheerfully remarking, Brother Mu, although the jade shop ahead isn't the most prestigious, the bracelet start at a few hundred yuan and can go up to tens of thousands. Don't inflate your worth and then be embarrassed. Consider this a friendly warning. Disinterested in Xia Ziyuan's taunts, Mu Changsheng entered the store with Jiang Li, followed closely by the others. How infuriating! This young man truly knows how to put on an act. With an air of aloofness, he looks down upon everyone. Xia Ziyuan's eyes glimmered with resentment. Are you certain this fellow hails from a rural background? Xia Ziyuan inhaled deeply and inquired of Xia Yan. Cousin, rest assured, we have thoroughly investigated this matter, Xia Yan assured, patting his chest. Even if he could afford it, it's merely from his earnings delivering takeout. Lu Tianhao chimed in quietly. Well, I'm eager to see what this fellow can conjure. Upon hearing delivery, Xia Ziyuan nodded in agreement. The owner of the jade bracelet shop was taken aback by the sudden influx of customers. There are usually so few patrons. Why the sudden surge? Ladies and gentlemen, is there something in particular you wish to see? These are all exquisite items from our collection, the owner said with considerable enthusiasm. Isn't this the one that Brother Xia purchased? A girl noticed the jade bracelet in Kong Yun's hand was identical to one displayed in the counter. Goodness, it costs over 25,000. At that moment, Xia Ziyuan felt a surge of satisfaction. Brother Mu, take a look. This row of jade stones is all in the thousands, while that row over there is in the tens of thousands. Which one can you afford? I hope you won't settle for those trivial scraps worth only a few hundred, Xia Ziyuan mocked. The owner quickly understood the situation. They were targeting this couple. However, he had no personal stake in their conflict. He was merely a vendor. Mu Changsheng approached the row of jade bracelets priced in the tens of thousands and discovered that the most expensive one was merely 88,888. Is this your most expensive item? The owner was momentarily taken aback. This young man spoke with such audacity. No wonder he was being targeted. The owner responded with a forced smile. Indeed, sir. Xia Ziyuan observed the pale, purple jade bracelet Mu Changsheng was pointing at and scoffed. Brother Mu, did you not see the price? This one costs around 80 to 90,000. Mu Changsheng ignored Xia Ziyuan and proceeded to scan the code. The owner was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. The payment of 88,888 yuan was successfully processed. This left everyone in utter disbelief. Did he truly make the payment? The owner was equally baffled. Did he actually buy it without even a glance? Mu Changsheng stated calmly, please wrap this up. The owner regained his composure and quickly donned a smile. Certainly. Please hold on, sir. Jiangli turned to see the expressions of Xia Yuan, Xia Yan, Lu Tianhao, and Kong Yun frozen in shock, which struck her as amusing. Mu Changsheng looked at Xia Ziyuan and said, Brother Xia, if you're courting a lady, shouldn't you invest a bit more, rather than merely purchasing a bracelet worth over 20,000? Does that not seem beneath your status? Just look at how beautiful Miss Kong Yun is. How could she be valued at only a bracelet worth over 20,000? Mu Changsheng's words reddened Xia Ziyuan's face, resembling that of a pig's liver. Jiangli couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kong Yun's expression was equally grim, though largely overshadowed by shock. How could Mu Changsheng possibly afford such an expensive bracelet? Where did he acquire such wealth? Xia Yan and the others were somewhat bewildered. Had 80 or 90,000 just slipped away like that? Is delivering takeout truly that lucrative? Brother Xia, your judgment seems rather lacking. Allow me to find something for you. Behold this item, priced precisely at 80,000, which is not excessive. Today is Miss Kong Yun's birthday. Why not present her with this? In terms of quality and hue, it far surpasses that one. Given Brother Xia's capabilities, I trust you can afford it. Mu Changsheng pointed to a jade bracelet priced at 79,999. Smiling faintly, Jiangli chimed in, it is indeed much more aesthetically pleasing than that green one. I too believe this is far more attractive. Chapter 104. Fainting. Xia Yuan's face darkened like coal as he listened to the chorus of agreement around him, itching to unleash a torrent of curses. Damn it. I've only spent over 20,000. Of course, this one at 80,000 looks better. Sir, your J bracelet. The shopkeeper cheerfully handed the gift box to Mu Changsheng. Mu Changsheng passed the box to Jiang Li, who accepted it but then furrowed her brow at Xia Yuan, admonishing him. Today is Yun Yun's birthday. How could you possibly gift something so inferior? You often boast of your wealth. Why then, on her birthday, offer such a substandard item? Do you not care for Yun Yun at all? Kong Yun's expression soured upon hearing this, her gaze towards Xia Yuan laden with scrutiny. Xia Yuan felt a pang of distress. Over 20,000 is a considerable sum for you university students. Now, it is deemed a subpar gift? He had painstakingly nurtured this relationship, intending to seize the opportunity to win over Kong Yun. Now, it felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. Seeing this, Jiang Li stepped forward, grasping Kong Yun's jade hand. Yin Yun, while we might settle for an unattractive boyfriend, we certainly should not choose one who is stingy. If he is unwilling to spend on you now, what will it be like in the future? Jiang Li's words startled Xia Yuan, and Xia Yin quickly shielded his cousin, stating, Jiang Li, a birthday gift is a gesture of goodwill. Jiang Li cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yin, shrugging. Very well, if you insist, I cannot argue. After all, some individuals just moments ago claimed that gifts should not be mere trinkets. Now it appears that is acceptable. Alas, my memory seems to have faltered. I wonder who said that. Mu Changsheng burst into laughter. Xia Yin truly was a comrade in arms. Xia Yuan shot a cold glare at Xia Yin, who promptly lowered his head in silence. Subsequently, Mu Changsheng inquired of the shopkeeper, Good sir, do you not agree that this bracelet is far more suitable as a birthday gift? That green one seems more appropriate for an older individual. The shopkeeper, clearly favoring Mu Changsheng, understood the insinuation and promptly replied, Indeed, sir, typically, the deep green ones are preferred by those of a more mature age. Kong Yun's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Was it not implying that she was old? As the situation spiraled beyond his control, Xia Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and declared loudly, Wrap this one up for me. Upon hearing this, the boss promptly displayed a smile. Mu Changsheng remarked, Brother Xia, you truly possess a generous spirit. I had thought you would hesitate for quite some time over such an inexpensive bracelet. Xia Yuan cast a sullen glance at Mu Changsheng and retorted, Well, it is certainly better than yours. Jiang Li, somewhat perplexed, lifted the jade bracelet in her hand and noted, Ours seems to be the most expensive in the store. Yours is merely the second most costly. Xia Yuan's expression darkened, and he immediately declared, Boss, please exchange it for the most expensive one. The boss's eyes brightened, Certainly, sir. Mu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, Brother Xia. Now, this is the way to pursue a lady. We must not be stingy with our wealth. One cannot expect to savor a grand feast while spending little. It appears as if you were reluctant to purchase something for Miss Kong Yun. Jiang Li chimed in. I truly fear that your frugality will lead you to request the green one back later. Xia Yuan's lips twitched. He indeed entertained such a notion, seeking some excuse to reclaim the green bracelet and return it, especially since the two bracelets combined amounted to 100,000. Jiang Li, you mustn't speak so of Brother Xia. He is a person of great ambition, with Brother Xia's financial prowess and audacity. How could he settle for the same items as us? This 80 to 90,000 bracelet is hardly worthy of him. Mu Changsheng incessantly flattered Xia Yuan. Such compliments had previously delighted Xia Yuan, but now they were unbearable. I have never visited Dihao Jewelry before. Their items are far too expensive. I fear entering lest I be mistaken for a country bumpkin. Mu Changsheng smiled lightly. Fear not. With Brother Xia here, what is there to be afraid of? With Brother Xia's resources, acquiring several jewels would be a mere trifle. Xia Yuan desperately signaled to Xia Yin. Should he enter Dihao Jewelry, his wallet would be entirely depleted. Xia Yin understood the cue and prepared to slip away. Mu Changsheng quickly interjected, Brother Xia, what are you doing? The birthday banquet is not yet over. Where do you intend to go? Xia Yan's expression darkened. Was Mu Changsheng's vision akin to that of a cat? I merely wished to use the restroom. Oh, I thought Brother Xia was reluctant to take us to Dihao Jewelry. That would be rather inconsiderate of you as a friend. Mu Changsheng's words suddenly placed Xia Yuan in the spotlight, with nearly all eyes upon him. Xia Yuan could hardly endure such excessive flattery. He did not wish to spend a fortune and gain nothing in return. The embarrassment was one thing, but to simply gift it to Kong Yun was another. Spending a fortune to appear affluent. Does that not make one a foolish second-generation rich kid from a novel? Xia Yuan promptly identified his course, swayed his body, and collapsed. His sudden fainting took Mu Changxing by surprise. "Hey Xia, why have you fainted?" Lu Tianhao, equally bewildered, wondered why Xia had collapsed on his own. He hurried to support Xia Yuan, only to feel Xia's head gently brushing against him, prompting a realization. It's all right, it's all right. Xia had low blood sugar before. Perhaps the heat caused him to faint. Mu Changxing nodded. Oh, I thought Xia was merely pretending to faint. Given that trivial sum, someone of his stature would not stoop so low. Chapter 105. Remember to attend. At that moment, Kong Yun wore a rather displeased expression, perplexed by the situation. How could Mu Changxing possibly possess such a significant sum of money? What university student could casually purchase a jade bracelet worth nearly 100,000? That was simply implausible. How much could an ordinary university student's living expenses be? 1,500? For someone in Mu Changxing's financial predicament, perhaps even 1,000? Even with a delivery job, it seemed impossible to earn such a sum. Mu Changxing glanced at Xia Ziyuan, who was being carried away by Lu Tianhao and Xia Yan, then turned to Jiang Li with a gentle smile. Is your birthday close to hers? Jiang Li nodded. My birthday is in 3 days. At this, Mu Changxing chuckled softly. I shall host a birthday banquet for you as well. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback and quickly shook her head. This jade bracelet alone is already quite lavish. It's merely a small gift. Mu Changxing replied with a serene smile. Jiang Li felt a warm glow in her heart as Mu Changxing showed such affection towards her, while Kong Yun, standing nearby, felt an acute discomfort as though pricked by needles. Approaching Kong Yun, Mu Changxing smiled lightly. Miss Kong, you must attend Li's birthday celebration in 3 days. Instead of responding directly, Kong Yun lowered her voice. Where did you acquire such wealth? Mu Changxing, unfazed, replied with a smile. Kong Yun, your judgment remains as poor as ever. I wouldn't even spare a bracelet for you. As for my personal matters, I see no need to explain to you. Kong Yun, sensing the aloofness in Mu Changxing's gaze, staggered back a couple of steps. In light of someone having fainted, let's take our leave from this birthday banquet. Jiang Li, we shall go. With that, Mu Changxing took Jiang Li by the hand and walked away. Exiting the jade shop, he spotted Xia Yan and Lu Tianhao, and with a mocking smile, they gradually distanced themselves. What a pretentious act. If it weren't for the leader visiting the school, I would have dealt with you. Lu Tianhao seethed with anger at Mu Changxing's audacity. Xia Yan, with a stern expression, eyed Lu Tianhao suspiciously. Is this guy truly from an ordinary family? Buying a 90,000 bracelet without hesitation? Lu Tianhao darkened his expression. Wasn't he you who reviewed his profile with me initially? As he left? Just then? Xia Ziyuan's cautious voice broke through. He is long gone. Upon witnessing this, Xia Ziyuan's expression darkened immediately. What on earth have you two imbeciles been investigating? He exclaimed. How could a mere nobody possess such wealth? Lu Tianhao, already brimming with frustration, became even more irked by Xia Ziyuan's reprimanding tone. Damn it, the information is crystal clear. How are we to know? He retorted. Xia Yan also grew displeased. Cousin, you're not short on cash. When pursuing a woman, are you truly so stingy as to gift her a mere 20,000 yuan bracelet? Didn't T Aunt give you several 100,000 recently? Xia Ziyuan faltered momentarily, shooting a glare at Xia Yan. Isn't this a small expenditure for a significant endeavor? Lu Tianhao snapped back. You haven't accomplished anything substantial, yet you've allowed a delivery worker to humiliate you like this. Xia Yuan's countenance darkened further, and just as he was about to respond, he noticed Kong Yun approaching and quickly added, I shall continue to feign unconsciousness. We could discuss this matter later. Lu Tianhao, observing Xia Ziyuan's charade, felt his irritation mounting. At that moment, Kong Yun approached, noticing the still unconscious Xia Ziyuan. Is everything all right? She inquired. Xia Yan awkwardly chuckled. Brother Ziyuan has this recurring issue. He's fine. Kong Yun nodded. All right then, since all is well, we shall take our leave. Oh, by the way, do you need me to call a cab for you? Xia Yan inwardly cursed Kong Yun for her insensitivity, thinking we've spent a considerable sum, and she takes it for granted. Does she not intend to show any consideration at all? No need, Lu Tianhao replied, unable to endure the embarrassment any longer as he waved his hand dismissively. Very well. We shall return to enjoy our cake. You two should hurry along. Kong Yun walked away without a second thought. Damn, that insufferable woman, Xia Yan seethed. Lu Tianhao remarked. Your Xia family is so affluent. I fail to understand why you handle matters with such disgrace when money could resolve it. If I were Kong Yun, it would be my birthday today, and you two have brought nothing but shame upon me. Xia Yin pondered for a moment before hastily deflecting blame. He did that. It has nothing to do with me. Both of you, be quiet, Xiaozan interjected, equally humiliated. Inside the McLaren, Mu Changxing drove towards the Doya Hotel with Jiang Li beside him. Jiang Li, are you aware of the industries owned by the Xia family? Mu Changxing inquired, steering with one hand. Jiang Li paused, reflecting for a moment before responding. I heard Kong Yin mention that Xia Ziyuan's family seems to be involved in banking. Banking? Within the system? Mu Changxing's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Sensing the unsettling vibe from his expression, Jiang Li felt an ominous premonition. Mu Changxing promptly called He Yin. The call connected almost instantly. President Mu, He Yin greeted. Please investigate Xia Ziyuan's background, with a particular focus on the banking sector, Mu Changxing instructed. President Mu, I know Xia Shuang from the Xia family. She is the vice president of Tian'an Bank. You know her? How close are you? Mu Changxing raised an eyebrow. Somewhat, was the reply. Did someone from the Xia family offend you? I intend to deal with them, Mu Changxing stated coldly, causing Jiang Li to tense up at his side. Deal with the Xia family? What audacity! After a brief silence, He Yin responded, understood, President Mu. Half an hour later, Xia Shuang's information would be transmitted to Mu's mobile phone. All right, Mu Changxing nodded and hung up the phone. Jiang Li, standing beside him, did not dare to breathe. Handling the vice president of the bank? Jiang Li was unaware of the extent of Mu Changxing's capabilities. Merely the 100 billion cash in Mu Changxing's bank account was enough to resolve the so-called vice president of the Xia family. Not to mention that Mu Changxing currently possessed substantial assets in Tian'an City. The accumulation of these fragmented assets amounted to nearly 100 billion. Dealing with a vice president lacking a formidable background posed no challenge for Mu Changxing. Chapter 106, Xia Shuang. This night, some were anxious, others enraged. Kong Yun could not fathom where Mu Changxing acquired such wealth. Clearly, when he was with her, he was quite impoverished. Moreover, he was even hosting a birthday banquet for Jiang Li. By what right? In the presidential suite of Doya Hotel, after an intimate encounter, the hotel door began to ring. Mu Changxing donned a bath towel and opened the door. He Yin, upon seeing Mu Changxing's robust upper body, could not help but blush. Guomin, Mu Changxing said upon recognizing her. Jiang Li peeked out to glance at He Yin, wondering if she was indeed the president of Doya Hotel. How could she be so beautiful? Could it be that she was also one of Mu Changxing's confidants? Jiang Li was aware that with Mu Changxing's resources, he surely had more than one woman, though the existence of others remained unknown to her. He Yin discreetly observed Jiang Li before producing a document, stating calmly, President Mu, this is the information you requested. The Xia family possesses numerous properties, collectively worth tens of millions, and with the assistance of Vice President Xia Shuang, the Xia family has developed quite well in the real estate sector of Tian'an City. Mu Changxing glanced at the document and remarked, Xia Shuang has indeed proven to be a talent for the Xia family. He Yin continued, Xia Shuang is the aunt of Xia Ziyuan and the backbone of the Xia family. However, her ascent to the position of vice president is also linked to her deceased husband. Mu Changxing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, was it through his connections? He Yin nodded. Essentially, yes. Her late husband had numerous connections, but he succumbed to cancer at the age of 36. For her to reach this level at her age, she possesses a degree of capability. Seated on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, Mu Changxing's expression grew contemplative. President, how shall we handle Xia Shuang? He Yin inquired softly. Assist her in stepping down, Mu Changxing replied with a faint smile. Understood, President Mu. He Yin nodded and exited the hotel room. At the headquarters of Tian'an Bank, President Lin hurriedly rushed into the vice president's office. At that moment, Xia Shuang was preparing to leave work. With a loud bang, the door swung open. Upon seeing President Lin enter with a troubled expression, Xia Shuang furrowed her brow and asked, President, what has happened? Why are you? President Lin glanced at Xia Shuang, observing her in her uniform, impeccably maintained, with no trace of age on her face, instead radiating a mature charm. With her curvaceous figure, Xia Shuang was undeniably a captivating woman. Previously, President Lin had hinted at some unspoken romantic entanglements involving Xia Shuang. However, Xia Shuang cleverly evaded the situation. At this moment, President Lin was already in a state of utter distress as he addressed Xia Shuang loudly. Xia Shuang, have you offended anyone recently? Xia Shuang frowned. Perplexed by his inquiry, President Lin, what do you mean by that? In annoyance, President Lin tossed the document in front of Xia Shuang. Take a look for yourself. Xia Shuang glanced at the document, her expression instantly darkening. Why does Dooya Hotel require a complete financial settlement? And why must all cooperation be terminated? This was not merely a trivial issue. The sum involved reached an astonishing 130 billion. Xia Shuang's face turned pale. 130 billion? How could there be such a vast amount of money? The value of Dooya Hotel was merely in the tens of billions. How could there possibly be a cash flow of 100 billion? Was there some underlying issue that President Lin was not disclosing? Trembling slightly, Xia Shuang inquired. I wish there were an issue, but this is a directive from headquarters. If it cannot be resolved within a day, we shall both be dismissed. President Lin retorted angrily. Xia Shuang, Dooya Hotel has been acquired by a mysterious wealthy individual who has also simultaneously purchased Mingzhu Tower. Have you offended someone during this time? President Lin lamented, holding his head in despair. Xia Shuang furrowed her brow, pondering carefully. She realized she had not offended anyone recently. Shaking her head, she replied in frustration, I haven't. I don't care. If you cannot resolve this matter, gather your belongings and leave today. After all, it is your name that President He of Dooya Hotel has pointed out. You must face the consequences of your own actions, President Lin remarked with displeasure. After delivering his ultimatum, President Lin stormed out in a fit of rage. Yan? Xia Shuang hurriedly returned to her desk, found Yan's number, and dialed it urgently. Biting her nails, she anxiously murmured, Please answer the phone. You must answer. Who is this? Xia Shuang's eyes brightened. The call connected. President He. I am Xia Shuang, Vice President of Tian'an Bank. Before she could finish her sentence, Yan abruptly hung up, leaving Xia Shuang in a state of bewilderment. Hung up. Xia Shuang redialed, only to find herself blocked. Tears of frustration nearly welled up in her eyes. Having finally attained the position of vice president, she was determined to ascend to the role of president. I must go to Dooya Hotel. Xia Shuang quickly grabbed her coat and rushed towards Dooya Hotel. Upon arriving at the front desk, Xia Shuang presented her vice president identification with urgency. I am Xia Shuang, vice president of Tian'an Bank, and I need to see President He. The front desk staff, taken aback by the revelation of her status, reluctantly called Dong Jing, who was now the manager of Dooya Hotel. Dong Jing soon descended from upstairs, noticing Xia Shuang's anxious demeanor and furrowing her brows. Why would a vice president be in such a hurry? Xia Shuang had met Yan before and, with a frown, insisted, I need to see President He. Dong Jing shook her head, maintaining a professional smile. I'm sorry, Vice President Xia, but you need to make an appointment to see President He. An appointment? Please make another appointment, or I will be dismissed, Summer Frost urged, pulling at Manager Dong's sleeve with desperation. Manager Dong caught the glimmer of fear in Summer's eyes. Indeed, it was fear. Could it be that this president had offended Yan? With a faint smile, Dong Jing replied, Please wait a moment, Director Xia. She turned and sent a message to Mu Changsheng. Have you had a confrontation with Summer Frost, the vice president of Tian'an Bank? Dong Jing reached out to Mu Changsheng because she remembered the two rascals who had once teased her, one of whom shared the surname Xia. Chapter 107. Your nephew offended me at that moment. Mu Changsheng was embracing Jiang Li while scrolling through his phone. He suddenly noticed a message from Dong Jing. Oh, Director Xia has come to Dooya Hotel in the middle of the night, he chuckled. He texted back, instructing that she be summoned to President He's office. Subsequently, he donned his clothes. You should rest. I need to handle a few matters, he smiled at Jiang Li. She nodded obediently. Downstairs, Dong Jing received the message and smiled slightly at Summer Frost. Director Xia, please follow me. President Mu wishes to see you. Summer was taken aback. President Mu? Was it not Yan? Could it be the mysterious owner behind Dooya Hotel? Not daring to delay, she followed Dong Jing to the top floor. In President He's office, Mu Changxing sat with his legs crossed, holding a cup of hot tea. Yan stood behind him, giving him shoulder massage. President Mu, the person has arrived, Dong Jing announced as she led Summer Frost into the room. Upon seeing Yan massaging the shoulders of a young man, Summer froze momentarily. Yan, the president of Dooya Hotel, was actually massaging a young man? Could this young man truly be President Mu of Dooya Hotel? So young? This was too unbelievable. Yan smiled lightly. Dong Jing, you may leave. Dong Jing nodded slightly, and exited the office. Once she was gone, Summer Frost revealed a flattering expression. President you. Before she could finish, He-Yin coldly interrupted. You have not offended me. Summer stiffened. If it was not He-Yin she had offended, was it this youth before her? Mu Changsheng was scrutinizing Summer Frost. It was summer, and she had rushed over in a flurry, her clothes damp with perspiration, accentuating her voluptuous figure beneath her uniform. At a loss for words, Summer Frost knew she had to muster the courage for the sake of her job. President Mu, I have always been diligent in my work. May I ask why you wish to terminate our collaboration? She inquired cautiously. Mu Changsheng swirled the hot tea in his hand, chuckling softly, because your nephew has offended me. Summer's expression shifted. Nephew? Her mind immediately conjured images of the two rascals, Xia Ziyuan and Xia Yan. But were they not merely university students? How could they possibly have encountered someone as significant as Mu Changsheng? Consequently, as her aunt, you shall bear the consequences of her impudence, murmured Mu Changsheng with a faint smile. Xia Shuang's complexion turned pale, her heart seething with indignation towards Xia Ziyuan and Xia Yan. Those two rascals have nothing to do with me. Xia Shuang hastily sought to disassociate herself. Nori Lashjin, you are indeed their aunt. How can there be no connection? Mu Changsheng raised his gaze slightly, a playful glint in his eyes. Moreover, aren't their living expenses provided by you? Xia Shuang's body trembled, looking at Mu Changsheng with trepidation. She pleaded, do you not know how those two scoundrels have offended you? Mu Changsheng, uninterested in lengthy explanations, waved his hand dismissively. He-Yin, see her out. He-Yin nodded slightly and approached Xia Shuang, saying, Xia Vice President, let us leave. Xia Shuang's face drained of color as she desperately clutched He-Yan's sleeve. Given our acquaintance, would you intercede on my behalf with Mr. Mu? Security. He-Yin disregarded Xia Shuang entirely, calling for security instead. Panic-stricken, Xia Shuang swiftly evaded He-Yin and dashed toward Mu Changsheng. She knelt before him, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Mr. Mu, I implore you to grant us another opportunity. Mu Changsheng, observing the beseeching Xia Shuang, poured his tea over her head. Xia Shuang was momentarily stunned. Why should I grant you another chance, Xia Vice President? Is it due to your barely passable, withered existence? Mu Changsheng mocked. Just as despair threatened to engulf Xia Shuang, Mu Changsheng suddenly produced a contract. However, considering this is your first offense, I might be inclined to offer you a chance. Transfer all your assets to me. Xia Shuang's head snapped up, realizing the gravity of his intentions to strip her bare. It matters not if you refuse, for with our capabilities, devouring your assets merely requires a bit of time. By then, I suspect you will be spending a few years in prison. The mention of prison made Xia Shuang tremble uncontrollably. Name, Xia Shuang. Age, 36. Appearance, 90. Position, Vice President. Assets, 50 million. Skills, Senior Management, Advanced Interpersonal Communication. Marital status, once. Other, White Tiger Strength. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow at the mention of the White Tiger's strength. Xia Shuang was indeed an elite. He handed the contract to her, and she tremulously accepted it, the document rendering her akin to a slave, binding her for life to the Doya Group. Xia Vice President, you have 3 minutes left, Mu Changsheng remarked coolly. Xia Shuang's face was a portrait of despair as she scrutinized the contract, which mandated the transfer of all her assets to the Doya Group, alongside a personal agreement to bind her. He glanced at Xia Shuang with a mocking tone. As a dog of our Doya hotel, you might just gain more. Xia Shuang's innate pride was being ground beneath He-Yan's heel. Yet, refusing to bow meant a catastrophic fall into an abyss of despair. This, indeed, was the cost. However, upon further reflection, it dawned on her that the Xia family had been solely supported by her efforts. If she were to sever ties with the Xia family, and with Mu Changsheng backing her with his immense wealth, perhaps she could indeed navigate a smooth path ahead. Yet the terms of this contract seemed almost dehumanizing. He approached with a smile, saying, Xia, you must understand the meaning of being beneath one and above thousands. In our presence, you are but a puppet. Yet before others, you remain the lofty president. With Doya Hotel lending you support, your future will undoubtedly soar. Xia Shuang gritted her teeth, gazing at Mu Changsheng and He-Yin, and ultimately nodded, I will sign. Deep down, she reminded herself that she did not wish to lead an ordinary life. Chapter 108, The Birthday Banquet. Xia Shuang humiliatedly signed the inequitable agreement. Mu Changsheng gazed at her with a grin. Xiaoan, your most esteemed aunt now belongs to me. I am quite curious to see how you plan to counter me. Ian, you may leave. He gestured. Ian immediately understood, causing Xia Shuang to tremble slightly. Ian smiled and nodded. Yes, Mr. Mu. Mu Changsheng reclined with a swagger, lifting Xia Shuang's delicate chin. I believe Xia Ziyuan will be quite surprised to learn of his new uncle. At that moment, Xia Shuang's heart brimmed with a desire to obliterate both Xia Ziyuan and Xia Yan. She had nearly jeopardized her entire career. President Xia, your two nephews seem quite clueless. I trust you will not disappoint me. Xia Shuang's face flushed slightly. As someone with experience, she understood all too well. However, such matters had long since passed. The following morning, Xia Shuang, appearing fatigued, drove home. Meanwhile, at Tian'an Normal University, Xia Ziyuan and Xia Yan were in the cafeteria. Cousin, why has my bank card been frozen by Aunt? Xia Yan inquired, puzzled. Xia Ziyuan, equally bewildered, replied, mine has been frozen too. Xia Yan frowned. Why not give in a call? She dotes on you the most. Xia Ziyuan nodded and immediately made the call, only to be met with Xia Shuang's furious voice. Xia Ziyuan, Xia Yan, listen well. From this moment forth, you are no longer members of the Xia family. Your tuition, your living expenses, any expenditures are no longer associated with the Xia family. With that, Xia Shuang abruptly ended the call, leaving Xia Ziyuan and Xia Yan in a state of utter confusion. What has happened to Aunt? Why is she so furious? Xia Yan stared blankly at Xia Ziyuan. Xia Ziyuan, equally perplexed, reflected on how indulgent their aunt had been toward them, and now, how could this be? He called again, only to find he had been blocked. Perhaps Aunt encountered some issues at work. It should resolve itself in a few days. Xia Yan shrugged in resignation. Xia Ziyuan pondered this, agreeing that since Xia Shuang had no children of her own, they were the heirs of the Xia family, and she would not abandon them. Meanwhile, Mu Changsheng, having exited Doya Hotel, went with Jiang Li to a store in Tian'an City. After all, a single McLaren seems somewhat inadequate, given the current financial abundance. Why not acquire a few more? A McLaren parked outside the dealership immediately drew the attention of several salespeople inside. For those who can afford a sports car, are certainly not lacking in means. Mu Changsheng entered the store with Jiang Li. Welcome. It was Jiang Li's first visit to a luxury car dealership, and she was taken aback by the sleek designs of the sports cars on display. Sir, what do you think of this Lamborghini Huracan N? A slightly overweight man with glasses approached with a smile. Mu Changsheng merely glanced at it before averting his gaze, as he was not fond of shorter vehicles. It's quite unattractive, he stated without hesitation, causing the salesman's face to flush with embarrassment. Sir, is this car really that ugly? Mu Changsheng quickly focused on the Lamborghini in the center, which exuded both power and aesthetic beauty. How much is this one? As the overweight salesman began to respond, a slimmer salesperson stepped forward with a grin. Sir, this is our latest model, priced between 7 and 9 million. The overweight salesman's face turned pale at the mention of such a price. Without a second thought, Mu Changsheng declared, I'll take this one. The slim salesman's expression brightened instantly. Excellent choice, sir. Let us proceed with the contract. However, Mu Changsheng shook his head, leaving the salesman momentarily puzzled. Who told you I was only buying one? The salesman appeared bewildered, as did the others around them. Was he planning to purchase more? Noticing Mu Changsheng's gaze, the salesman quickly donned a flattering smile. Sir, which other model has caught your eye? Mu Changsheng glanced around the showroom and noticed Jiang Li's attention fixated on a pink Ferrari 488. What's this? Do you like that one? Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in affirmation. Then let us acquire that 488 as well, Mu Changsheng instructed the salesman. The salesman was momentarily stunned. Sir, that 488 also costs over 3 million. Together, these luxury vehicles would total over 10 million. Mu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Is that a problem? The salesman, startled, quickly responded. No, not at all. I can handle it. After all, losing such a significant sale would be devastating. He realized he might lose sleep over it for days. Recalling the Ferrari, Mu Changsheng suddenly became curious and asked, Do you have the Ferrari F8? He had heard about this legendary vehicle online, renowned for its striking aesthetics, comparable to that of a McLaren. The salesman was momentarily taken aback. The Ferrari F8? With a wry smile, he explained, Sir, the conditions for purchasing the F8 are quite stringent. You must first own a model from the Ferrari series and either a Ferrari 1 or 2. Moreover, it's unlikely that any dealership in the entire Tian'an city has one in stock. However, if you're interested, I can contact our owner. After all, Tian'an City is developing quite well. Although it cannot be compared to those top-tier cities like Shanghai and Beijing, as well as other flourishing first-tier cities, it nonetheless possesses considerable strength. Upon hearing this, Mu Changsheng felt a bit overwhelmed. He understood that purchasing some top-tier luxury cars could indeed be cumbersome, and he despised complications the most. The task of buying a car will be best left to He Yan. What is the most expensive car you have here? Mu Changsheng glanced around. Although the vehicles in sight were impressive, they all hovered around the $1 million mark, with the most expensive being a Lamborghini. The male salesperson's eyes lit up, and he promptly said, "Sir, please follow me." The other salespeople looked on enviously, while the plump salesman appeared on the verge of tears. With such a substantial purchase, his commission would be substantial indeed. "Sir, this is indeed Tiannan City's premier multi-million-dollar Lotus." The male salesperson confidently pointed at the sleek black Lotus before them. Mu Changsheng's eyes sparkled upon seeing the Lotus. It was indeed a striking vehicle. "How much is it?" The salesman was momentarily taken aback, realizing the seriousness of the inquiry. "Sir, this vehicle is priced at approximately 30 million. He spoke cautiously, aware that Mu Changsheng had already purchased 2 supercars earlier and was now contemplating another multi-million-dollar purchase. "No problem. I will take these 3 cars, Mu Changsheng stated matter-of-factly as he handed the salesman a bank card. His calm demeanor made the salesman tremble slightly. It was his first time encountering someone so affluent. Although he often dealt with customers, most were merely there for test drives. "Oh, by the way, please have these cars delivered to the Duoya Hotel," Mu Changsheng added thoughtfully. The salesman paused, momentarily stunned. Could it be that this young gentleman was the owner of the Duoya Hotel? No wonder he seemed unfazed by the prospect of spending tens of millions. After signing the contract and completing the payment, Mu Changsheng led Jiang Li outside. The salesman closely followed, personally opening the door of McLaren 720 for Mu Changsheng with a faint smile, saying, "Sir, should any news about the Ferrari 3 arise, I will be sure to inform you immediately." Mu Changsheng nodded and drove off towards his villa with Jiang Li. At this moment, the salesman's hands trembled. Over 40 million had just been spent, resulting in a commission exceeding 100,000. The other salespeople in the store gazed at him with envy and resentment. The commission for a luxury car typically ranged from 1 to 5%, meaning a vehicle priced over 40 million would yield a commission in the hundreds of thousands. Inside the McLaren, Jiang Li felt a mix of emotions, pondering how over 40 million could be so easily spent. For an ordinary person, accumulating $1 million in savings is already a monumental achievement. This 4 million is equivalent to $100,000 sums. After parking the car back at the villa, Mu Changsheng introduced Jiang Li to Yang Shuyan. "Sister Shuyan, hello, I am Jiang Li," she said with a radiant smile, extending her hand, though internally, she felt a touch of nervousness. After all, Yang Shuyan resided in Mu Changsheng's villa, suggesting that their relationship was indeed significant. Jiang Li felt that it was best not to offend. Yang Shuyan glanced at Jiang Li, noticing her exquisite beauty, and realized she harbored no ill will. After all, Yang Shuyan understood that someone like Mu Changsheng could not remain captivated by her forever. She then revealed a warm smile, saying, "Come, Sister Jiang Li, I just bought some lychees today. Would you like to try them?" Jiang Li was taken aback by Yang Shuyan's enthusiasm, yet she turned to Mu Changsheng for guidance. "If you have no classes, you may stay here for a while. There are plenty of rooms, and if you prefer not to live at school, you are welcome to reside here," Mu Changsheng remarked with a shrug. Jiang Li's first instinct was to decline. However, Yang Shuyan was exceedingly warm. "Sister Jiang Li, this villa is just for me, and there are many vacant rooms. I would love to have someone chat with from time to time." Mu Changsheng nodded in agreement. "You often feel constrained while live streaming in the dormitory. You can certainly stream here in the future." Upon hearing the word live stream, Jiang Li's interest was piqued. Indeed, living in the school dormitory required consideration of her roommates' opinions. She had previously contemplated moving out, but the rental prices outside were prohibitively high, forcing her to abandon that thought. "All right then, Sister Shuyan," Jiang Li acquiesced with a nod. Seeing the rapport between Jiang Li and Yang Shuyan, Mu Changsheng rode his electric scooter back to Tiannan Normal University. It seemed there was a new class starting from the 9th week, and he decided to check it out. At Tiannan Normal University, Mingda building, Shi Chumpeng spotted Mu Changsheng from afar and waved, calling out, "Old Mu, we're over here." Mu Changsheng quickened his pace upon seeing Shi Chumpeng and Jiang Ruizhao walking together. "Brother Mu," Jiang Ruizhao respectfully greeted him. Mu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. As Shi Chumpeng noticed Mu Changsheng approaching, He flexed his biceps with a grin, asking, "So, have you made progress?" Mulchangskink playfully squeezed 11 bicep, teasing. "Have you bulked up? Shall I increase the intensity for you today?" The thought of increased intensity made Shi chumping sweat at the mere idea of Mu Changsheng being able to perform hundreds of bench presses effortlessly. "Forget it. I can't handle your intensity. I'm a novice, and I love to show off," Shi chumping replied with a cheerful laugh. Indeed, every novice in fitness seems to fall into this pattern, Jiang Ruizhao remarked with a wry smile. "Were we having class?" Mu Changsheng glanced at the time on his phone, realizing there were less than 10 minutes until class began. In the gymnastics classroom on the 3rd floor of Mingda building, Shi Chunpeng recalled. "Let us head upstairs," he suggested. Mu Changsheng, along with Shi Chunpeng and Jiang Ruizhao, made their way to the elevator. Although it was just the 3rd floor, they preferred not to climb the stairs. It was far too exhausting. "Oh, by the way, old Mu, it seems we have a physical fitness test this semester," Shi Chunpeng lamented. "The dreaded 800 meters," Jiang Ruizhao added with a groan. Mu Changsheng chuckled lightly. Running 800 meters used to be exhausting, but now for him, it felt like a mere trifle, hardly breaking a sweat. "At that time, let us find someone to run the 800 meters for us. It won't be too costly." Jiang Ruizhao's eyes sparkled as he smiled. However, Shi Chunpeng, who had never engaged in such endeavors, felt a twinge of fear. "If we were caught, wouldn't you face a reprimand that could ruin you?" "No worries. They are merely students conducting the checks. I've done it before," Jiang Ruizhao assured him with a pat on his chest. "We can discuss it later." Shi Chunpeng shook his head, noting that there was still ample time before the physical assessment. Upon arrival, Mu Changsheng and the others entered the gymnastics room, a sudden chill dissipating the warmth that enveloped them. "How refreshing," Shi Chunpeng exclaimed as he moved towards the air conditioning unit, basking in its cool breeze. "Old Mu, let us settle here. There's no one around. It's delightfully cool." He glanced around, observing that the other areas were sparsely populated. This spot was perfectly suited for the three of them. It was nothing short of a treasure trove of comfort. Jiang Ruizhao joined him, relishing the refreshing air, and smiled.